go. All right. Hope y'all got some sleep. Also, y'all, Mama Dula had surgery. She did put her. I shared her Cash App in the Discord. If anybody want to help her out, she's been out of work. She shared with me that she's been out of work for a while, and could use some help. Her Cash App is in the Thinker Live chat. I did also send her some support as well. So if you are able to help Mama Dula out, the community would appreciate it. All right. All right. So if you want to be on the stage tonight, you can go ahead and send a request. And then, like, keep in mind, like, I don't want it to be all one side, like where we're just all in agreement with each other. So let's try to get some diversity on the stage. And I hope y'all participate because this is what y'all asked for. I'm doing this because I love y'all. No, I'm doing this for y'all. So please participate. I don't know. Does that help you, Alexander? Does that actually work, Alexander? Like, do you walk up to random strangers and just be like, Jesus loves you, surrender to Jesus? Like, do you do that? And does that work? That would be cool. Easy. You got some poetry you want to read? What's up to the YouTubers in the YouTube land? Well, can you prove that, Tony? Can you come and prove that? Like, this is a genuine question I have. Like, why do we need him? Why do we need a God? Right. So you can't prove, right, that we need a God. So just saying that we need a God is a waste of time. Wouldn't you say? Like, it's just a waste of words, right? If that's not something that you can actually prove. We should, like, you may not be able to prove the God's existence, right? But you, at least, if you have a claim that we need a God, you should be able to prove that we today in 2024 need a God, if that's what you're saying. Framax, I'm not hurt, and I have hundreds of thousands of friends. So there's that. But you know what? If you are hurt that I don't believe in your God, and if you are jealous of my life, then just say that. Okay? I don't need an imaginary friend, right? Like, you and your God go skipping down the street and it's just you, right? But if I want to skip down the street, I actually have somebody's hand to hold. I don't have to use my mind, right, to pretend that I'm skipping and talking to somebody. Well, it has made me money, Framax. So there's that. My anger has helped me do a lot of amazing things in life. Like, during COVID, I got mad that nobody was caring for the homeless. I did something amazing there. I got mad that nobody was caring and getting groceries for the elderly. I did something amazing there. I got mad that companies kept sending me random ads that I didn't give a fuck. And I built technology out of my anger for that bullshit. And because they kept using my data without my permission. So I got mad and I developed something there. My anger actually helps me, FrameX. You should try it. I do. I love hugs. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. Here's the interesting thing, Frame X God, is that I'm not hugging myself. When you lay in your bed at night and you're worried about how you're going to take care of your kids, right? You talk to the sky and then you close your eyes, right? And you imagine that you feel an imaginary deity's arms wrapping around you. Like, you literally have to convince yourself that there is this being outside of time and space that loves you, because you don't feel worthy enough for the people that are within the confounds of time and space to love you. And that's sad. Like, I don't want to say I feel sorry for you, because I don't. But that's sad. I mean, well, fuck it. I do feel sorry for you. I can't even lie to myself. I do. I've been there. I've been there. I've had to, like, convince myself that Jesus was listening to me cry and scream. That's not a good feeling. Fremex, like, the very fact that you pray to yourself, right? Like, you're praying to yourself, but you're telling yourself that you're praying to a deity. I mean, at least give yourself credit and just say, I'm talking to myself, or I'm encouraging myself. I told you, my favorite song is Encourage Yourself. Sometimes you have to encourage yourself. Sometimes you, Framex, have to speak victory during the test. And no matter how you feel, speak a word and you will be healed. Speak over yourself. Encourage yourself. And yourself. There you go, Framex. And there you go. Encourage yourself. Stop telling yourself that you're talking to a God when you know you're talking to yourself. Stop imagining that this ghost of a deity is coming into your room at night and putting his arms around you. Okay? I promise you it's going to be okay, friend. And then, carrying the spirit of hatred. Like, bro, you come in here to just hate. Like, that's sad. That's sad. You hate to see me coming. Like, you hate to see us happy, right? Like, you hate to see our joy, right? Like, that's sad. That your God is a God of jealousy, and that shit spills out in you. Like, chill on that shit. Okay? Right. Thank you, Lee. I love hugs. I'll take a hug any day. I'll take a hug any day. What's up, Nelly?
I'm just sitting here listening.
They come in here. They wake up mad.
I'm telling you, wow. I mean, this is crazy. You know, I got a chance to catch the Jamie Foxx special on Netflix. Have you seen it?
I'm not watching it. I can't. They already told me what. Like,
Oh wow.
yeah, I ain't watching that.
It's Jamie, and it's, but I mean, it's typical. You go through something like that. It's typical for a believer to say what Jamie said. So I wasn't really, like, shocked or anything. He didn't do anything no different than any other believer would do if they go through something that tragic and they come out of it. Then it wasn't, it wasn't the doctors, it wasn't the nurses, it wasn't the specialists. It was God. God did it all, But I mean, it is what it is,
I just feel like a lot of these celebrities are intentionally trying to help the 1% reindoctrinate black people back into this God. and I don't respect it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I agree with it. I just, I just had to see it, but he was funny though. He was funny. I will give him that. I'll give him that. He was funny. So, and that's what I wanted him to be. I just wanted him to be funny. All the rest of it, I kind of just blew over. But
Yeah. Give me just a second. Oh. Hey, Booski. Christopher Williams wants to know, I understand what you're saying about a man in the sky, but is there something over you? What do you mean, Christopher? And are you my little brother? Are you my little brother, Christopher Williams? Can you comment and let me know if you're my little brother? Um, One of the chosen. How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay, Vinrod. How old are you?
Good morning. I'm 52.
Okay. Hey, what's up, chapter? How are you?
Hi, Thinker. 46, and I just wanted to briefly say hello and thank you so much for your hard work. I won't stay up long for the debate or the legislation, but I just wanted to thank you and make sure that I can stay in contact with you on Arc Thinker and Verses and Vibes. Is that right?
Yes. And
I'm going
there's
to be
also a
away.
lemonade. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't access Lemonade in Australia. It's not available in
Oh,
Australia, I'm afraid.
oh man. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So it looks like just YouTube for now. I'll be in the
Mm-hmm.
US. Maybe I can do something in the US. Do something.
Do y'all have Discord in Australia?
Yes, Discord's no problem. I'm on your Discord. No problem there at all.
Okay.
So Discord and YouTube. Excellent.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm mutuals with Lala and
Oh, let me give
Justin
you a
and
follow.
oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. When I became a member, when I became a nerd, I thought you followed me, but no, it was a few copycats, three in a row, in
Oh
fact.
wow. Yeah.
I reported
Sorry
them.
about that.
No, no, of course. It's not your fault. I reported three of them in a row, and of course, it was definitely not you when I double checked the details. It happens a lot.
Well, I have
This is
followed
not,
you now.
I really appreciate it. This is not favoritism. I'm a nerd, just to let comments know.
It is
Being
favoritism now.
Well, it is favoritism in the sense that if you're a nerd, hopefully you get a little bit of recognition. I signed up for 12 months, a little bit of overzealous in that, but I don't care at all. You deserve it.
Thank you. I appreciate you. What's up, Dr.
Okay,
Kip?
and thank you so much. I'll dip out now, but I'll definitely be listening from now until whenever I can. YouTube, Discord, and beyond. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. Jay, the age went from 21 to 25 because 21-year-olds act very childish and the conversations that we have. So, and I'm not your mama and I don't have to deal with childish 21-year-olds. So, there's that. All right. So we have one of the chosen is a non-believer, Vinod. You are a non-believer as well.
Uh, I'm just like walking on a rope. So
I'm sorry. I meant
50-50.
believer. Are you a believer?
Not believer, not yeah, what you call agnostic.
You're an agnostic. Do you believe in this God at all?
I I think that there must be some reason for some.
There's a reason why I'm asking. Okay, I'm trying to get a diverse panel up here, so I don't want too many of one thought on the panel. So I need to know which way you lean, friend.
Okay, so like I wanted to talk about this
I didn't
topic.
ask what you wanted to talk about. Like, listen, what I'm trying to do right now, I just need to know which way you lean, so I can know if I'm gonna let you stay on stage. Because I'm trying to
Okay,
build a diverse panel. Do you? Do you lean towards belief in this God or more so away from belief in this God? Just really quickly.
I lean to believe in all powerful God. Yes.
No. The God that we're discussing tonight. Do you believe in the God of the Bible or no?
No, 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 not on not the God described in the Bible. Yes, of course.
Okay, so that's what we're discussing tonight, okay? Right. Okay, so just chill right there. Wise beyond eyes, a believer or a non-believer? Are you there? Wise beyond eyes, are you there? Okay, gonna take you down. All right, Dr. Kip is here in the house. What's up, Dr. Kip?
Hey.
All right, we're gonna do a court style.
What is that?
So like justice for Saul or just like
Oh yeah. Look
yeah.
at that. That's fun.
Yeah, I think it'll help us get some good conversations. The chat is asking for an age check on Dr. Kip.
It's because I said that I'm actually only 21.
Okay. All
And
right.
then I said fight me.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
No, and then I said fight me. So God, I wish I was 21.
So we had multiple people in the request, but as soon as I announced what we were going to do, they all left the request. And so the only two people, this is why I don't do Freeform Friday. Like people say, bring it back. But when I do, they run, right? And then they'll, like during the week when I'm doing 101s, they'll say, oh, she's scared. She won't let nobody else on stage. Like y'all are just weird to me. Like y'all are weird. Like y'all don't know what y'all want. Unless like I think y'all just want a bitch. Yeah, they're skittish. Like either y'all don't want to be, y'all want more people on stage when I'm talking, or you want 101s. Good grief. So one of the chosen, you are the only believer on this stage right now of this God. Do you see how the other believers ran? What do you think about that?
I don't even know who was another believer up here that left. To be honest with you,
No. They were in the box. They
and
were.
what
They
made
were.
them? What made them run?
As soon as I was telling Dr. Kip what the conversations were about tonight, they all withdrew their request. And so like when we do you've participated in Freeform Fridays before, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I stopped doing them because it's hard to get believers to participate in the panel style conversations. And then like yesterday and then early this morning they were in the comments saying bring back Freeform Friday. You're scared. But then when I do it, they run.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Like, I mean, I believe you. I mean, I'll stick around for any type of discussion on this stuff. Anyone who runs from it, I don't know. Maybe they just don't feel like they can contribute to the topic so much. I don't know.
I mean, the topics are wide open.
Yeah,
Like
I don't know.
I didn't even choose like I didn't even go into like research style topics tonight, right? Like these are like very vague, wide open topics that
Yeah, I don't
anybody
know.
could talk about.
I mean, we can still discuss it, even if it's just me and
No,
I'm only
yeah, I'm going
believer.
to
I don't mind.
discuss it with you. I'm going to discuss it with you. I know that you know what I think about you. But what I will say, what I will say is that you have no problem discussing your God. Like that I respect about you, at least.
At least, sweet of you.
And then Vinod, he believes in a God, but not necessarily your God. So this is going to be interesting, and I'm pretty sure that he came up to talk about the last topic. Is that right, Vinod?
That's correct.
Okay. Minnesota Sweetie, how are you?
I'm better. How are you?
That's good. What was wrong? Were you
Uh
sick?
no, my partner, he was missing and he was in the hospital. This was like a little over a month ago. So and I just haven't connected with you since then.
Oh my
But
gosh. Y'all found him in the hospital?
yeah, he was traveling back up to Minnesota, which is why, I've said before I have the MN part because I'm super basic according to my daughter. Um and and yeah, he I had to file a missing persons I'm not even making this up. I had to file a missing persons report for him, and I got a call from a nurse at a hospital, and he was in the hospital. He ended up in the hospital for like 10 days in Chicago. It was crazy. It was very stressful.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah.
How is he doing now? He,
He is actually doing really well. He he his when I first got there, because he was there on a Sunday, was when he got admitted, and I got there on a Thursday, and he was still intubated, so they had him on a he was in a medical induced coma. Um, and his what do you call it? His kidneys were like shut down. But they're actually almost 100% better now. So this was at the end of October. They're almost 100% better now. The only issue he has is he'll have to be on insulin. So he wasn't diabetic before this incident, but he is now. So
oh my gosh. Well, I'm
yeah, it was
glad that
very
he's doing
scary.
better. Yeah. Man, I'm so glad that you're doing better, that your husband or your partner is doing better. And happy to see you back.
Yeah,
To see you back.
I've popped in a few times, but I just haven't requested to come up.
Okay. And for those of you on the stage that don't know, Minnesota Sweetie is a believer. And so we do have believers that we love, that we care about. We don't dislike all believers. But so Minnesota Sweetie is a believer. Christina G, are you a believer?
Oh my gosh, I did not know that I did that. I'm one of those people. I never thought. Okay, bye.
Okay. All right, let's see. All right, so Vinod, Vinod.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You want to talk about do we need a God? Go ahead and begin.
Uh, I I I believe that morals would be existing on those who can use
Wait,
their
wait.
brain without
Which one
God.
are you? Which are you at? Are you starting with the? I'm sorry. So the first topic is about the Bible. You don't believe in that. I thought you were doing the last one. Do we need a God? Which one are you doing?
I'm doing that if Christian God or any God, like I'm saying, if any God does not exist,
No, no, that's
whether
not what
there
that
will be
story. That's
moral.
not what that question says.
Okay, what
That question
if
is
the
a
Christian
that.
God does?
Nope. It says if the stories of the Christian
If the
God.
story of
Yeah,
Christian
well,
God.
that's about the Bible, right? That's about the Bible. The last question
Hmm.
is, do we need a God? That's the one you said you wanted to talk about, right?
Yes,
Okay, there you go.
I so we need a God because the behavior of humans I have seen they like to break the laws. With the given the game, with the given the possibility what we can do or what free will we can have to choose between the options we have, and if we don't believe that what will be the outcome of our choosing of other options which we have right now, wrong options will lead to what kind of life we need. We human need some kind of ruling that. Otherwise we inherently are lawbreakers, most of them, not those who thinks with those who have evolved the ability of thinking. They go by morality by their own. They define morality by their own way, but most, if you talk in generic, most of the people, they need some guideline, they need some way, some cheat codes for their life. And any scripture provides, or any belief in God keep them in line, so they cannot, they should choose the right options in their life. So they do not face the consequences of the reality of the lives. That's why I believe that we need to have a God in our life.
I like I mean, you made a very wide claim that every human that's born loves to break the laws, and that's not true at all. And that's I don't think that that's a claim that you would even be able to validate. And then even in your statement, you did not even address how a god would stop a human from breaking laws, or how a god, right, that lives outside of time and space would even be able to set or enforce laws without humans, the same humans that you're saying inherently love to break laws.
I did not say all. I said those who have evolved logical thinking, but it is inherent in human behavior to break the
That
laws.
when you say it's
If
inherent in human behavior, you're saying every human.
those who have not developed their thinking process
That's not
and
true at
believe.
all. That's not true at all. And that still doesn't connect the idea that a God has anything to do with a human not breaking laws.
See, why I'm saying is I'm unaliving somebody is illegal in as per law. Like let us talk, if not biblical law, simple laws. Stealing is illegal in every law. Doing all kind of wrong things are illegal. Still, people do even simple thing like crossing a robot, like a red light on a highway. If if there is no punishment behind that, if there is no consequences of following that instruction, despite of knowing that it can lead to an accident or it can lead to a discomfort to somebody, people still will break still after having the punishment there, people still break that law due to whatever reasons. So
I mean, I think
that
you're
shows
making a
me.
good argument for why do humans need governments, right? But not a God.
So in previous in like what they people tend to follow more a a god instructions rather than instructions given by human.
That's because
You
they're
know,
told
people
that they're told that they cannot do this thing without a God, right? They're
as
given
per you see,
they're made to believe that, right? But they're like it's already been proven that people can live moral lives, right? And not or live a life that doesn't cause harm on another human without the belief in a God.
so all I'm saying is even by telling them the law of the land,
But I'm saying
people
that's been
still.
proven, that's been disproven is what I'm saying.
Sorry, I didn't get you. What is disproven?
That a human has to believe that a law came from a god in order to do right or in order to not cause harm on another human. Like we don't need that today. Back in prehistoric times in the late Bronze Age, maybe, right? But we are in a more civilized society. We don't need to believe that a god told us not to harm another human.
I agree to that. We don't need a god if you put. But what my point is, point I'm making is, despite knowing even the law of land, like the country's laws or legal system, people still break them. But when it comes to the law of God, people tend to believe that okay, because that is an unknown, what will maximum
What law
happen
of
to
God are
them?
you talking about? Because you don't believe in the Christian God. So what law of a God are you referring to? Because I like the very fact that I have no idea what your God's law is proof to me that we don't necessarily need a God.
All religious book, all so when I say I don't believe the biblical God, I mean the way they have described a God, given him a human
Do
shape,
you live
given
your
him a.
life based? Do you live your life by the Bible?
I live my life by the
By the
law of the
Bible?
land.
Do you live your life by the
They are
text in
similar.
the Bible?
They are they
So
they,
you
they
so
are
you go
similar
by
laws.
so, no, do you live your life by the Bible is what I'm asking.
No,
Okay,
because
exactly.
I don't
So
know Bible. I
whatever,
don't know Bible.
exactly. So whatever God it is that you're saying that you believe in, and whatever law that is, I don't know what it is. So I'm not living by your God's law.
Fair enough. I understand, but all religious books provide you similar laws, how to behave in a society, how to act in a
Yeah, but they're
society,
not the
how
same
to live.
laws.
It's within their society. Every society has their own laws.
Right, and they're
Set,
not the same laws.
of
Different
course, they
different
will not.
nations, exactly.
They
So
will
there
not.
is no one law.
There
There
is no
is no
one
one
law.
law. No, no,
But
there's not. There's not one
yeah, there is
law.
no one law.
No,
I understand. There is no one
exactly.
law. Yeah. That I agree. There is no one law. There might be different, but the basic concept of laws will be similar.
Flanker on YouTube wants to say something to you. Flanker says
Mhm.
humans who think morality is dictated to them are capable and more likely to be convinced to do horrible things, and I agree.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Flanker from YouTube says humans who think morality is dictated to them are capable and more likely to be convinced to do horrible things, and I agree.
If if people say that this is like these laws are in, if I got that sentence right, it means that if people believe that these laws are not true or it is just enforced on
Nope,
them, they
that's
will.
not what he said. That's not what he said. And
Mhm.
to the panel, y'all can come in. Like y'all don't have to. This isn't like a 101 between me and Vera. So if y'all have thoughts, you can come in. But that's not what Flanker said. He said if you believe that you have to have your morality told to you, then you are more likely to do horrible things to other humans than a person who does not believe that a deity or some higher power has to tell them what is moral and what's not.
I'm more
Okay.
I'm more curious about this. You keep saying we need a God, we need a God, because of all these laws and all the stuff that you're saying is basically human laws. Um, my question is this: why do I need a God that isn't doing nothing to stop what's going on this planet? He's not doing one thing to stop it. Now, we have law enforcement, we have government, we have nations, we have all that stuff to try to enforce the laws of that nation or that government or whatever it is. But your God, what has your God done to stop it?
So this question is to me.
Oh, yeah, you the one saying we need a God because
Okay.
people
Okay.
breaking laws and stuff.
Yeah. So okay. Okay. Fine. Sorry. See, I'm not as smart as you guys are, and I might not be
That
academically as
that's
good.
that doesn't take.
Let me just,
That's not a
yeah,
smart question, man.
yeah,
That's something simple.
no, let me just set my limits, before I go further. I'm not very good in crafting words in English. It's not my first language. But anyway, the bottom line, the 2 cent is here. What I'm saying is, it's not all humans, any human who has developed critical thinking, logical thinking, and have respect for society, he will not
The,
break any law, whether it is law of
Okay,
land or that.
excuse me. That's not what I asked you, sir. I asked you,
Okay.
why do I need a God that hasn't done one damn thing to stop what's going on Earth?
Yeah, I'll speak to that real quick. There's a list right there that mentions the Philistines, and they're in the Old Testament where God actually showed His judgment on them. That's just one example. So we
No,
hear
that's
this.
not an example. No,
Well, oh
no.
no, no, I was hold on one second though. But we hear this often that it's like all this stuff going on in the world. Where's God at? But when God shows His judgment, people are like, "How can you love God? Look what He's done." But
But
then when God
What did the Philistines do so bad that your God showed judgment on them?
Oh,
You know what the Philistines did? They opened their land to Abraham and Isaac, who betrayed them, who deceived them, right? They housed the Ark of the Covenant of your God when David was scared that your God was going to kill him like he killed Uzzah, while Uzzah was trying to protect the Ark of the Covenant. Right? They gave David refuge when Saul was out to kill him, and then your God decided to sell the Israelites to the Philistines, right? And put the Philistines over the Israelites for their disobedience, and then your God told the Israelites to kill them. What did the Philistines do so bad that your God called judgment down on them?
yeah, unless I'm mixing them up with the Canaanites, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. The Philistines are known to have been really like brutal and wicked, that they would literally
According to
What
who?
did they do is my
that
question.
they would
What's your source for
like that
that?
they would sacrifice their babies and children, that they would do
The
wicked
Israelites did
things.
the same thing.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was just, speaking on that, and that they were even known to the Romans, and the Romans
You're
were
talking about the
brutal.
Canaanites, not the Philistines.
I think the Philistines too. That's
Like Dr. Kip said, what's the
So
source on that?
I'm interested in the source on that, but I mean you're right that the limited evidence that we do have for child sacrifice in the ancient Near East comes from Punic and Phoenician colonies, but it's widely regarded by scholars to have been something that occurred in a number of places throughout the Levant, including Israel.
well, you
In
said the
fact,
Phoenicians, right? Aren't those
yeah,
the Philistines and Phoenicians? Aren't those the
uh,
same?
they're similar,
Right. So there we
but
go. That's why I was speaking on the Philistines, because the Phoenicians.
they're
You know
not the same though.
yeah, they're not, and that was the Phoenicia was created like after the was after the exile, right? Like it was a later created.
No, no, it's complicated. Um, but I think we can still talk about Phoenicians in like an earlier sense, even though they're not more widely recognized by that distinction until later. But
But
I guess
even
I'm I the yeah. I guess my problem is you're just trying to figure out what your source is for all these terrible things the
Well, you've
Philistines
heard
did
of
to
what I
you.
was saying, right?
About the Phoenicians and the Punic people. Yeah.
And the
but
Canaanites.
even
Well,
the urns
but
that they found in Phoenicia, though, they were urns dedicated to Yahweh, right? They were not. Haven't found any funeral urns with child remains in it. Like at first, there was a archaeologist who was saying that the urns were proof of Phoenician child sacrifices. But later review of those findings showed that the urns had LMLK written on them,
Yep.
and some of them were just to Yahweh, and some of them were to Asherah and Yahweh.
well, I
Well,
don't
thinker,
think
Yahweh flat out says in the Bible that he detests sacrifice, especially
Yahweh
child
also says in
sacrifice.
the Bible that he
So,
wants child sacrifices.
so those were going to Baal. Like that's in the Old Testament too, that
No,
children
But no, they
sacrificed to
were
Baal.
not.
no, there are texts in the Bible where Yahweh says he wants child
What
sacrifices.
is it? Can you tell me those verses? Or thinker, could you pull those verses
Exodus
up too and share
chapter
them?
Exodus chapter shoot.
We'll pull them up
Is
and
it
read them.
chapter
Let's see.
Never
20?
mind.
But and then
It's
also
no, it's not chapter
Ezekiel
20.
20:25.
Yeah, Ezekiel 20:25 is one.
So read
What
it.
we're
Pull it
told.
up then and read it.
Don't
We
tell
can
me
go
what to
I
these.
do. First of the chosen,
Thinker,
you
come on.
know
I'm
damn
not
well.
in
Yeah,
front of
don't tell
my.
me what to
I'm
do.
actually
Well,
in
I was
bed
talking to the
already.
other guy, not you, thinker.
Yeah,
But
I'm actually in bed already, so I'm
I'm
not.
just
I
saying
had to
because it's
leave.
not
I
fair
had
to
to leave,
say.
but so
I'm just saying, saying verses like that doesn't prove anything. You can say the verses, but pull them up and let's read them. You know,
well,
because you're
I
making
mean,
a
I
bold
can't in
claim
the
here.
moment. If somebody else could pull them up
I'll
and
pull them
read
up for
them,
you, Dr. Kip.
sure.
But one first of the chosen, like your disrespectful attitude, like just chill,
Oh, I'm sorry.
right?
I didn't know. I didn't know you thought
Yeah,
I was being disrespectful. Well, just out of
yeah,
curiosity, what did I do just so I don't do it again?
like talking over him when he's talking, right?
Oh yeah, I
And then
apologize.
yeah, like
Sorry, I have to leave. Thank you for having me up. I will join sometime other. Thank you very much.
All right, have a good night. Okay, is it Ezekiel 20, Dr. Kip, or 25,
It's Ezekiel
20,
20.
20? Okay.
And I think it's
It
Exodus
looks like it's
35.
25. Sorry, Ezekiel 20, 25 through 26.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I knew 25 was in there somewhere. All right. Yeah. Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts and their offering up all their firstborn in order that I might horrify them so that they might know that I am the Lord.
So that's a direct reference to the offering of child sacrifices.
It sounds like from what she just read that they were doing that in hopes
Yes.
that he would take it, but not that he was calling for it.
Well, now let's look at no, I think it's Exodus 22 or 25. I wish I had.
Because you
Yeah,
specifically
I
said
know
he
what you're talking
called
about
for it,
in
right?
the commandment. He says, I defiled them through their very gifts, right? And offering up their firstborn. And he said he did that so that they may be scared of him, right?
Yeah.
And he says that he gave them statutes, right, that he knew were not good, right? And laws that he knew they could not live by. And he said he did that, right, to make them fear him. So Exodus, I think is it Exodus 20 where he says to bring the firstborn?
Maybe it is. Actually, you're right. Maybe it is Exodus 20. And look at, is it verse 28 and 29?
I think so. No, hold on.
I know the number is the number is different in the English than it is in the Hebrew too.
Maybe it's Exodus.
There's somebody else.
Exodus
You're gonna
34?
make me get out and go get my Bible. Jeez.
Do you mind if I so I've been bothered by this.
There we
So
go.
I wanted to look it up a little bit more. And one of the sources that I looked up said that if you look at Exodus 13, 1 through 2.
That's another place as well, yes.
Yeah, so it says
Especially verse 2.
Yep, it says, sanctify to me every firstborn, the first offspring of every womb among the sons of Israel, both of man and beast, it belongs to me. It says, hold on a second here. Basically, what it was saying, supposedly, is that they were supposed to sacrifice an animal to redeem the firstborn sons. Or
That's
firstborn.
that's considered by scholars to be a later gloss on that text. And you'll notice that in the first place, why on earth does redemption need to be required in the first place for the sacrifice of a human being?
So
I think also this brings up a good point, right? So like if we look at Numbers 3:11 through Numbers 3:13 through 16, what Dr. Kip is saying, because from what I understand, the firstborn used to be sacrificed, and then it changed when the Levites took place, and then is that right?
You're partially correct here, and here's what part of the problem, right? In Exodus chapter 13, you have the instruction for the offering of the firstborn, and then the provision there is that you can redeem it through the sacrifice of a sheep. Then in the book of Numbers, the same thing happens where there's the expectation that you should offer your firstborn, but the redemption there is through the Levites. And then there's another text where I think the other one is in Leviticus, where instead of offering your firstborn, you can actually pay money.
Leviticus
So
27.
what critical scholars do is they look, I think that's it. So they look at these texts and they say, well, there's all these instructions for offering your firstborn son in a sacrifice, and yet different texts have provided different strategies for redemption, and they're not the same, which strongly suggests that at one point in time or another, the writers of these texts recognized that this commandment from Yahweh for the sacrifice of the firstborn was something that they no longer wanted to do. They decided they couldn't do it anymore, so they figured out different ways of different strategies for redemption of the firstborn. So now take a look at Exodus chapter 22, verses 28 to 29, which is the most explicit instruction for the offering of the firstborn.
You shall not revile God or curse a leader of your people. You shall not delay to make offerings from the full
Here, keep reading.
You shall not
Here
delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me.
And continue into verse 30.
Let's see. You shall do the same with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with its mother. On the 8th day you shall give it to me.
Another way to translate that last verse is 7 days he shall remain with his mother. On the 8th day give him to me. So you have here like a relatively clear instruction. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me, just as you do the fullness of your harvest, and the it's like the fat, like the oil of your presses, something like that. And the final instructions here are that after 7 days, you are to offer the animals and the child to Yahweh.
First of the chosen.
Oh yeah, it sounds crazy. It sounds like exactly what it is, you know. And I'm more curious about like, yeah, what's that about? Like, if God's all good and loving, what's that about? And this is my sincerity on this. I'm not too familiar with a lot of Old Testament stuff like this right here. I wish I could get in like in the nitty gritty with you guys on it, but I really can't. I have to look into this myself, and I should because this gets brought up a few times. But I just am like, well, how can God be all
But
good?
you are the one who brought this up.
Oh, right, because I was talking about God's judgment. That's how the whole thing got brought up when I mentioned, children being sacrificed. And then you guys said, well, to Yahweh, this had happened too. I'm most familiar with, Jesus in the New Testament, but I can't believe that the Bible's over here teaching me wickedness, that it wants me to do these things. So when I read about it, I'm like, dang, what was it about? Was God really calling for that? What's that about? So that's more intriguing for me to learn, but I don't believe God is bad.
But the way that you just took that the Philistines or the Canaanites or the Phoenicians just, were just these horrible people who sacrificed their children. I mean, you didn't ask, what's that about? Is that true? Is this something that I really need to dig into? Why do you need to now do that with Yahweh?
Yeah, great question. Well, because I know like the Phoenicians, or like I said, we're doing it to Baal.
How do
And I
you
know
know
they were
that?
Well, this is just history. That's how we know about
Well,
all
yeah,
those
I'm asking.
sacrifices.
Well, not is it just history? How do you know that? What resources is what I'm asking? Where did you get that information?
About the Phoenicians, I really don't remember. I don't.
Somebody told it to you?
No, it was, yeah, it was definitely information told to me, but from like something I had, like some documentary on something I saw. I don't remember. I just remember hearing that information and thinking, that's crazy that people would do that. So that's how it stuck with me.
Hold on,
Can
I
I
gotta
can
read
I
the
make
super chat from Conquifador. Thank you, Conquifador, for the $10 super chat. He says we don't have a lot of evidence of the Philistines other than their trading records.
That's true.
From what we can tell, they were a trading people. No evidence of child sacrifice or war has been found yet.
No.
Thank you, Conquifador, for that information.
Yeah. Can I make a suggestion to you, one of the chosen?
Oh yeah, of
So
course.
yeah, so I on my channel, on my YouTube channel, next week, I'll be publishing part one of a two-part interview and discussion I had with Dr. Heath Durrell, who wrote the book on this topic, Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel. I encourage you to check it out. It'll probably drop on Monday.
Okay, yeah, I'll check it out for sure. Um, yeah, I just don't know. I don't really have a good response to it. Um,
Hurt you
I don't really
feeling.
understand it.
When I first read that as a Christian, that hurt my feelings.
Why?
It done something to me because I couldn't believe that my God would do something like that. I had to make apologetics for it.
Mm-hmm.
And what
I
did you
had to.
do? How
And
did you do that?
How did I do that?
Yeah, what kind of apologetics
Can I
did you
be
come up with
honest
there?
with you?
I would hope so, yeah.
I lied.
Not good.
I know, but that's what most Christians don't realize, that they are lying when they can't accept what it says. They're going to say it says something totally different. And they're lying to
so
themselves.
yeah, this is pretty common. Thanks for that, Nelly. Now, one of the things that you will hear quite commonly is that in this particular text, because the word used there is natan, which means to give, some will suggest that this is not sacrifice, but that this is just Yahweh asking for people to send their firstborn child into service, like temple service or tabernacle service, which is really kind of ridiculous because of what follows in verse 30. When you take a child away from its mother after 7 days, it won't survive. So, and there is one story that we have in the Bible, and it's the only story about this. There's the story about Samuel being given by his mother to service in the tabernacle. But very importantly, and I think this is intentionally written with this particular law in the background. Very importantly, in that story, you will notice that it's explicit about pointing out that this didn't happen until after he was weaned. So, not after 7 days, because of course you can't do that. But again, it's like in the entire Bible, there's no other instruction, there's no other incident, there's no other story about children going to serve in the tabernacle.
So where did that idea come from? That's what it could mean.
Which the idea well, I think that came from people who were in the similar position to you, going, this is awful. I can't imagine how this is something that could have happened. It must mean something different than what it says.
Well, you said the word can also be translated to give. If it was a straightforward sacrifice, wouldn't that word be pretty obvious?
If you are you saying if it was a straightforward sacrifice, would they have used a different word
Yeah,
to mean
exactly.
sacrifice? I mean that's a thought. However, the same word that means to give is used for offering sacrifices in other places in the Bible as well.
Like where?
There's one place in Kohelet I know for a fact. Again, I would have to look. I'd have to look it up in the dictionary, and I don't have it in front of me. But there are at least two other texts in the Bible where the same word is used for the
Yeah,
offering of
I can
sacrifice.
understand that. I definitely want to look into it more, and especially I appreciate you
Yeah.
being honest about saying that,
Sure.
some translations say to give because I mean sacrifice is a pretty straightforward thing and a
Right, but how does
pretty
that work
straightforward word.
in this situation? You have to think this through, right?
Yeah,
What
definitely.
does that mean to give someone to give someone to Yahweh after 7 days? And then why are you doing the same? If you're doing the same thing with your sheep and your oxen, then what does that look like?
Right,
Because
yeah.
that's explicitly what the text says, right? The much the natural reading of this text, in its original language, in most English translations, is just as it sounds. That this is an instruction to offer your firstborn as a sacrifice to Yahweh. And most scholars will also say that this is exactly what Ezekiel has in mind in Ezekiel chapter 25 when he talks about laws that were not good by which Yahweh defiled the people through the gifts of their firstborn.
You know what?
So that it doesn't come through in the sorry Nelly, I'll just finish this.
Oh, you're
It
fine. Go
doesn't
ahead.
come through it doesn't come through in the English, but in the passage in Ezekiel, it uses some of the same language there, which is really rare in some of the terminology there is really rare in throughout like the entire Pentateuch, which is sort of a signal that it's got these texts, this one, and also Exodus chapter 13 in mind.
That's the one thing that I love about Dr. Kip and love about Thinker. Y'all very articulate and very, straight to the point on things. Me, I'm more of a simple type of guy. So the best way I could tell you is first chosen. The only way I can tell you is this: when it comes to sacrifice of this God in the Bible of Yahweh, it's always death. Now, if you can show me in the Bible where a sacrifice was made to Yahweh that wasn't death,
Yeah, I'm with you on that. That's one of the things that tripped me out a lot. Like not just with, the God in the Bible, but it seems to be, with cultures all around the world that they all seem to sacrifice like blood with some kind of
It's terrible.
monetary system. It's really
Yeah.
interesting to me. In fact, that was one of the things that made me even think about God before I believed in God. I'm like, how do all these people agree on this is what God wants and it's blood? So it was
Literally,
weird to
your
me.
your belief in Jesus is rooted in that.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, uh-huh.
That's what the
why is that
Apostle
such a
Paul
shock?
says. Yeah.
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense to me that this is such a shocking thing to you. Like the ritual that Christians do, right? It's that you pretend in your head that you're eating human flesh and drinking human blood because your belief is that a human was killed as a sacrifice to your God for your future sins. I don't understand how you're like sitting here saying that this is like blowing your mind that your God would accept human sacrifices when that's literally the foundation of your salvation.
and
Yeah,
let's
no,
not
no, not
forget,
just
let's not forget, what do most Christians say? I plead the blood of Jesus. The
yeah,
blood. You see what I'm saying?
I've never said that. but also I don't, drink the blood. And, that's Catholic stuff that you're talking about, thinker.
Now,
But
I'm not Catholic, and my church does it all the time.
I
That's
was
not a Catholic thing.
oh, you're totally right. Yeah, you're right. Like the Eucharist at the end of, I've seen that before too. You're totally right. But yeah, I
Your
don't,
Jesus says to do that. Your Jesus in this book literally says that you are to lap up his blood and eat his flesh.
in
He
remembrance of
literally
him or something
says
like
it.
that, right?
But even before that,
At the
even
Last Supper?
before
You're talking
that,
about the
no,
Last Supper?
even before at the Last Supper, like
When?
in
Because I
the
only know about the Last
here,
Supper.
I'll hold on.
And what I was referring to too with the blood thing, I'm just saying that was shocking to me about cultures all around the world doing that. That was crazy to me.
at the time the person that was kind of helping me with my deconstruction. Um, he asked me a question. He said, based on what I know, based on what I've read, and based on my understanding, he asked me. He said, "Is it possible?" He said, "Now I'm not saying." He said, "I'm asking you, is it possible that this Yahweh was created by man? Because it's everything in here sounds like a human way of thinking."
Jesus says, so Jesus said to them, "Very truly I tell you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Those who eat my flesh and drink my blood have eternal life, and I will raise them up on the last day. For my flesh is true food, and my blood is true drink. Those who eat my flesh and drink my blood abide in me, and I in them."
Yeah. So the way that, me personally, that I interpret that is that, that's Jesus saying all of him in his entirety being my sustenance. That if he is entirely my sustenance, then like I am with him fully.
It doesn't matter. Like he's
Not that I
saying to
literally have to do that.
symbolically. He's saying I didn't say literally. I said in your heads, y'all are like doing this ritual, right? Where you pretend that you are eating Jesus's flesh and drinking his blood
Not me.
because he was
Not
a
me.
sacrifice. I'm talking about Christians, Catholics, whoever, anybody that believes in Jesus Christ and doing the ritual of communion.
Got it. Yeah.
It's a ritual. It's a blood ritual. But you believe that a human was sacrificed to your God for your sins.
You talking about Jesus?
No, I'm talking about Jeffrey.
Maybe Jeffrey
I'm talking
was.
about Jeffrey Dahmer, not Jesus.
Are you really? No.
Yep.
Are you really? Are you really think I don't know if you're messing with me? Because if you're talking about Jesus, we think Jesus is God in the flesh. If you're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer,
Y'all see why I said I only respect the fact that he will talk about his God.
what do you mean? So we think
Hey,
Jesus is God in the flesh, thinker.
sorry guys. I have to. It's late, and I'm an old man, so I
Yeah,
need to
that
get
sucks.
going. It's good to see you, Pat.
Yeah.
You're just as old as I am, so you should probably go to bed too.
Oh, you
I'm
know
right there
Pat.
with
You know Pat, Dr. Kip. I don't know. I don't know Pat. Y'all know each other?
Yeah. Pat Lowinger is a student of archaeology at the University of Leicester
Oh,
in
cool.
UK. So he's a good guy to know. But
Yay.
I
Hey, Pat.
will. I'm gonna take my leave and go to bed. And thanks for letting me hang out with you guys. And I'll
You're welcome. We'll
probably
probably
come back
see you in the
tomorrow.
morning.
Yeah.
All right, Kip. I'll give you a shout in the morning
All right.
for
Thanks, Pat.
all right.
All
Thanks,
right.
Dr. Kip.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Have a good
Goodbye.
night, Dr. Kip. Hey, Pat. Nice to meet you. Are
Nice
you?
to
So
meet
you were a
you.
student of biblical archaeology?
Well, I study real archaeology. Um, so
Sorry.
my
Can someone
focus is
drop me down? Or I
yeah.
guess do I need to?
Yeah, I got you. I'll take you down, Dr. Kip.
Sweet.
I guess technically my focus is the classical Mediterranean, but yeah.
That's cool.
I stay as far away from biblical archaeology because of the problems with that definition to begin with. So yeah. If you like the archaeology of the Levant, something I have some knowledge of. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in it. I'm more focused on the interaction between the Eastern Mediterranean and Western Black Sea. But that's kind of my focus.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Well, welcome to the conversation. Did you have something that you wanted to add to the present conversation?
Well, I was gonna, because Kip and I, we talk pretty much every day. I was gonna kind of juice the conversation. We were talking about, like, in Greek and Roman context, divine sacrifice following warfare of captured enemies, and how the biblical narrative parallels that with the killing of the men and then the enslaving and or killing of the captured of the rest of the populace, and how that is in many contexts seen as a divine act as well, and that's a form of sacrifice. But we could have gone
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, like so the concept of harem, we've talked about that in here before, like in Leviticus 27, 28, and 29, where it says that any human being that is offered to this God that has been devoted to destruction, it can't be redeemed or ransomed. They have to put that human to death. Is that what you're talking about? Like that?
Yeah. And in terms of warfare too, captured combatants, right, being offered as divine sacrifices to the gods of the enemy, or the victorious part, right? Like, so the Romans would sacrifice occasionally captured people, captured foreign armies, to Mars or Jupiter Optimus Maximus. We see the same thing like in the Bronze Age and during the like Greek geometric period as well. So
yeah, I think it's interesting, interesting thought that Jesus, right? Like, I don't believe in Jesus, but just looking at the story, Jesus being sacrificed or crucified as a criminal by the Romans, like, who's to say he was not offered up to a Roman god? Because I know that they did sacrifice. They did use criminals as sacrifices too.
Hey, Thinker, you used to believe in Jesus, though, right?
Used to, yeah.
What changed that?
I already told you that, First Chosen. I think you ask me that every time you come on the stage.
But I feel like your stuff was like the
Studying.
Old Testament stuff, right?
Nope. Mm-mm.
Damn,
No.
I apologize for not being
It's
here.
really chosen as lack of evidence. I think that would be more the term.
Yeah, not from me. Not even if there was evidence that Jesus existed, I still wouldn't believe in Jesus. Like, I still wouldn't. Like, I don't have a problem saying that was there a man named Jesus that probably existed. Yeah, like there probably was a human who was telling people that he was the Jewish Messiah, right? Like, for me, for one, I don't like the moral framework of this God. I don't agree with the politics, the religion. I don't agree with the whole human sacrifice shit, like the original sin concept. Like, none of that is anything that I agree or believe in. So even if Jesus did exist, I still wouldn't like worship it.
I think we would agree on the morals. You know, I think we have the exact same moral system, you and I. We just don't agree on sin. Like you said, you don't agree on original sin. You don't even have to,
I
because
don't
that's sin.
agree with your gods more. Like, your God literally condoned slavery.
Well, I think people will get that part confused. He's not telling people to go get a slave, but
Yes,
he
he
is
did.
telling, well, he was telling them how to live if they're going to be
No, he
that way and
wasn't.
operate with slaves.
In Deuteronomy, he literally tells them that they can go to foreign nations that are far away from the land, that the promised land, and force them people into labor.
Because they all were already operating that way, correct?
It doesn't matter. As your God, right? As the so-called supreme being of the entire world, the all-knowing source, he bowed to what humans were already doing. Like, when y'all say that humans were already enslaving other humans, they also were worshiping other gods already, and your God took a stance against that, right? So he spoke up and said, don't worship other gods, although humans were worshiping other gods, and he didn't see a need to work slowly to get humans to stop worshiping other gods. He also took a stance on don't enslave Israelites. He didn't see the need to work slowly to get other humans to stop enslaving Israelites. So, like, I don't, that whole apologetic of this was God's way of working with humans to slowly get them to stop enslaving other humans, it's BS to me.
I was hoping you were going to mention where, he told the Israelites to not enslave each other, because when I learned that, to me, I was like, okay, well, like God always gives us a choice, but he's also teaching us, if he's not allowing us to do it to our brothers and sisters, I'm sure there had to have been some Israelites with that weight on their hearts where they're like, wait a minute, if this doesn't feel right to do it to my brothers and sisters because, they're people like me, I shouldn't do this to others.
Well,
So when I read that, to me, that was God teaching them. It's like, fine, participate, but don't do it to your brothers and sisters,
well,
hoping that it would teach them something.
to
But
be
what
Because
if?
the Bible is a
There's
book
no
of
clear, it
way
was
teaching
only
us.
the
anything.
brothers, not the sisters, because women could be sold into slavery even if they were Israelites. So we're only talking about men that are
Well, the men
Israelites.
were the ones who controlled the way these things moved.
Well, but you said
So,
brothers and sisters like it somehow was egalitarian between the genders, and it wasn't.
well, you know the point I was trying to make, right? It's the same thing. We're just splitting hairs at this point.
I want you to talk about what he did after that. When he told him that, what else did he tell him?
I don't know. You tell me.
Didn't he free them? Didn't Moses free the Israelites from slavery and all the torment and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then God uh, told them that they couldn't, that He didn't want them to enslave each other, but they could, um, I guess, what was it? Think of sell themselves. I want to make sure I'm saying this right. Or either work for a
Yeah,
certain
they
amount
they
of
had to
time.
be hired. So they went from being able to enslave to being debt slaves to being hired workers.
Exactly. And then after that, He told them outside of the Israelites, they could enslave those people the same way the Israelites were enslaved. The Israelites became the slave masters.
You know what else I recently learned is that the story where the Israelites were so called enslaved in Egypt, the Hebrew word that they used to describe themselves in Egypt is mas amasim, which does not mean slave, right? It does. It also doesn't refer to slave labor. It's hard work, right? Like construction workers, under harsh conditions. So they were not necessarily slaves like they enslaved other people. They were not debt slaves. They were not slaves like Leviticus 25 slaves, or slaves like in the antebellum South. They were workers, right? According to the story, they were workers in Egypt, but they were under harsh conditions and being treated harshly, but they were not enslaved according to their own writing and the words that they used to describe themselves there. And then that same type of labor is later conscripted by Solomon on the northern Israelites, and they dislike it. They're mad because they're saying our God said that we're not supposed to be subject to this type of labor again. So honestly, it's like they can't work hard, they can't be slaves, but they can enslave other people
Yeah.
to work
I
hard
mean,
for them.
Can I speak to this really quick, if that's okay?
Yeah, 1 second. Let Pat go, then you can respond.
Much
I was just going to
appreciated.
say, you make a good point about corvée labor, right? Like a certain amount of it was considered okay for a government to extract upon its people, subject peoples as well. But if it got extreme, like instead of 1 day in 7 or, 30 days a year, it was considered oppressive if the king made quote unquote a tribe work for, 3 to 4 months out of the year because they didn't have enough time to produce food for themselves. Like that's really, and you made a really good point. I just want to bring that up.
Thank you. And I'm still learning about corvée labor. So I'm still like, I just recently learned about it, and it was a interesting thing to see that how they describe themselves. They're not ever described as an Aved in throughout the story of them in Egypt. And then Dr. Kip did bring up that I think one time is at like the House of Slaves or something. That's the only time, right? Egypt House of Slaves is like the only time that Aved is used for the Israelites, but every other time it's corvée labor. So I think that's pretty interesting, and I'm still learning about it. But go ahead, Steve.
All right. I did research maybe about 2 weeks ago on slavery in the Bible. So I pulled up the Blue Letter Bible application and I looked up the word slave. And I noticed that slave was only used one time in the Bible. And there was
Oh no,
no,
it's not.
no, I mean, the actual word slave. Like when you write the word slave, not reading into the passage that speaks about slaves or slavery. Total
No, like
difference.
the word aved, the Hebrew word aved or doulos.
No. I'm speaking to the actual word
In what
slave,
language though?
SLAVE,
In what language though? Because
English.
the Bible wasn't
Right,
written in English.
right. Understood. So let me just make the point. So in a broad sense, there is slavery in the Bible, but putting like if we look up the app, we all speak English. So if I put slavery in the Blue Letter Bible, what it's going to do is show me every time the actual word slave was used. Now, speaking on the term definitions of slavery or definitions of that and all of that, it doesn't mean the slavery that
It
we think
does.
it means.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
It
can you
literally
show me an
does.
example?
Yeah, sure. I think it's kind of also interesting, like to try to find English in this text. That's a weird thing to try to do,
No,
considering
no.
that it was not written in English,
Right. Follow
right?
me on this. So I understand the Hebrew and the Greek, meaning that, those words and the definitions of what that means. So for an example, if you give me a scripture that has the word avet in it, right? So I have to still
Aved,
read it, aved, or whatever the word is that you're saying. I still would have to read it and understand the context of it.
right?
So looking into the context of it, when those words are spoken of,
Yeah.
can you give me an example so I can at least
Yeah,
look
here we
into
are.
it?
Yeah, here's Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46, right? Where
Okay.
the God is telling the Israelites that they can enslave foreign people, right? And hold them as chattel property. The King James uses the King James uses bondmen, and the Septuagint uses bondmen, right?
Okay.
Here is the Hebrew word here, right? And this is
Right. What's the
okay.
definition of that?
I'm going to it right now,
Oh, sorry
right?
about that.
Yeah. And so the definition is slave, servant, right?
Where does it say slave?
Right here. Do you see that? You see that
Okay,
word?
I see it there.
Okay.
Right there. Thank you.
And
Appreciate that.
then slave, servant of household, right?
Okay.
It can mean subjects of chief,
Mm-hmm.
servants or worshipers of God,
Correct.
right? Servant
So so
of,
so to
right?
be a
So it has,
servant or worship. Oh, go ahead.
well,
I'm sorry.
so this is the thing. So like when you're dealing with Hebrew, right, you have to understand that Hebrew is a intentional language, and then Hebrew doesn't have a one-to-one definition like English does. Like you're not going to be
Got
able
it.
to go to the Hebrew and then just find the English word that coincides with it, because the Hebrew has multiple concepts, right, for each
Got it.
word. Yeah.
So the scripture that you brought up to represent, that actual word. What does that actual scripture state?
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Yes. Can you read that out
Yeah.
and explain it if you don't mind?
So it says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your
Hmm.
property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
Okay. And what version of the Bible is this?
I mean, this is the NRSVUE, but we can read the King James if you need to hear it in Middle English.
I mean, the
Did
reason
the
I
Middle
was
English, did the middle, do you need to hear it say, both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou
the
shalt
reason
have, shall be
the
of the
reason
heathen? Do you need that?
the reason that I would say look at the King James is because that was the first
No, it wasn't.
translation.
No, it was
Well, I mean, there
not.
was okay. Give me a second. Let me just explain something. So that was the first. I know there was many different Bibles prior to that, right? And there was
Hmm.
different types of writing, like the word Jesus. The word would, they didn't have a Y, so they added a J, and before it was Iesus in those old ancient Bibles, right? But what I'm speaking about, the King James version, is to me that is the most um, um,
Except it's not. That's the problem. It's not
okay,
the most. It's not the most trusted. It's not even the most accurate translation. But
okay,
like if we go to the Geneva Bible of
right. I don't want to go. I don't want to
1560,
go like
but I do,
right. I know about the
But you
Geneva.
don't
No, no.
control my life. Hey,
I'm
you
not.
don't
I'm
control.
not. I'm just trying to get.
Hey, Steve, you have said something, right? Right. You don't control my life. I do. Okay. I'm the one that's responsible for the 456 people listening, not you. Okay. So you've brought up something that I'm going to point out. Just a second here. So if we go to the Geneva Bible and we go to those verses, and you can see that it says the same thing. It's just the evolution of language, right? Thy bond servant, the V here is a U, right? Um, Also, and thy bondmaid, which thou shalt have, shall be. Shall be is one L, and it's literally one word. It's just the evolution of language as humans began to evolve in knowledge and thought. Of the heathen that are round about you, of them shall ye buy servants and maids. Maids is spelled Maydes. And moreover, of the children of the strangers, no end, that are sojourners among you, of them shall you buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, these shall be your possession. So ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to possess them by inheritance. Ye shall, and the it use is spelled with a V, their labors forever. But even your is spelled Ouer, your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with cruelty. The whole thing of, Jesus, they didn't have a J then, it was with an I, and it's just the evolution of language. And King James is not the first translation, it's not the best translation, it's what they knew and had at that time. King James is a Middle English translation, and there is no reason, spiritually or intellectually, for people to be stuck on the King James version of the Bible. It's not more holy.
Okay, you want to know how crazy it is? Like how when you say they're stuck on it, this is how bad. Because even on the Blue Letter Bible, right, when you put in the word slave, it only says like for the King James, it only shows up one time. But then you look at the glossary on the right hand side, and it shows you every other translation that that has it mentioned over 100 times, over 100 times. But because they're stuck on the King James, he created a whole freaking scenario and apologetic to say, well, now because it only says it once in the King James, they only use the word slave, right? Ignoring the bond servant, ignoring all of that.
Yeah,
Just took that and ran with it.
I agree.
So
Steve, you
think
can respond now.
you Stinker, you know today, like Jesus isn't telling any of us to go out and get slaves.
Where does he tell you not to?
Jesus was even talking.
Where does he tell you not to?
Well, where does he tell me to?
When he reaffirms his father's laws.
So I should go out and get a slave right now
I
since I
didn't
follow
ask you that.
Jesus?
You're the one that holds on to the belief, not me. Where does it say not to? He tells you to continue to follow his father's laws. Not once does Jesus rebuke his father to say, "Oh, the things in the Old Testament, don't do that anymore. It's horrible. It's horrific. It's wrong. Don't do that anymore." He did not say that.
Well, you
He
know the laws
reaffirmed
are the
his
Ten
father over and
Commandments,
over
right?
again. The Ten Commandments tells you not to covet a slave. He acknowledges slaves.
Wait, the Ten Commandments says not to cover the slave? It
Yes.
just says
Yeah,
don't
you
not to
guys don't
covet.
read the whole commandment.
Yeah,
You don't
I
read
think
the
a
whole
lot of
thing.
them are shocked to see that it says don't covet your male and female slaves.
You don't read the
Yeah,
whole
where does
commandment.
it say that? That'd be news to
It
me, truly.
it's in the Ten Commandments,
I mean, this is the
right
first time I've
there.
ever heard it.
You shall not
She's gonna
covet your
show it to you.
male and female slave, right there.
So again,
And you're reading
it
that
doesn't
out of
tell
which
you
one,
not to.
Finger?
Why do y'all do that?
It doesn't
Goodness
matter.
gracious! The very fact that y'all think that your God's word would be different from like translation to translation is just very telling. But
Well,
there it
I can
is, right
never.
there in the King James. There it is in the
Cool.
King James
Yeah.
in Middle
Cool.
English.
Awesome. I appreciate you sharing that and showing it on the
I
screen
think
too.
y'all God is a Middle English man.
It's Shakespearean, right? But I appreciate you showing that up there. And the reason why I could see it being up there is because during that time people had those slaves, right? But me reading that today, I don't need to know not to covet my neighbor's slave or anything like that because I don't have a slave. Neither does my neighbor, and neither is anybody going to be getting one. So I can still follow those
What
commands
in
of
the
Do
God.
same
you think
commandment?
that there are no slaves? Like there are slaves still today? Like do you think that every person that believes in this God thinks that it's wrong for them to own slaves?
Oh no, definitely not. But as somebody
Yeah,
who follows
so
Jesus, I could tell you that I will
your
own a
Jesus
slave.
never condemned slavery. Your Jesus actually told y'all to see yourselves as the slaves in the world at that time and to call yourself a worthless slave.
To God, right?
It doesn't matter if he was saying to God that your Jesus knew
It
slavery
does matter.
existed.
Context
No,
is important.
no, exactly. Context is very important. So for your Jesus to use slavery, the institution of slavery, as a lesson, and then describe the situation, right? The atmosphere of the slave and the slave master, like the relationship between the two, describe it as being harsh and not compassionate, superior nature, and then tell you that you should see yourself that way and say to yourself that you are a worthless slave. Also, your Jesus knew what was going on and did not condemn it.
My Jesus also tells me to love my neighbor and pray for my enemies. So
And
at what point of that
your
is my
neighbor
getting a
at that
slave?
time, your Jesus wasn't talking to you. He wasn't talking to Gentiles. He was talking to Israelites, and he was quoting the Levitical law when he said that. And in the Levitical law, it says to love your Israelite brother and sister, and then it repeats love your neighbor as yourself, and it's talking about a fellow Israelite. It was not talking about foreigners. And I know this because later on in the law, it literally talks about a slave woman who a free Israelite man has sex with is not considered adultery because she's a slave. And then later on in that same law, it says, love your alien, love the alien who lives in Israel as yourself. So the love your neighbor as yourself was only for the Israelites. It did not include everybody.
Wait a minute. In the book of John, it talks about the world. That's everybody.
I said what your Jesus said. And your Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself. And he was talking to Israelites. He was not talking to Gentiles. Jesus wasn't even taken to the Gentiles until after he died.
Right, but that's one of Jesus' teachings we can agree on.
To the Israelites.
Correct. All of those things were to the
Y'all are
Israelites
the ones
until it
that
was for
saying
the
Jesus
world.
said it to the Israelites, therefore it applies to us. Like that's y'all doing. What we're saying is your Jesus was talking to the Israelites, and when he was talking to the Israelites, that is not him condemning slavery. That's the interpretation that y'all put on it after Jesus became y'all's.
So do you think Jesus wants me to have to go out and get a slave?
I probably so. If he's God,
Well, I'll tell you right now, he doesn't.
that's your Jesus. I mean, that
The
ain't what
Jesus
this.
from the
That's not.
Bible.
That doesn't represent the Jesus in this book. All of y'all worship a different Jesus anyway. But and I'm just going to tell you, like, I'm glad your Jesus doesn't want you to have slaves, but this Jesus didn't give a damn.
You're silly. You're silly. That's not true, thinker, and you know that too. That's why you used to follow him.
All you got to do is prove it with the text, but you can't.
I'm proving it to
Chosen.
you right now as a
And
follower
I
of
said with
Jesus.
the
I would
text.
never.
I said with the text. What you're proving to me is that you've built your own version of Jesus in your head. Right?
Off of what I
That's all
read,
you're
right?
proving.
Off
No,
of what I
then
read, though.
show it in the text.
Well, when I said that Jesus told me to love my neighbor and pray for my enemies, you said that wasn't
And you're
enough.
proving that you built that Jesus in your head, but the history does not support that.
I just don't understand how I could have built that in my head if I read it in the
Because
Bible and that's what Jesus said.
you don't know the history, you don't know the context. So you read that and said, oh, that means everybody, that means the person standing next to me, that means the person living in the house next to me, that means the person working next to me. You put that meaning on that, although that's not what Jesus was saying, because Jesus was quoting the Levitical law to Israelites.
So then tell me, thinker, then what did the Gentiles follow of Jesus' teachings if everything he taught was for the Israelites only?
What? Yeah, like, you don't know the history of how Jesus became yours?
Well, I'm asking you, like, what teachings do Gentiles know of Jesus if all he spoke to was to the Israelites?
Like, what do
If
you
you're meant to be a
mean?
slave, stay a slave.
Like, are you saying that you don't know how Jesus was brought to the Gentiles? You don't know in Acts 13 where Paul said he first took Christ to the Israelites and they rejected him because they didn't think they were worthy of eternal life, and then he decided to take this Jesus, this Christ, to the Gentiles?
Well, the disciples too. That's why I mentioned in John that they're
Oh,
told to go preach Jesus to the
after your
world.
Jesus dies. And on top of that, he was told that in Mark. He says that
No,
in
John.
Mark. He says it in Mark first. After he dies and he shows up to them in Galilee and he says, now go and preach the gospel and make disciples of all nations. He says that in Mark first, right? Except that was added at a later date. But still, regardless of that, that's after he dies, after the Israelites reject him as their Messiah. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Um, yeah, I said that. Right, I understand that, but that's because they didn't even know who he was till after he was resurrected. You know, they still didn't know. And I could say if God was hanging with me and telling me he was God, maybe not directly, but in the way Jesus was, would I know? I don't know. Probably not. They were hanging with Jesus and still didn't know until after he was resurrected. And then he told them to go make disciples of nations in the world. So, what teachings would they be sharing if all they knew were the teachings as Israelites? They'd be teaching the same thing: love your neighbor, pray for your enemy.
I have a question. Why do you believe that Jesus was talking to you in these texts?
You
Or,
mean like me
or
personally?
talking to us in this generation. What makes you think
Oh
he
yeah,
was talking?
it's a great question. Well, because I believe his word, you know, not only it's for us, it was for them, and it's for us, and it's for the people
But
after us. But because he said to the world, I'm in the world. I'm part of the world.
okay, but you know, there's passages in Matthew and stuff that Jesus specifically tells you who he's talking to.
In Matthew, you said,
Yeah, in Matthew,
and who does he say he's talking to?
he said, I can give one passage. I believe it's Matthew
Matthew
24.
15. Matthew 15.
Yeah, you got 24 and 34 too.
And what does he say?
He says, "Verily I say unto you, this generation, This generation shall not pass until all things are fulfilled.
And then he says in Matthew 15:24, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Oh yeah, I've heard that too. But you already said that in Matthew it was for the world and it was after he was resurrected. And I
I
also
did
said
not
in,
say that. I did
or did you say
not say
Mark?
that.
Did you
Don't
say
put
Mark?
words in my mouth.
I apologize if you said
This is
Mark.
how y'all build your own Jesus. Like you read words and then you say you think you see or hear what you want and then you build your own Jesus.
Did you say Mark or Matthew? Who'd you say
I did
earlier?
not say that your Jesus said anything was for the world. I didn't say that.
Oh, because when I said, he says that in John, you said, well, first it was said, I forget if you said
No,
Mark or Matthew.
I said when he said go and make disciples of men, and he was not taken to the Gentiles until after he died, after the Israelites rejected him. But he was
Right, right.
very clear that his mission was the Israelites.
Oh yeah, I agree with that totally. I totally agree with that.
And
And
if
but
you go,
in
go
John he
ahead.
says to the world. The word world is specifically in John as well, saying that it's preach it to the world. I'm in the world. That's me.
You know, I want to go back to the slavery part. I'm not understanding. You haven't really grasped onto that. But what I like to say is this: some reasons Christians think because Jesus came, they believe Jesus came, he died on the cross, da 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 da. All that in the Old Testament, Jesus didn't want us to have slaves, just like you just mentioned a minute ago. You said Jesus didn't want us to have slaves, this, that, and the other. But it specifically says it in the New Testament. And I always like to use, if I can remember, I don't have my Bible. I think it's First Peter, um, First Peter, I think it's 2:18. I believe it's 2:18. I think you might want to double check that. But it says, servants, be subject. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it. Service. Dang, I can't remember. Servants, be subject to your masters, I believe, with all fear, not only to the good and the gentle, but also to the froward. I can't pronounce that word, froward, which that actually means to the people that mistreat you the worst. This is in the New Testament in First Peter, and I might have missed some words there when I'm quoting it. That's why I asked Thinking if she would pull it up just to make sure that
Oh,
I'm.
what scripture is it again?
I think it's First Peter's 2:18.
And just out of curiosity, like, what were you like? What were you trying to ask with that verse? Like, I'm not sure if I was following what you were trying to ask.
Well, basically, I wanted to show you that nothing changed because Jesus came. That's number one. Number two, the slavery that you do know about, in the U.S. or in America or North America, the slavery that you do know about. I hope you understand that the Bible is the blueprint on how they acted towards slaves in the U.S. It is the literal blueprint.
I'm not too sure if that's true, to be honest with you,
Oh
because
well, it's really easy. All you have to do is go back and look at pictures. When you see all the the stuff they done and stuff like that, you notice they got a Bible in their hand.
well, I heard like and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is true that the transatlantic slave trade, they Africans sold Africans. So are you telling me these were
No,
Christian Africans or?
That is,
don't.
sorry. I just need to tell you that that is something that you will hear white supremacists say to justify slavery. So I will just got to say that that is not correct. You can't. It's no different than like when Europeans, like when Irish and English people fought against each other. But the fact that many people in the United States, or I should say white supremacists in the United States, like to say that um, you know, uh, uh, the people over there sold each other. It's inaccurate. It's a way to justify slavery.
Well, it is a fact that there were people that are selling their own people. That's actually how a lot of
So,
slavery
you know,
happens.
the crazy thing about it is that you're saying that, like, when Nelly is telling you that the slavery that happened in the antebellum South mimics this book, and you brought that fact up, right? Like, oh, wasn't they like selling themselves? Regardless if that's true or false, right? Like, put that even aside. So did the Israelites sell
Exactly.
their own people, right? It in indentured servitude, right? When the Israelites were enslaving one another for debt, right, for temporary periods, the Israelites, slave masters, were not letting the Israelites out of their contract during Jubilee. They were extending them and keeping them as chattel slavery and treating them as chattel slaves. So did the Europeans in North America do that to other Europeans who was supposed to be let out of their indentured contracts. They did sneaky stuff, extended them, right? The exact thing that we saw happen in the antebellum South with indentured servitude, with chattel slavery, we saw it's in the Bible.
I hear you, thinker, but I'm telling you, there isn't a single follower of Jesus who's going to be like, let me go get a slave, and who would actually be on the side of slavery. That's just a fact.
That's
Because, like I
today,
said,
and that's how I know y'all's God is made up, because in the antebellum South, they definitely believed, even before the antebellum South, right, in the Greco-Roman period, right, they did believe that Jesus ordained slavery. The papal bull states that it is an ordained practice by Christ and a way to save the souls of the savages. They definitely did believe that that was Christ's will. Paul even says in this book in Ephesians 6, where he says to do it because it is the will of God. Like,
what does
I
he say
like
in Ephesians
there's
6?
he says, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and trembling and singleness of heart as you obey Christ, not with a slavery performed merely for looks to please people, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from the soul. Render service with enthusiasm as for the Lord and not for humans, knowing that whatever good we do, we will receive the same again from the Lord, whether we are enslaved or free. And he's telling them to obey their earthly masters, not your God, the same way they would obey your Christ.
Right, I understand that. And that's basically what that sounds like is Paul's, you know, also giving them hope. It's like, hey,
I
let's
don't
not.
care about that. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether Paul was giving them hope or not. Whether they believed that your Christ ordained slavery or was okay with slavery, right? And that carried on to the early church, that carried on to early Catholicism, carried on to Protestantism, right? There were Christians who believed that your God was okay with them owning other people. And the very fact today that you're saying that you don't believe that that was ever okay with Christ is just proof to me that y'all create your own Christ. You also have created this God. Y'all assign the morals to this God, not the other way around.
Well, you said they believed. That doesn't mean they got it right, because how can we
And
today think
and
this
you can't
way if they thought
exact
that
the
way and
very
it was
listen
true?
and you believe, right, that he doesn't. It's all a belief. That's the point.
Based off of if he's saying love your neighbor and pray for your enemy, how could I possibly get a slave? Like that's what I'm basing it off of. There's just no room
You
for that
also
logic.
reject information because I've told you already that your Jesus wasn't talking to you as a Gentile, and a neighbor to the Israelites were other Israelites because they were in a cult. It did not include outsiders.
Thinker, you
And
know this. I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
whatever interpretation you want to put on that in 2024, that's your business. I went to Build a Bear today and built a bear for my niece. You can build a Jesus.
So
I ain't
think,
mad at you for that.
yeah, Thinker, you say all this stuff, but you know this too. It's in the Bible that Jesus is, those who know Jesus know him and his voice. If you don't
Stop
know
telling me
him,
what I know.
because you read it.
Conquistador. No, I don't. Conquistador, thank you with the $10 super chat. 100% thinker. A lot of people either don't know or ignore the treatment of indentured slaves in America. I also never thought about comparing that to how Israelites treated their indentured servants. Thank you. You're so welcome, Conquistador, and thank you for the super chat. Go ahead.
So, thinker, who is the God to follow?
I almost said shut the fuck up. Like, don't ask me no question like that, Chosen. Like, you already know. I follow who you want to follow. I'm not here to tell you who to follow. I'm not some spiritual guru. I'm not trying to be your spiritual guru. The fuck
Do
kind
you
of question
believe?
is
Do
that,
you
Chosen?
believe in any kind of God or no?
Don't ask me that either. You already know. This is not your first time on my stage. I feel like I feel like you are trying to piss me off right now,
Why would
Chosen.
that question make you mad? That was an
Because
innocent
you
question.
know, Chosen, because you're asking me shit that you already know. Why are you doing that?
I'll be sincere. I'm sure I've asked you, but I don't
You're
remember your
being very
answer.
disingenuous right now, and you
No, no,
know
I don't. I
that.
don't remember your answer. I'm telling you the truth.
Whatever.
Just know that we're talking about the God of the Bible, of the King James, the NIV, whatever you want to call it, the Torah, whatever you want to name, don't matter. We're talking about that God.
Right,
We
but what? Sorry about
believe,
that.
we do not believe in your God. Period.
But when I give an
Hold on.
answer that's sorry,
Ramon Safu says, of course, if you're not about their culture, you would say they're in a cult. Literally, Israelite, they all had cults back then. The imperial cult, like literally the whole issue with Rome and Israel is that they would not join the imperial cult. Israel was a cult of its own. That is a historical context. Like
Kinda. Just, some Jews were willing to join the imperial cult. Just to be fair.
yeah, that's true. But I'm saying like the rebellion, the whole issue was that they wouldn't join us like as a whole. But that is true. But
Right, but
I'm
I
talking
mean,
about the whole point of the cult. He thinks that I'm saying it in a negative way and not
right.
how they used
No,
it back then.
correct. Yeah, no, I just think it's funny because we do know that many Jews were recruited into the Roman military, right? They actually had,
Yes, it's true.
units recruited in Judea. Like there were a lot of Jews in the first century more than willing to join the Roman army, which required them to pay homage to the emperor as a divine being and, engage in imperial cult activities. So, this the idea that every Jew was monotheistic, I think, is some fantasy Christians have created to kind of look back on monotheism in some perfected way.
That's true because they also, they literally, in Jeremiah, you can see the women saying that they prefer worshiping Asherah, right, the Queen of Heaven, right. So not all Jewish people were monotheistic. I agree. Chosen. A Marie, hi. How are you?
Hello, y'all. How y'all doing? I'm doing well.
Did you want to add something to the conversation?
Yeah, I kind of, I don't know what one of the chosen believes in, but I don't consider myself a Christian, but I definitely believe in the Bible. And I do believe, um, in the Bible and I believe in God. And I'm not here to convert or try to, uh, persuade anybody into my belief system. But I do want to say that yes, the Israelites were the chosen, but in Romans it does say that the Gentiles were and can be a part of the tree of life. So if you read the book of Romans, it discusses the Gentiles in there, and what the
I don't think
laws.
anybody. I don't think anybody denied. that like that the Gentiles have been grafted in. I don't think where anybody has said that they were not.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that if anybody did say that, I don't know if I heard one of the chosen or somebody say that, but
No, we said that just Jesus came for the Israelites,
and he did.
and he was taken to the Gentiles after the Israelites rejected
Right,
him. Yeah,
right.
that's what we said.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's why I think that he might have said somebody said that didn't happen, but it definitely did. He definitely was for the Israelites, according to the Bible, are the chosen people. Those were who he came for. Um, and he didn't deny Gentiles the right to the tree of life, but he came for the
I mean,
Israelites.
he didn't like Gentiles like that when he was here. He thought they were dogs, and they were literally considered heathens and dirty animals.
Well, I don't think that they were considered heathens or dirty animals. I think that their
They were.
actions and their ways, if they're going against the word of God,
Nope.
they would be
Nope. They
considered
were
that. It wasn't just
like
because of who they
that. I'm
were.
sorry. And their culture, it literally was because of who they were. Like if you were not if you were not an Israelite, and you were of the Gentile nation, you were considered a dog or a heathen. Like that. It's literally throughout the entire text is how they are described. And they were under a Haram ban that they were not even allowed to intermingle with them or make treaties with them.
Right.
The Israelites were to consider themselves set apart and holy and better than the Israelite nations, and their whole entire goal or their theology was that they were going to be a light unto the Gentiles, and they were going to rule the earth, and the
So here's the
Gentiles
thing
were going to
about
be. I'm sorry, no, they were going to rule the earth, and the Gentiles were going to be their servants in their land and they were going to rule from the land of Israel.
right. So the thing about the Bible is that just because I tell you a story right now, if I tell you a story, that doesn't uh, relate to you whether I agree with that or not. That's just telling you what happened during those times. So there are many stories, many parables, many things in the Bible
I'm talking
that are,
about history. I'm not talking about a story. I'm talking about
well, no, no,
historical
no. Well, I'm talking about
context.
the Bible. Right. And
I'm
I'm talking
talking
about the
about
Bible.
historical context of the people in this book. I'm not
Okay.
just I'm sorry. I'm not just talking about the Bible. I'm talking about history in
Mhm.
historical context. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, I was speaking of the Bible. The Bible, if I read a book right now, that doesn't let me know whether the author agrees with that positioning or not. I can read a novel right now
That's
that
why you bring in the historical
right, so you have
context.
to tell you have to make sure that the Bible it tells stories about what the people
That's
were
why you bring
doing
in the
during that
historical
time.
context. That's why
Okay,
you
and what
bring
what
in.
historical
I'm sorry
context are you
that
bringing in?
I just told you, like archaeology, right? Reading historical records, right? Reading extra biblical
Those are no more
resources.
valid than the Bible.
Archaeology is even more valid than what this
Those are
book
no more
says.
no, because they're
It
still written by
literally
man.
is. It's
They're still
like
written by
literally
man.
you would leave
They're still written by man,
archaeological
though.
you would leave
You
no
would choose to believe
archaeology. Do
that.
you know where archaeology is?
I
Do you,
just explained
what
to
is
you they're still written by
archaeology?
men. They're still written by
Archaeology,
men. They're
sis,
still you're still
hold
relying
on,
on their
listen.
perspective.
Do you know what
You're still
archaeology
relying on their
is?
perspective.
What is
You are still
archaeology?
relying. I do. I very
What
much.
is
I'm
it?
educated. I'm not
What
like
is
one
it?
of the chosen. I'm very educated.
What
So
is
you
it
you can't
then?
overtalk me, honey.
Then what
You
is it? What is archaeology then? Because the fact that you're saying written by men,
you can't
right?
over you can't overtalk me.
You
You're not the
cannot
smartest.
write artifacts. You can't write strata.
Ma'am, have you seen those artifacts? Have you touched those? Were you at the site?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is,
Okay, well, it does. It very
if
much
someone
does.
finds
It
a
very
fucking piece of pottery, that's not something that's written.
you choose to believe what man
That's
says,
like oh,
but somehow
and
what we're
so do
saying.
you, and so do you.
No, I'm not saying. I
So
didn't
do
say
you.
that.
Like the very
But
fact
your
of you,
argument
like
is
y'all trip me out. Like y'all trip me out saying you believe what man says, as if you
argument
are
is
not
not
either.
valid. Your argument goes against everything that you're saying.
Like listen to what you are saying.
I know what I'm saying. I'm
You
very
literally came
educated,
up here
honey.
and said
I'm
you
very
don't know.
educated.
I don't give a fuck if you're educated or not.
Okay.
Like why are you trying to do this whole
I'm still going to
competition,
speak my
this
opinion.
knowledge
I'm still going to say
competition?
what I have to say.
No, you're not gonna say what you have to say on my
Okay, well,
motherfucking
drop me,
stage.
honey. Drop me. You
Well,
clearly
your
don't want
wish, your
somebody else
wish
to.
is my. Then shut the fuck up. If you want to be
See, baby,
heard,
you can't run.
if you want to be heard, then shut the fuck up. It's the dumbest thing that anybody could say when somebody is talking about archaeological evidence and you say that's still written by men. The fuck?
I didn't know it could be written, but hey.
I understand the study, right? Like the opinions about what the archaeology is saying, right? But when you're talking about artifacts being retrieved, right? And whether you can use those artifacts to validate or invalidate a claim, right? That's not the same thing as reading a fucking story.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just jump in real quick and then I'll jump out. But I was part of an archaeological excavation that year before I got there had excavated 2 Christian saints that had been killed during the Diocletian persecutions in Romania. No Christian was upset when we actually verified that they were martyrs under the Diocletian prosecution and had been executed not entirely, but that the tradition, the hagiography, the martyrology that was associated with the region appeared to have been true, right? Like they weren't upset that archaeology confirmed their evidence. They only get pissed when archaeology is non-confirmatory or makes it appear that their evidence is invalid, right? That's what I always think is funny with Christianity.
I agree. And they try to say that archaeology is not true science. Like, that's just men information. But I agree. If it confirms their belief, then they're 100% behind it. And then
I have a
sometimes a
question.
person can
So,
be so educated. Sometimes a person can be so educated that they miss out on an opportunity to learn more. Go ahead, Afrobeat.
I would say with this verse, are we saying this verse means something else than it says?
I'm sorry.
Because
Did you
it
come up
says
here to
slave.
just wait? What did you come up here to like ask what we're talking about?
No, I came up here to try and break down this verse you're looking at.
Why were we just talking about this verse?
Well, I see the verse up there, and I assumed that it was talking about slavery, and how maybe this is talking about how the reason
I
why
hate
people
when
actually
people do
believe
this.
slavery.
I swear I do. I hate when people do this because there was a whole conversation going on, right? There was an entire conversation going on. You hit request, right? And it said, "What are y'all talking about?"
No, what I heard was it's something about Christianity and what they believe in,
But
and
you joined the live. You
archaeology.
joined the stage and you don't know the conversation, right? You don't have anything to add to what we were just talking about, right?
I have something
You
to add
just
to what
like,
I see.
but you didn't even you didn't even wait to see what the conversation was about. You just joined the stage, right? Because you saw a scripture appear and I can talk about that. But you didn't even take into consideration the existing conversation happening right now.
Unfortunately, I did not. Yeah, I just wanted to back up this scripture. That's
For
all I
what
wanted to
though?
do.
For what? How for what? How is that going to add to the current conversation that we were just having?
I mean, just to let you know what it stands
For
for. It
what?
basically
For what?
tells you. It
For
says,
what? You don't even know if we don't know that. You have no idea whether we know that or not, right? You don't even know if what you're about to say is going to add to our conversation or just completely pivot it, right? You don't know
and
any of
that's why
that,
I
do
was
you?
asking. And that's why I was asking the question to
But
see
what?
what you
But do
know
you,
already.
like what you just did was walked into a cafeteria, right, where people were sitting down having a conversation, and you just plopped yourself in the seat and said, "What y'all talking about?" That's what you just did.
Yeah, I don't see what's wrong with that.
I'm gonna put you back in the comments, right? When you catch up, if you have something to add to the conversation, then come back up. That doesn't make sense.
Did he say what's wrong with that?
Yes.
I was just about to say, I bet he does that in real life, and then he says what's wrong with that.
like, like what? Like, who taught y'all how to have conversations? And this is why, like, people don't get an understanding on things, because, like, y'all like just pivot until nobody gets to a resolution on anything. You just pivot because everybody feel like they got something to say. If you come up here, make sure that you have thought about what you want to add to the conversation. Please. Kale, how are you?
Great. How are you, honey?
I'm good. What you got?
Yeah, the great Bible. Let's all pray together. Say a prayer for us.
What?
I'm sorry. I had to laugh on it.
Oh my God. I think that just like the last two people just kind of like interrupted the whole entire conversation.
I bet the comments are fuming right now. I know they want to say something about that.
I think they misunderstand, or they don't know what the word deconstruction means, because it says think deconstruction Bible study. They think we actually up here. I don't know what they think we doing. I don't. Are we up here having a kumbaya moment? I mean, what's going on?
I don't know. Y'all do that. Said get the likes to 100K and she'll give y'all the comments back. Um. Echo. Okay. Black Goku. I don't know how to say that first
This
word.
Ioku Black Goku. My bad.
Ioku.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. What you got?
I'm just tuning in, like listening to y'all, and y'all up here cooking. That's what I'll say.
Did you have something you wanted to add to the conversation? Do that. What did he do?
Dude, that is not playing.
What did he do? What did he do?
I think she thought like that's all he came up to say.
Hey, just real quick, someone asked me a question, so I'll try to get them so the
Okay.
chapter in that book I wrote was called Sanctified by the Blood of Martyrs, the creation of new sacred loci in Scythia Minor during the early Christian period, 4th century. You can look it up and you can find it online. And I think it's free from Archeo Press if you want to go there for the PDF.
Thank you. Uh. Oh, okay. Do that. Uh. I think she said he wanted to just sit on the panel. Ken, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
Did you have something you wanted to add to the conversation?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I don't understand why, and I'm specifically talking about black people. I don't understand why black people believe that this man, Jesus, is going to come back and save them when he's in an idol image anyway of a European. Blonde hair and blue eyes, the same people that enslaved us from slavery. And I don't care what Christian you talk to, whether it's my mother, whether it's my grandmother, whether it's sisters, brothers, or whatever, who believe in this God, in this Jesus who gonna come save us, and they don't see the position we in the world right now. From 400 years, all my life, it's been the same thing. But I battle every day. When I go to work, I'm battling with people about God and Jesus, and everybody who talks to me about God and Jesus is at the very bottom.
Hold on. Say God again.
God.
No, say it the way you just said it.
God and Jesus.
You said God. God.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
like the
I
way
can
you
go.
say it.
Oh, okay.
I like the way you say it. But yeah,
Right.
even if this Jesus was black, I still wouldn't serve it. But no, I
Say the
get,
same thing.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right, because if he was black, that's even worse to me. I tell people that. Oh, Jesus was a black man. King James was a black man. That's worse to me because if they was black, then why not? If we in this position, if we the Hebrew Israelites, I hear this all the time, then that means if they say that's the chosen ones, we at the bottom. We are called black. You know what black mean? The definition of black mean evil, devil, one without light. I tell people this all the time, but nobody that call themselves black identify with me. I don't have nobody where I'm at that's on the same page with me. I leave jobs because of it. Because when they come to me talking about Jesus and God, I tell them I don't really believe in that. And everybody turn against me. Everybody that's black. My problems is with black people when it come to that. They turn against me, not the white people. Even though they're blessed to me, in my eyesight, they run the job. Even foreigners is at the top. They bring them in. They're not even in this country, haven't been born here, can't speak English. They put them at the top, and all the Negroes who talking Jesus and God is at the damn
So
bottom.
hold on, um,
I'm angry with that shit.
so I get the anger. I do. It's a it is a it is a very frustrating thing, right, to see black people not understand why, other black people would question this, right, or would, walk away from it.
Exactly.
A lot of times we get people that are coming here and say, you black, you are, you supposed to believe in God. Like, we get reprimanded so much, right, for being black women, and black men, and I'm gonna put the emphasis on black women because most of us that are co-hosting here are black women, and they come in here and like they ream us so bad because we're black women, and they claim that we are leading black people in the wrong direction, away from the God. And so I agree with the frustration in that sense, and like I said, I wouldn't, even if the God was black, I wouldn't serve it. And I don't get I understand that, some black Christians have, related to the people in this book because of the slavery in Egypt, but they were even at that, right, being told, trying to find out who they are because our history was stripped away from us, and so some people are connecting with that relatability, right, because that's all we were told, is that, we were slaves, and so they try to see themselves in this book, but
Right.
the reality is that we're not the people in this book,
We're
you
not.
know.
We're
Yeah.
not the
And
people in
so
the
I
book.
I get it.
We don't speak the language. The culture been stripped. You can go back 2,000 and 6,000 years and give me the whole lineage line of Jesus, the whole lineage line of King Solomon, David, and everybody, but you can't go back 400 years, not even 200 years, and tell me what language we spoke, where did we really come from. Show me the book, show me the papers, show me some kind of film, but you could give me everything on Jesus. I don't understand that.
Well, the reason why, I mean, I don't know if this helps, but the reason why, um, quote unquote, black people or people that look like us uh, turn against people that look like us, non-believers, is because the Bible specifically tells them to do that.
Yes.
It's in
It does
scripture.
say, bring up a child in the way that you want them to go.
No,
And
no, no, no. It's a scripture in there that says that you don't. I, I don't have my Bible in front of me. I wish I had it. I could show it to you. But there's a scripture in there. Thinking you might know what I'm talking about, where it says to cast them out if the non-believers. What is it? Oh, I can't
I
remember what.
know. I think I know which one you're talking about.
You talking about
I want to say it's in Corinthians potentially.
you talking about the one where it's like, if your family members were to try to take
Yes,
you away from Yahweh, you're to be the first one to strike them.
yes.
Are you talking
That's
about
for
the what
sure.
in Deuteronomy in the Old Testament or the New Testament?
That's in the Old Testament.
Oh yeah, Deuteronomy,
It's
Right.
Deuteronomy.
chapter 13, verse
Right.
6 through
Yes,
30.
and that's where that actually comes from, and it's really sad because, like I said, a lot of us we lose relationships with our parents, with our brothers and sisters. I mean,
Exactly.
blood brothers and sisters. We lose relationships behind this book, you know,
Behind the.
and it's really sad,
I
you
agree.
know. It's sad.
I totally agree.
So I understand your frustration
Yeah,
because
I'm
I got
frustrated.
cast out by half my family.
Yeah,
You
me
know,
too. The same thing. And I always refute people from the beginning when they say in the beginning it was God in the garden and it was the serpent. And the serpent, they say that like the devil was a liar from the beginning. That's what people tell me all the time. So then I go back to the beginning and I say God told Adam not to eat from the tree of from the tree of knowledge, lest he die. He gonna die if they do it. And the day thereof he will die. And then the serpent came along and convinced Eve to eat from it and saying, if you eat from it, you will be like gods and you will know good and evil and you will be like gods. So I always ask people who told the truth and who told a lie. Because when they ate from it, when Eve got Adam to eat from it, is this the truth? Which I don't really believe that, but I just give it to people that way because they give it to me. If Eve told Adam to eat from the tree, and God told Adam whatever, so Adam broke the command, but then when he ate, his eyes was open and they was put out, so they didn't die in the thereof. So who told the truth? Is God really the devil? Is Yahweh? Because the Lord is Yahweh. That's who they're talking about. Because it's the Elohim. So this was Elohim's. This was God's. Because it's plural. Elohim is plural in Hebrew. So if Yahweh told them to eat, don't eat from it, lest they die. But then he put them out. And the devil told them, your eyes will be open. And they didn't. And you're not going to die. You surely will not die. Who told the truth? If they say he was a liar from the beginning, then who was the liar? I told him Yahweh was the liar. That's the devil.
Hold on. Do that. Can Ioku Black Goku come back up? Just let me know, and then cause he's back in the guest box, and I don't know what he was coming up to do. But let me know if you're cool with it, and then I'll bring him back up. Go ahead, y'all.
yeah, it's not. Well, the Bible, in the book of Genesis, the Bible actually tells you that the serpent did not lie because God confirms it. Now, it didn't say the serpent did not lie, but God confirmed exactly what the serpent said because I believe God said, what it got, behold, man has become one of us,
Right.
knowing good and evil. So he confirmed what the serpent said. So
Right.
therefore, that proves that the serpent did not lie to Eve.
Didn't lie. So I
So
told people maybe the people reversed it because remember the Bible they got the words on it and nobody looked at the word revised and nobody looked at like the King James revised version. That's King James version and it's been revised. If you don't go and define and do the etymology on what the word revised means, then you're lost. Because revised means to change, to do better or to do something different.
well, even to take it back, take it just a step further, you know, I am more concerned, I'm concerned about, all people that believe in this book, but I'm really more concerned of my sisters who actually believe in this book because obviously they have not read this book because since Eve, I mean, women in the woman in this book is basically nothing.
Nothing. I say that.
Nothing at
True.
all.
It's absolutely shit in the book. Why
That's
do
true.
women file it the most?
It's like that for a reason.
Wait, what do you guys mean by that? That she means nothing. What do you guys
It's
mean?
like that for a reason because that book is
I
actually.
mean that the woman, when I say
Hold
nothing,
on,
I
guys. Listen, I'm very neurodivergent. You have to allow people to finish talking. Don't cut each other off, okay?
okay.
Yeah, okay.
My
Uh,
apologies.
that's okay. Goku. Chosen, and then Ken. Wait, Nelly, and of course Nelly can come in whenever he wants. Rhea can come in whenever she wants. Their host, but
Okay.
Goku, Chosen, and then Ken.
I just want to say this: the Bible, that book, is like that for a reason. I could take you back to when it started coming over here and when it was brought to the Americas, if you want to call it, or whatever you want to call it, Turtle Island, the Americas, USA, whatever. Anyway, it was brought here from the Spaniard, and it came back when they was conquering. And when the Spaniard conquered every area they conquered, they built churches, and they already had churches here. So that's where a lot of them those books come from. It's a part of indoctrination. It's just like the school system, how they set it up. It's the same thing.
But the text that's written in the book, like when you say it's like that for a reason, that's not why women were treated or talked about the way they're talked about in the book. Has
Yeah,
nothing to do with America. Has nothing to do with America. That text was already written
hmm
before America was ever even thought of.
yeah.
That's not why.
The book is made for men. It's a book made out for men. It's not about women. The women are
I agree.
the
I
women are the ones.
I'm
If you
sorry.
look back in
I'm sorry.
history,
Hello.
oh yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
My bad.
So I agree that the book puts man in a dominant position, but there are also women, right, in the book that were in powerful positions as well. But that the stories in the book were written during a time, right, that represents the culture at that time, right?
Okay,
It
so
it has
The
nothing to. I'm sorry.
Egyptian.
Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, allow me to finish, and then you can respond.
Oh my bad.
Yeah, but I say that because it, like, a lot of times black people who are against Christianity or against the book will say that it was created for the purposes of what's happening in America, and that's not true. Did it influence and impact what happened in America? Yes, but that is not why this book or the stories in this book were created.
Mhm.
It goes broader than that.
Mhm.
can you
Uh,
name one of the women that was influential? Because I don't see any.
yeah, and
Deborah, she was a judge. Miriam was a prophetess, and I didn't say they were influent. Well, there are women in the book that were influential, but I said there were women in powerful positions.
Oh, positions. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like they take the powerful women out of the stories and they put them and separate them. Because even if you look at Queen Cleopatra, they tell you she was a monster, she was hated, she was all this, but really she was literally she ruled for a long time. And you can go back if you go back to Egyptian times, you got queens before that. You got um I can't think
I
of
also I want to make sure y'all understand where y'all are. Okay. Just keep in mind that we are discussing the impact of this religion on us, and then we're discussing the biblical text, right? Cleopatra don't have anything to do with what this Bible has done.
Absolutely. This is we're not doing Egyptology or anything like that.
I agree.
what I'm saying is it all connected because a lot of stories in the book of the Bible is Egyptian stories.
No, they're not.
Yes, they
That's not
are. If you
No,
go
they're
back in
not.
history and look, it's just like the book of the
Most of
Bible.
these
It's the
stories in
book of
this, most of
witchcraft.
the stories in this book are Mesopotamian.
yep.
The Anunnaki. They're the Samaritans.
That's not their stories. That's
Yes.
that's what they told you that they were. I
I
promise you,
read
those
them.
are
Then
not their
show me some
stories.
archaeological evidence of an
Those
Egyptian
are not
story.
their
Show
stories.
me
I'm gonna give
the
you stories
archaeological. Stop
of
talking. Do that. You were right. God damn. I asked do that if I could bring you back up, because usually when she snatches somebody's down, well, damn, never mind, you're gone.
Yeah, it's wow. They
Hey, can one of the mods on YouTube block William Graves, please? He doesn't want to hear about gay and lesbian, and I don't want to hear about William Graves.
Ooh, y'all just saved that man because I washed my hands. I was eating crabs, and you know what that means? That I got to leave my crabs to come talk to you. Oh, jeez. Oh, he's about to get it. Oh man.
My
Hey, I
goodness
got a
gracious.
question real quick. Is that real?
Yeah.
Okay, you done changed your name. Y'all, you be messing with
This
me.
is a backup.
Go ahead and block Tito. If you want to be blocked from the YouTube because you are a bigot and you don't like gay people, just comment and we'll get you the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'm, you know, I'm so sick of hearing that. I'm so tired of people trying to control other people's lives. I'm so sick of that.
Me too.
You know, we have the right to live the way we want to live, and nobody has the right to tell you that. I'm, I can't stand it. You know,
No. Because if you're not gay, then it wouldn't be a bother to you. What's the bother? If you're
exactly.
not right, it's no bother to you. You're not laying with the person. You're not the person not having sex in front of you. But people want to control. People want to control your parents, your mother, the world. Everybody want to dictate what everyone does in the world. And if you don't meet what they think is the norm, then you're cast out.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I have a brother that's gay. I have a brother that's trans. I have a nephew that's trans. I mean, that's they have the right to live their life the way they want to live them. I love them all. My love supersedes that. You
Exactly.
know, I'm sorry, it supersedes that. Because
Hmm.
at the end of the day, that's my blood. That's my people.
Right. And at the end of the day, they all call us black. If we black, that comes
Exactly.
before any sexuality, being a woman or a man. We are all looked at as the same when it comes to color. That's first on the list.
But you know what? When we was talking about women of the Bible,
Hmm.
I don't know who. I think me and Thinker probably think the same. I love Jezebel. I don't know why.
Yeah, because I want to make sure that this doesn't get into like a conversation about black. Um,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. But I love Jezebel. I love the story of Jezebel. I love, how, you know, and Jezebel was, I mean, to me, she was probably one of the most powerful women in the Bible, to be honest. You know,
Hmm.
that's the only way I could see that. I love that story. I love that story. I don't like how she was treated. I don't like how things were done. It was definitely shows how the thinking of this belief system works. You know, you're trying to tell people, you know, what they believe in. Oh, well, that's wrong.
Hmm.
You know, I've never, when I've talked to Christians, and I've talked to many of them, bishops and everything, I've never once told them they shouldn't believe in what they believe. I have no right to do that. I'm only basically asking you to clarify or bring some light in the reality that I live in to make this make sense.
I think the Jezebel story is a good example of how far this God is willing to go in order to enforce a specific idea or command that he does not like, right? So Jezebel is worshiping her ancestral gods, right? And Mr. Just commented and called her Jezebel idolater, right? Her biggest um, issue that Elijah had with her, is that she worshipped her ancestral gods, which were the gods of the Canaanite pantheon, which turned out to be the, the stories that Yahweh ended up usurping. But they Elijah's like, oh, she's influencing the Israelites to worship Baal, and so that was her. biggest issue. But the fact that, he's willing to go this far and kill, hundreds of prophets, kill Jezebel, kill Ahab, kill Ahab's children because they were worshiping other gods. But yet he had to take it slow with humanity, to convince them that enslaving their fellow human was wrong. And that he, according to the Christians' belief, he really wanted humans to love each other and to see all humans as your neighbor. That he had to go slow with. But someone being raised on a pantheon of gods, needing time to learn about a different God that he couldn't go slow with, that was worthy of death. I think that's a good example of how that apologetic is just straight bullshit.
Exactly. And another thing, Christians don't want to believe that Yahweh comes from a pantheon of gods.
Right. He was the son of El.
But Christians don't want to believe that because
That's what he,
they believe that he's the one and only God.
El is the most high. When you read back from the ancient texts before they brought the Bible, King James into the thing, El had 70 sons. And it was Baal, Yahweh, even when you read the Holy Bible, Yahweh, they tell you, if you read the passage, it say El, the Most High, gave Yahweh Israel. That was his inheritance.
Yep.
Look it up. Go do the research.
So,
I tell people all the time.
so what Thinker was saying, I think like even when they want to, convince you that the God is gracious and just and righteous and blah 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 blah, right? It's like, okay, yeah, but you can't show me where the God is being patient with anybody, right? Until we get to the topic of slavery, right? And then now you want to fabricate somehow that the God was just being patient with human beings and he just wanted to do what they wanted to do in the moment. And how do you think they would have reacted? Like I heard this one the other day. How do you think they would have reacted if they just said stop having slaves? Like what were they gonna do? Like I don't understand. What did they do when he said stop killing people, stop stealing people's slaves, stop eating pigs, stop doing like what did they do? Are you guys asking that? No, no one is asking that question. Those were strict laws. There was no, oh, you can eat the pig this way, right? Like these these were legit straightforward laws. But when it comes to slavery, the lines start getting blurred. Now we have to make up ideas of the God being patient, when throughout the scripture we see the God just whenever he feels like it, he destroys whatever he wants, whenever he wants, however he wants, with no patience whatsoever.
Whatever, violent God. He was violent. Go into the
Exactly.
land, kill the firstborn, take all the cattle, kill all the women who knew men, and take the virgin girls, take the little girls for yourselves, encouraging these men to rape little girls
You
because
can't
that's
say
what
that
they
word.
do.
You can't say that
Great.
word on
I'm
here.
sorry,
Yeah.
not rape. I take it back. I mean to whatever. I'm
Great.
sorry.
But
But
then
we
this is why I say that Jesus actually died for the sins of Yahweh, because everything that we, you know, read and study and know from the history of the Israelites, right, and their God, they don't see that, right? They see a good, peaceful, or hear or believe a good, peaceful, loving God, and to them, they're like, when they hear these stories, their response is, "But yeah, the new covenant. But yeah,
Hmm.
Jesus." It's as if the beginning of this God's history with mankind no longer matters, because now that Jesus is here, he paints a different picture. And like, it's like Jesus is a different God, although they claim that he's the same God as the God of Israel. He really is a different God to them. And I think he died to give that God a different image.
Hey,
Well,
Thinker, do you
we're
think
gonna
he could be
find
a
out.
different God? I was just curious if you think there's a chance that Jesus could be a different one, or do you believe he's the God of the Old Testament?
I don't believe Jesus is a God, period. But I do think that he is a different God to y'all. I think if he is the son of the God of the Old Testament in your story, he's become a bigger God than his dad.
I say I find it interesting that he never says Yahweh. He says my Father. He never once says Yahweh. And then people talk about how he seems so different than the God of the Old Testament. And I also find interesting that he says, had you known me, you would have known my Father. So it sounds like no one knew who God even is, the God, until Jesus. And he even says, now that you know me, you do know my Father, and you have seen him. So it makes me wonder, like, who the heck is in the Old Testament? I tell people this, like, I'm only certain about Jesus. I'm most certain about him. Anything else, I don't know. Like, we can discuss it. But
Then
Jesus,
why
I'm
is he
certain about.
quoting? Why is he quoting from the from the same Old Testament?
Because okay, so there are different Jesuses, right? We keep in mind like different Christ. Because
True, yeah.
yeah, so John, what he's quoting is John, and John kind of gives off Gnostic, like Gnostic vibes as well. It's like he's not agreeing with the Jesus in Matthew that says, if you love your, if you, no one can be my disciple if you, unless you hate your mother, sister, brother, and even
Yep,
yourself,
right.
right? And so John is like, what the fuck? It, how you gonna say you love a God but you hate the brother that you can see every day, right? So like he's disagreeing with Matthew's Jesus. Paul's Jesus is completely different than the Mark Jesus, right? So like I think, and then knowing that Paul, Paul's Jesus from like his actual earlier writings, knowing that they were with Marcion, I think that that could be a different Christ, right? Marcion believed that Christ was the son of a different God, so that could be a different Christ. The later writings of Paul going into Acts is most likely a different Christ. And then you got the Gospels, they present a different Christ. So, it's possible that, you know, with y'all believing and trying to read these texts univocally, y'all have created an even bigger demon, and it's bigger than Yahweh.
I disagree.
True, because
I think Paul and all of them are
because
saying
they
the
all
same thing.
No, they're
because they
not.
all end up with a different version of Jesus. They all end up with a different version of the God. So yeah, I definitely agree.
Well, I don't understand how they all end up with a different version if they're all saying who Jesus is, what he taught, and the free gift that he offers. They're all saying that. How is that a different Jesus than the one even I believe in?
Do you not remember where Paul even mentions that different Christs are being taught?
Oh, like when I think he's talking to like the Galatians, or it's a letter to them, right?
Yeah, like I can't remember what book is in, but he says that different Christs are being taught and that they should only believe in or remember the Christ that he's teaching them.
Right, because there were like Gnostics. There were people who didn't even believe Jesus was crucified, and
No,
this is
he's
during.
talking about Jesus's brother James. He's talking about the men of James, right? There were different sects at that time, right? That were followers of Jesus, and they all believed different things.
What
So
was the different
he's talking about
things?
all the different apostles that were teaching a different version of Christ.
And what were the differences?
James believed that you follow the law, and that you were saved by the law, and then that would produce works. That's what also Jesus believed, by the way. Paul believed that you were justified by grace, right?
Oh, I
There was a
right.
different sect of followers that believed that if Gentiles were going to join the Israelites, that they were to do the sacrifices. Like there were different sects of believers that disagree with Paul. John doesn't agree with everything Paul says either. He doesn't even agree with Matthew.
I'm with you on the works thing, but um, it's like they were saying the same thing from different angles because
They're not saying the same thing. One is saying that you're not justified by works, that it's just grace. I mean, by faith. Um, and then the other is saying it's faith in works.
Right. And so
That's not the same thing.
the way that works is like, my good works should be the fruit of the spirit, not because I'm thinking I can earn my way into God's favor. Whereas,
That's
James
not
was
what they
saying,
meant, James. That's not what they meant by words. They're talking about following the law.
right. And you have to remember that's what they were already used to. Like grace, being saved by grace, that was still something that they were coming
I'm
into an
not denying that
understanding
that's what they
of.
were used to. What I'm saying is they didn't agree. They didn't agree with each other. Like
Right. There was a radical change.
you're trying to explain something that we're not discussing. They didn't agree, is what I'm saying. One believed one thing and saw it one way, and another saw it the other way. Regardless of what the reasoning was, what we are discussing is the what.
Yeah, I understand that. But I'm just saying that, these were radical changes to all of their lives that they were coming into understanding. But you have to also remember that Paul was confirmed by Peter. So Paul's teachings and the things he was saying was confirmed by Peter. And Peter's one of the original apostles or disciples of Jesus. So the things Paul was saying couldn't have been different because it was
You do
confirmed.
realize that there are different stories about whether that actually happened. Paul never when Paul tells of his conversion, right? He doesn't mention Peter and Barnabas being taken to them. Paul starts his mission in Arabia. He doesn't go to the Jesus brother in Peter until like 3 years later. But in Acts, it says, "Oh, he was immediately taken to them and introducing them by Barnabas." Like there's different accounts on what actually happened there, right? That's why I said that there are different Jesuses, like and also different authors, right, of Paul's conversion and his ministry.
Regardless of the time,
I'm not
they're
talking about the time. I'm not talking about the time. What I'm saying is what you brought up, Peter, right? You
right.
brought up that Peter agreed with Paul. That is a later, that's Acts. That's Luke saying that this is what happened, right? That's Luke writing from a place of him writing history, right? This isn't something that Paul is saying. When Paul, according to his account, when he got the revelation of Jesus, which he's not saying that it happened the way Luke accounts, but when he got the revelation of Jesus, he didn't go to Jesus's brother or Peter.
Right. I understand that. But you also have to keep in mind, too, I mean, Paul's writings are in the Bible. It had to go through church fathers and people who were disciples to get this in there. So, how did Paul's writings go in there if they didn't agree? Is the point I'm trying to make. It's not like Paul put the Bible together. His writings had to make the cut.
Are you serious? That's a
Did he
Am I
say
serious?
have to make the cut?
Well, what I mean is like, well, you have to think about this. All those Gnostic writings are the books that aren't in the Bible. They didn't make the cut. Why is
literally
that?
there are Gnostic writings in your book. Your Jesus says
Which
that there
one?
are two commandments that the whole law hangs on, right? What are the two? What are the two?
Two commandments of the whole law hangs on?
Yes.
Isn't it like have no other God before me? And I don't know. Tell me.
Like you've been saying the other one all
Right.
night.
Right. I
Like
was about to say
Oh,
that.
love your. I was gonna say it, but I was like, nah, she's been ripping me apart whenever I say that, so I didn't say it. Okay.
no,
And yeah,
Right.
love
you
You
your,
even
didn't
quoted,
know.
yeah,
love
you
your
even
neighbor.
quoted the scripture, right?
Right.
Yeah, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And Jesus says that these two commandments fulfill the whole law, right? The whole hangs on the whole law,
Right.
right? Except Paul says there's only one, and it does not include the God. And the reason, right? One would say, well, why would Paul say there's only one law, that one commandment that fulfills the law and not two? Like why would Paul leave out the most important one, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might? Why would he leave that out and say that that is not a requirement of the law?
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. And he didn't say that because, I mean, he's telling us. to love Jesus, right? To put all our
No,
faith and
that's
trust
not
in
what he
Jesus.
said. That is not
Paul's
what
not teaching me
he didn't
to
say that.
put my trust in
He,
Jesus.
that he did it when I'm asking about the one commandment that Paul says is the requirement of the law that fulfills the law. What is the one commandment that Paul says is fulfills the whole law?
Love, right?
He said to love your neighbor as you love yourself sums up the entire law. Paul, right? Your Jesus says there's two that sums up the law, and that's love the God, right? With all your heart, soul, and might, and then love your neighbor as you love yourself. Paul says there's only one that sums up the law, right? And that's just love your neighbor as you love yourself. Paul does not mention this God, right?
Right. That
And asking yourself that, like, why would Paul not mention the God of Israel? Why would Paul say to humans, you are the answer to what fulfills the law?
right. Yeah.
Right?
Great
That's a
question.
Gnostic, right? It's a Gnostic teaching because the earlier letters of Paul belong to a Gnostic teacher by the name of Marcion, who did not believe that Christ was the son of the God of Israel. To Marcion, his Christ was the son of a different God that came here to save humans from the God of Israel. So there would be no reason for Paul's earlier letters to even recite, to even mention that God, right? But later on, you see the tying together of Jesus in the God of Israel, because that happened after, that happened by the early Catholics married these two texts together.
So you asked why, like, Paul, doesn't mention God, but in
I
his
said
writings,
in this. I said in this. In
but he,
this, when saying that the commandment that sums up the law.
right. So you have to understand too. Every time he speaks, he lets us know he's not speaking on his own authority, but from Jesus himself. So if we're even to take in his words, well, whose words are we taking in? Where do these words come from? From Jesus. And how
So
can we
Jesus
even?
said, "Fuck the God of Israel" when he started talking to Paul.
Paul's not saying that. In fact,
He,
Paul tells
what?
us. Oh,
But listen, Jesus says there are two commandments that sum up the law. Paul says there's one. Who's right? Who's right, chosen?
I didn't hear you. Someone's talking to me. What you say?
Jesus says there's two laws, two greatest commandments, right?
Yeah.
There, Jesus says there's two greatest commandments that sum up the whole law. Paul says there's one. Who's right?
Oh, well, I mean, Jesus is, but what I'm saying is, like, they're not saying anything different because Paul always points to Jesus. So
Except what's the greatest commandment that sums up the whole law?
love. I mean, I can agree too. Like, love is that. And where do I even get that law from? Well, I get it
Love,
from
love who?
Jesus.
Love who? Love for who?
Well, I mean, love in general. Like,
No, love for who? Love for who?
love people around me, love myself, just love.
So
Move.
just love humans?
I mean, love. What's love to you? Love anything. Exude
Again, so
love.
But
you see
what
how
does
the
it
God
actually
isn't
say?
mentioned? You see how you're not mentioning the God of Israel?
Well, because I know who that is. Well, no. Let me take that back. I know who
No, don't
God
take
is.
it back. You said exactly what you
No,
wanted to
about
say.
Israel, about
Like, I
Israel.
don't need your God to respect the life of other humans. I don't. And that's exactly what Paul said here.
But you keep missing the point where I say, well, Paul always points to Jesus. Always.
Even though Paul points to Jesus, here we're talking about the greatest commandment that sums up the law. Paul did not mention the God of Israel. That's the point that I am making when we're talking about Gnostic teachings being in your book. You asked the question about if like how did Paul's teachings get in the book if the early church fathers saw that they were arguing. The reality is that they didn't fucking know because they didn't understand. A lot of them didn't understand the Hebrew context. They didn't understand the culture. They were just picking shit. They assigned letters to Paul and to apostles if it had an apostolic feel or if it was already well known by people and circulated so that they wouldn't have to re-indoctrinate people. right? So the reality is it's not that they understood what they were reading, right? From a expert level of Israelite history, right? That didn't come until later. Like it took hundreds of years for them to decide what would be canon. So it wasn't even the same early church fathers that said, "Oh, this is scripture. Oh, this is scripture." Right? They put scriptures in, took scriptures out. Put scriptures in, took scriptures out. Right? So over the course of years, the more and more we learn, the more and the more we study, we get a better understanding of what is happening in this text. And the reality is they did not agree. They literally are talking shit to each other in this text. Paul got his ass beat like 6 times.
Nobody's reading Paul and thinking, wait a minute, this guy is saying, forget God, just do love. Nobody's reading Paul and thinking that. In fact, everybody's
I can't
reading
help that
Paul.
you're not. Again, I can't help that you don't have the historical context behind that. But because I do know that the letters of Paul came from a man named Marcion who did not believe that his Christ was the son of the God of Israel, and believed that the God of Israel was a demonic God, right? He did not agree with the synoptic gospels, right? And no other human in history ever had Paul's letters outside of this person. He was also the first person in history to have a New Testament canon. There is no reason for me to believe that this person was going around teaching that Jesus was the son of the God of Israel.
Oh, yeah, I never claimed he was teaching that. What he taught is
Therefore,
that,
if he had Paul's letters and he's teaching from Paul's letters, right? If he sees Paul's letters as authoritative for his Christ, right? And that's what he's teaching. He's building churches based off of these letters that he has of Paul, right? His letters are going to support what he's teaching, what he believes. It wasn't until later, until the letters were taken from Marcion and Marcion was excommunicated, that we see Paul, his writing change, right? And he's marrying the two concepts. So, in his earliest book is Galatians, right? In Galatians, he does not mention the God of Israel being one of the two commandments that sums up the entire law. He doesn't. He just says that it's to love your neighbor as you love yourself.
I mean, I don't know how that matters because I don't follow Paul. I follow Jesus.
No, you don't.
What
If you
I
did,
follow
then when I
Jesus.
asked you to define the love that you were talking about, you would have said exactly what Jesus said. You would have added the God of Israel in that, but you didn't. You talked about loving
Well, I
humans.
don't need to say the God of Israel because
Of
Jesus
course
is
you
God
don't,
in the
because
flesh.
right, Jesus is a
Is
different
Jesus Yeshua?
God.
He's the God, right? He's the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end.
If he was, then you wouldn't be.
Is Jesus Yeshua?
If he was what?
You wouldn't keep pointing back to Jesus when we talk about the shit Jesus did in the Old Testament.
Well, you talk about that. I say all I'm certain about is
No, I
Jesus.
said you wouldn't keep pointing back to Jesus when I bring up the bullshit Jesus did in the Old Testament.
What does me pointing to Jesus have to do with when you
That
bring up the
because
Old
you
Testament?
separate the God of the Old Testament from Jesus. Like
Well,
you even tried to do it with slavery.
I
Jesus said that slavery was okay, and you yourself said, I don't think that Jesus expected anybody to be a slave. But if Jesus is the God of the Old Testament, then he did.
who's making that claim? Because I
You
told you,
did. You said that earlier. You don't remember saying that?
I was speaking in the conversation, but I also told you too. I was like, hey, I kind of like go back and forth. Like, I don't know who Jesus is speaking about when he says my father, because he doesn't ever say Yahweh. And he says, if they had known Jesus, then they would have known his father. So it sounds like nobody even knew who Jesus' father
Was
was.
Jesus the
Maybe
God
his
of the
father
Old
was
Testament?
Satan.
Was Jesus the God of the Old
You know?
Testament?
I really don't know. I really don't know. All I know is
Exactly. So
Jesus is
even
God.
you saying that you don't know, you have separated him from his father, right? And he is a different deity to you.
Well, I don't have to know that to be saved. All I have to
It
know is
doesn't matter.
Jesus.
He's a separate deity. He's a different deity to you. I don't know why you're fighting that.
Cool. So if he's separate from the Old Testament God, how do you feel about Jesus?
I already told you that. I still don't like Jesus.
Well, you didn't like Jesus when you tied him to the Old Testament God, but now that you're making
No,
the
I
case that he's a
like
separate God,
literally
how do you
Jesus
feel about it?
lied. He lied and said that he was fulfilling the prophecies of the Hebrews.
Just because he's fulfilling it doesn't mean he's the one who
He
set it up.
lied about it. He lied. None of those prophecies were about him. So if that Jesus that's in the synoptic gospels, right, is your Jesus, he's a liar. Because none of the prophecies that he mentioned are about him.
Yeah, I gotta be honest that even if I had never even heard of a prophecy about Jesus, but just heard about Jesus and what he did and that he factually existed,
What did
I
he
would be
do?
I would be interested
What
just
did
to
he
know
do?
that.
What
Well,
did he
first off,
do outside of the prophecies? What did he do?
all the miracles that he did, and then his resurrection. Who else did that?
But
Nobody.
like literally, you're saying that because a human, right? Because you're
Not a
saying that a
human.
human, yes, like is he God of the Old Testament or not?
I keep telling you that I'm not. Only thing I'm certain about is Jesus. I don't know. I
So
go
so
back
if
and
he's
forth. I don't
not a
know.
human, who how did he become a god?
If he's not a human, how did he become a god?
Yeah, because the story about
He didn't become a
Mary,
god. He is God.
the story about him being born of Mary came from the God of Israel. So if he's not from the God of Israel, right? If he's not from
Well,
that
how do
God,
you know that? How do you
that's
know
what
that?
it says in your book. It
Read it. It
literally
doesn't say the
says
God
in
of
your
Israel.
book.
Read it.
Oh my God.
Wait, so who sent him then? Like, you don't think anyone
He
sent
said,
him?
"My father, my father."
Like when it says that the angel of the Lord, what angel came to Mary and talked to
You
Mary?
tell me. You're the
Right.
one
It
making these
literally says
claims.
it in your book.
The angel of the Lord. Yeah, you tell me. Who is that?
It says Gabriel.
I mean, you said it was the God of the Old Testament, so you gotta just back
Like
that claim up
literally, I
there.
think you're just like being obtuse. Like if the Jesus again in the synoptic gospels is not the God of Israel or not the son of the God of Israel, but in fact you believe he's still a God, you would have to explain how. Like where did he come from? But as a human,
I
right?
can only explain where he came from.
As a human, performing these so-called miracles, he did nothing extraordinary because so did Vespasian Flavian,
Did he raise
right?
from the dead
So
too?
there were other Nero raised from the dead.
No.
You can't say no. You don't have any proof. You don't have proof that your Jesus raised from the dead. You don't have any proof that Nero didn't.
Jesus' tomb is empty. Nero's isn't.
Are you freaking kidding me? Where is Jesus' tomb?
It's empty, right? That's
Where
the
is
whole
it?
thing.
Where is it?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. So you're making a claim.
Wait,
You're making a claim.
isn't
You're
that the
making a
claim?
claim just like the people who believe that Nero raised from the dead. You have no proof. This is a belief that you have. And
Wait,
so like you're saying that if there was a person that existed back then that did all these miracles and raised from the dead, that you would find that person interesting and you would believe in them, you might as well believe in Nero. You might as well believe in Vespasian Flavian. You might as well believe in Romulus, because they all had histories written about them healing people with their godlike powers, and about them raising from the dead and resurrecting.
Nero was also really violent, right?
So was your God.
I mean, you were just talking about Jesus. So was Jesus violent? Nah. Did Jesus do
I mean,
miracles?
did he
Yeah.
not go into the temple and like throw people's shit over?
Flipping over tables?
Okay. Okay. You asked if he was violent. Did
I
he not
mean,
call a mother who was worried about her child a fucking dog and make her beg for a miracle because
he
she
didn't
was a Gentile?
he didn't call her an effing dog, but he did call
I
her a
mean,
dog.
he
We can
might as well
discuss
called her
that.
a bitch. He might as well called her a bitch. He called her a dog. a female dog.
I mean, if that's how you want to take it. But going back to Nero, he didn't do any miracles. And if I wanted to know whether or not it was true about Nero, I can just go see. Does he have a grave? What's the story about it? Is his body in there or no? Oh, his body's in there.
I think I would
Okay.
believe more so in Nero because you can go and see his birth records,
What miracles did
his
Nero
death
do?
records. But Jesus, this whole God was born of this miracle birth, and there are no birth records, there are no grave records, no death records. Like even Tiberius Augustus, who was the emperor at that time, didn't know your Jesus. Like right, like there is nothing on record in any of Rome's records saying that they crucified this person. The
Wait,
very fact that I could go to Nero's records, right, and prove that Nero actually existed, I mean, I would believe in Nero before I would believe in your Jesus.
honestly, I'm truly asking you, do you believe Jesus factually walked the earth or no?
I told you that it's the plausibility of a human lying and saying that they are the Jewish Messiah. There could have been a human who did that.
Okay, so you believe he walked the earth, you just don't believe what's written about him.
No, I didn't say I believe he walked the earth. I did not say that. I said it is possible that a human lied and said that they are the Messiah or convinced a bunch of people, or maybe he believed in his head that he was, because there's several people today who believe that their Jesus returned.
Right, but how many of those people laid down their lives?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, because
Right?
now you're
There
telling
are
me that
several
Jesus
people.
convinced all
There are
these people
several people. There are several people who have died for causes.
that they thought was the truth, but it ended up being a lie.
Yeah,
Correct?
exactly. Your Jesus could have been one of them.
Right, and going back to the whole story of that, they didn't know who he was till he was resurrected, and it wasn't until then that
That's
they laid down
like
their lives for
literally
him.
that's a
Before that,
story. Like
they
that's
ran to save their lives.
that's the same thing about Nero, right?
It's not
Like
the
that's a
same
whole
thing.
story. It literally is.
Nero was an emperor.
And your Jesus was a carpenter, a poor one at that.
So that would make it even less credible.
So tell me about the miracles of Nero that everybody wrote about and all his followers and how they looked to him for salvation. Tell me about them.
Sure.
And how come like he's not in the Bible? You would think Nero would be included if he really did these things, right?
Nero's literally in the Bible.
For what, beheading Paul, right?
You think Paul's beheading is in the Bible? You think Paul's death is in the Bible? Your Paul literally rented a house in Rome, right? And stayed in that house preaching about your Jesus, protected by a Roman centurion. There is no death of Paul in your book.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. But outside of that, we know what happened to Paul. He had his head chopped off.
No,
by
you
Nero.
don't. No, you don't know that. Again, that's extra biblical traditions. You don't know that.
I mean, this is secular.
There ain't even anything in Roman record that says that a Paul was executed. Like, you don't know that.
Okay.
These are all stories that you've been told.
Everything's made up except what you believe to be true, huh?
I didn't like. I go by facts and data. Like
You don't even know Jesus
all you
walked
have
the
to do.
earth.
You don't either.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. That's what
I
you
do.
believe. That's what you believe. If
you
you
believe-
know,
do
then
you know Nero
produce
walked
the
the earth?
evidence.
Do you
Then
know Nero
produce
walked
the
the earth?
evidence. Produce the evidence.
How come you know Nero walked the earth, but you don't know Jesus did?
Produce the evidence.
I'm just asking you. How do you know Nero walked the earth?
Like don't shift. Produce the evidence. Since you said produce the evidence.
That Jesus walked the earth?
Yes.
I'm going to make it super
Yeah.
simple. Super simple. Type in it, Google, did Jesus exist? And tell me what it says.
Are you fucking kidding me? You
I'm
think
trying to
that
make
you
it as
think
easy as
you think
possible.
you think that's evidence? Like for me to go to Google and read some fucking blog article from some Christian ass fanatic, produce the archaeological evidence that your Jesus existed.
Wait a minute. So if I type in, did Zeus exist? Will it say yes?
I don't fucking believe Zeus existed. That like what the
Exactly.
fuck?
Exactly. So every time
Exactly.
you
It's
type
a
in-
belief. You have a belief.
I guess me and Google do.
Oh my fucking God. Yeah, you and Google have a belief.
Because if you type in
you
Google
and that
every time,
Christian
if you ask
fanatic,
it,
you and that
it'll say
Christian
yes.
fanatic, you and that Christian fanatic that wrote the article that Google is pulling that information from, have a belief that this Jesus existed.
So no matter
Thinker,
how many times you type it
can
into
I ask a
Google, it'll
question?
tell you yes, right? How can it tell you yes every time if it's not true?
No, you didn't just ask that damn question.
Well, if it wasn't a certainty, it would say, we're
So
not sure,
Google
but the
doesn't. So
popular.
Google doesn't spread misinformation. Like, where do you think Google gets its information from? Or do you think that there is a man named Google answering every time you type in the search bar?
No, what I'm trying to prove to you, if it wasn't a certainty, Google wouldn't
Where do you
continuously tell
think
us
Google
yes.
is getting its?
And that's just the
Do you
easiest
think
way.
Google is doing a
They're getting it
fact check
from
on everything that
archaeologists,
people put in
historians,
the search engine?
scholars.
Do you think Google is doing a fact check on everything people put into the search engine? Like every piece of article, every blog article, every domain that's correct. Do you think Google is saying nope, you're not telling the truth, so you can't be retrieved? Like, is that what you think is happening?
I'll tell you exactly what Google's doing. It's using the information that exists on the internet based off of the studies, the history, and what's written on the subject. And when I type in "Did Jesus exist?", it'll give me a pretty quick answer because that's how Google works.
No,
And it'll tell
do you
me
know the answer that
yes
you're
or
getting comes
no,
from an
or it'll
AI?
say I don't know.
Do you know the answer that you're getting right now? That summary, right? It's coming from Gemini. Like, do you know that it's coming from Google's AI that is doing from their LMM, and they're creating a hypothesis based off of the information, right, that the LMM has been fed, the data that it has been fed. And then on top of that, it's fucking biased as fuck because they pull their data from white Christian nationalist men. Like, they discarded websites from women, from Latinos, from African Americans. They literally told their LMM what type of data to scrap so that they can train their AI. And the information that you are getting right now when you type in Google, that little summary is a hypothesis that the AI is creating. It's not always right.
Yeah, I'm confused because earlier you said you believe a man existed who named Jesus who lied, but now when I say if you type it in, you're saying it's not true. Which one is it,
Oh
Thinker?
my fucking God. Like, you are so good at twisting
You said
shit,
that,
right?
didn't you?
You
Didn't you say
asked
that?
me, you literally asked me if this person existed, would I believe it? And I told you no. And I said, based off of the stories, the man in the four gospels is a fucking liar.
That's not what I
That's what
asked
I
you.
said.
I said, do
Yes,
you
you did.
believe? I was like, I'm
And I
truly
told
asking you, do
you,
you believe Jesus walked the
and
earth?
I
And you said, I
told you
believe
it
a
is.
man
I
who
said it's
claimed these things. And
possible. Don't fucking put words in my mouth, Chosen. I said it is possible that a human existed during that time and convinced people that he was the Messiah, because there were multiple people who did at that time. And it is no different than somebody today, the multiple men today, who are claiming that they are Jesus returned. That's what I said.
so it sounds like you believe more than you doubt, or you would say no.
Chosen, shut the fuck up. I'm done. Anybody else want to talk to him? Because you're the most
Yeah,
disingenuous person that I've ever met.
I
Okay,
just
coming
wanted
from
to,
you who said
Because
he
I'm about
exists,
to
but then he
drop his
doesn't.
bitch ass. I'm about to drop him because I don't like him. You
Hey, follow
lucky
me on
your
YouTube. I
thinker
got
like you up here
I got good videos on
because
YouTube.
Weirdo.
I don't like you.
Y'all crybaby.
I've been clocked this weirdo a while ago. He's a weirdo.
This is how Jesus acts. This is the Jesus that he
Oh,
follows. Don't follow
I've been cussed
Chosen's
once.
Jesus. Don't follow Chosen's Jesus.
He's from the Bible.
Chosen's Jesus is a liar and
You're not a sheep.
disingenuous and narcissistic.
You're not one of the
And
sheep.
racist.
Yeah. And a crybaby.
A
And
racist
racist.
bigot.
Racist.
Yeah,
Racist
you
how?
and your greasy ass granny.
Racist.
Bitch. I'm about to drop.
Now she came up here to call him a bitch, and then it's like, I'm about to drop. I swear, dude, that is a trip.
That's real power right there. That is free will, okay?
Yo,
Hi, how are you? Oh,
hi
Dude,
Finka, how are
I
you
didn't mean to
doing?
bring you back up, Dude. Can you drop yourself?
Oh,
I was
okay.
trying to,
See ya.
not you.
Oh, no, okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay, okay,
no.
okay.
Do that. Can you drop yours? Thank you. I was trying to bring up Selena, and it. Okay, hold on.
That beat me to it, but good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. All right.
Okay. All right. Lasser Tayson? Is that how you say it? Lasser Tayson?
Sean, you can just call me Sean. It's from last time.
I can't remember, Sean. I'm sorry. I talked to so
It's all
many
good.
people.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Okay.
But how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Uh, so what's the topic for today?
Sean, don't do that. You sound
Hmm?
really nice. You sound really nice. So I'm gonna tell you. I don't like when people come up on stage and they don't know what we're talking about.
No, okay, I saw that. You know what? I was kind of asking it rhetorically because I know what we're talking about. It's like, uh, would we have morals even without the Christian God?
Okay, go
And
ahead.
so I'm not gonna like really use Christianity in this one. I'm gonna like talk it from logic. I feel like morals are a taught thing, right? Like like not everyone is born with a moral set pattern. You know what I mean? That's why we see ancient societies with messed up morals, at least that we would judge by today. You know, and I feel like with Christianity, the biggest difference is that God is the one that set the moral standard for people rather than people choosing it for themselves. Does that make any sense?
Nope.
No?
No, I
Okay.
don't think so because like some people
Mm-hmm.
have their moral standing like based on maybe like I'm just gonna give an example here. Like it could just be like, oh, I read a really nice book that tells me to treat people really nicely and be emotionally intelligent, right? They can say this
Mm.
is where my morality stands on, but like it's not just that oh someone is suggesting it to you or that you read it in a book or that it's a God saying it. It's the fact that you read what it says and how atrocious it is and how like it should not apply to anyone in this, it should not apply to anyone in general, right? Even in that time, people knew that those things were wrong, right? So just because it's a God saying it doesn't give it any more like validity, if that's what you're saying. It's just the fact that people kind of find solace in ostracizing others. That's why this kind of book would be speaking to them. At least that's how I see it.
Uh, okay, I kind of get what you mean, but what I was more so trying to say was like morals are a taught thing, right? You know what I mean? And you're right that like we do know right from wrong, but only because we have a standard, right? So you would take like the Israelites living at the time, they had like a standard of like when they were doing like idol worship, for example, right? They had a standard of like, no, idol worship is wrong, but still chose to do it, right? But they had to be taught that no, doing this is wrong. Does that make sense?
It wasn't thought that it was wrong. It just was thought that Yahweh didn't want it. Like that's it. It wasn't thought that oh, this is a better religion and you will thrive in this one. They complained. That's why they went back. They complained that Yahweh was not doing it for them. Right? They went back to their gods because they thought we're living better with serving these particular gods. So it wasn't that oh, Yahweh is like, no, this is actually paradise over here and like their quality of life is going to increase if you worship me, right? This is wrong. They're doing something like he just said, you can't do sacrifices to other gods. You can do it to me though. It's okay for me, just not to everybody else.
Well, okay, so I'm a little confused as to like, could you just explain your point again? Sorry, it kind
my
of.
point my point
Mhm.
is for you like to say like oh the like them having oh like oh they're worshiping other idols, right? You're saying that
Mhm.
somehow that is like a thing to be that is somehow like a good thing, right? That oh worshiping idols is wrong, so this law in the Bible says this is wrong, so don't do this. So this is somehow like forming their morality. I'm saying that that doesn't make any sense, right? Because like they weren't telling them that to say that oh life is better if you're not worshiping idols or People, you're not supposed to be owning slaves when you like. If you worship Yahweh, you're not supposed to hate each other. If you worship Yahweh, you're not supposed to ostracize other people that are not Israelites. If you worship Yahweh, right? His laws were quite literally worse. His laws were worse. So they weren't doing anything wrong. They just were not worshiping Yahweh. They didn't do anything wrong. Like their worshiping other idols was not wrong.
Okay, well, okay, well, I'm not really like I'm not gonna try and get into biblical scripture only because I'm still like learning, still going through the book and everything. But even through that lens, like obviously this is what the Bible tells us, so it's still like one of those iffy things. But even when you look at like the other cultures surrounding them, like their idol worship led them into doing like vile things like human sacrifices and such. But I get what you're trying to say. I get what you're trying to say.
But like literally, their worship of Yahweh led them into human sacrifice.
Exactly.
Well, okay, so again, like I said, not super far into the book, still getting
But yeah,
through
but y'all
what you
will,
call it, Deuteronomy.
but y'all,
But
hold on,
I
Sean,
just
Sean, 1 second,
correct me if I'm
Sean,
wrong,
hello,
but
hello,
remember.
does my microphone fucking work?
It works.
I'm trying to figure out, like, you will say that you don't have history of the book or the history of, you know, the stories, but y'all will stick to the whole idea that idol worship caused people to do human sacrifices, or these people who were non-Israelites were savages or horrible people, without y'all doing research. Why is it that y'all don't need research for that bit of information right there, but you need like deep knowledge or deeper research when it comes to the Israelites doing the exact same thing? Why is that?
I guess because it's a myth.
Sent you a
I'm not
request.
like I'm talking to Sean. To those of you in the comments that's fucking answering, Sean,
Yeah.
yeah, why do you need to do deeper research when it comes to the Israelites doing human sacrifice, but you don't need the deeper research to believe that those that practice idol worship, it caused them to do human sacrifice?
Actually, I believe you have to do research on both because not every culture that did what you call it idol worship led them into human sacrifice. Let me if I'm sorry for like not making that distinction earlier, but a common theme of a lot of like cultures with idolatry do have human sacrifices. So for example,
But I'm
we can
saying
take
you're
like.
making that claim, right? And Yahweh had human sacrifices as well. And the very idea that Jesus Christ is a human sacrifice is it like it's just prevalent, right? That
Mm,
Yahweh was okay with human sacrifice as he sacrificed a human, right? So like I don't understand this idolatry causes people to sacrifice humans. And honestly, there's nothing even in your text, right, that
mhm.
explicitly says that these other nations were sacrificing their children. But your text explicitly says the Israelites were doing that.
Mm,
Like y'all are reciting something, right? From
mhm.
like from a as a standpoint of fact. Now, were other nations were people in that time practicing human sacrifice? Yes, almost every nation was,
Mm.
right, practicing human sacrifice. But y'all will say it as a matter of fact, like, oh, it's because they worshipped other gods that these nations were sacrificing other people without like doing the research, because there's nothing in your text that explicitly says that they did. It just alludes to it.
That's
But
true. And oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
y'all will ignore the numerous text in your Bible that says the Israelites did it.
I'm not ignoring the fact that they did it, right? And I'm saying like cuz again, like my knowledge is, again, like I'm refreshing my knowledge, so I'm going through the Bible again. But I do remember one of the reasons that led to Israel's downfall was going back into idol worship. Now again, I could be wrong about this, but like you were saying, like about these other cultures, like it's alluded to. I believe I was recently, like, just like, doing my own independent research about like the whole concept of idol worship, right? And one of the tribes around Israel had like they recently did like archaeology there and found what you call it, tombs of like children, which was like many tombs of children, which were indicators towards human sacrifice. Like I watched this at like 3 a.m. so I'm like, I have to rewatch the video to whatever, but like it's one of those things where it's like it's the idolatry part of it leads them to these other sacrifices. Now,
Except your
mhm.
book says your God is the one who gave them the statues to do it.
Excuse me.
In your book,
Mm-hmm.
your God takes credit for giving them the laws of doing it, and says that he did it to make them fear him.
Could you show this like could you just like show me this biblically?
Yeah, Ezekiel 20 and 25, 20 through 25.
Ezekiel, let me just look it up. You said Ezekiel 23 through, wait, where?
Ezekiel 20 and 25.
Ezekiel 20. Oh, what chapter? Like,
Is that Ezekiel chapter 20,
mm-hmm.
verses 25 through 26?
Okay.
While
Verse.
sorry, while he's doing that, would one of you guys drop me? I have not really contributed enough, and I
Yeah, I
probably
got
need to
you.
go to bed. But thank you for letting me come up. Next time I will try to be more interactive. I
It's okay.
apologize.
It's okay. We're happy to hear from you. Have a good night, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
The whole point the whole point of me asking the question was that, like, y'all will, I don't think that y'all realize that the same way that y'all will just like demonize people for being different, or for, yeah, just for being different. Like, you're ready to say, oh, because of how they were raised, right? They're savages, or their customs caused them to become savages, right? Just as simple as worshiping another god. I don't think, without even verifying that what you're saying has any validity to it whatsoever, while also at the same time ignoring the thing that you do believe in has the remnants of that same thing that you're claiming makes people who are different savages. It is the exact same bigotry, discrimination, tropes that we see in society today, that we saw in the antebellum South, where, Europeans saw black people in the South as animals and not human, and savages who deserve to be enslaved. We see people today using that same type of language when it comes to immigrants in North America, and they're saying that, oh, because they're from another country, that the reason why they come over here is because they want to grape our women. They want to bring in D-rugs and crime. They come over here to do crime, right? Like, it's the same mindset that people take ideas from something that a one-sided party, right, has said about a
Mm-hmm.
group of people, and then it begins to be regurgitated and becomes a bigoted belief, right? Without even researching the claim or validating the information that you're spreading. That same idea is what we see today in society.
I
Does that
hear
make
you.
sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but then my opposition comes in through what you call it, like the Enlightenment, right? Because you have to also understand that a lot of the new ideas that were brought in by colonization and things like that, while yes, they use Christianity as a weapon to what you call it, quote unquote, like civilized people, the only reason they got to the point there was because there were a bunch of, like we like to say, white men sitting in a room being like, how can we take over the world and make people more civilized and get rid
I
of
don't think you understood
ideas?
what I just
Mhm.
said. I don't think you understood what I just said. It's the idea that because a person is different, right? That
Mhm.
they are savages, right?
I'm
And
not. Wait.
that
So
that's literally
I just
like
want to
you say
clarify what I'm
that
saying.
that's like literally you said that their idolatry led them to
So
human sacrifice.
okay. So I okay. So can we agree? So then let me try and uh, go back a bit so that we're on the same page. Can we agree that even without the other tribes surrounding Israel, that when they did idol worship, it led them to worse places?
No,
Like
It
that's in
was
the Bible.
punishment. That's literally
no.
what that was my point earlier. That was punishment from Yahweh. It wasn't like, oh, they did something so heinous and then somehow karma came around and, like this was not like,
Well,
oh, a consequence of their action. This was just punishment from Yahweh. Their life was
well,
worse because Yahweh was punishing them for cheating on him. That is it.
and when
And
he
then even
punished
the
them,
women of
Mhm.
Judah go off on Jeremiah and tell Jeremiah that they were better off under the Queen of Heaven than they've ever been under Yahweh. They literally say that to Jeremiah in Egypt.
Right. But let me just land my point, right? Let me just land my point so that we're on like the same page because I don't feel like we're on the same page. When okay. So when the Israelites decided to cheat on God and abandon him, right? The punishment, like the consequence of them abandoning him. Oh,
Pay attention to how he describes this, and it's going to sound like an abusive ass husband that's mad that his wife is trying to get away.
okay. So I was just gonna say, yeah, no. So they cheat on him, right? They leave, they abandon him, and so he allows them to go into their idolatry and all the issues, and they
That's not
reap
true
what they
That's
though.
not what
sow.
That's not
happened.
what happened. Yeah.
Okay, well,
That's not
I
what happened.
mean, like just from the
You got to
text
show
that
that
is there.
biblically. Show it biblically. Where
Prove it.
Okay,
biblically.
well, you did
Yeah.
mention Isaiah. Okay, well, anyways, I gotta go because I was just called by my mom. But like,
Wait, how old are you,
think
Sean?
22.
Oh, damn. We increased the age to 25. You see that?
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, no problem.
Okay.
All right, then God
But
bless
thank
y'all.
you for trying.
Have a
Okay.
good day.
You
All right,
too.
no problem. I see y'all.
All right. He sounds like a sweet kid. He sounds like such a sweet kid. But yeah, that's why you got to go with mommy said. But he sounds like a sweet kid. Public Enemy, how are you?
Hi.
Wait,
I'm okay. And
who's
you?
snoring? Who's snoring? Can everybody mute for a second? Okay, thank you. Okay, public Public Enemy, thank you. Uh
Yes.
I take it you're not a Christian, right?
No.
Okay, one moment. To all the numbers, what's your name? The numbers, the username with the numbers with the rainbow. Are you there? All right. I don't think they're there. I'll take them down.
Everyone is sleeping?
I think so. Yeah. Hey, yo, Ash.
Hello.
How do you say your name?
Uh, Yi Hoash.
Wait, is that your real name?
No.
You made that up?
No.
What does it mean?
It is a name that I wrote. That is in I think it's a little bit in like Hebrew or something.
What do you mean you think it's in like a little bit of
I
Hebrew?
am
Like,
not a Hebrew
did,
Israelite.
did you make that up?
No.
Oh, okay. You got it from like studying Hebrew?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, okay. It sounds like
Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to
Yehoash.
say about like age. I wanted to say one thing. David was anointed at 12.
Wait, no. Wait. Are you
Messiah was
below
anointed
the
at
age
8.
limit? Are you below the age limit?
Joash was anointed at
Are you
7.
below the age limit? Is that
Age
why
is
you're doing that?
nothing. Wisdom. Yes.
Goodness. Ah. Why did his name sound like Yehoash? Bring Yehoash. There is a video on Instagram going around right now of a preacher, like they're singing a song, and he does this ad lib, and he says, "Sometimes I need a pussy," yeah. But he's saying, you got to like slow it down to see what he's really saying, right? He's saying, "Sometimes I need a push, say yeah." But they're saying it to God, and like he's like, "Sometimes I need a push, say yeah," and it sounds like he's saying, "Sometimes I need put some pussy. Sometimes I need pussy, say yeah." And I'm like, oh my God, these names, and like, I don't know. I wouldn't have put that on social media because like they posted it because they were proud of him singing, but like the comments is going wild, and the comments is like, I bet you every missionary in the church came to him and said, "I got what you want, got what you need." But yeah, Hoash, go to bed. You cannot come up here if you are under the limit. Okay. Tashanga, how are you?
How are you? Can you
I'm
hear me?
good. Yes.
Okay. Because I don't see the little blue lines going off around my name.
Yeah, you're not a believer either, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And what did you come up to add to the conversation?
I was trying to get into the conversation with the young man that you were talking with for the long period of time uh, about Jesus actually walking the earth, et cetera, et cetera. I just wanted to
Oh,
ask.
chosen.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him to see what his answer would be. Who his biological father was.
Who Jesus' biological father was?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was asking him. Like, what God would Jesus have come from? But yeah, he didn't want to entertain that question.
No, because
I
he's trying to prove that he. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think everybody up here is non Christian, and so we're kind of just gonna be talking amongst ourselves until a Christian gets brave enough to join the conversation. This is why I did away with Freeform Friday, because they don't last long. The Christians don't last long on the panel. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just. He was talking as if the man really existed. So if the man really existed, then they would have to actually say that historically a spirit got a woman pregnant.
Yeah, they like the very fact that they are a believer of that, I don't think that that would be like a logic shock to them. Yeah. To the one, what's your name?
You speaking with me?
Yes. What's your name?
Yakana Noshir.
Okay. Are you a Christian?
I'm not a Christian, but I do believe it entirely in the scriptures.
Okay. You're a Sadak Mac. It's like you don't call yourself a Christian, but you follow the teachings of Jesus.
Not I don't call him Jesus, but Yasha Hamashiach.
Are you a
Yes.
Hebrew? Are you a Black Hebrew Israelite?
I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite. I'm from the tribe of Levi.
Are you
'Cause,
Latino?
I was born and raised in Haiti.
Oh, okay. So you are a
Tribe of Levi.
right,
Hebrew
but
Israelite.
but you're still like you believe that the Israelites were originally from were melanated people from Africa.
Africa. Yes.
That's a Black Hebrew Israelite.
That's a term the Jewish people put on our people.
But
Yeah.
like literally, there's nowhere in this book, right, where Africans are or alludes to being the people in this book. Nowhere. The Hebrews in this book are Aramaeans, right, from Mesopotamia, right, from Haran, from Iraq, right. They're not from Africa. The Hebrews in this book are not from Egypt, right? They're not from Ethiopia. I don't understand why or where Black people from the continent or even in America want to put themselves in this book. The acts of this God in this book are illogical, immoral, and just like doesn't help Black people as a whole. I don't understand why y'all need this so bad, or even how you're putting yourself there.
If I may say, for example, we don't ascribe ourselves as African. Not even the African call themselves African.
Yeah,
They will tell you
Please don't lie like that. Please don't lie like that.
they would.
she's Nigerian up here, right?
I didn't.
She's
You
Nigerian
see,
from the continent. So you're
you see, I
telling
didn't
her what
cut
she
you off,
calls
right?
herself. I don't care. This is my stage. But
I understand.
you're spreading misinformation. She's Nigerian from the continent, and she can tell you that that's not true. But that even if that were true, it still does not put Black people in this book as the characters in this book.
Very funny how you can speak with me instead of me speaking for myself.
No, you can't spread
That's
misinformation from my stage.
that's logical, right?
No, I said, listen, I don't care. I don't care what you think, right? That's your belief. But scripturally, right, and factually, it's Black people are not in this book. You can imagine yourself in this book, right? Like your little profile picture looks like you're good at imagining. Like you can definitely do that. It doesn't make it true.
I thought you could hold a conversation. Seems like I was mistaken.
How are you from the tribe of
Just
Levi?
like you were mistaken with the
I still
information
haven't.
that you are spreading.
I still haven't been able to finish my point yet. As you see, I didn't cut
Yeah,
off
you can
anybody.
finish
Again,
your
don't
point
spread
when you're not
misinformation.
lying.
Yeah,
You
don't
see,
spread misinformation. You like
this is
we will let you talk. Don't spread misinformation. If you're gonna spread misinformation, do it from your own on your own page.
don't be afraid of the truth. There's nothing wrong about the truth.
Don't spread misinformation.
There's no such thing as misinformation. That's a Caucasian
That
tactical
what
warfare.
the fuck?
Oh,
You
Yeah,
see why we don't let Black Hebrew Israelites on this stage? Like the
that's
shit that's coming out of your mouth right now is why we don't let Black Hebrew Israelites on this stage.
You see how you got triggered for nothing?
Yeah, it ain't for nothing. It's because you are the danger to our people. You and your
Nah.
mouth and your lying ass tongue and your
Free thinking.
miseducation and your misinformation.
You can handle free thinking, and you
You're
have a
lying.
You
You
quotation.
want people to
need to
just
spend some
believe you're
money on your
lying.
thinking. The problem is your thinking is free. You need to put some education on there and go pay for a real
Pay for
education so that you
it.
will not be spreading misinformation.
Like I don't
If I
understand a
may
grown
say,
adult. No, you may not say anything because I don't understand how a grown adult thinks you can just lie and people will just believe you. No one is gonna ask you what the fuck you talking about. No one's gonna correct you. Like you think everybody's just gonna let you say whatever you want. That's not how. Just because you're having a quote unquote conversation does not mean we have to let you lie. Africans don't even call themselves African. Like what the fuck does that even mean?
There's no such thing as misinformation. The white man made that word up. Like what the fuck? Like
Like
if your defense is the white man did it, you ain't got shit to offer nobody in this fucking room. You already fucking lost.
And how did you
uh,
and how did you get to find
wait a
out that you're
minute.
from the tribe of Levi?
It's one by one. I can answer every question in this panel. 1 second.
no one asked you shit because they know you're gonna lie. No one asked you anything.
how,
You're just gonna lie about it.
You're
You're just
delusional.
gonna
sweet?
lie and
How
spread
sweet?
misinformation.
How
So no one
sweet?
asked you anything. I don't know what's so sweet. If you have a cavity, that's your problem. But
You
You're
guys are
delusional,
so
sir.
you guys are so fragile. Hélas,
you're saying you're from the tribe of Levi when you're Haitian. You're African.
you
You're delusional.
you you guys are so fragile. Hélas,
And nobody's fragile.
I can't even get a point across. My goodness. And how old are you guys anyway? I would thought somebody been 18 should be able to use their mind and
yeah, and you would think, right?
Hélas.
You would think,
As
wouldn't
I was
you?
saying, the
That's why you don't
African
get
don't
paid to
call
do that.
themselves African.
There you go. Keep lying.
Let me finish my point. And if you
You don't have a point, sir. You're a liar. Maybe say something that makes sense.
Yeah, you're starting off on the wrong foot.
Wait, is Public Enemy Shaka?
Hello?
Are you Shaka?
When you say Shaka, what's Shaka?
I'm talking to Public Enemy. Are you Shaka? What's your name? Is this Shaka?
Shaka?
Oh, okay, you're
No,
not Shaka. Wait, who's
Yeah.
no.
talking? Oh, is that Tashanga? Tashanga, say something right quick. Are you the one who was telling him that he started off on the wrong foot?
Oh yeah. That
Mhm.
was,
Oh, okay, that's you. Okay, you sound like Shaka. I'm like, wait a minute, and
You
I
don't.
thought your voice was coming from Public Enemy. I'm like, wait, is Shaka on the stage? Okay, never mind. Hey, Bash.
Hey, Pink.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Good, good, good. I just came up because I heard somebody say they was from the tribe of Levi.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, like Levi from the Bible,
Mm-hmm. And he's Haitian.
and he's Haitian.
Yeah. Oh, and there's no such thing as misinformation because that's a white man concept.
hmm
Okay, so being misinformed is a white man concept too, or just
There's no
Misinformation,
such
period.
thing.
There's
Yeah,
no
there's
okay.
such
no
thing as
such thing as
So it's
misinformation.
impossible to be misinformed.
Yeah.
there you go.
That's a white person lie.
Okay,
And Africans don't call themselves African, apparently.
Africans do not call themselves African. Okay, okay, and that's not misinformation.
Nope,
Oh
there's
no,
no such
no,
thing.
no, because it doesn't exist. You know.
Okay, okay,
And for the
all right.
record, my great grandfather's name is Levi, so I'm from the tribe of Levi.
You know what,
Selena,
Selena?
go
You
on
know what?
mute.
Go to bed. Take a
Go
nap.
on mute.
I'm literally wearing Levi's right now, so you know what I'm saying. I'm from the tribe of
yeah,
Levi.
it's you guys obviously have been cooked.
Boy,
Wait,
shut up,
As I
shut up,
was
shut up, shut up, shut up.
wait. I really want to talk to brother. I really do. Can I have like 6 minutes?
You can have
Yeah,
all the
until
time
he
you
say some
want. You can
shit.
have all the time you want. I'm gonna enjoy
Okay.
this.
All right. I want him to cook me. I've been looking for one of these. Hey, bro, how you feeling, man? You come on mute, bro.
I don't go by feelings, but I'm all right.
I'm
Thanks
good.
to the Most Almighty, Haya, the Creator.
I wasn't asking you to go by your feelings. I just wanted to know how you were feeling, not to go by them, bro. We're gonna do this.
Because I know all you guys do is feeling.
I'm not.
I feel. That's all you talk about.
I'm not gonna talk
Most
about
of
it.
y'all.
My name ain't y'all. My name is Sebastian, also known as Pinkbeard. Nice to meet you, man.
You're
Okay,
kind of not sure. Nice to meet you as well.
my absolute pleasure, bro. So you're from the tribe of Levi.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how'd you discover this?
Biblical and archaeological evidence.
Okay, let's start with the archaeological part. What archaeological evidence did you have?
Um, the transatlantic slave trade.
You have archaeological evidence that Levi was on the slave trade?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what archaeological evidence do you have of that?
We have the current culture of Haiti.
No. Archaeological, not cultural. Archaeological.
Yeah, our culture come from archaeology as well.
No. Archaeology comes from culture, other way around. Let's do this one
It's
more time.
vice versa.
No. Keep in mind, what is archaeology?
Proves, evidence,
Handsome. What is archaeology?
fightings.
No, handsome. What is archaeology? It is the study
Okay,
of ology.
I'm not even gonna go to the term, brother. Everybody
But
is
keep in mind, I'm asking you a
gone.
question. We're not
You,
going to go
you,
on feelings. We're not going to go on feelings. What
you.
is archaeology? Stop. Just answer the question. What is archaeology?
Were you just about to word by word verbatim explaining the terms? It's like,
No. You said you have archaeological evidence, so I need to know what you mean by archaeology.
oh, brother.
What is archaeology?
What is archaeology? So that I can understand what you mean when you say I have archaeological evidence. What do you mean by archaeology? And culture is an archaeology.
Okay, let me go define the terms for you, read it for you, since that's what you're looking for.
No, you don't have to give me a definition. I mean, you can give me the textbook if you want, but okay, let's do that. Let's start there. Textbook definition. What's archaeology? The study of.
You were just about to explain it.
No. You said you were going to give me the definition. Keep in mind, these are words that you said. When you said you have archaeological evidence, I'm asking you, what do you mean by archaeology? What is archaeology? The study of
Human activities to analysis in material culture.
material culture, such as,
So what I was
such as,
saying
such as.
stand corrected.
No.
Go ahead and continue.
Such as material culture means what? Like buildings, like materials. Okay. What material culture do you have? That
Brother, I just
material.
mentioned to you earlier. Don't even go to material yet. What is culture, brother?
Handsome, it's a specific kind of culture. It's material. We're not. It just didn't say culture. It specifically said material culture. So I'm
Yes,
Yeah.
asking you,
artifacts,
yeah, artifacts. Yes. So I'm asking you, what material
artificial
culture do you have?
facts.
Yes. What material do you have that would say that Levi was in the transatlantic slave trade?
I've mentioned I've mentioned the transatlantic slave
What
trade.
material do you have from the slave trade that would prove that Levi was there? Like for example, if by chance there was a building that was built by Levi during the slave trade, or if there was I don't know, some stone and carving, or some temple that they built from Africa or something that's archaeological, something that is material culture.
As I've mentioned, brother, um, I've mentioned the slave
The
trade,
slave trade is not archaeology. That
and
would,
I've mentioned our culture.
a culture is not archaeology.
Yeah, yet is defined in the term archaeology.
Material, handsome. What does material mean? What kind of culture is it? What is it? What does it say? Material. What kind of culture does that mean? That means it's tangible.
Yeah,
Material. Okay.
yeah.
What tangible piece of evidence?
Our
Tangible.
our
Culture is
culture.
not tangible.
You haven't
What?
been in Haiti,
I
brother. You don't
have
know
been to
what.
Haiti. I have been in Haiti. Stop.
Nah,
I
you.
have been to Haiti.
I grew
I
up in the
have been to
culture.
Haiti. I
I
have been
grew.
to Haiti. Yo,
I grew up in the
oh, I know you
culture.
grew up there. That's great. But what material piece? Just slow down. I'm gonna let you tell your lie in a second. Just tell me.
Telling like,
You just said you have archaeological evidence, and you haven't produced that yet. Culture is not archaeological evidence.
yes, it is.
No, it is not. Read the definition again.
Yes, it is.
Read the definition again.
Yes, culture is part
Read the
of
definition again. Read
archaeological
the definition
evidence.
again. Read the definition again.
Oh, go and read it. I ain't
Just
got
read it. Read
that
it one more
much
time. Read
time.
it one more time.
Archaeology is the study of mankind activity to analysis of material culture.
Uh-huh. And what's
It
material?
can it can be wait a second. It can be considered a social science and a
Uh-huh.
branch of mankind.
Uh-huh.
Uh, Archaeology delves into the time before writing language existed.
Okay.
Study of physical remains of the
Physical.
past.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. Okay.
Gaining
So
understanding of mankind culture.
the study of human history and prehistory through the excavation of sites and analysis of artifacts and other physical remains. So all archaeology is going to be physical. Okay, it's going to be
Exactly.
okay. It's going to be an analysis of
Mhm.
physical remains. Okay, so do me the favor
Mhm.
again. Start
Exactly.
over. What physical artifact do you have
Hmm.
that would place Levi on a transatlantic slave ship?
The people and the culture.
Now, people
The
and
slave
culture
trade.
are not physical artifacts, handsome.
People, do you know people are also material? If you
They
were
are
to
not.
talk
They are not
technically,
No,
artifacts, baby. They're not
no.
artifacts.
if we
They
were
are
to get
artifacts.
technically
Let me read it to
speaking,
you again. Let me read it to you again.
if we were if
Let
we
me
were
read
to
it to you
get
again. Let me read
technical,
one more time. One more time. Let me read it to you again. It is the study of human
mhm,
history and prehistory through the excavation of sites
no
and
prehistory.
prehistory. Yeah, but,
No,
human
no,
history and prehistory.
there's no such thing as prehistory.
Okay,
Anyway,
okay.
but go
We just
ahead.
read the definition. I'll read your definition of prehistory in a second, okay? But the study of human history and prehistory, because you just read in it was before writing, right? Before writing. So this is history is what we write down. Prehistory is before we wrote down. Okay, so let's go again. It is the study of human history and prehistory through the excavation of sites and the analysis of artifacts and other physical remains. Okay, so we're looking for artifacts. Okay. So a culture isn't an artifact, nor are people artifacts. Okay. They also people aren't sites, cultures aren't sites. So did you just not mean to say archaeological? Did you mean to use another word?
Nah,
Okay,
I meant it.
okay, then what archaeological evidence do you have? Because maybe you meant another word, and that's okay.
I as in right now, I don't have the mean to find you those archaeological
Just name them.
artifact, but as far as I concerned, we the people have all that in our culture.
I'm not asking about a culture, handsome. I'm asking specifically about. Okay, are we moving on from archaeology? Are you just saying you don't have archaeology?
Nah, they there.
Okay, all right. Can you name a piece?
I don't have a name, but I know they there. I
What
believe
does it
that
look like? Tell me what it looks
100%.
like. Tell me what it looks like.
Yes, faith.
I don't know. You guys spend the money and go find them.
Well tell me where it is.
No, it's in the bottom of the ocean,
Which ocean?
the Caribbean Sea.
Is the Caribbean Sea an ocean or is it a sea?
Ocean Sea.
That's not the sea.
Uh, yeah, Caribbean is the ocean. So yeah,
It's clearly called a sea. Are seas oceans, handsome? Are they oceans? Or are they
there's
seas?
there's details, but we're not gonna go into semantics. Go
Well,
ahead.
we have to get into details because this is how we study things. Details are important here, okay?
Of course,
Okay. So are you sure that they're at the bottom of the sea or are you just saying something right now?
I believe 1,000,000,000%
Do you
they are.
believe it or do you know this to be true?
I know I don't have the funds to go get them for you.
But you've never seen it for yourself?
I believe they there.
No,
I
no. Have you
believe.
ever? I'm asking. Have you ever seen them?
I don't have to see them to know they there,
Okay.
cause
Okay.
cause I
What
see
are
the
they?
culture.
What are the things that are down there?
We have the boats.
The what now? Do you have the books at the bottom of the sea?
I say boats.
Oh, boats. Okay. And something on the boat says that Levi was on the boat.
Nah.
Okay, then that wouldn't be archaeological proof that Levi was on the boat. So I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask again.
Hmm.
What archaeological evidence? And then we're gonna move to the Bible because I know that's really where you want to go. So
Uh,
I want to go through this part first to make sure that you are
uh,
you are
as I
openly
mentioned,
lying.
as I mentioned, the slave trade, brother.
But that's not
So
archaeology. That's not archaeology.
if
Stop
it's
that.
not, you tell me.
Archaeology is just history. The slave trade would just be history. It's just history, and that's okay. But it's not archaeology.
And history is history is somewhat is not part of archaeology
No,
in your
archaeology is a part
definition.
of history, not the other way around.
Go ahead. Pat yourself in the back, brother.
No, you pet. Oh, no, no, no. Just stop lying. It's okay.
Why would
Archaeology is a
I
part of history.
why would I lie?
I don't know why you would lie. You
It's
just
funny.
made up
Culture is
magical
not part of
boats.
archaeology. Wow.
Culture is not part of archaeology, baby. We just read the definition four
Yeah.
times.
Yeah. No wonder y'all let the Caucasian to keep changing y'all name.
Baby, what's your name again? What's your name again?
You're Canon Ashir.
Okay, okay. Do you know you pronounced every word of that wrong? But anyway, let's keep going.
That's Hebrew.
Okay, that's not how you pronounce anything in Hebrew ever. But okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, you.
It would be Yohanan if anything. There is no. Okay, but anyway, let's keep going.
Nah.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's just keep going.
I,
Let's
I
keep going.
love that. I love that his rebuttals are
Nah,
nah,
nah.
nah.
It's okay. It's okay. But we'll keep going. Since we don't know what archaeology is, let's go to Bible.
You don't. I do.
No. Archaeology is physical remains, and
Yeah.
the fact that you are bold enough to stand there and continue to lie after we read that four times is horrible.
Nah.
But let's go to the Bible. Let's go to the Bible. Okay. All right. So are you claiming right now that you are a child of Jacob?
Yaakov, yes, sir.
Okay. The Syrian, you are a Syrian man. Is that what you're claiming? You're claiming to be a Syrian. Because you know that's where Jacob was from, right? Wandering Syrian.
Ah, my goodness.
I'm asking. Now, you can tell me if you're not. Are you claiming to be a descendant of Syria? Is that what you're claiming in the Bible? I want to make sure I'm getting this right.
Oh, my goodness. So I have to go into a kindergarten level with you?
Yes. Are you claiming to be Syrian? Is what I'm asking.
Why would Assyrian be associated with the children of Yaakov?
Wouldn't you like to know where your daddy was from?
Do you see how crazy that is?
You want me to read it to you? Hold on. I'll get it for you, and then I'm gonna ask the same question again. Okay. Once I read you this, I want you to.
You don't even know precept.
I don't need to know a precept. I need to know. All I need to know is Syria right now.
Of
Okay.
course, this is why your word is upside down right now.
It's okay. It's okay, baby. It's okay. We gonna get
Assyria and Jacob, two different
no, not
people.
Assyria, not Assyria, just Syria.
Syrian, yeah.
Yeah.
He thinks Syria is short for Assyria.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, we're gonna get you right.
That's the children of Ashur and the children of
No, baby.
Are you looking for the wandering Aramean?
I got you right.
Okay.
This is Deuteronomy 26 and 5. A couple chapters before your favorite chapter, Deuteronomy 28. Let's go to Deuteronomy 26 and 5.
It's on the
Got your
screen.
Bible with you, baby?
I put it on the screen for you, baby.
Okay. You want to read that to me, my man? Want to read that to me? Levi. 501.
I'm not here to read your stuff. Go ahead.
This is your stuff. This is your book, baby. You want to read that? It's about your daddy. What'd that say? What'd it say, bro?
You shall make this response before the Lord your God. A wandering Aramean was my ancestor. He went down into Egypt and lived there as an alien, few in numbered, and there he became a great nation, mighty and populous.
Not you reading that trying to hold back your laugh, though.
So your father, Jacob, was a wandering Aramean or Syrian. Okay, so are you claiming to be Syrian?
As I told you, we are no part of Syrian.
But the Bible says that your father was a wandering Aramean, a Syrian.
Dwelling in the land doesn't mean you part
No.
of the land, bro.
Where did they dwell? They dwelt in Egypt. This is not talking about dwelling in Egypt. It says that your father was a wandering Aramean. Not that he dwelled in Aramea. He is an Aramean. Are you claiming to be Aramean?
No,
Okay. Then you can't be related to Jacob because Jacob is Aramean.
nah, brother.
Oh,
But go
he's
ahead.
Aramean.
Keep going.
No. I need
No,
you.
no, no, no.
You
You
got to be
can't run from
related.
that.
You
He
can't go
just
away
read
from
it
that. I need
in
you to
your
deal
book.
with that.
You, I could never run away from anything.
Well, then deal with that. If you're saying you're not Aramean and your
Give me
father
the
is,
precept. Show me the precept.
that's the precept. Deal with that one. You have to
You
build
you
precept
you
upon
you,
precept.
you
That's
don't know what
precept
precept is.
one. That's precept one.
Show me the
That
precepts.
is the precept. That's precept one.
Cause
And then we're going to build upon that.
I'm not
That's
going
the first
to
precept. You
Ask
got to
him what
deal
a
with that one
precept
first, and
is.
then I'll build.
I'm not
Ask,
going to
Let's
ask him
talk
what a
about let's
precept
talk
is.
about
baby
who
step
his mama
y'all.
was. Like who was his mama? Who
I'm
was
not
Jacob's
gonna
mama?
going to baby
Who was
step
Jacob's
y'all
mama?
into
Read,
information.
read this. Who was Jacob's mama?
Who was his mother? What that say, babe?
What did it say? Yeshawi Shemla Shemla Mashi.
She was also Aramean. She was also Aramean. So
And
Jacob's mother
Isaac
and
was
father were
40
Aramean.
years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Aramean, and Padan Aram, sister of Laban the Amarian.
Okay, so everybody here is seeming to be Aramean. It seems like okay. So are you saying that you are Aramean? His mama and daddy were Aramean. He's Aramean. Are you saying that you are Aramean, which would mean you are European? Is that what you're claiming to be, sir?
You don't know what you're talking
I
about.
know exactly what I'm talking about. I need you to defend yourself. Are you claiming to be Aramean?
I'm not defending myself
I'm asking you
with
a question.
nonsense.
I'm asking you a question. Are you claiming to be Aramean?
No,
Okay. Well, then you
claiming
can't be
to
Jacob's
be
children.
Israelite.
You couldn't be because Israelites are Aramean.
Aram, it's another children of Shem. But continue.
Israelites are Aramean.
Another children of Shem. But
I didn't say nothing about children of Shem. I'm talking about being Aramean.
since you don't understand terms, keep
I know.
going.
I understand terms, Hanson. I do. I do. But this doesn't say she was a child of Aram. It says that she was Aramean. That means she's from the land.
Mm-hmm.
Are you claiming to be from an Aramean?
And from from being of the land mean that you are the people.
No, Hanson.
Exactly.
Baby, Israel wasn't even
Just like
Israel
that,
yet. Think about
there's
what we say.
currently Caucasian claiming to be African right now.
Baby,
But are they African?
baby, listen to what I'm saying.
Continue.
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. Are you claiming to be Aramean?
Nah, I'm claiming to be Israelite from the tribe of Levi.
Okay. All right. Since you don't have any archaeological evidence and you clearly don't have any genetic evidence, let's find out what evidence you might have. What evidence do you have?
As I've mentioned before, the culture,
What part of your culture is Levi?
everything.
Like name something in line up with Levi. Give me something that happens in Levi and something that happens in Haiti.
Circumcision,
The Egyptians circumcised. Everybody circumcised, bro.
the we have virgin dowry.
Y'all have what? Dowry?
Virgin dowry.
Like as in like wife prices?
Yes, we're still practicing that culture.
Okay. And that's only done in Levi?
Nah, this
Okay,
done
that only done in Israel?
most places the Israelite were scattered. This thing is still been done, as well as all the other rest of the children of
That's done
Shem.
in the rest of the world. Okay.
Okay,
Name something that's specifically Levite.
we have the food sacrifices that have been done in voodoo right now.
Because y'all practice, you think voodoo is Levi?
I'm speaking English, right?
Yeah, you think that voodoo is Levitical?
No, I said we have the food sacrifices.
That you do in what? In voodoo?
Yes,
That
right now.
voodoo is Levi? You think that
No,
voodoo is Levitical?
I don't think so, brother. I
Okay.
don't believe so.
Okay. Then what's your correlation to Levi? Like you think
I,
that
s-
voodoo relates you to Levi?
I said the culture.
What part of the culture?
I was just giving you a few examples.
Name one that's like specifically Levitical.
I just
No, you didn't. Everybody's circumcised.
And we have the 40 days to 80 days after the woman give birth, they have to consecrate themselves.
In voodoo,
See, who's speaking about that, bro?
I'm asking, in voodoo, is that what you're saying?
Who's speaking about that?
I'm speaking about it. I'm asking about it.
No, you asking me about Levitical
I know I'm
evidence.
asking you, are they practicing this 40 to 80 day separation in voodoo?
Oh my God, no. When have you heard that? You acting something you haven't heard.
I'm not asking something I haven't heard. Not at all.
No,
I'm asking to find out if the practice is a voodoo practice.
no, it is not.
Okay,
We're
okay.
talking about Levitical stuff.
Are you
Okay.
saying that Haitians as a whole practice that?
He couldn't be. Because then he'd just be
Nah,
lying again. And he's
it's
not a liar.
those culture are being kept mostly in the people from the countryside.
What countryside?
The countryside of Haiti, all the countrysides.
So you're saying everyone in the countryside of Haiti practices the 80 days? Is that what you're
Mostly,
saying right now?
mostly.
Why are you lying?
Prove it.
You prove
Levi
it.
Strauss.
Exactly.
What the fuck do you mean? You're lying, sir.
I,
Levi Strauss. He
You're
I'm
lied.
from
blatantly lying right now.
I'm
Where the
from a
fuck do you get that
culture.
from? Prove
I'm
what you're
from
saying.
I'm from a culture you know nothing
I
of. Yet
actually
you
do know.
claiming
I
I'm
have what?
yet you claim I'm
Literally,
lying.
what the fuck are you talking about? You know nothing of your own culture. You're
Show
lying
the
through your
lie.
fucking teeth right now.
Show
You're
the lie.
lying so much right now. You can't even
Prove
help
it.
it. You
You
can't
can
help
even
it.
99% of 80 is
You
not
prove
cannot
it.
help
Christian.
it.
Prove it.
How about you try proving anything that you've said on this panel? You've lied since you opened your mouth.
Prove it.
I'm proving it right now. You're a liar.
This guy.
So
There's no Haitian even in the comments that agree with you. My fucking uncle would never agree with you. My best friend wouldn't agree with you. No one would agree with you. You're
would
lying.
would that's
Like
future
what the
tense.
fuck?
So
You just lie. You just sit there and lie and lie and lie.
I don't know why y'all getting triggered.
I'm not triggered at
I'm getting
all.
triggered because you're a liar. You're a pathetic liar. You're a fucking liar.
But you are
At your
lying.
age,
And that's horrible.
I'm from the culture, sis. Please don't go there. You don't know anything over there, so please
at
stop
your
it.
age, you're a liar. You
Stop.
should reevaluate it.
Stop
Reevaluate
it.
your whole life. You've
You
wasted
you
time on this planet.
you got you
You've
guys
wasted time.
you
The
guys
same way you've
should
wasted
do
time on
more
this panel,
travel,
you've wasted
please.
your whole life.
Do
Just
you do more
lying.
travel? I travel all the time.
Do
Anyway,
more travels, guys.
where did you
That'll
get
be good for
where did
you
you get
guys.
80 days of consecration from?
Scriptures.
80 days of consecration?
Scriptures, yeah. Book
Read
of
it to me.
Joshua, Book of Jubilee.
Read it to me.
You want it?
Yes, read it to me.
So that's the reason
Okay.
why the country is called 80.
1 second. Let me go to the Book of Jubilee. 1 second. 1 second.
While he's looking for his Levi jeans, y'all continue to tap the screen. Please get us up to 200,000. Thank you.
This is
I feel
interesting.
like if Lords was here, she would have probably came up with a short set for
Yeah,
Levi.
a Levitical lemon short set. Levi lemon, yeah, that's what it was. Or Levi lavender would have been a good color for her. She liked that.
Levi Lavender.
She would have ate that up.
Yeah, she liked
Is
lavender.
is Levi Strauss Christian?
Levites are a specific tribe of Israel that I'm really trying to figure out how he's about to make this connection. I'm excited to hear this.
1 second.
Y'all know what I found about Haiti's cultural beliefs?
Mm-hmm.
In the first 3 days, this is cultural beliefs historically. In the first 3 days, strict bed rest is encouraged, as well as the avoidance of anything cold, such as drafts, going outside, and certain foods. Along with cold foods, mothers are also taught to avoid white foods, such as white lima beans, lobster, and milk. White and cold foods are believed to increase vaginal discharge or risk of hemorrhage. Foods acceptable for the mother to eat during this period include porridge, rice, beans, and plantains. Haitians believe that women are more susceptible to gas entering the body during this period. To prevent this, mothers are encouraged to wear a tight belt or piece of linen around the waist to tighten bones loosened during childbirth. A common practice during the postpartum period is 3 baths. In the first 3 days, the mother bathes in fortified water prepared from boiling special herbs in the water, including papaya, sour orange, soursop, mint, anise, bulgeweed, and eucalyptus. These herbs relax the mother and causes her muscles to tighten. This is known as the first bath. Mothers are also encouraged to drink a special tea made from the same mixture. The second bath occurs after the 3 day mark for another 3 days, where the mother bathes in herb fortified water that is warmed by the sun, not boiled. The third bath occurs at the 1 month mark and is a cold bath. The first one the mother takes since delivery. A cold bath is done to promote healing and tightening of the muscles and bones loosened during delivery. That's the cultural practice.
Okay.
1 second.
So no 40 to 80 days.
Yeah, you don't need any more seconds. Like, just lying.
I don't have my original books with me. I'm at work.
Yeah,
And I'm,
whatever.
I'm looking at something. I
Yeah.
believe it might be Jubilee,
Yeah,
the fourth
sure.
chapter.
Whatever.
I just want to have the precise verse. And I think that has been precept with Luke 2:21 to 23, I believe.
That's going to be 40 days.
Yeah, 40 days if it's a male child. If it's a female child, 80 days.
What?
No, it's not.
What?
Yeah.
I'm going to just find me the 80 days of Jubilee.
Levi's shorts. Are you Asian?
Clearly,
You
you're
say
right.
Asian?
Clearly. Clearly.
One second.
Levi's shorts. Are you alien? Sorry, Asian.
One second. Yes, it's Jubilee chapter 3, verse 12.
Okay. All right. So let's start at verse 1. And on the 6 days of the second week, we brought, according to the word of God, unto Adam all the beasts, all the cattle, and all the birds, and everything that moves upon the earth, and everything that moves in the water, according to their kinds, and according to their types. The beasts of the first day, the cattle on the second day, the birds on the third day, and all which moves upon the earth on the fourth day, and that which moves in the water on the fifth day. Okay. Now keep in mind, this is a creation story. Y'all keep this in mind. Thinker, have you heard anything that piques your interest yet?
No.
Okay, let me read it to you one more time. Read it to you one
Okay,
time.
I'm sorry. I was trying to find it on the screen. Go ahead.
Okay. Jubilee chapter 3, verse 1. This is a creation story. Okay. And on the 6 days of the second week, we brought, according to the word of God, unto Adam all the beasts, all the cattle, all the birds, and everything that moves upon the earth, and everything that moves in the water, according to their kinds, and according to their types. The beast on the first day, the cattle on the second, the birds on the third, and all that moves on the earth on the fourth, and that which moves in the water on the fifth. I just keep going. Just keep that order in your mind. All right. And Adam named all them by their respective names, as he called them. So was their name. And on these 5 days, Adam saw all these male and female, according to every kind that was on the earth. But he was alone and found no helpmeet for him. And the Lord said unto us, it is not good that man should be alone. Let us make a helpmeet for him. And the Lord our God caused a deep sleep to fall upon him, and he slept. And he took for the woman one rib from amongst his ribs. And this rib was the origin of the woman from amongst his ribs. He built up the flesh in its stead and built the woman. And he awakened Adam out of his sleep. And on awakening, he rose on the 6th day, and he brought her to him, and he knew her, and he said unto her, this is now bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. You hear anything in that? No, I keep going. This is now bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. She shall be called my wife, because she was taken from her husband. Therefore shall man and wife be one. Therefore shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. In the first week was Adam created, and the rib his wife. In the second week he showed her unto him. And for this reason the commandment was given to keep in their defilement, for a male 7 days, and for a female twice 7 days. Okay. And after Adam completed 40 days in the land where he had been created, he brought him unto the Garden of Eden to till and to keep it. But his wife he brought in on the 80th day. And after this, she entered into the Garden of Eden. Is that where you're getting the 80th day from? Is that the 80th day you were talking about?
Seems he doesn't know what he talks about.
Is that where you're getting them 80 days from, bro?
Yes, this is a precept for
Keep in
the
mind they're
chapter
definable
Luke
for.
2, 21 to
No. Come back.
23, as well as Leviticus 12, 1 and 8. Yes,
Come back.
yes, 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 it
They was in
is.
their defilement for 7 days and 14 days. It was 40 days before he went into the garden. It was 80 days before she went into the garden. It had nothing to do with the child that they bore.
So
They hadn't even born
yes,
children yet.
you didn't you read it, but to your, I don't know what's going on in your mind. It's English, right? You
It
read
is
it,
English.
right?
What child did they have? What
Then
child did they have?
that you heard the part where it says that for child separation.
It said nothing about child separation. Want me to read it again?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna read it again to you, okay? I'm gonna start at verse, but go back. And the Lord said unto us, it's not good to man. I started verse.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore shall man be one. I'm sorry. Therefore shall man and wife be one, and therefore shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. In the first week was Adam created, and the rib his wife. In the second week he showed her unto him, and for this the reason. For this
Mm-hmm.
the commandment was given to keep in their defilement for a male 7 days,
Exactly.
for a male 7 days, and for a female twice 7 days.
That's the one.
7 days, and for a female twice 7 days. How many days is that?
The version the version you're
14
speaking
days.
with, the version you're speaking with is not even what is written in the
Read me yours.
translation.
Read me yours.
Let me go ahead and read it. Which verse was that?
That was verse 8.
Verse 8.
And they hadn't had any children.
Yeah. Verse 8.
Shit, I'm on the panel.
It's right there. Verse 8. You can just read it. 3 and 8.
George Jr., did you not mean to come up on the panel?
Verse 8. In the first week Adam was created, and the rib of his wife. The second week he showed her unto him. For this reason the commandment was given to keep in their defilement. For a male 7 days, for a female twice 7.
How many days is that? What's twice 7?
We're talking about Jubilee.
This is in the book of Jubilee. So what's
Yes.
7 days? And then 2 times 7 is how many days?
80.
That's not quite how the math works.
It is You
But
you
also, the defilement, is that talking about the nocturnal emission? That's
Yes.
not talking about birth, is
no,
it?
That's not talking
sis,
about childbirth at
that's
all.
talking about birth after you
That's not
giving
talking about
birth
No,
birth
when
at
it's
you go
all.
to the
not.
It's not talking
precepts.
about
No, it's
birth at all.
not.
It's not talking about
Because
birth
it
at all.
talks about birth later on.
Yeah.
What
It talks about
defilement?
birth, and it talks about
What
birth in
defilement you
verse
think?
11. Verse 11 and talks about the birth, right?
What defilement you think?
Nocturnal.
Nocturnal emissions, wet dreams,
No, 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 no,
nut,
no, 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 no,
skeet,
no. This speaks about. This speaks
ejaculation.
about. This speaks about male when a woman born a male
It
child and
doesn't.
a female child.
Verse 10 says, and for this
Continue.
reason the commandment is written on the heavenly tablets in
Mhm.
regard to her that gives birth. If she bears a male, shut the fuck up and go on mute, because I'm like, you didn't do all of that with Bash. I know women that are intelligent bruises your ego. And for this reason, the commandment is written on the heavenly tablets in regard to her that gives birth. If she bears a male, she shall remain in her uncleanness 7 days, according to the first week of days, and 30 and 3 days shall she remain in the blood of her purifying, and she shall not touch any hollow thing, nor enter into the sanctuary, until she accomplishes these days, which are enjoined in the case of a male child. Verse 11. But in the case of a female child, she shall remain in her uncleanness 2 weeks of days, according to the first 2 weeks, and 66 days in the blood of her purification. But this is like that. Literally, is just quoting the Levitical law. There, it's still not 80 days, and verse 8 ain't got shit to do with her giving birth.
You heathens don't understand precepts.
You don't know how to read.
Y-
Heathens.
yeah, it's crazy. Y'all can't even understand your own language, English.
What's even crazier is that you made up a custom in Haiti that doesn't exist.
Nah,
You also made up boats in the water that don't exist.
I
And
did
also, you don't
mention
understand
the
what the word
defilement.
archaeology is.
I
Right.
mentioned the defilement and give the precepts to
No,
support
no,
it,
no.
but
You
you
made
guys
up. You made up
also
something in your culture. You made up something in your culture that
egotistical.
doesn't exist.
That's not the only thing. There's more to go.
Oh, okay. So far, you betting zero.
Nah,
You
as you
literally
can
betting
see,
zero.
the scripture has proven you guys wrong.
No, it has not.
Yes,
In
I
what
stand
way?
corrected.
What did I say that was
What
incorrect?
80 days?
She just read it.
What did I say that was incorrect?
You guys say that was a lie. She
I
just
did
read it.
not say that was a lie. I asked you
Yes, you
where you
did.
got it from. I asked where did you get it from.
Yes, you did.
I asked you where did you get it from. I
She
didn't say
just
you were
read it.
lying.
She
Okay, all
just read
right.
it.
Okay, I didn't say you were lying. I just asked
Yes,
where
you
you got
did.
it from. No, I
Yes, you
didn't.
did.
When did
Yes,
I?
you did.
No.
Y'all did.
I did not say you were lying. I asked what
All
logic
y'all
I tell.
did.
I did not say you were
So,
lying. I asked where
hey,
you got it from.
hey, wait a minute.
Oh, if you're, yeah, I did call you a liar. Yeah,
You
you're
called you a liar.
definitely a liar. You lied. Every word
Okay,
you said on
he,
this panel has
he,
been a lie. You're
okay.
definitely a liar.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I said that. Yeah.
yes, so the
Mm-hmm.
scripture has
So be
proven you
direct
to be
next
the
time.
lie.
I said that. You're a liar. A
So
pathological one at that.
the scripture has proven you to be a lie, the liar.
No. You're
You
not
are
talking to
the
me.
liar. You made
Yeah.
up shit
Yeah.
all day.
So I'm the one who
Conquering
made up
liar
the
of
thing the
Judah.
host just read.
No. What you made up was the fact that your country keeps that as a culture. That's a lie.
Yes, yes, we do.
That's a lie. Secondly, you made up boats in the ocean. That's a lie.
Boats in the ocean.
Yeah, you made that up. That's a lie.
You was gonna say something else. What
No,
is
no,
it?
no, no. I'm gonna keep going. Thirdly, you brought up circumcision as if that's something that is not a common medical practice, as if that was something that like made you Levi. That's a lie. Fourthly, you denied the fact that Jacob and his mother are both Aramean.
Hmm.
Right? Okay. So you've lied at least 4 times.
Nah.
Nah, ain't gonna fix that. We heard you tell them.
Mm-mm.
Nah.
Ain't gonna fix that.
What?
Nah.
Nah,
Come
I ain't
on.
gonna fix that. You still lied 4 times.
You don't even know who Aram was.
I know who.
So how can Aram be the father
I didn't. No one
of the
said that.
children of
That's why I'm trying to
Akshixad?
tell you, Aramean doesn't mean the children of Aram. I told
Exactly.
you that.
Exactly. Why would
I asked,
why
were they Aramaean? Are you
why
from Syria? I didn't
why,
ask you if you were from the
why would
seed of
Jacob
Aram.
why would Jacob be of Aram when he from Arphaxad?
Handsome. I didn't ask who he was the son of. I asked what. Keep in mind what I kept saying. Are
Mm-hmm.
you saying that you're Syrian? Syrian? You remember me saying
Nah,
that? Remember me saying that?
no,
Do you
nah.
remember me saying that?
You remember me said no, right?
Okay, okay. The Aramaeans are
Mm-hmm.
Syrians, not the children of Aramea,
Mm-hmm.
not the children of Aram.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Aramaeans are
Mm-hmm.
Syrian people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I kept saying Syria, Syria.
Syrian or Shemite.
I didn't ask if they were Shemites. I didn't ask who their father was.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Because if you know whose father, if you know about lineage, you would know that that's not what the scripture referred to when they mentioned those people. Even
I know that.
Abraham.
That's why I didn't say they were
w-
children of Aram.
one second. Even Abraham, he was said to be from
A
Chaldea,
Chaldean from Ur. Yes, yes. He was from Chaldea. He was
but
from
it
Chaldea.
is not of the people though.
Bro, from the place. This is why I keep saying Syria.
That's right.
The place.
From
The place.
Ben in a place doesn't mean you the people of that place.
Handsome, that's where his family was from. His family was from that place. They weren't originally from Israel. They're
They
not originally from Israel.
that land was taken back to our people.
They didn't have the land at first. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it was our land first
No,
of
it
all.
was not. God made a promise to give them the land, not to give them back the
It
land.
nah, that land fell for us from the beginning.
No,
That
it
land.
did not.
Wait a
Bro,
minute. That
when did God divide the nations? When did God divide
brother,
the nations?
one
When did
second.
God divide the nations?
Don't get too hyped.
No, just when did God divide the nations?
One
When did God
second.
divide the nations?
I have all the answers.
Okay,
One
well, give me this
second.
one. When did God divide the nations?
1 second.
No, I don't need. Just tell me when God divided the nations.
1 second.
Okay, okay, take your time, but come back and answer when God divided the nations. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
As I was gonna say it, that
No, no,
land
no, 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 no,
fell.
no, 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 no. You can't start there. You got to start with when did God
Wait a
divide the
minute.
nations?
That land fell on our land from the beginning.
It did
Canaan
not. It
stole
did
that
not.
land from
It did
us.
not.
Canaan stole that land from us.
That's not true.
Yes, they did.
That's not true. When did God divide the nation?
And who the hell is us?
Anyway, go.
God divided the nation in Deuteronomy 32, verse 9,
That's a scripture mentioned when he did it. That
when he
doesn't mean
divided the nations.
the time he did it.
That's when he divided them because they had just become a people in Exodus.
Nah. Anyway, yeah, it seems like okay. Go to Jubilee again.
When did God divide the nations, man?
1 second.
When you took out of
Keep in mind, Israel wasn't even a human being until just before in the end of Genesis.
Uh, you got Jubilee or Jubilee chapter 9, 14 to 15, and Jubilee chapter 10, 28 to 34.
That's not gonna fix what I
That's
just said. That's not gonna
that's
fix what I just said.
that will give you the perfect answer.
It's not because it's not gonna fit. Israel didn't exist until the man named Israel was born.
Here's the thing, brother. Are you gonna tell me right now your existence is liable to have a seed line? So if somebody's speaking with your 9, 10 generation in the future, if they speaking about your story, are you gonna tell them, "Oh, you guys wasn't exist yet"?
Yes, they didn't exist yet.
Nah, brother. So long
Wait,
we
wait, wait, wait,
hear.
wait. You can't just say not. Like if somebody's telling me something to my 10th generation from me, they don't
Hmm.
exist yet.
Oh,
What are you talking about? They don't exist.
and the term you're speaking of, it doesn't mean they weren't there. They were promised
They are
to be
not here.
made.
My 10th generation is not here
Look,
right now.
if I were to give you the technical aspect of it, do you know all spirit were created at once
Handsome, that's not what we're talking about.
before they were being sent into the mother's
Listen
womb?
what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying.
What?
The land
Yeah, this is
belongs
deep
to the
knowledge.
Canaanites. The
This is
land
fucking
belongs to the Canaanites.
ridiculous.
They stole it.
He did not. Who did they steal it from? Who they stole it from?
They stole it from our lot
Well,
because it was
who did they steal it from? Who did they
from.
steal it from?
I just gave you the
No, no. Tell me
scriptures.
who they stole it from. Who?
No, go read it in the
No,
scriptures.
no, no. Tell me who they stole it from.
From us,
Who? Who? Who?
the children of Israel.
Israel wasn't
Yashahala.
alive.
This is funny. Can you go read the scriptures, bro? The, 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 so
When Jacob got ready to marry a woman.
this is how.
Wait. Let me speak to Thinker for a second. Thinker, when
Huh.
Jacob got ready to marry a woman, what did his mama tell him to do?
His mama? I don't know. I don't know.
She said, "Hey, go back to where we from."
Oh, I thought his daddy said that.
Jacob. Remember, Jacob had. Remember, she said, "You might marry one of these women down here, and it's gonna be the death of me. Go back to where we from."
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Because his daddy said it too, though. But
Oh yeah,
yeah,
but his mama,
yeah.
because Esau had married some girls from down there, and
The
then she didn't
Hittites.
like that, so she
Oh
specifically
yeah,
said,
she hated that he had married the Hittites, and she said that's gonna be the death of me.
"That's
Yeah,
gonna be the death of me.
yeah.
Go back to where we from." Right? Okay. So they at that point they were living in Canaan at the time. She said, "Go back to where we from." And where did he go? Back to the Arameans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
He
that's
went to the
right here.
Arameans and married them two girls. Laban was an Aramean. His mother was Aramean. He married an Aramean girl. So when did they steal this land again?
I've already provided the
You
scriptures.
did not.
Let me repeat it again.
Read them.
Jubilee
Read
10,
it.
28 to
Read it.
34. Jubilee 9, 14 to 15.
Can you read it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is how the Caucasian get on us. Yeah, I don't
Like,
think
Just read the
something
literally,
will
chapter.
affect
Aramean is
us in the
literally at the
100
base
years.
of the
like,
Caucasus
and the
Mountains.
book
You
of
are literally talking about
Jubilees.
Caucasian.
The book of Jubilees was literally
I'll read
written
it.
after this. Like the book of Jubilees was literally written after this and based on this.
Yeah, but go ahead, read it. Go ahead, read it.
Jubilee was the count of when the Mosai Ahaya was
Read the
given
damn thing. Hey, read the verse.
Moses
Read the
Just read it.
verse.
Read the verse, bro.
the account of time.
Okay, great.
Read the
Account.
verse.
Now
No
read
one
the account.
asked you that. Read the verse.
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
try.
Okay.
This is the mind of a free thinker.
That's right.
I love this. I just want you to read the verse.
1 second. Okay, chapter 10. Okay, I'll start at verse 28. No, should I go on 9 first? 9, 15 to.
Start at 9.
1 second. Nah, I don't see it on 9. 1 second. Okay. Jubilee chapter 9, verse. Where is it? I'm gonna start on 13.
Okay.
Tiras received 4 great islands and the sea, reaching Ham's portion, while the islands of Kamaturi were allocated to Aphaxad's son. Verse 14. Noah's son divided their land in his presence and swore an oath invoking a curse on anyone who tried to seize land that wasn't allotted to them. They all agree, affirming this for themselves, they descended forever until the day of judgment, when the Most High will judge all their transgressions, uncleanness and sin,
Okay.
with
Good.
sword and fire.
Okay.
I'll
Good.
jump to chapter 10, verse
38.
28.
My bad.
Jubilee 10, 28. Yeah, it's a new book. Okay. 1 second. Can't even read this. Uh, 1 second, 1 second. Okay. One second. Okay. Man. 1 second, 1 second. Okay, let me start at 31st. And the first year of the 34th Jubilee in the first week, they dispersed from the land of Shinar. Ham and his son went to the land that was assigned to them in the south. 33. Canaan saw the land of Lebanon as far as the river of Egypt was very good. He did not go to the land of his inheritance by the sea in the west, but instead he settled in Lebanon eastward and westward from the border of Jordan and the sea. 34. Him and his son and his brothers Cush and Mizraim said unto him, You have settled in the land that is not yours, and did not fall to us by lot. Do not do this, for if you do, you and your descendant will fall by rebellion, and you will be cursed and rooted out forever. 35. Do not live in the land of Shem, for it was given to him and his descendant by lot. You are cursed, and wait a minute. You are cursed, and cursed will you be. Hold on 1 second. And cursed you will be beyond all the sons of Noah, by the curse we sworn in the presence of the holy judge and Noah, our father. 37. But Canaan did not listen to them and continued to live in the land of Lebanon from Hamath to Egypt, he and his son even unto these days. 38. This is why the land is called Canaan. So, yes, as I was mentioned earlier, that land belonged to us from the beginning.
Did
So,
not. That didn't say anything about belonging to Israel. That said it
Canaan,
belonged to Shem. That's one. That's one.
yes,
And there are lots of Shemites. That's issue one. Issue two, this book was written in about 100 BCE, almost
yeah,
600 years
yeah, yeah,
after the book of
yeah.
Exodus.
All of a sudden, it's no good.
No. I'm not saying it's not good. I read what you
hmm
read. That don't say nothing about it giving the land to Israel.
Yeah.
It
So
doesn't say Israel. It says Shem. That's one. Issue two, what I read is 600 years older than what you read. Your Yana don't fix that. It's still a fact that what I read was 600 years older than what you read. Yana ain't gonna fix that. Unmute yourself.
this is why precept is important.
A precept ain't gonna fix time, handsome.
uh, Look, here's the thing, brother.
Yeah,
It mentions Shem. Do
yeah.
you know?
Shem. It's a lot of Shemites. We just talked about Aram being a son. Okay. It's a
Wait,
lot of
wait,
Shemites. It's a lot of
wait,
Shemites.
wait.
Okay.
I can go to the other precepts. If you were to go into the book of, I think Joshua. So
Handsome,
Shem.
Jasher was written
Wait,
after
wait,
that.
wait.
What I'm saying is what
It,
I
it, it
read to
does. It
you.
doesn't matter what was
It
written
does matter.
after.
It does matter.
Let me
That
finish
does
my
matter.
speech.
That does matter.
Let me
No,
finish
no,
my
no, no, no,
speech.
no, no, no. Let me
I've
tell you
never
why it
caught you
matters
guys not a
first, and then you can
second.
respond.
I've never caught you guys for a
Yes, you
second.
have. Yes, you have.
No,
Damn
I have
liar,
not.
Yes, you have.
bro.
Yes, you
You
have.
I
are a
have
Okay.
not.
liar.
Yes, you
You're
have. Yes, you
such
have.
a liar.
Yes, you have. Okay. Now, let me tell you why what I'm saying is important. Okay. The books that I'm quoting, the books that I am reading from, are 500 to 600 years older than the book that you're reading from. Okay. This book is revisionist history, which is why they go back and tell the creation story again, and they tell it different, right? Because by this point they want to accomplish something else, right? But what I read from was 600 years older than that. This is fan fiction. Right. That's why they tell the creation story different. That's why I say, hey, pay attention to this. Y'all look at this. This is a creation story, and they're telling it differently. The reason I brought that up is because this is a rewrite of history because they want to claim more land than what they had. Right. But this is just a rewrite of history. It's a fan fiction. It's Jasher and Jubilees. It's a fan fiction written 700 years later. Yeah. So this doesn't have it. This doesn't do anything to what I said. What I said is still true. Yeah. All right. You can respond now.
It doesn't matter what you said, brother. As I was gonna say, Shem was the one living in the land of Israel. So we were chosen, once you read Jubilee chapter 2, to have that portion of the
Shem
land
was chosen to have that portion.
from the children of Shem.
Shem was supposed to have that
Who
portion. That has nothing to do. Okay.
This was our portion.
who wrote the book of Jubilees? Who wrote that?
Don't go there yet.
It's a
No.
simple it's a simple question.
No,
You're putting your trust in this book and you're
don't.
using it as if it's the source of life. So who wrote it?
Jubilee was given by the Most High to Moses
It
when
was
it was
not. It was
when
not.
when it
It was
was
not.
when it
Moses was
was
around in the 1400s. This book was
when
written
when
in 100 BCE.
when it was recounting the time to Moses from
No, this
creation.
is not true.
He
Come
he
on, man.
he, he also did that.
Sir, you're making yourself
He
sound foolish. You're
Now
making
he
you
yourself
just
sound
lying.
foolish.
he
I mean,
also
you have
did
people
that
coming to you
for
from a scholarly perspective. You're coming
he
from
also did that for
whoa. You're coming from a more indoctrinated perspective where like somebody stuffed information in your head and you're just repeating it. You don't
And
have
lying.
any way to prove what you're saying.
This book was
Moses
written
Moses
between
definitely didn't write that
165 and
book.
100
You're
BCE.
way off. It's like
Moses
you're
would have been
just
around 1300 years before that.
it's like you just like the attention right now because you're really making yourself look silly.
wisdom is too high for a fool.
This is
The
not even high. This is simple. This is
hey,
written in 165 to 100 BCE. Moses would have been around about 1440 BCE. This is 1300 years too late.
So how does wisdom debunk that? Please help us to understand that.
Let me real quick, everyone get the likes up to 200,000 so that you can come back out and play. Thanks.
so funny. All of a sudden, when the evidence has been brought, oh, when the book was written,
This is
uh,
important. This is very important. What
What
I read
evidence
says
did
the
you
opposite,
bring?
this
right?
is great. What a funny time I'm
No,
having,
no,
man.
You didn't
this is
bring
really
any
good. I'm glad you bring
evidence.
this up because what I read said the opposite. You read something that was written 700 years later to prove your point. What I said was still true. This is fan fiction that was written 1300 years after Moses was dead, so that can't be true. Right. Secondly, it's a fan fiction. They're rewriting the creation story. And that's evident because if you read the creation story, the older creation story, it doesn't go that way. So I'm not saying that to say it doesn't say that in the book that you read. I'm saying, where are you getting that information from compared to all the rest of the book?
He's coming at you with a scholarly perspective and you keep laughing and just talking without any kind of evidence or proof. You didn't even know how to define what archaeology was. You're making yourself look foolish.
It's
I'm
also
just
that
telling
isn't
you.
it kind of racist though? Like it's saying that Ham or Canaan was given, the parts that would be Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
But saying that he didn't go to Africa, he went to Lebanon,
Mm-hmm.
right? And settled there. But like it's crazy to me for him to be saying that what was originally given to those that were supposed to be in Africa is he's saying that was originally given to that those that would have been in Africa would be Shem, and that they should have been in Lebanon. And he's saying that was stolen. Is that what he's saying?
Yes, he's basically saying that because Canaan settled in Canaan, that he stole Canaan from the Shemites. But
And
that's
that
not what the original story says.
right? That's not but that's like saying that Africa shouldn't be in Africa. Like
Right.
those African people should be Lebanese. Is that what he's
No, no,
saying?
no, no, no. He's saying specifically that he settled that
And
Canaan would not would put in
yeah,
Cush. His other brothers went to Africa. But Canaan did not stay in Africa. He moved between Egypt and
Right.
Lebanon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
they're
the
saying
Africans
that
should
these
still be African.
African, yeah, they're saying that these this part of Noah's sons that should
Yeah.
have gone to other parts of Africa
Yes.
didn't go to Africa but went to Lebanon.
Yes.
And he's saying that he's not supposed to be a part of those like Africans. He's
Yes.
supposed to be a part of the Lebanese, right?
Well,
Who
he should be from
originally,
Lebanon. Yeah, the
yeah,
original
which
Lebanese.
would be Sham's people, which
Yes.
would be the Lebanese people,
Yes.
is what he's saying. So he's saying
That's
that
what he.
he's Lebanese,
Well, specifically our man, but yeah,
that remain,
yeah,
and he's not
and
African.
he's not. Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. And again,
And
picking
that's
all this up from a book that's written 1,300 years after quote unquote Moses was around, 700 years after the Genesis account that we already have.
but the very fact of him saying that his proof that he is of the tribe of Levi depends on African roots and the culture that he's claiming that comes from that, right?
Yep.
And so by him saying that he's not of African roots, that he's from Lebanese roots, that negates everything that he's saying, that he's trying to use as evidence, cultural evidence for why he's from the tribe of Levi. Just
Well,
even this
he's
scripture
saying
itself.
that they moved into the land later, and then I guess they brought voodoo from Israel to Ghana. Yeah, I'm guessing that's how that happened. That they brought voodoo from Israel to Ghana, and then from Ghana to Haiti.
That the Shemites moved into what land later?
That the Shemites moved out of Israel, moved into Ghana, and then from Ghana got over to Haiti.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
It's funny. You guys have been injected with the Caucasians
You
poison.
are literally claiming to be Caucasian. That's
You
why I
sound
said
you like you
For
sound
real.
dumb. Like
I can't even
what
speak, man.
was it not a Caucasian that wrote Jubilee?
This
Like
is
you're
great.
literally claiming for to
This
be
is
them right
funny.
now.
Like
You're
you're
claiming
literally.
to
was
be
it not a
them.
Caucasian that wrote Jubilee? Who wrote
I
Jubilee?
can't even get a word out. This is great.
Because you're not saying
Wow.
shit. All you're doing is
Yes.
projecting all the
Hold
things
on.
that
Watch
you're
this, Rhea.
doing.
Hold on. Watch this, Rhea. Watch this. Yahamashina Masha.
What was his name again?
Yahamashima Nasha.
He's
Say it.
correct. That's how you say it.
That's what he said. Yahamashi.
That's not what
Yahamasha.
that man.
Yahamaho.
He didn't say that.
This is
That's not.
great.
Okay. Hey, you're off mute now. Okay. Hey, who wrote Jubilee? Was it a Caucasian?
It's not your daddy. Since you guys take those people as your daddies, nah.
My
Okay.
daddy.
Hold on, Bash. Hold on, because I don't want to give him an excuse. Who wrote Jubilee?
I'm not going there yet. I haven't finished speaking.
That's okay. I just want to know, was it not a European?
I would give you an answer.
Was it not a Caucasian?
I would give you an answer.
Okay, who wrote it?
As I was saying earlier, it's funny how I'm here. I can speak for myself. You guys trying to speak on my behalf, just like the Caucasian been doing
Okay,
with their
yeah, I got
lies.
you. Can you answer the question? Who wrote Jubilee?
Jubilee was given by Moses, by the Most Almighty Yahweh, the
Who wrote
Creator.
it? Moses was dead when it was written. Who wrote it?
No, Moses had that. Moses had that recountation of creation.
Okay, but it was written between 160 100 BCE. Moses was long gone. Who wrote it?
Not written.
Yeah. Who wrote the book of Jubilees, please?
Moses had it from
I
when
hear
the
you.
Most High
Okay,
gave it to
Moses
him.
had. Who wrote the book of Jubilees that you're reading today?
Ahaya did.
Who is that?
That's the Creator, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
So a ghost wrote the book that you're reading?
Nah.
A spirit wrote the book of Jubilee?
Depend what you mean on spirit.
You said your God wrote it. So like a big hand came out of the sky and wrote it down in Hebrew?
There's
a big hand came out of the sky and wrote the book of Jubilees down in Hebrew.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys are so funny.
You don't
Yeah,
understand that everybody sees right through you. That laughing doesn't change anything.
Exactly.
Really.
Nah,
Shit
bro.
changed up.
As I was saying, per First Corinthians, the first chapter, the wisdom of the Most High is seen as foolishness for this world.
We're asking you for realistic information right now, right? Like
I said,
outside of the book, okay? Outside of the book, we're asking you who
mhm.
transcribed, right? On papyrus paper,
Ah,
okay? On who
now you're
like
talking.
on papyrus paper, right? And put it on a scroll.
Mhm.
What human wrote the book of Hebrew? I mean, the
No,
book of
Jubilee.
Jubilee.
Most of our record were taken by the Caucasian.
Okay, so it came from a Caucasian. The records that
Char,
you have today
uh,
came
uh,
from a
uh,
Caucasian.
R.A. Charles was the one that transcribed those record into the English language.
I didn't ask who transcribed it. Who wrote it?
They didn't wrote it. As I said
Someone
earlier,
wrote it. Listen,
Who was the
someone
original
listen.
author?
Yeah, someone wrote it. It could not be have been Moses because it was written.
Bufu
Let me finish. Let me
Bufu wrote
finish,
it.
and then you can respond. Okay, go and while I'm talking, ask the Holy Ghost to help you. Okay. Now, Moses could not have written it. Moses was long dead. You can say Moses had it in his head before he died and or whatever, but somebody put it on paper in 160 BCE. I'm asking you who that human was. What was the human that wrote it in Hebrew?
Bufu
Are you speaking
Bufu
in
did it.
tongues? Are you speaking in
No,
tongues?
Bufu by us for us. We are capable of great
Which one
intelligence.
of you did it?
We have lost that record since we.
My apologies. I really didn't mean to do that one just now. My bad.
Brother, do you know who wrote it, bro? You you on mute, bro.
As I was explaining, we've lost that record on who exactly transcribed it into the other scrolls because we've been conquered. But there's another example. If you were to read the book of Second Esdras, the seventh chapter, where Esdras had men who were with him, they had written down over 80 books. So we always write our home history.
I didn't. We asking
What the
specifically
fuck?
about
Yeah,
this.
we're asking about this book. Like you're saying that
I said Jubilee was given by
stop
Moses
talking
by the
while
Most
I'm
High.
talking. Stop talking while I'm talking. Moses is already dead by the time the book of Jubilees is written. Right? Moses is already dead, so he could not have written it. Right? It's written after the Jewish people have been Hellenized by the Greeks, right? So it has Greek influence. So
No such thing as Jewish people.
what I'm asking you is when was it? Who wrote it? Was it not a Caucasian that wrote the Book of Jubilees that you're using right now? That has this very racist narrative in it, like the narrative of Canaan stealing, like being assigned Africa, right, parts of Africa, and then stealing from Shem. Like it's very racist, and you're like, you're using this as evidence to say that you're the people in this book, and like it's just weird to me. Wouldn't it have come from a Caucasian in 160 BCE after they were Hellenized?
As I was saying earlier, there's no such thing as Jewish people. No, it was not.
So were they not Hellenized by that time?
Jews were analyzed, not Jewish.
I say Hellenized.
I know.
Were they not Hellenized by that time? By 160 BCE?
We still kept our culture. Yes, they were.
What does Hellenized mean?
I'm not even gonna go there with you. Go
When
and
you
What
don't
does
know,
it
it's easy for you
mean?
to just
He
say you
has
don't
no
know,
clue.
bro. You don't have to do all that.
What does it mean? What does
He
it
don't
mean
know.
that they were Hellenized?
He doesn't know.
when you got
Okay.
conquered.
Nope, that's not what it means.
First Maccabee, just like
That's not what it means.
That's not what it means.
for example,
That's not what that means.
for example,
Saying, for example, ain't
Examples
gonna
you
fix
don't
that
know.
you not knowing what
y'all
it means.
y'all have been analyzed by the Caucasian here in the
I
United
couldn't have
He
been
States.
th- he
Hellenized.
think he thinks Hellenized and analyzed are the same thing.
Yeah,
I couldn't
you're
have been
losing
Hellenized. It's not
terribly.
possible for me to be
You
Hellenized.
should go back and research a little bit more. Just go look up that word and study it for the rest of the night.
Honestly, before you do just try some vocab words. Start there. Start doing some vocab words. Practice a little bit before you start doing any kind of research. Because I don't know what kind of
And if
research
you
you're gonna
don't
do.
know some, bro, just say I don't know that word. It's okay.
Like,
That's all right.
oh,
Everybody don't know every word, man. There's no shame in saying I don't know that.
I, I'm a
There's no
scholar.
shame,
Why would I not know
you
what
can't even
analyze
spell
mean?
scholar. You can't spell scholar.
bro.
Why
It's
would
Just
fine.
I why would I not know what that word mean? Are you
what school did you?
crazy?
Oh, okay, what school did you go to?
You are the crazy
Yes, you
one.
are.
Keep
Wh-
lying.
Why
What
would
school?
I?
Did you go to? What school did you go to?
So all of a sudden I didn't go to school.
Yeah, what school did you go to?
All of a sudden,
I didn't say you didn't go to school. I never said you didn't go to school. That's not what I said. That's not
He
what I
went
said.
to Google
I,
High
I
School.
asked what school did you go to?
Google
He went
High
to
School and
BYU.
Google
That's
College.
backyard university.
you guys should give me some credit.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no. I'm
even
just
a
asking. No,
first
no, no,
English
no, no,
He
no,
doesn't
speaker.
give
bro,
you
bro, bro,
credit.
bro.
Give me
I'm gonna be
some
honest with you,
credit,
bro.
please.
No, no, no. I'm just asking what school did you go to?
um, what school did I go to?
Hmm.
It's called the School of the Mosa Almighty Yahaya, the Creator,
Told
Okay,
you,
when it's accredited
BYU.
by whom? Who's it accredited by?
credited by Yasha Amashiach
Okay, so you
Wawakadash.
did not go to school. Okay, great. So,
Mm-hmm.
so it's another thing to call yourself a scholar. A scholar is a real
Mm-hmm.
thing. That's a real
Mm-hmm.
thing. Okay, right.
If
Now,
anybody at this point doesn't know what Hellenized is,
then tell us what it is. Tell us what it is.
Yeah,
He
anybody.
had time. He was bullshitting to give
I've
him time to Google. Y'all know that,
No, okay,
right?
no. What's
hell
Hellenized?
No,
no.
that's you.
Look,
What's Hellenized mean?
I've just mentioned you
It's okay. It's
can
okay. Just tell us what it means. It's okay. It's okay. Just tell us what it means.
when somebody got conquered.
That's not what Hellenized means.
Yes.
That's what
When
colonized means.
when you get when they give you another culture, when they assimilate you into
What
another
culture?
culture,
Being assimilated into that's colonization. What does Hellenized mean?
that's first Maccabee, the first chapter
You
gives
don't
you
have
the
to. I asked you
details.
what does Hellenized
Yeah,
mean.
but
I will
Not
get
you're still
colonized.
missing the key word. You're missing a key word. You're trying, but you're missing a key word.
Hellenize was when the Greek, the Caucasian,
Greeks are
trying.
not Caucasians. Greeks are not Caucasians. They're Greek.
Yeah, the original Greek was from the children of Javan. Yes,
Those aren't
but
Caucasians.
he he he
Caucasians
he
come from the Caucasus Mountains.
he wait a second. Alexander the Greek, when he conquered Grecia, he took over the culture and the country. Okay, so I know about history. He took over the culture and the country. So you got King
Wait a minute.
Ptolemy.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
What
on.
was that
Hold
king?
on. Hold on.
Antiochus Epiphany.
You act like you didn't hear me say hold on. What happened to Bash?
Uh, did he do a badge dash?
I don't think so. Cause it's just he was in the middle of singing. Oh no, here he is. Never mind. Hold on.
I literally just got dropped. I don't know what happened. I was literally just sitting here and it just kicked me out. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we thought you did a
Here you go.
bash
No, no,
dash.
I didn't do that this time. I literally got dropped out of nowhere. I didn't do that this time. Okay, you were saying something about Alexander.
Alexander the Great. He had took over the land of Grecia, and he had changed the culture of that land.
Of the Greek.
So yeah, that was the start of the Caucasian taking over
Where's
Grecia.
Alexander from?
He was a so-called Macedonian.
Do you know what you know what Macedonia is?
Mm-hmm.
Where is Macedonia?
Tell me.
No, no, no. I'm asking. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Tell me.
No. Do you know where Macedonia is?
Tell me, I'm
No, I don't
listening.
want to tell you. I'm asking you a very simple question. Do you
No,
know where Macedonia is?
I'm listening. Tell
No,
me.
no, 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 no. Just say yes or no, and then I'll tell you. Do you know where Macedonia is?
I know it is, but tell me.
Okay. Then tell me where it is.
I,
Where
I,
is
I won't play
Macedonia?
your game. Go ahead and do it.
This isn't a game. This isn't a game. Where is
Yeah,
You are
Macedonia?
sure.
such a liar,
Go
bro.
ahead
Like
and
it
do it.
makes
No, no, no. Where
my
is
skin
Macedonia?
itch.
Where is Macedonia?
Like it makes me itch. You're
Go.
such a
And
liar.
you're claiming the
I'm
God of
listening.
Israel. You're claiming the God of Israel. You're sitting up here in front of like hundreds of people, just clearly, blatantly lying.
Can't help it. He cannot help it. You're
You
such a
guys been flamed
liar.
the whole
You
time.
don't know. You have no clue. Just say that. You're a liar.
In the chat, maybe somebody in the chat knows. Anybody in the
Who the
chat know where
scholar? Now let me
Macedonia
get.
is? Anybody in the chat know where Macedonia is? Let's just see,
It's
because
just down there.
It's
it's pretty simple. Anybody know where Macedonia is? It's in Greece.
flying B. I just told you no more caps. You about to get muted.
Why
I
would
already
you
got
mute
him.
somebody
Don't
telling
don't
the
worry about it.
truth?
Shut the fuck
Macedonia is
up.
in
You don't even
Greece.
know what the hell I just said.
Hater.
Shut up. Shut up.
You guys been flamed all the time. I've been
No.
here.
But
You don't even know
Macedonia
what the
is
you
in
don't even know
Greece,
what
You
the
bro.
hell
said
you came up
where?
here to talk about. You just came up here to
Dude,
waste
you
people's
have
time.
embarrassed yourself so
Goodbye.
bad on this
You're
stage.
so embarrassing.
No, I'm
Like
not super.
somebody literally just paid $15 to drop you from the chat. That's how much you've embarrassed yourself tonight.
Ah, embarrassed.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed. Bye, Yamahishala Shana Mashaka.
That's not that man's name.
Yes, it is, Bash.
That is his name.
That man did not say that.
I swear that's what I heard in my
That
head.
man did not say that. I don't know what he said, but I'm sure it wasn't that. What you call it? What is it?
He didn't even know. He didn't even know what the name was.
What his
He
name
just made it up.
was? I feel like Shaquille O'Neal on Inside That Bit. What he said, Chuck?
Bash, you weren't
Say it
here when
again,
he
Chuck.
first came up. When he first came up, Thinker's like, "What is that name?" He's like, "I don't really like. I don't know. I don't know." Like he didn't know. He just made it
What,
up. He's like, "It's like Hebrew or something." I'm like, "What?"
what he said, Chuck?
That's the new one. We already get Oso in here. Oso's gonna add the S's to it. Yeah, he's gonna let me. She gonna like I'm a lot. That his name is longer than your
A
boy's church
CBS receipt.
name.
You know, no longer a CBS receipt.
Man, why do they do that? What's that guy's name who has that long church name? Uh, the Father God and Jesus came down from the cross, and yesterday he was God, but today he not. Church of God in Christ. Like what was his church name?
Who had a church named this?
Oh
What's
yeah, the
his
long ass
name?
website. Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
him, but I don't know his name. I remember the one you're talking about. I don't remember his name though.
Conquistador with the $5 super chat says, people try to paint the Macedonians as non-Greek because the other Greek nations viewed them as barbarians. I think that's why he believes that.
Macedonians are Greeks,
He
guys.
didn't know. He didn't know any of that. You're giving him way too much
Yeah,
credit. He had
Macedonians
no
are Greeks.
clue.
Yeah. But that's true about the Macedonians, but they are just Greek people, bro.
Let's see. Alonzo, are you are you on the panel on purpose? Are
Um,
you?
that was funny. That was real funny. I was on the.
I forgot you were up here.
It's cool. I was trying to respond to some of the things he was saying, but we moved forward. So, if it's up to you if you want to drop me or not.
So, are you Christian or are you a
Uh,
non-believer?
yeah. Well, I'm working on being. I'm not baptized, but I am a Bible student. I study the Bible. We spoke last night briefly.
We did.
Real brief, because you told me that I was actually trying to respond to something you had said last night. The same thing you said that you had moved forward. So I just dropped, and I was trying to respond to something that the conversation that earlier that was flowing, but we moved forward. So same thing. It's up to you. If not, if you want to
No,
leave
yeah,
nothing.
tonight's the only night that we can do that. So, like, if you want to respond to something that he was saying, give me just a second. Melinda, did you join on purpose? Hello, Melinda. Okay. Go ahead. What did you want to respond to?
Um, I was just trying to. It was a couple of things. I was really just trying to answer some of the questions, like when he was asking about where Macedonia is, when he was asking about being Hellenized, what Hellenized is. But like I said, most of those answers have already been. I mean, most of those questions have already been answered. So I'm not trying to move pedal backwards. So
Okay. Well, as a Bible student, um, which one of these cases up here would you like to discuss with me?
so just to be clear, it says if the stories of Christian God did not exist, would there still be morals in this world? Is that what you referring to?
Yeah, that's one question. There's also several different stories that I feel these characters were done unjustly. Um, and then the last question is, do we need a God?
Um, could you elaborate a little? Mind you, I came in about halfway into the previous conversation, so if I'm sorry for being late, but could
No,
you?
that's okay. This is going to be a new conversation then, since you don't have anything to add to the last. So for example, like question one, if you wanted to discuss that, would it be if the stories of the Christian God did not exist, would there be morals in the world? That's one topic that we could discuss. We could discuss the injustices that I feel these characters right here in this book, in this section, were faced with because of the decisions of Yahweh and the Israelites and how they were demonized in the book unjustly. Or we could discuss the last question, which is, do we need a God?
Okay. The first question, if the stories of the Christian God did not exist, would there still be morals in this world? I believe there would be morals in this world, but they would be slightly skewed and they would be distorted. They wouldn't be as accurate as they are today. As far as the morals themselves, the way they play out through humans is a different subject. But as far as the like the laws and the systems that are put in place as far as the executive, judicial, and legislative systems of law, they are flawed in the way they're executed. But as far as as a basis, I believe that there is no there's not really a better standard than the morals of the laws as far as the way they were originally written. The For example, like there's a lot of atheists that vote for politicians without the foresight that these same politicians still put their hand on the Bible and take an oath to Christianity. So I think that the moral code that was, as far as this America, I know you have listeners from all over the world that don't necessarily follow that same system, but the most powerful person in the world is considered the United States president. He still puts his hand on the Bible and takes an oath to Christianity, which gives leeway to the executive branch of the government and also the judicial and the legislative system. So I believe that those morals speak for themselves as far as the way that the United States sets the example for the rest of the world as far as the leader in the as far as moral code. Now, as far as the way it's played out through
Hold on,
human.
I'm gonna stop you. Okay, like so, I haven't heard you mention one moral yet, right? Other than tradition, right, or beliefs, right?
Okay.
What I hear you defending is the government showing that they have people that believe in a God or a Christian God, but that has nothing to do, or you haven't shown that it has anything to do with whether the morals of humanity, right, is attached to that God, right? And then there are like other nations that don't believe in Christianity that also have judicial systems established and laws established with people who follow those laws. And there are other things that make them follow those laws, like punishments, right? And so the question is, would there be morals today if the stories in the Bible, right? Not if the God existed, if we didn't have this book, right? Would we still have morals today?
Short answer, yes. But like I said, as far as the way, so just for example, like the way y'all going back and forth with the previous brother that was on the phone. I don't know if you're familiar with like the concept of Hegelian dialectic. Like people go back and forth. I believe that there will be a lot more back and forth rather than a solidified understanding of those morals. So to answer to be clear, I do believe that there would be morals, but I don't think they would be as clear if the God of Christianity didn't exist. Just to give you just two examples, like for example, in the Bible, like we're talking about slavery. A lot of people use that as an excuse to try to debunk, well, not necessarily debunk, but to say that the Bible doesn't, hold this is not at the right standard that it says. Like so people a lot of times use slavery, for example. So, or like in the Bible, they'll say that the God of Christianity ordained slavery. Now, so from the things that I've read, the morals that the Jews were given towards slavery were in contrast to the morals that the Egyptians had towards slavery. So like, for example, if you were a slave back in those days, the Egyptians per se, their morals towards slavery were a lot more harsh, or in some cases, they didn't have any morals whatsoever. If you wanted to kill a slave, you could kill that slave and you wouldn't be breaking a law.
Where did you get that? Where did you get that from? Can you point me to the law that says that?
That says what?
In Egypt, that you can just kill a slave
Well,
if you wanted
I
to.
wasn't, not mind you, like I said, I wasn't.
You are. You made a statement. When you state stuff like that, like you have to be able to back it up. Because I promise you that when I start stating the laws of your God, I'm going to be able to back them up.
Right. So to backtrack on what I said, like I said, the laws that the Egyptians had toward their slaves were, like I said, were considered more harsh, or if in some cases they were considered that they didn't have any morals at all. But just for example, forgive me for a second. I'm kind of nervous, but Hagar, for example, Hagar was an Egyptian slave, but she chose to be a slave under Abraham. When her father had died, and that she didn't really have any other options other than potentially become a prostitute. So
where are you getting that from?
Well, give me a second. Let me bring this up. Give me a second.
Is that a rabbinic tradition that you're like from the Talmud?
No, Hagar was Egyptian.
No. Where are you getting that that story about Hagar from? What source?
Give me 1 second. Let me just check. Like I said, I'm kind of nervous. You gotta forgive me. I'm not.
Don't be nervous. I mean, you're on
a scholar per se. Right, I get it.
None of us
I just
are
want to be
scholars in
accurate.
here.
I don't want to.
Well, I take that back. Bash is the only scholar on stage right now that I know of. Tashanka, did you go to? Do you have a master's or anything in biblical studies?
I just got a bachelor's degree in theology.
Oh, okay, all right. So we have
I'm a scholar
two.
in the spirit.
Oh, okay. So we have two scholars on stage with us right now.
Okay, so like I said, I'm not trying to position myself as like some type of expert or any of that. Like I said, I'm a Bible student, still studying. But um, from from what I've read previously, and I'm like I don't have that text in front of me. It's like I said, these are just things that I read. Wait, here it is, right here. Hold on, I think I got it right here in Genesis 16. Um, no, that's not it. I'm sorry. Um,
I don't think you're going to find anything in the Bible about what you just said. I mean, Hagar's Egyptian was the only thing that would check through. But that other, I really do wonder where you got that other stuff from.
um, Give me a second. I'm sorry. Like I said, you gotta forgive me. I read it.
You over
I read
apologize.
this. I read it a while ago. And it gave me more insight. And I remember doing more research on it, and I found it to be pretty accurate. I just don't have that information in front of me. But at the 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 information that was given to me, they used Hagar as an example of an Egyptian. Hold on, I'm trying to bring this up as I'm talking. They basically placed Hagar as an Egyptian woman who basically chose to be a slave to Abraham than to uh, her only technically her only other option would have been to either become a prostitute or become an Egyptian slave, and that the morals toward Egyptian slavery. Like, will you look at this?
Can I read something to you from two
Sure,
of
sure.
the this is from the instructions of Ptahhotep, written during the period of 2400 BCE.
Can you say that again?
This is from the instructions of Ptahhotep,
Okay.
written during the Old Kingdom period, around 2400 BCE. If you are a leader, take responsibility for your dependents. Be considerate of what is due to them. Provide for their needs as is proper. This will ensure your leadership is just and lasting. Do not be harsh on anyone who is dependent on you. A kind heart creates harmony, but a cruel one creates bitterness. Respect begets loyalty, and one who is cared for will serve willingly. Punish fairly with moderation. A leader who rules by fear will find his own downfall, for the people will conspire against him. It is better to guide with fairness and wisdom than with a heavy hand.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ptahhotep. This is from the instructions of Ani. Do not, and this was around 1500 to 1070 BCE during the New Kingdom. Do not ill treat a servant in your house. The God hears the plea of the oppressed and will repay the harshness of the master. Provide for those who toil under your roof, for they are part of your household. Listen to the words of your servant as you would listen to the words of a wise man. Wisdom does not belong solely to the master. Sometimes the truth is spoken by the lowliest among us. Treat the lowly with the same care as the noble. Justice is the foundation of righteousness, and the God will favor those who walk with humility and fairness. Does this match what you're saying as far as just kill a slave if you want to?
No, it doesn't. But from the other perspective, as far as from the Bible is concerned, like when you look at the examples, and mind you, there's always contrasting views. But from the example that the Bible gives, as far as with Pharaoh increasing the workload to the Jews, and some of the main reasons why Moses wanted to exile the Jews from Egypt, it was, and then like you look at, I
Do
believe
you do you know
Exodus.
do you know what type of labor
Yeah,
they
if
were
I can
doing in
finish.
Egypt? But I'm asking, do you know what type of
Um,
labor they were doing in Egypt though?
from whose perspective? From the
Like
command perspective or from the
From the
Bible?
Hebrews perspective, from the Bible, from the Hebrew language, they describe the type of labor and they describe what they were in Egypt.
Um, If I can recall, let me off the top of my head, my answer, I'm kind of nervous. Off the top of my head, no, I don't. But if I just to finish my point, from what I believe Exodus 1 was saying that the pharaohs had given the order to kill the firstborn of the Jews. Mind you, whether or not that's accurate toward Egyptian history is a whole nother story. But it was from what the Bible says that Pharaoh was killing the firstborn. So things like that would, and mind you, they were slaves. So with all due respect to what what you read, like I was saying before, the way it's executed through, for example, in this example, Pharaoh is a whole different story. So a lot of times the
Okay,
way
let's stop there for a
Right.
second. So they were not slaves, and they don't call themselves slaves either in the text. They were under corvée labor, not traditional slavery. The Hebrew word that's used there for them is mas, right? And then the plural is masim, and it's not that type of labor. It's forced laborers, task workers, labor band, or a gang, labor gang. When we get to Exodus 11 and 1, this is not the term for a slave that is used when describing slavery that the Israelites participated in as the slave masters. They were not aveds or aved, however you say that name.
I'm
It's more
familiar.
so. I'm sorry, one second. It's more so like it's hard labor, like
Right.
construction work, right?
Right.
It's the taskmasters were assigned. They had like let's say hostile work environment, right? But they were not
Right.
property. They were not slaves like they had in Israel. Those are the two different types of labor. In fact, this same type of labor here is the labor that Solomon required of the northern Israelites, and they when they split, they went to Jeroboam and or Rehoboam, I can't remember which one, and said, "Do you plan on uh, carrying on your father's policies with corvée labor, with Masim?" And he said yes. And they ended up conspiring against him and killing him because they didn't want to go back to this type of labor, which they were doing in
Okay.
Israel. So it wasn't slave. They weren't property in Israel. They were not slaves that in that sense, if that makes sense. And so
Right.
what they were doing was they had them under it still wasn't good, because if you think about it, like it's like working for a boss that creates a hostile work environment, or harsh, like bad working conditions. For example,
Right.
the young lady, she was the first like heart surgeon or something, and she was a black woman, the first black heart surgeon, and that was a woman, and she was working. Her boss put her in the basement, wouldn't let her work with all the rest of the doctors that were white. He put her in the basement filled with soily water and rats, right? And had her
Okay.
working like late night. So it's like stuff like that. But they were not slaves in that sense, according to their own writing.
Okay. Can I read something?
Sure.
So this is Exodus 5, starting at verse 10. And mind you, don't judge me on this, but I'm reading from the New World Translation. I can read from the King James. I'm only reading for the New World Translation because it doesn't have all the ye's and yays. So Exodus 5, verse 10, it says, "So the taskmasters and their foremen went out and said to the people, 'Here's what Pharaoh said. I am giving you no more straw. Go and get your own straw for yourselves wherever you can find it, but your work will not be reduced at all.' Then the people scattered through all the land of Egypt to gather stubble for straw. And the taskmasters kept urging them, 'You must each finish your work every day, just as when the straw is provided.' Also, the foremen of the Israelites, whom Pharaoh taskmasters had appointed over them, were beaten. They asked them, 'Why did you not reach the quota of bricks that you used to make? It happened both yesterday and today.' So the foreman of the Israelites went and complained to Pharaoh, "Why are you treating your servants this way? No straw is given to your servants, yet they are saying to us, 'Make more bricks.' Your servants are beaten, but your own people are at fault." But when he said, "You are relaxing, you are relaxing," that is why you are saying, "We want to go. We want to sacrifice to Jehovah." So now go, get back to work. No straw will be given to you, but you still must produce your quota of bricks. So it's examples like this.
Yeah, I said that they were under hostile work environments, right? Like but they were not our beds. They were not the slaves that the Israelites owned, as we see later in Leviticus 25.
Did you mean the Egyptians owned or the Israelites
No,
owned?
the Israelites owned.
Can you expand on that? What
In
I think I
Leviticus
missed the
25.
point.
In Leviticus 25, the Israelites are told that they can
Okay,
own
I got it. I'm
enslaved
sorry.
people,
I got it.
right?
I drew a blank. Okay, I'm following.
Okay. Yeah, so these were two different types of labor systems, right? So you
Right.
had slaves that were property, right? That was considered things that could be passed down, that was movable chattel. And then you had labor forces, right? Like corvée labor, where only a king could impose. And that is the way the Israelites describe themselves, right? And they don't describe themselves as Abeds.
Well, so let's take a step back. So from what you read earlier, you said Patah, you said Patah, what was it again?
Instructions of Ptah-hotep and the
Right.
instructions
So right.
of
So
the instructions of Ani.
right. So when reading those and then the laws toward slavery from the Bible, the way that those instructions were given toward the Israelites, and mind you, I'm not well versed on Egyptian, laws towards slavery, but there was a more specific set of ways that the Jews were told to handle their slaves in regards to, in contrast to the way that the Egyptians were told to
Like
handle
what?
their
What
slaves.
was the more specific way?
Well, it's from what you read versus what in the Bible, the way that the slaves were, there was more of a specific code. Like for example, it's you could beat a slave, but you couldn't kill him.
Where for who? Where is that?
The
Where
the
are you talking about in the Israelite code?
correct, right. Things like that. Versus when you compare that to Pharaoh giving an order to kill the
What
firstborn.
that's from the you're literally taking the story of an Israelite saying that this is what happened, right? And I'm sure, like in Bible college, right, they teach you that the Exodus isn't something that actually happened. Like it's a symbolic story, right?
Right. Well, we need
Right.
context. We
One
need
second.
some type of context.
Can I
Go
finish?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. It's a symbolic story uh, about King Josiah and Pharaoh Necho III, right? So there was no actual Exodus. There was no they were not actually in Egypt as this corvée labor or aka slaves. So when the Israelite, is writing this story and they're saying that the Pharaoh killed the firstborn of every child, that did not
Right.
actually happen. And so
Right.
you can't look at Egypt and say that that's how they were in actual history, because
Right.
that what you're looking at is mythology or symbolism.
Right. So, but and to respond to that, we need some type of foundation. And mind you, because if we're talking about the Bible, we're talking about the Bible. So
What I'm
whether or
saying
not,
is you can't say that that's how Egypt actually was, right? When I'm reading
well,
the laws of Egypt to you, you can't negate their actual laws that I'm reading to you and say, well, this story says that they killed the firstborn in Egypt. You have to take into context, right? The fact that this story is symbolism, right?
understand, I
It's
understand,
not
I
actual
understand.
it's not like actual history. So when you're
I,
talking about the character of a nation, right? You can't say that they did that thing. You can't base
understand.
their character off of that. And even
I
if you did, it's a one-sided story.
I understand. So there's gonna be bias. Like I said from the beginning, and I'm not well versed in Egyptian laws on slavery, but if we go back to your original question, as far as would there still be morals if the God of the Christianity, what does it say? If the God of Christianity didn't exist, I forget how you worded it. That's
No,
my
if the
context.
stories didn't exist,
Okay,
not
right.
the God, the
That's
stories.
that's my context. So like when if I'm basing my argument from that
And my
context,
argument,
if I
and
can
my
finish,
argument is
can I
yes,
finish?
that there would be morals. My argument is yes, there would be morals again because these are stories. There is actual historical context that refutes the stories in the text. So you can't just say that, oh, you just have to take what's in the book only, right?
Okay.
If the question is, if these stories did not exist, would we still have morals today?
So what is my context then? If
I
then
don't
what
know
is
what
that?
your context is. My context is the book in actual history. I don't know what your context is. I'm not
Well,
making your argument for you, but
okay,
I brought to you the actual laws of Egypt because you made a claim about Egypt, right?
okay.
So I brought to you the actual laws of Egypt, and you're saying that, well, despite them saying don't mistreat people and rule with kindness, they actually killed, right, the firstborn of the Israelites. And what I'm saying is that is symbolism in the story. That isn't actual history.
Right. Okay. But the law. So the laws that um we the laws that got created, whether or not these stories are true or false, the laws as far as Jerusalem, when Jerusalem became established, those were the laws that became practiced based off what was in that book. Now, whether or not they're true or false, that's a whole different story. But as far as the standard, as far as Jerusalem is concerned, that is what set the standard. So that's what those laws became real based
We're not
on.
talking
If
about the
I can
laws
finish,
right
can
now
I
though,
finish?
right? No,
Can
don't like you're venturing off. We're not talking about the laws right now, right?
I, okay.
You were talking about whether Egypt, right, just wanted to would just kill a slave, right? You were talking about the character of Egypt. We're
Right.
not. How do we get onto whether Jerusalem went by the laws or not?
So like I was saying before, and I already got a feeling what you're gonna say, but I can only if my question is if the God of Christianity didn't exist, would there
That
still be
is
more?
not the question, and I think that's why you're getting confused. You can't separate the God from the stories. The question is if the stories of the Christian God, the stories, not the God. If you want to talk about whether we need the God, then you need to pick question 3. Do you see the difference? Do you see why we're confused? What I'm asking is if this Bible did not exist, would we still have morals today?
Short
Not the
answer,
God.
right. So short answer, like I said before, short answer yes, but I believe that they would still be like I said, more it would be more room to argue in that like I was saying before about Hegelian dialect, there would be more back and forth instead of a more clear understanding of why those morals are set. And mind you, let's switch. So I'll give you a different example. So like in the Bible, I believe somewhere in Exodus, it says if two men are fighting and one man knocks a woman over and she's pregnant and she loses the baby, that it should be life for life, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. So So
Yeah,
if I
that
could,
it doesn't say that
You
you're
know what it
quoting it
says?
wrong.
okay, well, I'm not. I can bring the scripture up if you want, but I'm like I said, I'm not. I'm
You
just
probably should, but
okay.
because
Let me do
that's
that.
not what it says.
Okay. Let me bring it up. All right, no problem.
And I think the
There was a
interesting
bigger
point,
point.
I
There was
think
a
the
bigger point.
interesting point that you made was that it would be clearer morals. Like, to me, that you said that twice, right? I think that's the talking point there. Like, what do you mean by it would be
Well, I was
clear?
trying to
Clear.
make a
Can I
point.
finish? Can I?
Sure,
What
sure.
I'm trying to help, because like you've already confused the conversation once by trying to argue like whether your God is needed, and that's not right the topic. So when you say that the Bible helps people have clearer morals, to
Right.
me that's the talking point, right?
Okay.
How does the Bible, right, make morality clear today, and how do you see that represented in today's society?
Got it. Okay. Give me one second. I'm gonna bring up the scripture so I can. Let's be clear. It's Deuteronomy 25. Give me one second, and then I believe it starts at 11. If two, and mind you, like I said, I'm reading from the New World Translation. If you want me to read from King James, I will do that. But I'm reading from New
It
World
doesn't
Translation.
matter which one.
Okay. If two men get into a fight with each other and the wife of one of them intervenes to protect her husband from the one striking him, and she wait, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. That's the, if she grabs him by the ball. Hold on.
Oh, you're
And
Alfonso, hold on really quickly. Thinker, you have someone in the request queue. Shem, where's the name?
21.
Broshem the Pain
Yeah. Okay.
wants to come up.
Thank you.
Exodus 21.
Y'all help me remember. Is Grim the kid that got smart the last time, or is Grim cool? Grim isn't the 24-year-old kid that we ended up having to block because he got smart with Doodad, is it?
I don't remember.
I
I
can't
don't remember
remember.
if that was him. Hold
But
on.
he kept telling us he was 24. I cannot remember. Not a kid. Okay, I can't remember. Did you get smart with Doodad though, Grim? Oh, you're 31. Okay, not you.
Oh, I
Okay,
had to see his.
hold on,
Yeah,
Dr. B. I'm
that's
about
not
to
him.
make room for you. Huh? Okay,
Oh, I had to
hold
see
on,
his.
Dr. B. I'm
Yeah,
about to
that's
make
not
room
him.
for you. Huh?
I said I had to see his. I had to see his username. That's not him.
Okay, I just needed to make sure. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Okay. It was Exodus 21:22. It says, if men should struggle with each other and they hurt a pregnant woman and she gives birth prematurely, but no fatality results, the offender must pay damages imposed on him by the husband of the woman, and he must pay it through the judges. But if a fatality does occur, then you must give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, blow for blow. So, now I've
Wait. When the baby dies, what does he pay?
it says life for life.
Not when the baby dies.
Verse 23.
Yeah, it's about the woman.
Say that again.
Yeah, she's asking because the life for life, the lex talionis applies when the woman has
Well, it
harm.
says if a fatality does occur.
Yeah, the Hebrew's a little complicated there, but the parallels that we see and what we see in the lex talionis section leads most scholars to conclude that this is talking about both examples, or both parts of the case have the fetus dying.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
Which part?
Just what you said so right before what
Here's
you
what
said.
the law is saying. Here's what the law is saying. This is the position of most A&E scholars. This is an example of two men fighting. They accidentally strike a woman who is pregnant, and the fetus she miscarries. So both cases have the fetus dying. If no further harm comes to the woman, then there's just a monetary payment to compensate for the loss of the fetus. If harm does come to the woman, in addition to the fetus dying, then lex talionis applies.
Then What is the point of explaining the fact that she's pregnant?
I don't understand your question.
So like there are two events happening here, right? It says when people are fighting, injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage. That's one event. You see that? There's okay. Hold on. Listen, let me finish.
There's a noise.
Let me finish, Alonzo, and then I promise you'll be able to respond.
I just couldn't hear you, but go ahead. I was just asking you to repeat yourself because I couldn't hear you, but go ahead.
Okay. When the people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that, right, there is a miscarriage. That's one event, right?
Okay.
Okay. The baby is already dead, right? And yet no further harm follows. The no further harm here, who would that further harm after the baby, she's already suffered a miscarriage, what further harm would transpire?
Wait, now I'm confused because when it starts off, it says there's no fatality. In verse 22, it says there's no fatality.
Hold on, go with me. Just follow me. Follow me, okay? When two people are fighting,
right, you kinda lost
hold
me
on.
there.
Okay, listen, just step by step, Alonzo. Okay. Break it down, okay?
I'm listening.
All right.
I'm listening.
Okay.
You don't have to yell.
All right, we're gonna break it down, okay? When people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage, can we acknowledge that?
That's not what it says.
It said, I'm reading it to you word for word. I'm reading. It's on the screen in front of you. Do you? It's right there on the screen in front of you, Alonzo.
Alonzo, what it literally says is so that her fruit goes out.
Do you not see it on the screen in front of you?
You're on mute.
Alfonso, I'm sorry. Do you not see it on the screen in front of you, Alfonso?
Am I muted? Oh, okay.
Can you see?
Yeah, I'm trying to read it from the screen.
And so you're telling me that it didn't say what I said it said?
I'm trying to read it. Give me when people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage and there no further harm follows.
Hold on. I don't want you to go, Alonzo. I don't want you to do it all at once. I'm trying to break it down. Okay. So can we acknowledge that this is one action, right? One consequence, yes. Right? A miscarriage has happened. The baby is dead already, right?
Understood. Right. Okay.
Okay. Then it says,
and Alonzo, hang on. Sorry, Thinker. And Alonzo, I think you probably should apologize to Thinker.
Well, I didn't understand.
That is what it said. That right? You agree?
Right. I'm reading from a different. So just to be clear, like I said, I'm reading from a different translation.
Okay. All right. But that's on you. That's not on her. I think you should probably say, yeah, you're right. That's what it said.
That's what. Right. Okay. So that's what her translation says.
Come on, man. Be a big man here. Just say, yep. You were right. You weren't lying to me. You were right. That's what yours says.
That's what's right. So I
right, come on, Alfonso. Come on, man. You accused her of lying. Just say it. It's okay.
So wait a minute. Can we take a step back?
I think you should just take a step back and say, yeah, I accused you of lying. You weren't lying.
Okay. I accuse you of lying. You're not lying.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Thank you, Dr. B. Thank you, Alfonso.
No problem.
All right. So the baby is already deceased here. She's had a miscarriage, right?
Right.
Then it says, and yet no further harm follows. What do you think this sentence here means after the baby is already dead?
Repeat that again.
This sentence here, right? It says the baby's already dead. The man have already caused her to miscarry. Then it says, and yet no further harm follows. What do you think that means?
That means that the woman is still alive.
Okay. It says the one responsible shall be fined what the woman's husband demands, paying as much as the judges determine. Right. Okay. Then verse 23 says, if any harm follows, right? What do you think that means?
That's in regards to the woman.
Yep. Then you shall give life for life. So the life for life is not for the miscarriage, that you pay a fine for the miscarriage. The life for life is if the woman who is already alive and existing dies, then it's life for life, because that's considered taking a life.
Okay, so from the research that I've read, it was different. There's a different explanation. So, and I've read different scholarly reports. So I think that's where
Can you tell me who you've read?
Yeah, I'm actually trying to bring it up as we're talking.
Okay. It might be useful just because I'm familiar with a lot of scholars that would be talking about this.
So what I was trying to explain before is that even the translation that I was reading for, it doesn't even say it like that. So
right.
So that
if I could just weigh in while you're looking.
I'm looking right.
Sorry,
I'm trying to explain as I was.
No, I know. Well, I'm going to explain why.
Right, so it wasn't that I was accusing her of lying. It's just how I understood it from the research.
Okay, I'm going to. If I give you the benefit of the doubt on that, right? That's not how it came across, right? How it came across is like you're being deceptive. That's how it came across to me. And
not at all. Not at all.
Right. That's exactly how I took it. I'm just being honest.
If you listen to the way I read it, and you listen to the way she read it, it obviously said literally two different things. So I'm just reading it.
Now, you haven't read it to me yet, so there would be no way for me to know that. I haven't listened to you read anything.
What I read, and if you read the New World Translation, like I said, I was reading before, it literally says in verse 22, if men should struggle with each other and they hurt a woman, and the woman gives birth prematurely, but no fatality. That's literally what it says.
But that's the part that you're skipping over, though. It does say that, right? It says she loses the baby. Then it goes in to say, and there's fatality.
Can you bring up the New World Translation?
If I
the New World Translation, it doesn't say it like that.
If I could just for a second, guys. So look, the reason that there's ambiguity here is because of the Hebrew. There's this term in there, ason. Right, and we don't really know what it means, right? We don't have good parallels for it. So, in other contexts, we don't have usages in other contexts where it's clear what the term means. So, it's the same sort of thing that you see in Exodus 21, 7 through 11, where there are three things that are supposed to be given to the concubine, to the amah. Like food, clothing, and then there's this thing that gets translated like marital rights. We don't know what that is. That's a hapax legomena, right? It's used there, and that's it. So what we have to do in order to determine what it means is we have to go outside of the biblical corpus, which happens a lot, and we go to other Semitic languages, so like Akkadian, for example, and we look at how the cognate term is used in other contexts. And there are very clear passages in the law collections in the same genre, in the same context, where three things are given to women. And so these things, the first two are exactly the same as what you see in Exodus 21, like 10, I think is where it's at. And so these are things that feed into lexicography. So here in the passage about the fighting men, this term ason, it's unclear what it means, and it's using the term itself. When you go to other law collections, this is a very common, relatively common, anyway, situation that's considered in the law collections. Two people fighting, they hit a pregnant woman. Like, this is something that's considered quite a bit. And what happens consistently in the other law collections is they're considering two things. The woman's hit, the baby gives birth. The woman gives birth to the fetus. What happens if nothing else happens to her? And then what happens if something physical happens to her, right? That's what's considered here. That's why scholars, that's one of the reasons that scholars are trying to tie this together in this regard. But that's why there's ambiguity in the translations.
I appreciate that. And so if and like you said, I think that's where our disagreements are
well,
taking place.
I think also it's because you're reading from the JW, right?
Well, I'm not a JW.
But this is the JW Bible.
I understand.
Yeah, but do you understand why that's important too?
But that's also in the Dewey Rams. That's also in the Catholic public domain. It's also in the Lambs of Bible.
What I'm saying is that like the JW like literally did their own translation of the Bible.
Well, there's others,
and it states right. It says like what Dr. B is talking about, like the ambiguity. It just says if men should struggle with each other and they hurt a pregnant woman and she gives birth prematurely, right? And then but no fatality results. Like that's saying like, oh, she gave birth to the baby and nothing happened to the baby.
She didn't die. Yeah.
Right? Or the baby didn't even, like nothing happened to the baby. She just gave birth early. That's how the JW translates it. But no fatality results. The offender must pay the damages imposed on him by the husband of the woman. He must pay it through the judges. But if a fatality does occur, then you must give life for a life. So it's basically just saying like, oh, you made her have a child early, right?
Right.
That's how the JW translated.
There's other translations that are like that as well, not just the JW one. But
here's the other factor that you have to consider. I think if you're trying to read just a simple premature birth and that the focus of the law is on the fetus, and here's the problem, that one of the other big problems that you face is the remainder of the lex talionis, stipulations, right? So you have to.
Can you say that?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So what the rest of the text says, right? So you're supposed to give life for life, then what? Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. These things don't seem to apply in this situation, potentially to a fetus. Right? You wouldn't have tooth for tooth from a fetus. You probably aren't going to have broken bones with a fetus, right? Or broken, like busted out eyes or anything. These are things that would happen to the woman.
I understand that. It also, to be fair, it also depends. I mean, obviously not tooth, but you spoke about broken bones and things like. It also depends on what trimester she was in. But just a side note, if you read the Masoretic Hebrew, direct from the Masoretic Hebrew, it's closer toward the New World Translation. And,
what does it say?
It says if men fight and hurt a pregnant woman, so that
that, but that's not what it says, right? Because you're speaking English.
Well, right. Well, so
what you're reading, but right, exactly. You probably can't, right?
Well, I'm reading a translation of Masoretic Hebrew.
That's but you're.
I get. Mind you, I get what you're saying. That
do you understand that the problem is probably not what's in the text, like what's in the Hebrew, but how the person is translating the Hebrew?
Understood. Okay. But if I can make the bigger point that I was trying to make was that this scripture is used to go back to the original question as far as morals. This scripture is usually pointed to in regard. Maybe you've already heard this before. I'm guessing you've already heard this before in regards to abortion. As far as
and what you think that I agree with men telling women what they could do with their body?
No, not at all. That's not the point. The point is that they use this as an example to say, okay, so if you feel that, like, say you might be pro-choice and you say, okay, I believe that there's nothing wrong with abortion and I believe that it's a fetus and that I don't believe that it's life, and that the point, mind you, regardless if this is the translation is wrong or right, but the fact that a lot of people use life for life, the pro-life people like to use this scripture as a point to say that it's a life. Whereas pro-choice people will say it's a fetus and that a fetus isn't a life and it's not a life until it comes out of the woman. Mm-hmm. Now, so the bigger picture of that is that they use it as an example. They say, okay, well, look, let's say, for example, if you say you're pro-choice and you say, okay, it's not a life, and I just look at it as a fetus, right? It's just a fetus. It's not a life. So if, let's say, for example, if I'm at your house and your sister is pregnant, right? And I'm drunk and I get in a fight with somebody and I bump into your sister and she falls over and she's 8 months pregnant and she loses the baby. Now, when the police come, technically the police are going to charge me for murder. They're going to say that was a life. That okay, yeah, there was assault and battery, but there was a life that was lost there.
But we're talking about
if I can finish,
involuntary.
can I finish?
No, you
Can I
can't.
finish?
No, you can't. We're
Okay.
talking about
Hold on.
involuntary versus voluntary. That's not the same thing.
So what do you mean?
Abortion, involuntary versus voluntary. We're talking about a woman being able to control the decision, right, on whether she wants to be a house for a fetus. We're talking about involuntary. So if you wanted the child, and if you wanted to create a child, and someone comes along and takes that away from you, then yes, it would be. And I don't even think they call it murder. Right, it's harm. It's harm on a pregnant woman. Right, but if a woman decides that she does not want her body to be a house to a fetus for the next 9 months, she has that right to make that decision.
Understood, but the in the context of what we're talking about is life, as far as whether it's considered life, and as far as the morals,
and it's not called murder when that happens.
If I can finish, okay. So can I finish my point? So as far as what the morals, as far as pro-choice, what I was talking about as far as pro-choice and pro-life, the Bible standard is that it's life. And that's
on a Christian's point, though. Like, non-believers don't give a fuck what y'all's Bible say about whether it's a life or not.
Wait, can I just get a moment?
So going back to your original point,
Alfonso, can I just get a bit of clarity from you? I just want to make sure. Wow. No, I just want to make sure I'm understanding you. Are you saying personhood? I think maybe you're talking about personhood. I don't think anybody's debating whether it's life.
I'm saying what I'm saying. I said what I said. As far as with the people, I mind you, this isn't necessarily my argument. I'm just telling you how the morals.
That's for Christians do that, not non-believers. Y'all do.
Right, and Alfonso, you recognize, right, that in this very same chapter, however you interpret, the two men fighting and the pregnant woman, however you interpret that, in the very same chapter, you have a demarcation between the value of a free person's life and the value of a slave's life in the same situation, right? If an ox who is known to gores a free person, and so there's negligent homicide, I guess. If that's done to a free person, then the death penalty is enforced.
Right. So,
but wait.
Go ahead.
But if it's done to a slave, if a slave is gored by that same ox, same situation, the death penalty is not enforced. The owner of the ox simply has to pay 30 shekels of silver, which is the price of a slave, and pays it to the owner of that slave.
Okay. So
the lives there are not, and like the life of that slave is not considered all the same.
I understand.
The life of a free person.
I understand, and I can appreciate your point.
Please stop asking if you can come up and you see the panel completely full. Am I going to pull a box out of my ass? Like, chill for a second. The panel is completely full.
Can I respond to? So the point in the context, because I just want to stay in context of my original point. As far as we're talking about morals,
put me in the comments.
Morals. As far as the moral, but I was explaining as far as the Bible setting morals that are used as a standard in today's laws. So the context that I was talking about was in regards to abortion, as far as a fetus being considered life or not life, and how the Bible uses this particular scripture as a way to point out the fact that a fetus is life. Now, obviously, there's pro-choice people all over the world and people who don't believe in the Bible that disagree with this. But going back to your original question, as far as the way that morals are derived from the Bible, this is one of the main scriptures that are used to point out how those morals were derived out of the Bible.
For Christians, morals in society are not derived from the Bible. Your Bible says that slavery is an okay thing to do, and it's not your Bible that decided that it's an immoral thing to do.
Well,
and
to be fair,
just like with this scripture here, no non-believer is going to go to the Bible and say, "See, God didn't even see it as a non-life." They would only refute it. They would use your book against you to refute the point that you're making.
So, just like I said before, in context, we're talking about a fetus. Now, moving towards your point, as far as
No, we're talking about morals, is what I'm saying. Like
right,
no non-believer, non-believer uses your Bible to say, "Am I moral or not?" No non-believer does that.
Okay, so I'm trying to answer your original question as far as would there still be morals in regards to if the stories in the Bible are the God of Christianity.
I'm defending it, saying it would, that we don't need this book. Like every time, you keep repeating. Hold on, listen for a second, because I don't know if you know how this works. You keep repeating your stance. I know your stance. It's almost as if you don't understand mine. Mine is in rebuttal to yours. I say we don't need these stories, and in actuality, I think these stories have made humanity more immoral.
Okay, and what I'm giving you is this context as far as why those morals are. For example, like I said before, the president still puts his hand on the Bible and takes an oath to Christianity. When you go to court, all of the judges.
You don't have to, though. You don't have to.
And I'm glad you said that, because the fact that you don't have to and they still do tells you that they're doing it voluntarily.
They do it because they are Christians.
If they don't have to do it,
they're doing
anybody can use any book they want to.
Yeah, they're just acknowledging other people's beliefs. They're acknowledging that there are people out here that walk around thinking that there's an imaginary God somewhere. That's all.
But if they don't have to do it,
it also has absolutely nothing to do with morals. That's tradition. That's belief. We're talking about morals.
The governor of Pennsylvania took the oath on 3 Bibles. He made.
It doesn't matter.
What's moral about that?
He's religious. So
what's moral about that? What's moral about putting your hand on the Bible? Explain the morality in that.
There's absolutely nothing moral about that.
So why do you keep bringing that up?
Well, bring it up.
Because the bigger principle is that if they're making the choice to use that as a standard for their authority,
but it's not a standard, though, Alfonso. You're forgetting. No, you can't finish because you've been repeating the same thing over and over again. This standard that you're speaking of has no foundation to stand on. You have 45,000 denominations in your belief. What standard are you talking about? Everybody reads that Bible different. Everybody has a different Jesus. Everybody has a different God. Even that verse you're reading, I've heard Christian pro-choice people use that verse to say God didn't care about the baby. God did not care about the baby. He only cared about the woman. So you have so many other interpretations from this book. What standard are you talking about?
Standard lunatics, standard stupidness.
I think it's like what's been the difficult part, Alfonso, is keeping you on topic, right? So we had to bring you back to the fact that the topic is the stories in the book, right? Not the God. And then identifying that the discussion is morality, right? Not beliefs or tradition, right? And so what we are discussing is, would society today still have morals if these stories did not exist? If we didn't have the Bible, would we still have morals? My stance, and probably several other people's stance on the panel, is that we would, and I would go further to say that society is that the immorality that we see in society today, some of it comes from this book, from their beliefs.
Thinker Brosham wanted to interject real quick.
Who?
Brosham, he's up on the panel next to public.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. Peace and blessings. Thank you for letting me up. So I truly believe that without the morals of God, regarding Torah, basically, the society as we can see it today is totally upside down in regards to morality.
I don't know what just happened.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, can you clarify what you just said though and make it a little bit more concise for us?
Well, if I was to say, I think Book of Leviticus chapter 15, Talks about when a woman, is on her monthly, a man is supposed to respect her, and basically go into the lounge for the duration of her monthly, which it could be 7 days. There are times when it may be longer. Well, that is basically what is expected of the man. I mean, he's not supposed to abandon her for the duration of her monthly. He's, obviously he's supposed to care for, get the hot water bottle, make her food if they've got children.
What are you talking about, sir?
Wait, are you saying that it is a moral thing for men to not abandon a woman while she's on her period? And that's some moral standard that we have in society today?
No, it's moral for him not to pester her or try to pull her pants down.
Right, like it's moral for her not to have sex with her while she's on her period, and that's a moral standard. That's a moral standard that we have in society today. Is what you're saying?
No, it's moral for him not to have sex with her while she's on her period, and no, we're not doing that in society today.
Wait, and you're saying that we should?
Men should respect women when they're on their period.
And what if a woman wants to have sex while she's on her period?
I'm about to say that's a lie. It definitely does.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, so be it. I can't help it. But first of all, men should respect her and not and just give her space, but still look after her, still comfort her.
I get what you're saying. You're saying like a man shouldn't try to convince her if she doesn't want to, like if she's cramping. Yes. Yeah, I get you. I think a lot of men are scared of women when they're on their period. Not necessarily scared like their attitudes, but they think it's gross.
It can happen with couples. It can happen within couples as well.
I'm sorry, 1 second. What I'm saying is I think they think it's gross. So most of the time they don't bother anyway.
No,
I'm sorry. Hold on.
Not gross.
Hold on. Ooh. But like most men won't even go to the store. Well, they're starting to like not care, but for a long time they wouldn't even go to the store and buy pads, right? Or they wouldn't touch the pads.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what to do.
Don't tell me what I know. I was married for 7 years and I have sons. I know that how they act around pads.
We don't know what pads to do to get and whatnot.
Like, why do you keep talking? Why do you keep interrupting me while I'm talking?
Sorry.
Don't say sorry. You're doing that shit on purpose.
What I'm saying is that I think the reason why men leave women alone during that time sexually, not all men, but a good portion of them, is because they're scared of the blood, or they think it's gross or nasty. But there are some men, right, who've matured, and they're not scared of it anymore. But I do think that just like not forcing anybody, whether she's on her period or not, is a moral thing to do. Like, respect people's space, right? Regardless if she's your wife, if she's your girlfriend, respect her space. If she doesn't want to have sex, she don't have to have sex. But this book tells a man that a woman's body belongs to him, and that her duty is to please him. And then some go as far as saying that even the woman, if the woman wants to have sex and the man don't feel like it, he should do it because that's his wife. And so it doesn't teach consent, and it doesn't teach boundaries. And that's definitely not something that we learn from none of the stories in this book.
You agree too, just like I do, as well as most of the ladies do, that is a moral concept that men should learn. That if they really believe they follow God or Jesus, do you follow that code of conduct? Basically, it's showing women that the God that I follow actually does love you. He hasn't abandoned you.
No, the fuck it's not. No, the hell it's not. No, it's not. Freaking telling.
I don't even know what he said. What did he say?
It's showing us how to respect women in their time.
He's saying that because God is saying don't bother women on their period, is showing that God loves women. What the fuck it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, like Deuteronomy 21, right? I mean, if you got that captive woman that you think is super hot, like that's how you love her, right? You bring her in and you have sex with her, right? That's respecting women, right?
But you have to
Is that
remember,
the one you
Dr.
shave
Bowen,
her
you
head
have to,
first?
yep, shave her head and clip her nails.
And she gets 30
That's a
full
slave, though.
days.
But then
Now,
that's a
just
slave.
I want you to pause for a second and think through what you were starting to say, right? And think to I want you to think to yourself, is this the flex that I think it is?
There were still morality laws surrounding slavery, were there not?
Okay. So you
Where are we
didn't stop
going?
and think about it, or you don't, I don't know, have the capacity that I
What?
anticipated that you had. So you thought that interjecting into this conversation, uh, oh, but she's a slave, so that makes it okay. You
Sorry,
thought that was
you
positive.
brought up
You
Exodus
thought,
21.
hey, did you, has the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours? Sorry, I'll mute up. You go ahead.
So you actually brought up Exodus 21, not me. I was talking about Leviticus 15. So I don't know why we went there. You brought it up. Sorry, host.
Yes, you're right. You're tracking. This is good. I appreciate that. So you caught that I brought that up. That's good. Do you understand why I brought it up?
Do you understand that you spoke falsely about
Do you think that
me?
that's an answer to my question?
No, I don't know why
No,
you
I
brought
didn't
it
think
up.
so either. So do you know why I brought it up?
Please explain.
Oh, so you don't understand why I brought it up?
Oh, well, it's probably got something to do with the women, because I said the God that I follow and agree to respects women.
Yes, that's correct. So now do you
Oh,
understand the
excellent.
connection?
Oh, well, no. Show us, please.
So you don't understand the connection. I'm getting confused.
Oh, no. What is this? What is this? What is
This
this?
is you getting cooked, my friend.
Really? I've answered everything. I've showed that I've paid
Yes, you
attention. Now I'm
have.
getting
And your
cooked.
answer was, no. It's,
When?
listen, this woman, she's a slave. So it's
Okay.
okay.
Explain yourself.
Do
Explain
you
yourself.
understand how
Explain
that's a problem for
yourself.
you? Oh, I
Stop
just
carrying
did.
on.
Yeah, I just did.
You,
And if you think this is
you just
carrying
did
on,
what?
owning
You
you,
just did what? You read nothing.
He literally
yeah.
just explained to you how the text, it doesn't
He
matter whether
explained
she
to
was a
me his
slave or
vain
not. Oh, I'm
imagination. I
sorry.
don't care
I'm
for the
still
vain
You're
talking.
gonna
Let
shut
imagination
the
of
fuck
men.
up
Sidebar.
while she's
Bro,
talking. You're
Chef.
gonna shut up. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna shut up while she's talking. Go back on mute. Thank you very much.
So last I
And
checked,
he
that
begged to come
verse,
up here.
he sure did. But that verse that Dr. Bowen gave you, it doesn't matter whether she was a slave or not. She was still a woman, which proves that your deity doesn't give a shit about women. Let's not forget Numbers 31, where he has literally every man, woman, and little boy unalived, but had the virgin girls kept alive as spoils of war. Let's not forget how Mary was probably between the ages of 12 to 14 years old, and he decided to blast the Holy Spirit on her that gave you guys your supposed Messiah who hasn't fulfilled a single prophecy, no less.
I'm
A
OT only.
minor. So Yahweh in himself is a Shmedophile. So we can go ahead and cover that. Nothing in this book protects nor gives a shit about women.
I'm OT only. Sorry, I don't. I sort of blanked out halfway through your speech. Sorry.
Yeah, of course you
Yeah, I
did.
bet you did, princess. I bet you did.
Of course you did. And then to come out and say, "Oh, I wasn't listening to you the whole time." You think that's some kind of flex or something?
He
You think
respects
you
women
think
just as much as God does. That's what he
right?
just showed.
I
That's
don't
you
believe in
respecting
Jesus. I didn't
women.
say I believe in Jesus.
Did
So
I say
I
That's
don't
you
know.
Jesus? I
respecting
said
I
women
God.
didn't know
is
Did
she
I
being
was
say
Jewish.
Jesus?
disrespectful.
Did I say Jesus?
Neither one of them,
Then
even the
wax out your
guys.
ears.
I just think it's crazy when men come up here and like
Well, so
scream
you do
out
not
that
think
they're
that?
incels, right? I mean, just like blast out that they've never touched a woman, right? Like, thanks for sharing. I mean,
Like when you open your mouth, you're expecting people to listen to the rubbish and the nonsense that's coming out of your mouth. But while she's talking, you want to open your crazy mouth and say, "I was that. I blinked out in the middle of that conversation." Like you think you're somebody. You think we're gonna even remember you after you're gone? We're not. You're not that
I don't
important.
expect to.
I think it also speaks to like the topic of morality, right? Like he came up here talking about how the book teaches men to be how the book teaches men to respect women, right? And that's this moral thing. But yet the moment he gets put in this uncomfortable situation, he disrespects a woman. This is what I mean when I say, when I ask the question, if these stories in this book did not exist, would we still have morality today? And I go as far as saying that it's because of the stories in this book that we see a lot of the immoral behaviors in society. And neither of the believers on the stage has been able to convince me otherwise.
Like imagine proving morality of your God, and the first thing you go is to a woman's menstrual cycle. Your God doesn't even know how the female anatomy works. Like you're going straight to menstruation. The fact that your God has to tell you to leave people alone. He has to remind you to respect people's boundaries. That is the morality you're getting from it. You wouldn't know that without the book. You wouldn't know to respect people's boundaries, right? You wouldn't know that when someone is on her period, you should maybe leave her the fuck alone, or maybe respect what she wants. You would need a book to tell you that, right? That's what we should be grateful for.
Why you keep muting me for? Am I not making sense?
You're fucking talking while I'm talking. That's why you're getting muted. Maybe wait for someone to finish talking, then you can talk. That's why you're getting muted. You sound inebriated too. You should probably go figure that out.
And let's not forget, ladies, the majority of the time, the quote unquote women in this book were literally teenagers, preteens. None of them were full grown women at the time. Some of them still had nursing maids. Not only that,
which one?
your deity,
please.
Rebecca did.
Thank you. And not only that, but in scripture, it even tells men to stone women to unalivement if they don't bleed their first time. Guess what? That little hymen you can break just from lifting a heavy vase or riding, I don't know, a donkey or a horse.
Some of them are born without them.
Yes, that is correct. So clearly, your deity doesn't know shit about women, but you expect us to believe that he respects them? Gamasu.
Well, if the trend of 304s wasn't a trend, then all the women would be holding themselves accountable and keeping themselves clean.
What?
Well, there's a trend of 304s happening at the moment.
There's something fucking wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. Seriously wrong with you. You need to go find a hole and crawl in it.
What was... I'm answering truthfully. What's the matter?
The fact that you think you're answering truthfully. That's what's the matter.
Yeah, well, he said. I think he did. I think he said the trend of.
It's for women to hold themselves accountable.
Yeah, he's trying to say that women can't be hoes, but men can. Is that right? Yeah, is that what you're trying to say? Like what law did your God have to hold y'all asses accountable for having sex? What was where is the accountability for the men?
Well, men have to be held accountable.
Where is it? Where is the accountability in this book? Where is the accountability in this book for y'all having sex? Don't have sex with another man's property.
Yeah, Thinker, isn't there the test for the unfaithful husband in Numbers 5?
In Numbers 5 for the unfaithful husband, I think it's in Hell number 23.
Oh, it's in Moses 17. That's where it's at, right? I gotta remember.
Hell 17. No, haven't heard of it. But come on, please. I mean, Thinker, you said it is a moral code for men to respect a woman during her time. If women want to do whatever they want, so be it. if they don't think it's, if they don't treat this as a sacred time for themselves, so be it. It's fine. But at least it gives men a guideline. So there are immoral men out there. I know they're ratchet men, but they're men that'll call women 304s or female dogs.
Like you just did?
Also men.
Like your Jesus?
Well, that's not, I don't believe in Jeebus.
But you just called women hoes by saying there's the 304 trend. Like you just naming it that.
Is there not
like
multiple
so you
bodies?
can't so then they can fuck who they want to fuck. And if you don't have a number and nobody's keeping a strike match on how many women you have sex with, then you shouldn't be keeping up with how many men women have sex with. That's their fucking business.
I mean, to be fair with bro, I mean, it's probably a pretty low number. So.
Dr. Bowen.
You can count on one face.
Okay, Josh.
Like the only reason for a man to be worried about how many men a woman has sex with is a very selfish thing. Like you think that the person that you end up so-called falling in love with has to be pure and untouched, right? But you can go and stick your thing in any and everybody, and it doesn't matter. She doesn't deserve a pure and untouched man, but you as a man deserve something that's pure and untouched. Or your thing is so little you don't want to go behind another man, and you don't want her to know that there's something else better out there. I don't know, but like literally for you to be worried about how many like that those are the only two reasons, right? Like it's a selfish thing where you think that you deserve something pure and untouched, or you scared to compete with other men.
There are men like that. I'm not like that. I'm 45 years old. Like, I'm too old for that.
Okay.
I mean, if women in their mid-30s, it's no statistic, and there is a pandemic of single women in their mid-30s.
Shut up. Please shut up. Please shut the fuck up. Like, shut up.
Okay.
Stop talking. Like, oh my God.
And bro, I like, because I think you missed the last time. Let's try it again. Right? You sat up here now twice and talked about laws in Leviticus about menstrual cycles, which you don't understand. But let's assume for a second that you do. How is that a flex in light of passages like Deuteronomy 21, which say, here's how you respect women, ostensibly, according to your lights. If you have a captive woman, like she doesn't need to consent to you if you want to take her. Like if you think she's hot, you want her to bear children for you legally, here's how you do it, right? Like how does one flex over the other?
It's the context of Deuteronomy 21, Joshua.
Well, it's about captive women, as I've said twice.
Okay.
Now what? How did the context help you, good sir?
Well, so these are slaves, right? And so there's wars going on. They're told to unalive.
How does that help you?
So it's a reproduction boost, basically.
How does that help you with your argument about the Bible saying you should respect women? This is laughable at this point.
But show us where the disrespect comes in. When you take one, you got to clip her fingernails.
This is why I don't.
You got to shave her hair.
This is why I don't think you've ever touched a woman. This is why, because I don't think a woman would let you.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
Joshua.
yeah. I suspect that's the case. Yeah.
Hey, can you teach me?
Yes, I will. I mean, I'm trying, right? I'm trying to help you, but I think you should just ask the women in this room. That would be a better thing for you to do.
You're going to try and help you. You're going to try.
Just showing how.
This is how I'm helping you.
Just show me. Then try.
I'm helping you. Yeah, I'm helping you by saying, turn to the women in this room and ask them that dumbass question. Where's the disrespect?
The very fact, like for us to even answer him, we would be disrespecting ourselves, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But
because he's
I think it's disrespectful to teach our young women to.
He's laughing at the idea that these women have been taken from their land and are shaved bald because it keeps them from being desirable to the men for at least 30 days while they mourn the loss of their family and then without consent enter this woman.
And
But
then when he's done doing what he
I'm
does
actually,
to her, he could just toss her aside and let her
exactly.
go free. Should have
I
just
don't
let
believe
her go
that.
free. You're a sick fuck. You know that?
That's
I don't
why I
believe that at
said like
all.
it would
When
be
did I ever
disrespectful.
say
It would
that?
be disrespectful to even answer him because
It
I knew he wouldn't give
100%,
a
it
fuck.
I mean, when
100%
did I
does
say
say
that?
that. It 100% says that in the
You
text.
keep muting, but I never said that.
Yeah, the text says it. The text says it.
You know, I was actually laughing at Joshua, and like he actually thought that I needed his help on
Have
how
you read
to
the
You
text?
sound like you
Have
caress
you
a
need
woman.
my 12-year-old
have you
help.
read the text?
Did I
Are you
want a
familiar with this
12-year-old?
text at all? Are you familiar with this text in Deuteronomy 21:10-14?
Familiarize me. I told you some points in that text, but please familiarize all
Okay,
of us,
so
Joshua.
Answer is no. Then the answer is
yeah,
no. You
that's
don't
right.
know it.
So in chapter
What? I
20,
just
you
gave you.
have, all right, hey, if you're going to ask me to help you, take your hand and guide you along here, let me do it. In Deuteronomy 20, you have the rules for engagement. Do you know what those rules were?
Enlighten us. Just please carry on.
Great. So the Israelites are told when they come into the land of Canaan, if or when they go to war, what they're going to do is they're going to go to the cities that are far off outside of Canaan, and they're going to approach them with an offer of shalom, which is the Hebrew word for peace. And what it amounts to is vassalage. So they're going to say to them, look, we won't destroy you, right? And if you agree to those terms, you become our vassals. You get to stay in your city. You just have to be our corvée labor. Whenever we want to build something, we get to like conscript you guys, right? You come do our temporary slave labor, and then you can go back, right? To doing your own thing. Right? That's the best case scenario for a city that's outside of Canaan. However, the text says if they put up a fight, if they close their gates and they say, nope, we're not going to become your vassals, then you're to besiege the city. And when God gives that city into their hands, they're to totally emasculate it, right? Quite literally, and take the women and the children and the cattle and sheep and possessions as plunder. It's in that context that Deuteronomy 21:10-14 says, if among the captives you see a very beautiful woman and you want to take her, you want to take her for yourself as a wife, here's how you do it. Bring her into your house, shave her hair, trim her nails back, take off her dirty captive clothing that you captured her in, and put on clean new garments, and you give her 30 days to mourn the unalived parents, family that you unalived. And then after 30 days, you may, quote, go into her and she will be your wife. The go into her is a term about intercourse. Then it says, if you lose your liking for her, you can't just sell her or trade her, right? Because you've deflowered her. So you have to let her go wherever she wants. Now, does that clarify the context? Does that help you? Do you understand it better now?
So, do you understand the context that the fact that they offered themselves, or well, they worship the God of Israel or the God of Jacob, the
Yeah, can
Israelites?
you show me that in the text?
Well, so why did they say that they will worship him, or they will give up their sovereignty to
Yeah,
Canaan? Because
can
they
you
was
show me
out.
that in the text? Can you show me that
Oh
in the
my
text?
gosh!
I mean, I'm guessing no, right? Since you didn't when I asked you the first time. Do you know
So
why
there was
you
no
can't show me
bargain.
that
You
in the
just
text?
read it, and it said there was a deal. They were not having a truce.
Do you know what a vassalage is?
No.
Please, no, I don't. Please.
Okay. The Neo-Assyrian Empire in the first millennium, when they became strong under kings like Tiglath-Pileser III in 745, Tiglath-Pileser marched out to the west, for example, and went up to cities and said, you're under my control now, right? I'm not going to take you and make you like part of Assyria proper, but you're my vassal. So you're going to pay me tribute to stay sovereign, right? Like you're going to pay me tribute to stay independent. like out here by yourself. So we're not going to like knock down your walls. We're not going to take you guys captive. We're going to let you stay here and live and, live your best life. But you're going to pay us a bunch of money in order to do that, right? Kind of sounds like a mob boss thing, right? This is what vassalage is. Vassalage is, look, anytime something happens and we come over here and say, give us your fighting men so that we can go fight this battle over here or fight this war over here, you have to give them to us. And if we tell you you need to pay us 1,000 shekels of silver a day, then you got to pay us 1,000 shekels of silver a day, right? Like that's what vassalage is. We're the bully. We're in charge. You can keep doing your thing, but whatever we ask, that's what you got to do. That's what vassalage is.
Is it the same thing they did when they took over Jericho?
No, they destroyed. They gave
Jericho. The prostitute and their family refuge.
That's not Jericho. That's Rahab and her family.
Oh, Rahab, sorry. When Rahab and her family survived the raid. Sorry.
Yep. Yep. What's your point?
Survived? Are you assuming that they did that because she was a woman?
No. They gave refuge to her as she helped them.
Why?
Because she believed in their pursuit.
No, because she helped them. She was just a sellout. She didn't. It doesn't say anywhere that she believed in the God. She was a sellout. That's all.
And how does that help you?
It shows that there was mercy given. That's
so
what.
You think Deuteronomy 21:10-14 is merciful?
Well, so these people were not Canaanites; they were just on the outskirts of Canaan. So it looks like, what were the Canaanites, Joshua?
So you're not gonna deal with the question. You're gonna go to a different topic about the Canaanites.
Well, you went to 21.
Wait until he finds out the God that he follows is a Canaanite deity. Yeah. What about David's wives? What about them? Dr. Boehm, do you mind enlightening him on David's wives, seeing as David's son is part of the topic?
The thing is, I don't know that it's worth me expending my breath because I feel like
you're right.
I mean, certainly.
I don't know why you still think I believe in Jesus.
Maybe it needs to come from a woman. Angie, go for it.
Oh, wait, isn't Jesus?
Have you got a woman, Joshua? Have you got a woman?
Hanji, not Hanji.
Hanji, sorry.
Sam.
Have you got a woman, Joshua? Have you got a woman? When was the last time you masturbated?
Hey, dumbass, if you're going to ask me a question.
Like, honestly, shut up. I'm so tired of you.
I want to point out, even the way that you asked that question, have I got a woman? No, I don't got a woman. If anything, Megan owns me.
Ooh. That's Dr. Megan.
That's so great.
Excellent.
And yes, I am married and I have 5 children. Now what?
Excellent. That's wow.
Yeah, you can only imagine,
He's had 6.
I can only imagine. I've got 7. But three aren't out of 3 aren't my biological.
So what does your wife think about you saying, it's okay?
I'm saying no, we're not together anymore. I'm single now.
I wonder why.
What do you think that she would have
Hanji,
said?
are you single, Hanji?
Hey, bro.
That's none of your fucking business, Malakia.
I bet ya.
Bro.
I'm actually not.
I mean, if I were a woman, I would be single as well because there are men like you.
That's not a flex, actually. And you're not a woman.
Actually,
why would you?
The biggest flex.
You're zesty.
The fuck it is. I mean, I don't. If you're a woman, you don't have to be single. There are options.
And with that,
so all of you 3 are just flexing being single. What, in your mid-30s, 40s?
Anyway, sir, everything that's come out of your mouth has been disgusting. So you don't need to be here anymore. Like, shut the fuck up.
With that, he's done.
I thought I had heard it all. But in the midst of a conversation saying the Bible teaches that you should respect women, to then say in your next breath, yeah, but they were slaves. So that's cool. Like,
yep.
Huh?
One thing I learned about this app, you learn something new every day with these believers, and it gets more and more diabolical.
Can I interject on just the point as far as earlier when we were talking about the Canaanites in regards to, taking a slave capture and shaving her head and clipping her nails and things of that such.
Now, Alfonso, you are in a position now where the bar is like in the basement, right?
We're done with that.
Like, no, the bar is in the basement. So like you have a golden opportunity here to shine forth as a better Christian.
Okay, and so okay, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. I appreciate you letting me come back on. And mind you, this may I'm like I said, I'm not an expert on this. This may not be the best example, but I'm gonna try. So forgive me if I fall short. But this is in regards to the Canaanites. When you talk about Canaanites and Jews taking their land and things and exerting their will onto their people, it goes into concept of authority, in that if you do a research article on the word authority, it's not it's not the best example, but there's a Wikipedia article. Don't judge. I know I just said Wikipedia, so you feel free to judge me, but there's a Wikipedia article.
Get the point out, please.
Okay,
please,
on authority.
Without all the disclaimers in the middle, just get the point out.
Got it. So there's on authority. If you read about authority, it tells you that the authority in the UK was established on a concept called the divine right of kings, which is has a basis in multiple religions, but specifically in Christianity. In that that's where the concept of the presidents and the police, the firemen, the governors putting their hand on the Bible and taking an oath to Christianity, that comes from the divine right of kings.
Like, do you think this helps you?
Well, let me finish.
Wait. Hold on. Do you know what the divine right of kings is?
That's not. Can I make the bigger point?
No. Wait, but because this doesn't help you. You're about to shoot your whole argument in the foot.
And let me finish. Let me finish. If I shoot myself in the foot, just allow me to shoot myself in the foot.
Mode right now.
So authority. The point was authority, as far as establishing authority over another country. That was the bigger point. So, and for example, the Canaanites. And just to give you some context, there's a verse in the Bible where Elisha was going into the woods, and some kids called him Baldy. And
just get on with the divine right of kingdom. We know the Bible. We don't need an example. Go ahead.
Okay, so there was the bear killed the two kids. Now a lot of people.
It's 2 bears.
42.
It's 2 bears. They killed 42 kids. Come on, man. But
this is why we're telling you to get
to the point, man.
Okay. This is why we're telling you to get to the point, because all of the extras in between is going to have people wanting to talk about what you're saying. So just get to the point. What are you trying to say? Like, how do y'all have conversations in real life?
I would say AI, but that's giving AI too much credit.
You're on mute if you're talking.
So the Canaanite kids were considered useless because the Canaanites used to sacrifice their own children into a fire.
Oh, goodbye.
No, hold on. No, wait. No.
So if you understand the concept that these were people that were sacrificing their own children into a fire, and when you contrast that to two children being killed by a bear, on one half, it's like, okay, why would God allow these kids to be killed by a bear? But then when you contrast it to the fact that these same people were killing their own kids, it's all of a sudden when God has the authority to kill them, all of a sudden it's crazy. But never mind the fact that they're already sacrificing.
Hold on. Hey, Alfonso, can you take me to a scripture in the Bible where a Canaanite is sacrificing their child?
Sure. Give me a second.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Ahaz, I believe it's in 2 Kings 8. Ahaz followed they say he followed the king.
No, not that's the Israelite, right?
Right.
Can you take I'm gonna tell you, I told you exactly what I need. Scripture in the Bible where a Canaanite is sacrificing their child.
Give me one second.
I mean, I guess inadvertently he did that. He probably didn't wanna.
Well, he learned it from other. That's why he was considered a bad king, because he learned it. I'm looking it up as we're talking. But
the scripture that please a
Yeah,
Canaanite.
you've been doing that all night. You just don't talk anymore until you have the actual scripture. Then you can come back. Every time we actually look up something, you end up talking your way through it. So look for the actual scripture before you come back off mute. I'm going to put you on mute.
And by the way, does this have anything to do with the divine right of kings?
Nope.
Nothing.
Thinker. Come on, look, you just have to give it time, right? You can't pull the cake out of the oven too soon. Just gotta let it bake.
I'm gonna wait.
You
I'm
know?
gonna wait. I'm hungry. As I'm a chow.
This cake is burning.
As we're observing a moment of silence, please make sure you're tapping your screen and make sure you're praying so that hopefully he finds the verse.
You sounded like the airline. As we are waiting for the moment of silence, please make sure.
Trying to work on it.
I was just about to say that. Also, there were 42 children. He kept saying 2 children to, I guess, to minimize the damage. But
Yes,
42 kids.
Yes, he's trying to sugarcoat in those situation. He's sugarcoating. But he won't find what he's looking for, so you cannot move to someone else.
And I mean, I think it's important to point out here that if all we're talking about is what the narrative says, fine. Like if that's as far as we're going to go, well, the Bible tells me so. If we're going to then try to support that with like archaeological data, now we're going to run into some problems, right? Because historically we know reasonably well that not only were really the only real evidence that we have of this it comes from like Carthage, right? That's the significant evidence that we have of this from like the 7th through the 2nd centuries. But if you read Heath Durrell or Francesca Stavrakopoulos, I mean, I think you'll see that the biblical text alludes to the fact pretty clearly that the Israelites themselves were offering these types of sacrifices to Yahweh. Right?
See, that's what I wanted him to find. Yeah, that's what I wanted him to find, because listen to the justification that he gave in like the example of morality. Like y'all say that it's wrong, right, for God to allow Elijah to use his power to kill some kids for calling him bald, but the Canaanites was just offering up their kids to God, and it's okay for them to kill, but it's not okay for God. Like that logic right there, when you don't have any regard for the fact that the Israelites are explicitly listed in this book as sacrificing their children to your God and the believed to be at the time God Melech, and use that as justification to say that humans get mad when God kill, but don't get mad when humans kill. What really is happening here, Alonzo, is that the one-sided story, right? Yeah, like this Israelite story is from the perspective of the Israelites only, right? Is that everybody else deserves to get punished when they do perceived immoral shit, except for the Israelites, because there are so many things in this book that the Israelites do that one would deem immoral today, that your God ignores or does himself or winks an eye, and so do y'all.
So to answer, to go back,
Alfonso, before you come in, Thinker, you were sent $10 in Cash App.
Say what?
Y'all, like, I'm telling y'all, we're gonna be struggling to get somebody up here to talk.
Leviticus. So, in Leviticus 18 and also in Leviticus 20, it refers
somebody
to
paid to drop you. I have to drop you. I have to drop you. Somebody paid to drop you.
Oh, okay.
All right.
No problem. Y'all have a.
Sorry. This man literally opened his mouth and said, "So then the Canaanite kids were useless."
Like what?
No, it's okay. Yeah. So everybody up here are non-believers. If you are a believer, you want to join the stage. The guest box is open.
This guy was saying there's a moral law for slavery when slavery is already immoral.
Exactly. How do you say that in the same sentence? They were moral law
Crazy.
in slavery. What?
They're crazy.
Yeah. Big Blurry, why did you leave?
He said, and now you know of my departure.
Why did you join the stage and then leave? So, but you left when the other believer left? Why? Were you scared to be up here by yourself?
You don't want that smoke.
It's crazy. Like, that's the most frustrating thing, is to have to like convince believers to come on stage and talk. That's the most irritating thing ever.
You came up
Yes, I don't bite, but I do pokey poke, but I don't bite.
Yo,
They get scared. Like, they talk shit in the comments, but they're scared. And
would you hear me if I talked? Or would you gossip about me behind my back?
If you waited for her to finish,
what are you even talking about? Like, you were literally like, shut up. Like, you were literally on stage and fucking ran when the other believer got dropped.
Yeah, okay.
I would gossip.
Yeah.
Just chickened out.
It was the stories.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on. Are you a believer or a non-believer?
Like,
Man, I believe in God. Fuck
He'll draw the
religion.
anger from you like a silver staff.
Shut the hell up.
Oh my God, y'all are some of the most ridiculous people on the planet. Y'all,
You
do
didn't
y'all
even
know that?
hear the explanation.
Angry
So
with
how
me.
could you
Go
come
ahead,
to that
keep getting
conclusion?
angry.
Like,
Yell at me. Yell at me.
Are you getting ready to like jack
I
off or
think
some
he
shit?
has
Like, do you want me to yell at you?
Yell at me. Yell at
He
me.
wants to crash out. Cool.
Did you come up here for your degradation kink? Is that why you came up here?
I was about to say, I will hand
Please
it
don't
out.
mute
My
me.
cash
But
app is
look, I
in the
said that
bio.
particular dude is emotional. Drop his ass.
Okay,
But look,
yeah. You don't tell us what the fuck to do up here, so go back on mute until you're reintroduced back into the conversation.
I just came
You're
out
starting
of
to
mute
piss.
'cause
Shut up! I didn't ask you. You're starting to piss me off. No one asked you to talk.
Yes, you
Go
did.
back on mute until you're reintroduced into the conversation.
I can tell
I
both
will
of
fight
them
with
on
you
the
with this
stage.
mute
This ain't
button,
gonna
sir.
work.
We will do it.
This is not gonna
We
work.
will do it, dummy.
Goodness.
Never seen two people so scared. Good Lord.
Wait, did he drop?
I did, because that ain't no conversation coming with their asses on stage. One of them was came up here for he wanted to get talk shit too. That's why he came up here. I don't know what the fuck the other dude was doing.
So he got a key?
Yeah,
I was about to say,
got
I
a
don't
key.
do those kinks for free. You got to hit the link in the bio.
Right.
That one, baby.
Yeah, like,
you gotta pay me.
Dominatrix demon chicks. That's what he came in here for. Yeah.
Yeah.
He heard about us.
Yeah.
He heard
Come
about
on, yell at me. Yell at me. Yell at me.
Do it,
What?
baby. Do it.
What?
Right.
It's not your basement.
Let me see who's
Let me
next.
see. He looked like one of my friends' subs. Hold on. Let me look at his face.
I don't know. That weird guy is back in the box. Like, if somebody takes you down and you hit request again, you are dangerous, bro. Like, you're weird. You're weird to put yourself back in my request box after you have been removed.
Because what are you coming back up for? Especially when you know you were dropped. Like you were.
They want some aftercare. That's what it is.
Oh my God.
And then there's somebody in the request box whose name is Jay Boner. I just don't trust it. Like, I don't know if that's their real name or what, but I'm not bringing them up. Andrew, how are you?
Just fine. Good to be here.
Are you a believer?
No.
Okay. Unfortunately, I got to take you down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 non-believers on the stage, and so the last 2 spots are for believers. Okay.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't sure.
All right. Thank you so much.
Dr. Bowen, just so you know, the aftercare comment was crazy. But I appreciate you so much for it.
I have problems. That's all.
I think like Freeform Friday just be like very telling when it comes to believers. It's crazy. We have two markup accounts in atheist, a fellow atheist in the guest box. Out of 1,000 people in the room.
What are markup accounts?
You know, the accounts without a PFP. It just has the traditional default markup. I
don't trust those.
Yeah, I don't trust them either. One of them name is Jay Boner.
How did they even let him get away with that name?
Mm-hmm. Hi, what's your name? I think this is an accidental request. Hi, are you there? Okay.
Yeah. Hi.
Did he say no at first though?
I don't know, but I was about to ask him if he's safe.
Right. It sounded like he said nope. Yeah, your name, I don't trust it.
You know what? We always judge books by their cover. How do you think we pick them?
Like you literally can't.
You can't read the whole book before you decide to pick it.
It's impossible. Like, how are you going to pick a book to read without judging the cover first? Like, come on now.
His name's probably like Jean Bonner.
No, that's hilarious.
Look.
That's hilarious.
Look, he said, bruh, I just said, yeah, don't get mad at us because you got a shitty mic now.
I was responding to you and telling you to request again. Like, I didn't know. I thought you was asleep or some shit. But out of 1,000 people in the room, I'm sure there are believers. Get the hell out of my box, friend. You were dropped. This is weird behavior. You just gonna keep coming. You are showing everybody how fucking weird you are.
That's why you
like, typing fuck me, it's gonna make me hit request on your dumb ass. Like that's chivalry. Like that's intelligent. That's wisdom of your God. Like who told you that it was wise for you to get what you want by telling the person who has the power to give you what you want, fuck you?
Imagine him walking up in the gas station and you don't give him your number. Yeah, yes, he's one of them.
Exactly.
Motherfucker telling you they don't want you in their space and you talking about, I'm gonna keep coming, weirdo.
And then say, fuck you. You don't want to give me your number? Fuck you then, bitch.
You like, ugly. You ugly anyway. That's what that's giving.
I'm a walk you to your car anyway then, bitch. I'm gonna make you give me your number. I'm gonna make you give it to me. Like that's what you are. That's exactly how you sound. On God. Hi, what's your name?
Dude, you good?
The motherfucker is back in the box. Like he's not all there. He's not
talking to me.
Ew, look at what he just said. I'm so what I want, regardless of your feelings. Go jump somewhere. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with y'all.
I'm not gonna block your bitch ass. Like you just gonna have to sit here and not get what the fuck you want from me. How about that?
The help you need is past professional. It's something wrong with you for real.
What's your name? Is it Natural? What? Natural Lisa?
Yeah, I can go about that. But I see in a lot of conversation.
What's your name?
Answer the question. Stop being a weirdo.
Bro, I'm trying to talk. Y'all ain't even.
You're not though. Answer the question that the host is asking you directly.
Why did she ask?
I'm sorry.
You're on her fucking stage.
Okay.
Are you okay?
She said if my name was Natural Lisa, I said yeah.
Okay.
What?
His name is Natural Lisa, he said.
Okay, so why is that so hard? I don't understand. Oh, Thinker, I don't know where you're getting your patience from, girl, because what? Why the fuck was that so hard?
I think he answered, but I didn't understand it. And somebody in the comments said that his response was, I can go by that. How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay. Are you a Christian?
Nah, I'm Muslim.
Okay, so this is a conversation about Christianity, okay?
Okay. So I saw the we need a God. That's why I just asked.
Well, yeah, you can answer that one. Do you think we need a God?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so.
Why?
I think we need a God for everything, cause us like we trying to make God like
What God we need? The Christian God or the Muslim God?
Nah, I said Muslim. I said I'm Muslim. I read it. You heard that. I'm Muslim. So we do need a God, because ain't nobody gonna go in the store and see everything working, everything's doing, like everything going well, and see like this just came from nothing. Nah, there gotta be a God. So
Wait, you're saying there has to be a God because of creation, but the question is, do we need a God? Let's say there was a God that created. What the hell that got to do with us today?
So we gotta pay back. We gotta pay that. God cannot create us like just to leave us do what we want. Nah. Even your own kid, you can't do that to your kid. You can't bring your kid into this world and let him be what he wanna be. No.
What? Why not?
Because it's your kid. It's just you got the power over him.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have any power over your child to tell your child what to be when they grow up.
Man, I think you're just trying to go against what I'm saying, but
no, you don't. You don't have the power over your kids to tell your kids what to be when they grow up. The only thing that you can do
when they grow up.
Yes.
So now you're telling the truth. When they grow up. But at first, you got to tell them first you got to show them what's wrong and what's real. So if God just like sent down the books, so a lot of y'all talking, y'all ain't even read the books. Like, I swear, like, I know a lot of people be talking over these.
Don't swear, because you about to cuss yourself. You better not swear, because you don't know us in here.
Because we didn't do it.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm
like saying, the fact like, that you're saying, like
I'm saying, like, a lot of people be just talking. They ain't even read the book. See, they just be talking. So,
are you just talking?
No, I'm not.
You read the books?
I read the books.
What books you read?
The Bible.
What books you read?
I know the Bible and the Quran. So
what books you read?
I read the Quran and the Bible too.
That's the only books?
No. There are a lot of books. There's a lot of books, but first we gotta put. We all be saying this. We say put God first. So I know I read a lot of books, but I'm talking about the religious books. Like,
what's the sixth book of the Old Testament?
Yeah, but I know it's not 6 books. You can't even say that.
No. What is the sixth? What is the sixth book in the Old Testament?
The 6th. Is it trying to say the 6th?
Yes.
Number 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
I'm not. I can't.
It's after Genesis, Exorcist, Leviathan, and Do the Right Thing. What's the next?
I don't know the range. I'm not saying. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. It's not. That is not important. You see it? That is not important.
You know these books.
That
people.
Is not
You just
important.
You don't like it when people come up here and talk when they don't know these books. So what's the 6th book?
Bro, that is not important. The important is what is in the book. You don't have to
what's
know
in the 6th book. You don't have to tell me what it is. What's in it?
So what's the 6th book for you? So you got
Joshua,
to
what's
tell
in the
me.
book of Joshua?
I was about to say you literally talking to him.
Nah, just ask me a question. Just
I
ask me a
did. I've
question. You're
asked
not
you
gonna tell me.
two. I've asked you two. You
You're not
didn't know
gonna
the
tell me
first one.
what's
Hey, hey,
in the
hey,
whole book.
naturally, naturally.
Bruh.
Hey, listen, you failed on the first one. It's cool, man. I'm willing to move past it. What's in the book of Joshua? What's it about?
Bro, it's about the Christianity.
No,
It's about
it's
how.
not.
Nah,
God.
bro, don't put me on the spot like that, cause
I
I know
thought you
where you're
knew. I
going.
think, like, don't come up here and be like criticizing people about not knowing these
No, I'm not.
books. And then
No,
you
I'm
don't even
trying.
know what's in the book of Joshua?
You see, the problem is, bro,
I
you
mean, I
gotta
think we've
know.
identified what the problem is, bruh.
Nah, bro, you just trying to talk.
There's
Listen, bro,
no way
listen.
he's 25.
At least you read the Quran, right? So, can you summarize Isaiah in the Quran, like the book of Isaiah?
Nah, Isaiah not in the Quran.
Okay.
Isaiah,
I'm
ain't
trying
no
to
Isaiah.
test you. At least you know that part.
No, I know. What bro is doing is he trying to make me. Ain't
You
nobody
said
on
you
this
read the
earth know
Christian
that.
Bible. That's why he's asking you those questions. You
How about,
said you read the Bible.
I
yeah, how about the
read the
book of
Bible.
Exodus? Can you tell me something from the book of Exodus?
It's about Moses. It's about the Exodus. Already told you what's going on. Like the
Yeah, so,
Exodus,
so
you
tell me
heard.
what's tell me the story, man.
It's
I got my popcorn.
the story of Moses.
Okay, what's the story?
You want me to, bro? Like, come on. You want me to like
Well, I mean,
all the old
you
stuff,
didn't know
bro?
what the sixth book of the Bible was, so I gave you a pass on that. Then you couldn't tell me what was going on in the book of Joshua, so now you just want me to take your word for it? Like,
Okay, let me tell you the whole story, bro. Cause you trying to make me talk, dog. Like
I'm
for
sitting here
real.
with my chin on my hands, just super excited to hear your story. Go ahead.
Alright, bro. Like it's talking about like when Moses was born, and they took him to the Pharaoh. Like they brought him over there. So he grew up in the house, like in the kingdom, like in the king's house. So he grew up over there, and I'm trying to summarize, bro. Like I
Yeah,
ain't
you
trying
good, you
to,
good.
yeah. And then he grew up over there, and then God like gave him like the prophecy, like gave him the prophethood. Now he started preaching after he went back to get married to women. That's the story. I'm trying to tell you a story from the Bible because the Quran is different.
Okay, that's fine.
So
So what's the big thing that Moses did?
what's the biggest thing he did?
Yeah.
Uh, like parting the sea for
Yeah,
y'all.
what was that event? What was he doing?
What was he doing? He tried to save the children for Israel
Right.
from Pharaoh.
Right. He brought the people of Israel out of
Yeah,
Egypt in the Exodus,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay. So what happened after the children of Israel came out of Egypt, right? They wandered in the desert for 40 years. What was the
Yeah.
next big thing that happened?
Cause they tried to have God promised them a land, so
Okay.
they had to
Talk about
submit.
this. Right.
Right?
So they wandered around for 40 years, right? And they
Yeah,
came up east of the Jordan, right?
yeah,
And then
yeah.
what happened? Did the Israelites get into that land?
Nah, they didn't. They get into that land because God told them to prostrate before getting. Some of them prostrate, some of them not. So they didn't.
Okay, hold on. So they wandered around for 40 years because they sent spies up, and then they said, no, we're not going to, let's go back to Egypt. And God said, you're going to all die. This generation is going to
There
die. Okay.
was giants over there.
Right. So then, but 40 years later, right?
Yeah,
Moses, when he unalives, right?
yeah, yeah.
Then what happened?
When he what? When he what?
When he died? What happened after Moses died?
When he died? They start like they they stay like that, but like what do you want me to say? Like The story is now you trying to ask me another question. So
Look, I asked you. Follow me
yeah,
here. I asked you about Joshua, right? And you didn't
yeah,
know. So then I took you back to the major, like probably the most major event
yeah,
in the Old Testament, which is the Exodus from Egypt, right? And you knew
yeah,
about that, which was awesome.
yeah,
After Israel has the Exodus from Egypt,
yeah.
they have a conquest of the land of Canaan
Yes,
under
sir.
Joshua. That's what the book of Joshua is about.
I don't know
Joshua
what's.
leads the people of Israel in battle into Canaan. They conquer Jericho, Ai, Achish, Hatzor, like all kinds of different cities in there. Do you remember that
Okay.
story?
Yeah. But you see, the problem is, listen, bro. Like, let me just. You see, the problem is, we talking about God. We not talking about what they went through. We talking about, the question is, do we need a God?
Right. But see,
So I
do
want.
you remember, wait. Do you remember when you said, y'all don't even know these books?
I
You don't
said
even
some
read
of
these
y'all.
books?
Like I said, some of y'all, bro. I'm not gonna say
Right. But I mean,
everybody.
like, but wait. But it seems like you might fall into that category.
Nah, hell
Like
nah,
it feels
boy.
like you might be part of that. Y'all don't know these books.
Hell nah, bruh. I know, bro. We been talking. You be asking me like a question. I answer you, bro. Like I'm not like, come on, bro.
I
I
mean,
know. Let me.
I'll let the audience judge, but I mean,
Hey, bro. I want you to ask me a question.
He
What's
said, hell
like
no.
on this question? Like, do we need a God? So I'm gonna answer it, but don't go like, what's happening? This, nah, bro. Be serious. Like we talking about God here, bro. Like let me just give you like my point of view. All this, right? Like we do need a God, cause if y'all really read the Quran, bro, like y'all can get it. Like this is God is real, and He's not joking. Like He's not joking about what's gonna happen when you die. Cause y'all in here talking, we all over here talking like every day, but we only got like 60 years. You're not promised
Wait, so
60.
we need a God after death?
Nah. You need him right now.
To do what?
So when you die,
To do what?
so when you die, you can be saved.
So we only need him after death.
Nah, not after death. It's before death. You
Right.
need
So
him
what is
right
he gonna
now.
do before we die? Why do we need him before we die?
Before you die, you need him because he got to show you, so he can show you the way to go to heaven.
And how does
yeah,
he
but
show you?
you're not even reading his letters to you, man.
What?
You're not even books there
Nah,
to you.
bro. Nah, for
Come
real.
on, man. Like, it's so, you're not even books.
Bro, listen. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. What you said?
I said, it doesn't even seem like you're reading the books that he wrote for you.
No, if you ask me to read, I can read it for you. If
Yeah,
you
but
really ask.
do you really, seriously, do you really think that you understood this story of the conquest before just now?
Before what? Nah, I don't. Nah, bro. Like, what? You see, bro. I just told you, I don't be learning about no fight shit. Like, I be learning about real. Like, I learn about God. That's what I learn about. I don't be standing here learning about
Wait,
how to get fight with somebody.
you think
Yeah,
that the omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, omnibenevolent
yeah,
deity of the universe
yeah,
had a book written for you, and
yeah.
you say, man, I don't really learn about any fighting. I just want to learn about God. So God has a book divinely inspired, and you ain't gonna read it?
Nah, 100%. First of all, I'm Muslim. We don't 100% believe in the Bible. So we
Right.
believe in what the Quran confirms. You
What?
feel
But
what I'm
what
Right,
does
but I
the
saying?
mean,
God
doesn't
do for you? What does the God do for you on earth?
sorry, thank her. Go ahead.
He shows me the way, bro. I'm
How?
saying,
How does he show you the way? How?
if
Explain.
you
How?
believe in science, though, you believe in science for real,
Are you getting
do
ready to
you?
talk science to me right now?
No, I'm just saying
I'm
if you
asking
get
you, how does
believing.
the God how does the God guide you or teach you on earth? How?
But we all know this life is struggle. It's a test. It's struggle every
Okay.
day.
Okay.
Like
So
we,
how is the God showing you? Are you saying struggle is your God?
nah, he's in this struggle. He's being my friend. Like
How
he's
is he your friend? Like in your head?
like
Like,
he's showing me how to navigate,
you keep just telling me the what. I'm asking you the how now. Not what anymore. I understand the what. It's the God is showing
how.
you. Now
Okay,
I need
by
you
the
to tell
book,
me how.
by the book. If I read a book, for example, if I'm struggling, like if I'm going through like imagine my mother's dead, right? So if I'm going through that, so I take the book and like I see guys saying that all y'all gonna die. Like, and you all y'all belong to me. So that only that like
What?
shows me that my
Know
mama
that
just
before? You
my
didn't realize that everybody died before you, right?
nah, you can. It's different. You can realize you can sit here and say, yeah, but when you're in the action, like when you love somebody, like for real, and that person like, hey, dead in front of you, they how you realize, like you say, yeah, you read a book and see this is God. God is talking to me. So he's not talking to my mother now. He's talking to me. So you look at the scripture
Wait,
and
so
like,
you read a book and you take the words in the book and you tell yourself that the words in the book is this God talking to you.
yeah, sir. Yes, sir.
And that's God.
So that's God for
That
real.
how, and how do you know it's not you?
It's that is the problem. That's why I told you if you believe in science,
What
because
does
if you
science I asked you a question. How do you know it is not you telling yourself what you think a God is telling you?
because if you believe in science, then you gonna know this book, the Quran, ain't no human, like ain't no
The
human in this
Quran,
earth.
there ain't nothing scientific about the Quran, but are you
Nah,
saying
that's a lie. Like,
are you saying that you believe that everything in the Quran is correct because
yeah,
science backs it up? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh
They
gosh.
exactly what I'm saying.
Who
And
told you that? Who
everything in
told
it.
you that science backs up the Quran?
Nah, I've seen it myself.
But
Like
you
I've
seen
seen
what?
it in the
You
science.
seen what?
In
You
this,
have you ever seen somebody like fly to the moon and split it in two?
so there why I asked you first. I said, do you believe in science? Now we coming to the truth. You gotta
Have
tell
you
me.
seen the moon split in two?
You gotta tell me if you believe in science, then we can have
Yeah,
an
science isn't
argument about
something
it.
to believe in. Like, why do y'all keep saying that? Science is not a belief system.
So why you living by science right now?
It's not a belief system.
Is we got people that believe in that.
Do
So
you realize
yeah,
that religion and science are two different things?
yeah, they are, but religion really can show me they real if the
You know,
science
one of them is
prove.
a study of something and the other is a belief in something. Like, when you say do you believe in science, right? You don't believe in science, you study it, right?
Yeah,
Okay, and then belief is religion is a belief in a God. Like, they're not the same thing. You don't believe in science.
no, I can say you can study religion too. You cannot believe. First of all, God said, Allah says, He said, first of all, know me before worshiping me. You cannot worship Allah without knowing Him. So knowing Him is using science. First of all, and the first verse that He dropped on the earth was read. So, and that's important because people got to read first before you believe in God. You cannot come in here and say, yeah. Nah, hell nah. God said, first of all, read, then you can believe in me. If you read, you see, like, nah, I cannot, this God is not. then you can go. That's
What
on
are
you.
you saying? Like, listen, I'm gonna tell you this right now, okay? That you're trying to tell me that you understand science, right? And that you know, and that you understand how to correlate science with what's written in the Quran. And but I can tell you now, just by how you're communicating this, I don't believe that, right? And I don't think that you've studied science, right? Because you're calling science a belief. You're asking me if I believe in science. So just that question alone tells me that you don't understand science enough to say that you validated any claim in the Quran, right? To say that science backs up those claims.
So
don't hold on. Give me just a second. Do not type in all caps in my comments, y'all. Okay. This is just a warning. The mods will mute and block anybody that does it without permission. If you have a vision impairment and you have reached out to one of the mods, of course you know that you can type in all caps, but please refrain from typing in caps in my comments, please. But go ahead.
Like I see, okay, I did like see something wrong. Listen, now I'm trying to back it up. I'm saying, like, do you trust science?
Yes, until it can be disproven.
Okay, so tell me what branch do you really are you good at? Like, tell me one of them.
What?
What branch? Like what
Ichthyology.
Etiology. Okay. Let me show you something.
What was his question?
I think he's trying to ask you what denomination of science you belong to.
No, what's that? No, I'm not saying
what?
That. I said what branch? Like the branch
of what? Branch of what?
The
I
science.
told you, man. Ichthyology. That's what.
He wants to know your denomination.
Yeah, cause Shorty laughing over there, so they why I'm the.
I can laugh, sir. I can laugh. Thank you.
All right.
From Decatur.
Theology, okay.
You from Decatur?
You from Riverdale? That man's from Riverdale.
You know what? He might be from Riverdale.
Stop playing.
He might be from Riverdale. I was just over there yesterday, and I promise you, there was a guy at the gas station. He Decatur or Riverdale.
Y'all ain't right.
I swear he's a thinker. If you hear him.
Not too much on Riverdale, y'all. That's where I live. Not too much on Riverdale.
I'm sorry.
Don't tell people where you live, real. You be pissing motherfuckers off on this damn page. Like, don't be telling people where you live,
real. They can find me, honey. Look, sharpshooter over here. They can find me. Please come on.
I forgot. I forgot you well trained in that.
Expert, baby. Center mass is all I got. That's all I know is center fucking mass. Let's do it.
Natural Liza, we can't hear you when you leave the app.
No, y'all can hear me now?
Yeah.
You had to look up what ichthyology is.
Alright, bro, listen, I'm not gonna lie, like, the etiology shit, I don't know what that is, bro. Like, I don't even know what that is, bro. Like, but you can choose something, bro. Make it easy. I know this nigga out here, this dude out here, this Joshua, bro. He trying to make this shit.
I'm just fucking with you, man. Sorry, I wouldn't know what ichthyology is either, except I watched that episode of Psych, so.
Come on, bro. Make it easy, bro. Cause these people, we got a lot of folks in here. They
what
really...
you mean make it easy? You come in here insulting people, making claims and talking about people don't read, people don't do this, people don't do that, and you don't even know half the shit that you talking about. What are you talking about?
No, I know what I'm talking about.
You talking about science. I'm going to use science to prove it to you, but he just made up a whole branch of science and you went with it. Like, you don't even know if that actually exists.
I said no. Like, I said I don't know.
You didn't say no. You said you don't know nothing about it because you thought it actually existed. So
I'm
don't ask
sorry,
people
Dan.
to make shit easier for you, but you over here coming acting like you know everything.
Damn, like, okay, I'm sorry, sis. Like, come on, like, we trying to make it.
Sweetheart, don't call me your sis. I'm not your sister.
Oh, okay. Sorry, sure. Then. All right, bro. Listen, give me like a real one, bro. I'm gonna find it right now and yeah.
There are no denominations of science that people, because it's not a religion. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Like historical, like history, like
History? Yeah.
History, man.
Natural
What?
ichthyology is like the study of fish.
Bro, you trying to come back with that?
No,
Come
but
on, bro.
it's a branch of zoology, right? It's ichthyology
Oh,
is the study of
zoology.
fish.
Okay, okay,
I
zoology.
don't. These the ones y'all don't cash out me for. Like
For what?
I promise, I'm gonna get y'all back. I swear, I'm gonna get y'all back, because the ones that be like deep, where I think that I can, like, expand on the conversation, y'all be cash apping, chasing dreams. But these here. Y'all just be back chilling, sipping coffee, hitting I'm gonna get y'all asses back. I swear.
Now
Watch.
you gotta stick it out. You gotta stick this one out.
Yeah. Where you at, Natural?
I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm right here. All right. So let's talk about like, well, you want me to show you like one like scientist proof that really can make you believe in the Quran, like, just sure. Oh yeah, like I'm talking about yeah.
I
Not
am
one
game.
that.
I know next to nothing about the Quran, so go for it. Make me a
You see,
believer.
that's what I'm talking about. That's the problem. That's the problem,
Now go ahead and
Joshua.
do
Wait,
it.
wait,
Go
wait,
ahead
wait,
and do
wait.
it.
What's the problem with me
What
not
is it?
knowing about the Quran?
What
The
is the
Quran, bro.
problem?
Y'all should read it for a little bit.
Go
Like,
Why?
ahead and
read it
give
for a
us a
little bit.
scientific fact that you wanted to show us that's supposed to prove that the Quran is real. Go ahead and do it.
The ants, the spiders. They're talking about the spiders. Like, do y'all know the spiders are actually the females are the one they be really doing the nets. Like, the males don't do that. The males, like, the males be doing it when they young. The since when they get like old, they don't do that. Females be doing that. Y'all didn't know that,
Therefore, God.
huh?
What is
Y'all
happening?
didn't know that. That was written 400, nah, 100,
How do you know we didn't know that?
14 years ago. But I'm just saying, like,
Okay,
14
well,
years ago.
wait. So wait a minute. So if I can take you to a text from Mari from the 18th century BCE that talks
Yeah.
about
I
like
hope y'all know
germs.
that there's somebody in the comments that keep gifting him because they think what we're
Renata.
doing right now is mean. I just want y'all
Bro,
to
if
know that.
y'all if y'all really want to get all these gifts, I can get it to you. Like, I don't care about
I
no
don't want the
gift.
gifts.
Like,
I'm just saying, like, the reason why you're getting the gifts is because the person thinks that we're being mean to you right now. When we're trying to understand, where you're coming from. And I'm sorry, like, I just can't. I can't fake the fuck. I don't fucking know how. I don't get what you're saying. I don't get it. I don't understand what you're saying. Like, and then I'm asking you, right? And I even tried to say, right, like, that I don't think you understand science enough to have this conversation, but you wanted to continue to push the conversation, right, and have it. And now you got Christians in the comments thinking that we're bullying you, right, because you keep trying to have a conversation that you don't really understand and that you're having a hard time articulating.
Damn, bro,
I
like,
really
I
do hope
didn't
it
know
is
that.
Christians giving the gift, because once they hear that he's Muslim, they'll be like, damn it.
Yeah, that was it. That's sad. Cause but I appreciate them though. Big, I feel like they get. I don't know.
What verse was that in the Quran you said was
In the
talking about
Quran,
the female
okay,
spiders?
but you gotta know, in the Quran, when you read it, they ain't gonna say.
Yeah,
Wait.
because you just made that up, huh?
Hello?
He's back on Google.
This makes me so happy.
2941.
2941 says what?
So it says what I just told you.
Nah, sir.
Like,
Read it. Read it. What does it say? Read it to me right now.
okay. Bro, I cannot read it.
Renata, I could give less than 2
here,
fucks what you think about me. I'm not obligated to listen to none of y'all motherfuckers. I do what I want to do.
If I get out of here, then it's I cannot read it, so I gotta go. Okay, I'm gonna go in and take it and then come back.
Does Renata think she's hurting us
Okay.
by her
I
It's
don't
like
know.
it's
She
like
thinks that
it's
she thinks that I'm supposed to
it's-
do extra work for fucking free. She got the game fucked up.
I mean, I can read it. It
You see,
says,
okay.
It says, the parable of those who take protectors other than Allah is that of a spider spinning a shelter. And the flimsiest of all shelters is certainly that of a spider, if only they knew.
Does that have
Okay.
anything to do with what he said?
Yeah, but in the real script, like
Just because they know about spiders, so you think they had never seen no spiders? They didn't know how spiders built their webs. That's fascinating to you.
No, in the original, I'm talking about the original.
Can you read the original?
Says, yeah, the original. It says in a.
No, you can read the Arabic. You can read the Arabic.
Yeah, I can read it, but not.
You can
like
recite
Mashallah.
it. Let's not lie. You can recite it. You can't read it. You don't know what the
It
hell
starts Mashallah. What's that mean?
You can recite it is what you can do, because that's what your religion tells you to do, is learn how to recite it. You don't actually know what that says.
I'm gonna lie, bro. Like, life with Rhea is really on me in this life, bro.
Because you came in here.
You know, Ria's knowledge is in the Quran. Like that's her wheelhouse.
You came in here talking about something. No, but you don't read it. You don't like. I can't stand that. If y'all come in here, no, sir. If y'all come in here with some kind of at least just some kind of decorum. You get what I'm saying? Like, y'all come in here with some kind of respect, some manners. Actually act like you don't. Be honest with the shit that you actually know, instead of opening your mouth and talking about oh, you guys didn't read it. Y'all don't read the book. You don't even fucking read the book. And when you read it, you add shit to it.
Bro, I ain't asked shit, bro.
Yes, the fuck you did. Yes, the fuck you did.
Bro,
you just acted like you just gave a fact about freaking spiders that was one wrong. Stop talking while I'm fucking talking. You just gave a fact about spiders that was one wrong. There are male species that build their webs, right? You started off acting like you knew everything and no one else did. Oh, y'all don't read the books. But look at you. You don't even know half of what's going on in your book. The only reason you even know how to recite in Arabic is because they tell you to do that. You don't actually know what the words say.
If I say I don't know how to recite, then I'm lying, because I know how to recite.
Yeah, you do know how to recite, but you don't know how to speak the language. You don't know what that actually says in Arabic.
I know.
No, you don't. Okay, then read it for us.
Okay.
Word for word.
Okay. Word for word in what language?
In Arabic, and translate it word for word, what it actually means in Arabic.
Bro, the Quran, we gotta...
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that. You know you can't do that. You know you can't do that, sir. You know you can't.
2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes of your time, please. Like, listen. If, reading the Quran is, you cannot skip. You gotta go from 114.
Said word for word. What you talking about skipping? I said word for word, which means go as slow as you possibly need to. I didn't ask you to skip nothing.
You're not listening to me. Listen to me yet for 2 minutes. I'm saying the Quran has 114 surahs. So you have to stop 100.
Okay, show me where else it says anything about what you said, sir.
Okay, let me show you but just relax. Like, we just having a little conversation.
I don't have to talk to you like your mama, baby. I don't have to do that. I'm gonna talk the way the fuck I want to talk. Okay, you can't deal with that. Get the fuck on. I'm not your mama. I don't baby nobody.
You wildin', bro.
I'm not wildin'. I'm just not your mammy.
No, I'm not saying you ain't. I don't want
so I'm gonna talk how the fuck I want to talk, and you talk how you want to talk. We're adults, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do
So if
that.
you could
Let's not
really,
tone police nobody,
Like if
right? I'm
she
not
if
talking
she
about the way
told
you
you that she
talking,
didn't
right?
want you to say to her, what he call you, girl up there wilding, or
Yeah.
yeah, like if she told you she didn't want you talking to her like that, would you?
oh, okay. Nah, she
Would you?
didn't
Would
say
you?
that.
No, but hold on. Would you think that that would be an okay thing to do?
No.
Exactly. So
If she
don't
say
tell her
she,
how to talk.
oh, okay, I didn't know that. So you can talk. I'm gonna let you talk.
I know I can talk.
Hey,
You're not letting me do a fuck thing, sir.
I'm
I know I can
sorry.
talk.
Okay, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I
I
don't know how to
don't
call you
care.
because
I really don't care. Can we move on?
Uh, okay then. I'm gonna look at. I'm gonna just get you the.
Yeah, you confused. Nothing you're saying makes sense.
I think it also this is a good example for how like regardless of people deconstruct from Christianity and then try to reconstruct themselves into a new religion, Islam being one, like you still see the same thing, right? Like you all talk in a circle, y'all say illogical things, you try to add science to back up what your beliefs are, but you don't take the time to go and like really understand the science that you're trying to present.
Okay.
Like, and all of y'all have like this imaginary friend, like it's still y'all talking to yourself, right? Like you are the one who are reading a book and you're telling yourself that the words that you're reading, right, is a God talking to you through those words. It at the end of the day, it's still your own understanding, right? Your cognitive abilities, your level of intellect that is formatting that text into a message for you.
Okay. Can I just like explain this? Okay, listen. I don't know how to call you. I don't know if I call you Miss, but if you, cause this had when I talk about the spiders that it broke confusion. So cause you're not letting me explain it. So we gonna take the universe. We gonna go get
Nothing
another
I
one
just
if you
said,
really want.
he didn't listen to anything that I just said. Nothing. You're not even responding to me. Like you're literally up here having a conversation with yourself. It's like honestly, you and Renata need to go and start a group chat on TikTok and talk to each other.
Real. Get it.
I listen to you. I listen to you. But first
What
of
did
all,
I say? What did I say?
you say we had to go learn first before to come up in the live and talk about God. It
Is
could
that what
be
I
our
said?
internal.
Is that
Yeah,
what I
it could.
said?
You
Is
said
that
it
I'm
could be
sorry,
internal.
hold on. Is that what I said, Dr. B? Ria? I don't think that's what I said.
Yeah, I think you said. I'm saying it just like I'm saying it. I'm summarizing like you said it. Uh, it could be our internal voice that's talking to us about what are we reading. It's not God talking to us. There I summarize, I see like you think we should go first learn about
Thinker, somebody
our
cash
religion.
out for him.
Huh?
Somebody cash out for him.
Okay, thank you. Why y'all I told you I'm gonna get y'all back. Have a good day. Thank you for coming up, okay?
Alright.
All right.
I just can't. I can't stand that. Like you're gonna start. You're gonna say, "Oh, this is how I'm gonna prove this," and then like you just pick a random ass fact, and because it mentions spiders in the Quran.
Yeah, watch. It's gonna be a time. It's gonna be a time that we're gonna be talking to somebody, and they gonna want that person dropped so bad, and I'm gonna be like, no dropsies, right, right before I think they gonna send it. I'm like, no dropsies.
I just, the whole argument is very interesting to me because, like, I really can take you to letters from the 18th century BCE in Mari that have officials writing to the king saying, hey, keep everybody away from this particular city because people are sick there And when people get close, they also get sick, right? So then I could like argue early germ theory, right? Like, Enlil must be real then, right? Or Hadad must be real. Like, it's just such a weird argument.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say to him. Like I don't. It doesn't make sense. Old Mister Tashanka, are you still there?
Playing GTA?
Well, I'm here on Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, that's what I meant.
QT3. I'm trying to see if Tashanga and old Mister is still there. I mean, Tashanga, are you still there?
He's probably
Yeah, I think Tashanga done went to sleep. What's your name, Orange?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Cutie Pie.
How old are you?
34.
Your name Cutie Pie?
wasting time. I'ma just say that.
I'm actually
yeah. Which
confused.
topic did you come up here to talk
I'm curious.
about? Don't ever try to talk
caption.
over me, okay? Don't ever do that while you're on the stage. All right. Which topic did you come up here to discuss?
I didn't mean to talk over you. I apologize for that.
Thank you. Which topic did you come to discuss?
The caption.
What caption?
It says, if the stories of the Christian God did not exist, would there be morals in this world?
Okay, go ahead.
I think that religion is a very varied topic in itself. I think it's
a very
weird.
What topic?
Varied topic.
Okay.
My theory is the original religion. I think religion is just simply a basis of morality. That's all it is. And we've used different stories over time from different cultures, and we've kind of compiled a bunch of them to create various morals. I believe the original religion was the first line that was drawn in the sand. Going back to early days of humanity, two men came across each other's paths, probably in the mid to early 20s. They had been fighting for their lives.
Can you tell me? I still don't know what your stance is. Like, the story. I mean, the topic is, if the stories of the Christian God did not exist, would there be morals in this world? I hear you just saying a bunch of stuff, but I don't know if you're saying no, there would not be morals in this world if the Bible did not exist. Like, I don't know what your point is.
Yes, there would still be morals.
Okay.
If the Christian God didn't exist.
Not the God, the Bible,
morals?
the stories.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Bible is fairly new. The Bible is fairly new when it comes to humanity.
And so you agree that humans did not get our morals from this book?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I don't have any disagreements on that.
I think morality came from, like I said, religion, culture, all of these things.
Yeah, I agree.
They are based off of just a basis of morality. We have to have that, right? And I think that the original religion, the original basis of morality was when we decided to be, I'm Southern. So,
oh man, TT had paid $20 a few minutes ago to drop old boy. I'm sorry, TT, I just said that. No. I owe you, TT. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the original basis of morality was when mankind came across each other and decided that the risk wasn't worth the reward. And so we came up with agreements. There was that first line in the sand that was drawn that said, whatever you found on your line of the sand was yours, and I wouldn't go bother it. And whatever I found on my line of the sand is mine. I think that was the original basis of morality. Simply survival.
Okay, thank you. Give me just a second. Kevin.
Yeah.
Are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Do you agree with Pi?
I think there'd be morality, but I think it would be different in that the person with the most power would be the one who decides what's good and what's bad.
Pi, did you hear Kevin's response?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. So, sure.
Are you going to be present on here? Or are you going to be present on your game?
I'm not on a game.
Are you doing something else right now? Because we can hear the clicking, clacking in the background.
You're probably hearing my mic. So it's one of those push in, push out, mute, unmute. That's probably what you're hearing from the clicking.
Okay.
No, I heard you. And you're talking about the most powerful decides. Sure, yes. What I was speaking on is when both are no longer interested in trying to be the most powerful. This is when they've already won and almost lost many battles. It's when they've decided that the risk is no longer worth the reward. That's why I made that statement.
I've never been.
Does that make sense?
In my life, I don't think I've ever been this confused before.
So I think Pi is saying that morality, they're both saying that we would have morality without these stories, right?
Yes.
And Pi is saying that after society warred with each other and gained some level of respect, then people would just respect boundaries. I live here, you live there, don't touch my shit. And Pi is saying, no, it's going to be the most powerful still rules. Kevin, is that right, Kevin?
I agree with that.
I hadn't added that. I don't think. I think the violence would never stop. I think one would be a bit powerful, then decide to be aggressive, take some things. I think it's just be perpetual violence.
Let me ask a question right quick. Like, do y'all think morality means no laws? Like, because in both of y'all societies, there are no laws. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, do y'all think that morality means that there are no laws?
Okay, so the laws come into place when what he just responded with. So the agreement happens in the beginning. It's when the other feels that they've been slighted in some way down the line, right? Like, war is never going to just no longer exist ever again. There's going to be peace, and then there's going to be disagreement. There's going to be some negotiation, and then possibly war thereafter. Laws come into place when they say, okay, we're just not going to agree on this. Post-war, whoever wins writes the law.
Yep, I'm still confused.
No, Maria, we're getting an idea.
Sorry.
Listen. No, listen. We're getting an idea. Just listen to the conversation. How the men thought in the late Bronze Age. This is how the world was.
True. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. Let's just watch their minds work.
There's peace. Then somebody crosses a line. We address it. We have our disagreements. We argue. Men don't communicate. We're limited in our communication before we get to saying, you know what? There's no more talking. We just need to go to war again. There's a lot of this circulation. It is the most powerful, the winner of that war, that eventually they decide, okay, there's going to be law. So I agree with him in the long run. I was talking about in the short term. In the long run, there's always going to be conflict. Always. And this is where law is required.
I guess it's my turn to answer.
Sure.
I think the question was, do you think a different sense of moral? Can you repeat your question? I think I lost it.
Oh yes, are you me? It's on the screen.
Yeah, I'm about to say the question on the screen.
Are you talking about that one? At the top, if the stories of the Christian God.
I already did agree with that. I said.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking to Pi.
No, he was asking about your question.
You had asked.
And you said you were talking about laws, or laws are not required.
Well, I just observed that neither of your societies, right, had laws yet. Like y'all were still banging each other upside the head. So I was asking, like, do y'all think that morals, did not include laws? Like laws did not.
In the long run, something has to be solidified, and then it has to be enforced, right? The standards have to be enforced. We can call them laws, we can call them standards, we can call them whatever we want to call them. But a standard has to be enforced in the long run to best maintain the peace as long as possible. And I agree with him that that's going to be dictated by the victor.
I find it funny that the men in the comments are saying to me, morals don't need laws. Laws aren't morals, they are laws.
No. Two totally different things.
I didn't say they were the same.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
No, I said in the comments. Yeah.
Yes.
The men in the comments think that I said laws are morals or morals are laws.
Oh my God! Please let her finish. Hey! You need to let her finish talking. Okay? Can you do that? God damn.
Don't type in all caps in my comments like that. That's just fucking ridiculous. Like, stop fucking doing that shit. Like, nobody fucking needs to type in all caps like that.
What I was saying was I agree with you. My argument was against the comment section. You never said that. You never said that laws and morals were the same. You were asking the question.
I would like to speak on that. I think since morality comes before the law, and morality is the cause of putting together laws. I think my problem would be the law, since the morality is skewed, then the laws would be skewed. So since the law is supposed to advantage the most powerful person.
That's why the laws change. That's why the laws shouldn't be 3,000-year-old laws or 8,000-year-old laws, right? The laws change as society grows and learns. Moralities are going to change. Ideas, right, are going to change, right? Your morality creates the laws. But the very fact that those that believe in this God, right, still think that this God's laws are relevant today in 2024, like, it just goes against what you just said, Kevin.
I guess that's where we disagree. I think the foundation of morality would remain the same, but probably
you think the morality state is the same from in the late Bronze Age as today?
Let me give an example of what I mean. For example, all men are equal. I think that's just foundational.
Did that come from the book? Did that come from the Bible? That all men are equal?
I disagree with that.
Hey, Kevin, pie in the sky. You don't have any power on this panel to just do that, right?
Like, he's starting to get on my nerves.
The only person on this stage, right? The only people on this stage that can do that already know who they are, okay? So please don't do that again, okay? Kevin. Damn it. I don't even fucking know where I was going now. Thanks again. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kevin.
You are about to ask me to provide scripture. I think something like that.
I don't fucking remember. I'm sorry.
Kevin, for listening though. Holy shit. That's rare.
I had said the foundation would remain the same, and then I said I'd give an example of all men are equal, and then
There
I
it
think
is.
that would
There it is. Are you trying to say that all men are
I think
equal
you're
is in the
about to
Bible?
ask. The specific wording, no, but I think the concept is there.
You think the concept of all men are equal is in the Bible? Does the men include? Does the men mean humanity here, or just men? Like, regardless, I don't even think that matters. But you think the concept, like you think equality, the idea of equality is in this book, like that it teaches that in this book.
I think so.
Can you give me examples?
I think I'd say someone like Jesus or Paul. I think point out to things like that. Probably I should find a scripture for that. Like give me a minute while you continue with him, and then I'll find something to back up what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Thinker, if I may.
Hey, Gaslight. Yes, I was getting ready to ask if you were awake because I haven't heard from you.
I'm just chilling, listening. I mean, I guess the fact that God had a chosen people kind of just throws all of the equality thing out the window, but I'm just listening.
That was my thought. I'm interested to see how he's going to use Paul or Jesus for equality.
Yeah. I'd see that. I'd see that him choosing a specific group of people instead of choosing the whole world would look like that. But I think I don't think like God is. Let me put my thoughts together and then I'll respond to that. I'll write that down and then I'll respond to that.
May I respond?
Let me to say God is biased.
Let me find the script.
Hold on. Hold on. After Kevin, Q, and then Public Enemy.
I think I'm trying to answer too much at the same time. I think I'll just find a script and then handle that one question and then handle another one probably after that.
Orange.
I disagree with the direction he's going. We're not equal. We determine our place in this world.
I don't think that was what he was saying, though. You know that, right?
You're not listening to a word anybody.
Are you sure you're not playing the game? You sure? You sure you're paying attention?
Sure.
So, like, who is talking about that? Who's talking about that?
Kevin was talking about how we are equal.
Nope.
Or whether we are not equal.
Nope. He wasn't.
Okay, can you clarify it for me?
I don't even think I should because, like, I think that you are doing something else.
I'm not doing anything else.
He's talking about how the stories in the Bible teach equality and that all humans are equal. He didn't say that we have reached a level of equality in the world. He didn't say that.
I didn't say anything like that. I said we're not equal. That's all I said.
He didn't say that we were. Equal. He didn't say we were. He said the stories in the book teach that humans should be equal, that humans are equal.
I don't think it does, and I don't think that we are equal.
I think I think I'd like to clarify one thing. The way I see scripture is that like two types of things. I think that there's prescriptive scripture, and then there's just descriptive scripture. And an example, I think you already know this. An example would be something like Solomon marrying many wives is descriptive, and then you should marry one wife is prescriptive. I think I hope I didn't jumble that up. The verse I'd probably quote would be Matthew 22:39. And the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as you love yourself. All the law and the prophets hang on these two commandments, that is, loving God and loving your neighbor. And then from that, I would extrapolate that if you love your neighbor, you treat them as you want your neighbor to treat you. I think that's what I'd like to say.
Okay, so can we go to Leviticus right quick? Let's go to that Leviticus 19 right quick.
Look at Alfonso in the comments.
Yeah, this is what Alfonso needed when he was up here. I'm gonna show you Leviticus 19.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least Kevin is giving us scripture. You ain't give us shit.
Says, you shall not hate in your heart anyone of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. In verse 17, right, when it says, don't hate any one of your kin, reprove your neighbor, or you will incur. Who is your God talking to here? Is he talking to the Gentiles?
I think he's talking to the Israelites at that time.
To the Israelites. You shall not take vengeance or bear grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord. Who is your people here?
The Israelites, I think.
Israelites. So here in the law, to love your neighbor as you love yourself, the neighbor here would be the Israelites, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Right. So love your neighbor as you love yourself is a law in the land of Israel. The neighbor is a fellow Israelite. It did not include those outside of the Israelite cult. I know that because down here there is a right here, verse 33. There is a separate law regarding those that are not Israelites, and this law is for foreigners living within the land of Israel. So if there is a foreigner living amongst the Israelites, then you are to love them like you love yourself, right? You shall love the alien as yourself, right? If that alien is living in the land of Israel. So that commandment that Jesus said to the Israelites in Rome, right? In the Greco-Roman period, I think he might have been in Capernaum when he said, or either Caesarea Philippi. I can't remember which one, but he was not saying to love every human on earth. He wasn't saying to treat every Gentile, every Greek, every Roman the way that you treat an Israelite, because that was not the belief, that was not the teaching of the Israelites. The teaching of the Israelites was that you loved an Israelite the way you love yourself. And then everybody else, there are stipulations on how you treat those people, how you see those people. So that goes against the whole idea of this story, this book teaching that all humans are equal. That definitely did not come from your God.
Is it me to respond or?
Yes, and I
Has everything
appreciate.
gone silent?
Yes, I appreciate you asking that. So jumping in. Yes.
I'll do this. Probably I should go look at that and review what I can see. Because probably let me try push back. Doesn't like when we come to like now, I think Paul doesn't he now talk about us being engrafted into like the commonwealth of God, and I think in Ephesians somewhere there.
So are believers grafted in?
Now
hold on, Kevin. Are believers grafted in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so non-believers are not.
Yes.
Right. So then, if a non-believer is not grafted in, it's just like it's still a cult, and so those on the outside, right? They're not included in this love your neighbor. Right. Me as a non-believer, right? I'm not included in that what Jesus is teaching. Neither and not what Paul was teaching.
I guess I'd say sorry for that, but that's just in a joking.
I mean, I say sorry for you, but being a believer.
Okay. Let's get back to being serious. I guess I'll have to go look at that. I'll have to go look at that. Thank you. I don't think I have anything after that. I'll just go look at that and probably come at a future date when you're on time. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I think it's crazy. Like I try to be very nice, calm, and respectful, and then they throw in that little shady shit. Like, why I can't be nice to y'all? Like I cannot be nice to y'all. Like what the fuck was that?
I was over here dying. Y'all say I'm bad. Oh my God, that killed me.
Like what was that?
I'm not gonna lie to you, I was so close to saying win for being kind, but he just had to throw that slick shit in there.
Exactly. Like for no reason whatsoever. I was so nice to him.
Okay, who denied Jesus for the third time because I heard a rooster crow?
Yo, I was like, whoa.
I would deny him 6 times.
I double that to 12.
$50, take it or leave it.
Any believers want to come up? We only have one on stage and he's not paying attention.
Honestly, you charging. I would have gave him up for free. I would have just Judas. I think Judas is just. I would have gave that man up for free.
Did you hear what Marissa said last night? That if Jesus really cared, he would have gave his own self up, and Judas wouldn't have had to. Yeah.
If he was such a sacrifice, he would have just been like, okay, I don't want to bother my people. I'm gonna just go surrender myself because I know they're looking for me. Nope, that's not what he did it?
Nope. He ran.
See Jesus and Judas as like a lover's quarrel. Like Judas caught him cheating with the 12 disciples, and he was like, "All right, this is the time to go." But he was the one that had his heart the most, hence the kiss.
Yes, the story sounds LGBTQ.
Bama?
Yeah, that's me. That's me. You can just call me Jack.
Okay. Pie.
Yeah.
Are you paying attention? Are you even paying attention?
I'm listening to everything.
What did I just say about you a few minutes ago?
You talked a whole lot of shit.
What did I say? What did I say?
You were talking about how I didn't understand what was going on.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
What did I say?
Verbatim?
Yeah.
I can't give you that.
Because I didn't talk a whole lot of shit. I said 3 words. Oh my God. Bama.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Are you a Christian?
Nah, I'm Muslim actually.
Muslim. Rhea, do you feel like it?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, I feel like it.
No, I'm just saying I don't know much about the Quran. I don't like to talk about things that I have not studied. And so she is our knowledge expert. Not, I don't want to say expert because we are all still learning. I don't like using that word about ourselves, but she knows more about Islam and the Quran than I do, and so I always pass the conversations to her, but only on a case by case basis because Rhea just don't be fucking feel like it sometimes.
Right.
Yeah. Do you feel like it, Rhea?
Yeah, I don't mind. I think the only question that would apply to them is the last one, right?
Yeah. Or they can switch it with the Quran, the stories in the Quran. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't mind that. Okay.
Cool. So the topic is, if the stories of the Christian God did not exist, would there be morals in this world?
You can switch it with your belief.
Right. Well, with that, just that question alone, though, in Islam, we do believe that there's like a natural disposition that we all have, which gives us morals and the belief in the Creator. It's natural. It doesn't really come from any specific teachings or any life lessons. It's just natural within us that we know right from wrong. So, yes, I do believe that morals would definitely exist without those stories. But do we need a God? Well, it depends on what the definition of God is. I don't think I understand what you guys consider to be a God. Do you just not believe in God, period? You don't believe in a creator, or are you just referring specifically to the Christian God?
Well, it's pretty much just, as a believer, right? What we believe is kind of irrelevant. It's more, as you believe in Allah, the questions will be geared towards you as a believer in Allah. So you would answer the question as, hey, what exactly do we need Allah for? Do we need Allah?
Got you. Understood. So, yeah, I can say, yeah, of course. To have morals, we believe that all of this was created by Allah, which is the creator. So in order to have morals, we wouldn't have these morals without there being a creator to create the morals. So, yeah, of course, I believe that we need a God. Yeah.
Okay, and the morals that he's like, what do you mean, like you would need the God to create the morals? You already said that human beings inherently know what's right and wrong. So what would we be needing the God to create morals for? And like, what morals has Allah created that's probably helping anyone?
Got you. So as far as that innate disposition that we have within us, that's called fitra in Islam, which just basically means our natural disposition. And the only reason that we have that is because God gave that to us. That's what we believe. So, yes, we do have that naturally without our parents or the imam at the mosque, the preacher teaching us these stories. We have that natural understanding of what's right and wrong. However, God created that. It didn't just come from, we don't believe in evolution, so it didn't just appear that way or happen that way where humans naturally know what's right and wrong. God created us with the ability to naturally know what's right and wrong.
Yeah, but he didn't create you with the natural knowledge of the Quran, right?
Right, exactly. So that's what will fall outside of what we're naturally born with.
Right, but in your natural innate, like however natural or innate it is that you think, human beings have morals, right? If you were to just ask a random person, hey, would you go kill somebody because they didn't believe what you believe? I'm pretty sure they would say no, right? But the Quran tells you can behead a non-believer.
Yeah, sure. And
so that's not inherent or innate, right? That doesn't track, does it?
I believe in certain situations, people. No, I think those things had to be taught. Definitely.
What exactly needs to be taught to kill people that don't believe what you believe?
Yeah, because those verses specifically was talking about in specific wars.
They were not all wars. Like there are some verses, I can pull them up for you actually, where like it's just mostly insults, right? Even Allah is like the non-believers, I'm the reason why they don't believe. Like I can pull that up for you too, right? There's an acknowledgement here that there is a group of people, polytheistic people, or just people that don't believe in Allah, and they should be killed.
Sure, I would be curious to hear the verse.
Okay, yeah. Give me a second here. Let's see.
I know we're not taught that, though. We're usually taught that in those specific contexts where people broke treaties, that it was okay because there was a treaty in place. And once that treaty was broken, basically those people couldn't be trusted. It was never something initiated by the Muslims, because there's also a verse in the Quran which says the killing of an innocent person is as if you killed all of humanity. And then saving an innocent person or saving a person is like saving all of humanity. So it's not necessarily a belief that Muslims have. We got to kill non-believers.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to read this one. I'm going to start from the beginning of the chapter 9, Surah at Tawbah. I'm going to start from the beginning here. In a second.
Okay.
No, 9, not 5. Okay, so we're going to do 9. I'm going to start from the beginning. Okay.
Rhea, I'm sorry, what's the
This is a surah at Tauba.
Do you want me to bring it up?
Yeah, you can if you want to.
Hold on.
Okay, all right. Okay. It says, this is a discharge from all obligation by Allah and His messengers to the polytheists you believers have entered into treaty with, right? It says, you polytheists may travel freely through the land for 4 months, but now that you will know that you will know no escape from Allah. Allah will disgrace. Oh, you're good. Know that you will have no escape from Allah, and Allah will disgrace the disbelievers. Okay. A declaration from Allah and His messengers is made to all people on the day of the great pilgrimage that Allah and His messengers are free from the polytheists. So if you pagans repent, it will be better for you. But if you turn away, then know that you will have no escape from Allah, and give God's news, O Prophet, to the non-believers of a painful punishment. I'm gonna pull up the one that's
right. It's all in Arabic on Quran.com. I don't. They don't have an English translation on there.
Yeah, do / okay, hold on. Quran.com, like if you look on the bottom, like it should show you like a English translation right after the Arabic. You don't see it?
So let me show you what I'm looking at. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, you see the bottom right there? That's
there. Oh, right here? That's
no, cancel that. Close that.
Okay. Oh, close this up? Okay.
No. Yeah, okay. So scroll up. You see the Arabic? Scroll up.
This is the top.
Or scroll down, sorry.
Okay.
I'll be confused. Okay, yours is not doing that. Can you click on the verse? Like click on the specific verse. Like if it's 7 or something, click on it.
Alaykum.
No, 7. Like go on the number right there. Why isn't that showing it in English? This is what mine looks like. So it should show you like an English. You see that? Like it should show you the English translation right at the bottom of each.
Why is it not doing that?
I don't know, but you should see it like right there.
I don't know. Okay, I'll figure it out.
That's okay. So, where did I start?
Oh, it's got the tafsirs connected to each.
Oh yeah? Yeah.
I think that's cool.
Is it in English? Do you see it in English?
Let me see. No. Why is everything in Arabic? No, there it go. The tafsirs is in English translation.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I need to be reading? The tafsir?
No.
No.
If it's tafsir, it just explains it, but it should
No.
also have the original.
I'm reading actually like straight from the Quran,
Okay.
but you can find some tafsirs that will explain that to you though. But this verse is like it's this is of course the treaty and all of that, right? So it's saying you're discharged from the treaties that were made, but then it goes on to say, polytheists, you can stay here for 4 months, blah blah blah. It's not saying that they're fighting a war here.
Right. In that case, it was a conflict between them, and then
No, it wasn't. The polytheists did not do anything to them.
they broke the treaty. No,
They broke the treaty, but they were still in their land. They still had the right to stay in their land, and they were terrorized in their land for not believing.
do you know what breaking the treaty is? Like, what could they
Breaking
do?
a treaty doesn't mean that you now own the people. Like this, after they broke the treaty, now the Muslims are saying that Allah is going to punish you. They're not saying, hey, the treaty that we made as human beings, you broke it, this is the consequence. They're saying now, my God is giving me authority to kill you. That's what this is saying.
I'm sorry, I don't see that there.
Then show me where it says otherwise. Show me where it says the polytheists attacked them or they did anything wrong to them, like to cause bodily harm.
Well, in the verse right afterwards,
It says, but once sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists who violated the treaties wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them, and lie in wait for them on every way. That is literally an ambush.
Do you know what violating the treaty means, though?
What does it mean? It's just violating a treaty.
So let's say the treaty.
They were supposed to stay there and pray, but they didn't want to give them the privileges that they were demanding. That was what broke the treaty.
Let's see. Verses about treaty.
Do you see breaking a treaty in all places as justifying attack?
Yeah, because in most cases when they broke the treaties, they broke them by attacking. It wasn't just.
Show me where it says it here.
Yeah, that's not the case, right?
Where are you guys getting the information from, though? I would like to.
I mean, have you studied ancient Near Eastern? Have you studied the ancient Near East at all?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Have you studied the ancient Near East at all?
Ancient Aries?
So no. Okay.
No, I'm not that familiar with that.
Ancient Near East.
Oh, ancient Near East. Oh, okay. No, I haven't really studied it. I wouldn't say I'm an expert on it or anything. I've looked into certain things and I've heard people speak about these topics, but I don't know much about it. Maybe you know more.
Yeah, so I like this is pretty common, right? We were actually talking about it earlier. You have, nations, even city states that would become more powerful than the neighboring city states or nations, and they would want to exact tribute from them. Let's say, get them to pay them,
right?
And so they would go over to them and say, "Here's a vassal treaty that you're going to sign, right? And this is our offer of peace to you. So we'll let you be here in your land, but you have to pay us, on an annual basis or whatever, X amount of money. And if you don't, well, then shit's on, right? Like,
and this is post-Islamic.
Free.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is just standard operating procedures.
Okay.
Right? In general. So I think if we have, look, I have no expertise whatsoever in Islam. So, I have nothing to say outside of this. But I mean, if like this is pretty standard, I think just in the region had been for millennia.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
They make agreements, and then if somebody breaks the agreement, now there's a conflict. I did find a violation, though. I found a violation for in this specific context. I found it.
Okay.
So it says that all right, so the terms of the treaty, both sides agreed to cease hostilities. So it will be peace, complete peace in the region. They wouldn't fight each other. Each side could form alliances, but neither was allowed to attack the other allies. So they could form alliances with others, but they couldn't attack the allies of one another. And then the Muslims agreed to return any Qurayshi, which is the tribe that was living in Medina at that time. They agreed to return any Qurayshi individual who fled to them, while the Quraysh were not required to do the same for the Muslims. So the Quraysh did not have to return any Muslims that fled to the Quraysh, but the Muslims agreed to return any Quraysh that fled to the Muslims.
Because that is their land. They did not belong there.
Well, the Muslims that's where Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was actually from there, but he got driven out of there. That's where he was from.
He got driven. Okay, was that land somehow his? Was that land somehow was he governing the land?
No, he never governed the land, but
right. So what did he do when he got to Medina? Did he peacefully just walk in like, oh, guys, please, I just want to come back home? Is that what happened? Why were they captives in the first place? What did Muhammad do when he got to Medina?
I'm not exactly sure on what he did.
He attacked them is what he did.
Well, I know it was peaceful, but
no, it wasn't peaceful. Show me. Show me. You just say you don't know, and then you say it was peaceful.
I don't know the specifics. You asked me a question that wasn't pertaining to what we were talking about right now. So
it literally is going with what you're saying. You're saying, oh, they were required to release those people, but somehow the others were not required to release the Muslims, right? This was an attack on their land.
Right. It says people that fled to them, though.
Fled to them from when? Let's actually look up the history of this treaty, because we're just talking in.
Right, I don't have the context of that, but this is just
obviously not.
It doesn't say anything about the Muslims taking these people. That's stuff that you're kind of.
Then why would they need to release them?
Because that's the agreement they made with the people of the Quraysh.
All right, let's put it up.
But I want to say the violation, because that's what we were curious.
But what I don't understand though, we're talking about morals here, right?
Exactly.
But they're saying to kill people just because they're not believers of Allah, right? And I guess I don't know about the treaty and what caused them to go into a treaty or break the treaty, but he's saying you have 4 months to get away, right?
Right.
And then after the 4 months, wait at post on them, hide out, find them, and kill them unless they convert to Islam.
Yeah, unless they tell you that they believe in.
Right. So you think people should die because they don't believe in the same God you do?
I don't even think that's what the Quran believes. The Quran
that's
says
what it says.
In religion. That's what it says.
That's what it says. Right. And so the question is, do the stories in this book, the question that we're talking about though is, do the stories in this, without the stories in this book, would we have morals today? And again, I think that society the immorality that we see in society is because of these dang books. Literally it says to kill somebody for not believing the way you do.
Not necessarily, but
it does say that. It says it though.
I think
give me just a second, Hadji. It says give me just a second. It says, on the day of great pilgrimage, there would be a proclamation from God and his message to all people. It would be better for you idolaters if you repent. Know that you cannot escape God if you turn away. Prophet warns those who ignore God that they will have a painful punishment. You idolaters may move freely about the land for 4 months, but you shall bear in mind both that you will not escape God and that God will disgrace those who defy him. Right? And there's one where it tells them to, when the 4 forbidden months are over, wherever you encounter the idolaters, kill them, seize them, besiege them, wait for them at every lookout post. But if they turn to God, maintain the prayer, and pay the prescribed alms, let them go on their way, for God is most forgiving and merciful.
That's what it says.
And you think that's moral?
Well, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand how there's a treaty in place between two groups of people. The treaty is just to maintain peace. One group of people breaks the treaty. The violation that they broke was they did an attack, a massacre at night.
But no, that's not what the violation was. It was literally just
It is a violation.
not what happened. You don't even know the context. So why are you making stuff up?
I just
Literally,
read the
that whole
context to you. You
treaty,
didn't listen.
the only reason why they said they broke the treaty, it's like Jim Crow era, y'all. It's like when they say, oh, a black man was winking at a white woman type shit. It was literally just a lady I can't remember her name, at a marketplace that said the polytheists, the non-believers, were mocking Islam and were like basically like like saying bad things about Islam and like basically mocking the religion. That's when that started. That was what the treaty. That's what they considered as breaking the treaty. Unless you can show me anything contrary, then you would be lying.
Why would I be a liar?
Then show it to me. You just made up a whole story.
How can I show you right here? And what did I make up? I'm sorry.
You just made
what did I make up?
You just said that there was a massacre.
For people that want the actual truth, I just put
You said it was a massacre.
Well, I just put the context in the comments for the people that want the truth.
Do you want to know the truth? Do you want to know the truth, Bama?
It's called the Treaty of Hudaybiyah.
That's cute. Do you want to know the truth, Bama? The truth is, and this I can actually speak on because I have family from this country. I am Greco-Egyptian. If you are not Muslim believing in Muslim areas of Egypt, they will slaughter you without a second thought.
This treaty took place in Mecca.
It doesn't matter about the Marrakesh Treaty. The fact is that the Islamic believers use the Quran to do the massacring to this day. They don't give a shit if you're Christian. They don't give a shit if you're atheist. They don't give a shit if you believe in the old gods, which are the Egyptian gods.
You guys sound like
if you do not believe in Islam,
oh my goodness.
I'm sorry, I'm still speaking.
I don't care.
If you not,
I don't care.
Sucks to suck.
Don't be disrespectful on the stage. If she's speaking, let her speak, and then you can speak.
It's typical in this religion. I'm
very
not surprised.
Typical. Very.
Like it's literally told how to hit them as well. Anyways, but when it comes to your religion, it is soaked in blood. In Islamic countries to this day, especially Egypt, they will unalive you for not being Islamic. All the way up to 2024. So don't sit there and say anything about the bullshit treaty or anything like that. Because if you guys only cared about a treaty, you wouldn't be following a 800-year-old text. So next time, don't lie and sit there and say that it's peaceful when it's not.
But is the issue, Rhea, that those that broke the treaty didn't take up for those that were in the treaty? Like, it's not that they were attacked by people who were in the treaty. It's that the ones that were the allies that were a part of the treaty didn't defend the ones that got attacked by outsiders.
Honestly, there is no logic to it because, like, the way it starts off, they just needed an excuse to attack those people. They just needed an excuse to do what they did to those people because, like, I can't even tell you, like, what that thought process was because it was just like, oh, the claim, right? Like, oh, Israelites were not, the Canaanites were sacrificing their babies, right? It's the claim that they're making, right? Only from their side. And they're saying, oh, these people broke the treaties. That's why we attacked them. That's why we killed them. That's why we did all these things that we did to them, right? But then, like, what broke the treaty? Just because they were talking bad about them or because, like, the religion was not being uplifted in that one isolated moment. So that was an excuse for them to go pillage people.
So there's 3 terms of the treaty. I can repeat them.
Yeah, there are 3 times of the treaty. It starts off in 622, and then there's another one, 628 or 629 BC. Sorry, CE, and then there's one in 640 or 630. Yeah, I understand that.
But none of the terms were that you had to uphold a certain religion or anything like that, or you couldn't talk bad about a religion. That wasn't one of the terms of the treaty. So
exactly my point. Like, you're making my point for me.
But that's not why the treaty. That's not how the treaty became violated. So that's
okay.
the point.
Then show where does this, like, give me proof where it says like, oh, these people attacked them or they massacred them.
Like it looks like allies were fighting with each other. Like so,
exactly.
The breach of the treaty was the attack on Banu Kaza.
Yeah, that's the lady. That's the lady.
Okay, and then because Banu Bakr was in the treaty with the Muslims, right? And Banu Qaza attacked them.
Attack their ally.
Quote
their
unquote.
ally, right?
Right.
And that's what they're saying was the breach of the treaty.
Exactly. One of the terms of the treaty was that they could form alliances with people, whoever they wish, but they couldn't attack the allies of one another, because that would also be a sign of that would be a form of aggression.
But they were already fighting, right? They had already been feuding.
There was peace.
Yeah, these were not Muslims. They were not both Muslims. The treaty just gave so the treaty was to, like, at least the first one, right? The main idea was that they were given the space to worship for 10 years, right? They were to be able to go to the worship center and use it for 10 years. That was the basis of the treaty. All this, like, other stuff that you're talking about, these were all semantics. So these are not like, oh, Muslim to Muslim. Like, this is just like the treaty just said, okay, we're going to live in your land and we can worship here. Like, they were still still like non-believers.
Right. Yeah, that's true. The polytheists, they were still there while the treaty was in place. Anyone could be there worshiping whatever they wanted. The Muslims just wanted the ability to make the privilege.
No, the non-believers were not allowed in there when the Muslims were there. That's in the treaty.
Okay. I don't see that, but okay. I don't see that.
And so because these allies were into it, Muhammad then decides that everybody that doesn't bow down to Allah deserves to die.
Well, it was more so whoever, basically the group of people that were with Muhammad, peace be upon him, were the Muslims. So basically everybody that wasn't Muslim there after the treaty was broken, they deserved to die.
But it looks like these two nations that's fighting were not Muslims. They were just allies, right? So because these allies, right, of the Muslims got into it, right? And then one of them, I think it was the Banu Bakr, I think, went to Medina, right? And told Muhammad to get justice. And then, therefore, then everybody that was not Islam or did not convert deserved to die after that. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't say it that way, but yeah.
What other way would you say it?
Well, it wasn't the way that you frame it. It makes it seem like just because they're not Muslim, they deserve to die.
That's what it says, right? Like they're idolaters, and then it says that if they convert, then you don't kill them. If they want to learn about Allah, you take them to a safe place and teach them.
Right.
Yeah. So if they did not want to learn about Allah, if they did not want to convert, then kill them. That's what it says.
Mama Jack want you to sprinkle it with sugar in it.
What's that, my man? I didn't catch what he said.
I said you wanted it sugar coated.
Oh no, I wouldn't say it that way, but I just wanted to be accurate.
But I did say it accurately. I didn't say anything. Actually, like it says, when the 4 forbidden months are over, wherever you encounter the idolaters, kill them, seize
Right.
them, besiege them, wait for them at every lookout post. But if they turn to God, maintain the prayer, and pay the prescribed alms, let them go on their way, for God is most forgiving and merciful. If any one of the idolaters should seek your protection, grant it to him, so that he may hear the word of God. Then take him to a place safe for him, for they are people with no knowledge of it.
Now that makes me curious, because now we got to think they have a treaty was broken, so that means war is coming, right? A treaty was broken.
That is not what that means. Like, what are you talking about?
Is he being serious?
Okay, so what does it mean when the treaty is broken then?
That the treaty is broken. You pack up and go the fuck home. Like, what does that have to now mean bloodshed? Are you making sense? Like, people don't
Okay,
play
so
by your rules. They
let's
don't
take
play
your
by your
narrative.
rules. You
Let's
pack
take
up
your
and go
narrative.
home, or you leave them alone.
Right.
Why does that now mean, oh, go kill them? And you see where it says, oh, if they can convert, then it's all good. That tells you that it's not about the treaty. That tells you that it has nothing to do with the treaty. Because if you were trying to honor a treaty or show people that, oh, we're the good guys, these people violated a treaty, unaliving a bunch of them, killing, massacring them is not the way to do that. That makes no sense.
Lay wait for them at every lookout post?
Literally ambush them.
Wow.
So what do you guys believe should be done if a treaty is broken in that manner, the way that treaty was broken, the massacre?
What manner? What manner? Can you actually tell us what happened? What manner?
If you would let me, or are you
Tell us. No, go ahead and tell us, because all it says is that there was a report made to Muhammad. So then what manner was it?
It says the violation of the treaty. This is my research. I don't know what you're looking at, but this is my research. The Quraysh violated the treaty by supporting their allies, the Banu Bakr tribe, in attacking the Banu Khuzah, who were the allies of the Muslims. So the Quraysh people supported the tribe that they were allied with in attacking the Muslims. And then it says, or in attacking the allies of the Muslims, sorry. And then it says, this attack included a massacre at night near Mecca, where the Banu Bakr, with Qurayshi aid, killed members of the allies of the Muslims.
And what did Muhammad do to investigate?
I wasn't there.
When it was reported to him, what happened then? What was the next course of action? Did he go figure out if this actually happened? Right? The same way Christians make accusations and say, oh, the Canaanites, because the Canaanites were unaliving their children, that's why God wanted us to go massacre them. What proof do you have that these people actually did any of that? All he has is a report. That's it.
It's so crazy, like all of this going on under Abraham's, one of Abraham's kids, but Muhammad has the power to do all of this as the head of state in Medina, right? Also as a religious leader. It's like one thing that I see that is the same with Islam and Christianity and Judaism is that and I think Christianity might be just a little bit different here, but with Judaism, you have religious and politics are damn near one and the same. There's no really no thin line, like they are the same. And then the same thing here with Muhammad has been the military leader and the religious leader at the same time. And these two things together seem to be deadly as fuck. They seem to be dangerous. And the instigator of immoral thought, immoral beliefs, and immoral actions.
Is it immoral? This is what I'm trying to learn, because I'm actually here genuinely. I'm trying to have an actual conversation. I'm not just here blindly following something or trying to prove, oh, this is why you should become Muslim. But I am curious to where if the treaty was broken in that manner, I asked what should be done. And
so Bama. So what I noticed,
am I going to be able to complete anything, or am I just going to get cut off every time?
I thought you had completed. So please let me let you finish. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to come off rude or anything, but I haven't really been able to complete any thoughts. But she said that, okay, if there was a report done that this happened, how did he investigate it, or did he investigate it? So that's what I don't know her name, but that's what she said she feel like should have been done. It should have been a war raged against the people who violated. But it wasn't just a war raged. They had 4 months to get their things and leave.
Okay, you keep pausing, and then I'm thinking you're done.
I'm listening. I want to hear what you got to say.
Okay, so what I noticed in this requirement here, it says, so if they are if they believe in the faith,
right,
regardless of what they've done, regardless of what the situation may be, all of that changes. So is there really a treaty here, or is it just, hey, if you believe, you're good, and if you don't, heads off? Because there's no treaty here. It's just, do you believe or not?
Exactly. Like he doesn't mention the treaty after that. The treaty is just a reason for them to do what they did. The consequence had nothing to do with the treaty. It just said, believe it or not, you die.
I think, and the fact that it's labeling them as idolaters, like that tells me this is more religious than it is political, right? Like,
that was the whole point.
Yeah, right, it's not very political, but I'm trying to understand, like, why is it immoral to defend?
There's absolutely no treaty.
I'm trying to understand why it's immoral to defend somebody.
But it's no treaty. It's, do you believe or do you not? That's it.
That's after the violation of the treaty, no?
But it doesn't matter how they violated a treaty or not. If they violated the treaty but they believed, they go off scot-free. But if they violated the treaty and they don't believe, that's where the problem starts.
Well, if they violate the treaty,
there's no treaty.
This is the thing. If they violate the treaty and they have 4 months to leave, and they say no, F that, we're gonna stay here. What does that mean?
No, not 4 months to leave. That's not what it says. They have 4 months left for the holy months, right? So they had 4 months until the Muslims would attack. That's what that says.
So
they had 4 months left in that. It didn't say, oh, leave or no. It says by the time this 4 months is over and you're still not a Muslim, you will die.
So I'm not understanding what's
I wanted to see if your God, if AI was smarter than your God in this, like in different ways of handling this. Because when we talk about a supreme being, right, like the whole reason why you want to justify the way this was handled is because of your belief in Allah, and that you believe that Allah was with Muhammad, right?
And I can relate to it too. I can relate.
You can relate to what? Killing people for not believing the way you believe.
No, that's not why they were killed. They were killed because they violated the treaty.
Did you not hear what Gaslight just said?
He didn't. He's not speaking from the. It's not true though. It's not true what he's saying.
It's your book says it. If they believe, if they want to believe, save their life. If they don't kill them. The people that
violated the treaty, though.
Yes, the people that violated the treaty. If they convert to Islam, don't kill them, although they violated the treaty.
So do you know why they wouldn't kill somebody that converted to Islam?
Because it's about a cult. It's about conversion. It's about religion. That's Gaslight's point. That's my point. This is more about religion than it is politics.
Yeah, they wanted loyal soldiers. The only way that they would guarantee that the quote unquote backstabbing didn't happen again is they thought everybody belonged to their cult, right? That was the whole excuse. Oh, convert because now you need to be one of us so you don't laugh at us anymore.
But there's no compulsion in religion, so they didn't have to convert.
That is compulsion, though. That quite literally is compulsion.
That
is compulsion.
I swear, Alfonso, they need to learn. Not only do they need to read their books, they need to learn vocabulary words, because gaslighting is trying to get people to think that they're not experiencing what they are experiencing through mind manipulation. You don't know what gaslighting is. Stop fucking trying to use big words just because you fucking heard them on TikTok.
And I'm gaslight proof. You can't gaslight me, bitch.
We have gaslight proof up here, so try again.
No, I seriously came here with genuine intentions, though. I don't think we're gonna get much further with this specific topic, but I do believe.
Wait, I do want to share with you though before you go on. Like, okay, so the reason why, right? One of the I know you said that you relate to it, but also because it's Allah. Right, Muhammad had Allah with him. So Allah is guiding Muhammad. Right. And so, and Allah told Muhammad to handle the situation and this way, which it's violent, right? And taking the lives of people. So AI says, like, taking the culture into consideration. One of the things that Muhammad could have done is diplomatic negotiation. Instead of issuing military orders or declaring hostility, Muhammad could have prioritized diplomacy by direct negotiations with the Quraysh, summon their leaders to discuss the violations and demand reparations for the attack on the Banu Khaza'ara, insist on public acknowledgement of the treaty's sanctity and a renewed pledge to honor it, and bring in neutral or allied tribes as mediators to resolve the dispute peacefully, avoiding further escalation. Why this could have worked? Diplomatic efforts could have showcased Islam as a faith promoting peace and restraint. It might have avoided war while isolating the Quraysh politically for their breach. Right? That's just a thought, right, of something that an all-knowing God. I get why a limited human at that point in history may not have thought this, but an all-knowing, all-powerful deity, right, that knows yesterday, today, and tomorrow, that has his knowledge transcends human knowledge. If he is in fact guiding this leader, should have been able to communicate something like that. If that entity's goal is peace and love, right, and faith, but the entity, if Allah was in fact with Muhammad, violence and war was a part of his plan, right? Because there are things that it could have done to do that. Another one is economic sanctions, right? He could have cut off the trade routes controlled by the Quraysh and its allies, encourage the allied tribes to boycott them economically, leveraging the Medina's growing influence in the region. Like there are several things that he could have done other than killing them.
That's true. But you said something big. You said the all-knowing God. So now I'm thinking, okay, if God is all-knowing, in this case, why did God tell him once they broke the treaty? Why did God tell him to handle it that way? Why didn't God tell him to just do it the way that AI just said?
Because it was human. But at that point in time, right, the human had limited knowledge, right, limited skill sets. So they handled it the way humans handle things in society. Their knowledge was limited. Right, we wouldn't handle it today the way that Muhammad handled it. We don't handle breaking of peace treaties that way, right? We negotiate. Like, we go to war if we're pushed to that limit, right? If we handled shit the way Muhammad handled this, we'd be in war with multiple countries, like never ending. There would never be peace.
Well, they won that, right? Like, he was actually a very good leader in that context compared to what we have today. I think
literally Muhammad's whole idea while he was going through and pillaging people was just to make more Muslims. It's that simple. Let's not try to find some kind of glory in this.
Hey, I do have something. I do have something though. You mentioned that he could have diplomated basically. Why did he have to resort to that? And then I just looked up, were there prior violations to the treaties? And there were actually prior violations. I understand, though, how you guys see it. Like, that is a possible thing that could have been done. But the way I see it as a believer is that God told him to do it that way because God is all knowing. Let's say he did diplomat and come up with another agreement. Could we argue that God knew that they would just break the next agreement and then another one and then another one? Could we argue that?
So, Bama, what I would say to that is that they probably wrote these treaties up that they were, they were just like triggers that were obviously going to be tripped. They just wanted to get, hey, we tried to, put some pretty window dressing up to have a reason for unaliving people because they don't believe. These treaties, I truly believe, were not good treaties that could be enforced to keep peace because they failed so quickly. So this is just window dressing to, at the end of the day, when you break these, when you violate this, now we have a quote unquote reason to unalive you. But if you believe, we'll wipe that off the table.
Exactly.
So you guys have an issue with the believing part?
That is the only part that makes. It's the only game changer in this. Okay,
it's believing. It's the killing unbelievers. Like it's that.
But not any non-believer though, right? Like
killing at all for the purposes of religion.
What about for the purpose of violating the treaty?
I just gave you other things that they could have done, right, to rectify the violation of the treaty.
I see.
He care about the treaty though. Like in these punishments, he's not referencing the treaty anymore. He just says they don't believe, kill them.
And then
like he doesn't.
The fact that you're so stuck on that it was AI who threw out those ideas. Your God is literally the AI for Muhammad. Your God is literally the AI for you, like the higher intelligence, that access to level data points, right, in order to make an intelligent decision.
Look, I like AI. I'm using AI right now to find these other violations of the treaty. I don't have an issue with it. But
I'm saying, like, when you talk about having access, right, to a deity that has knowledge that transcends yours as a human, and that deity, right, gives you power on earth to act in his stead, to guide, right, and the decisions that you make, you say that those decisions came from that deity and they are very human-like, right?
Anchor, you need to change your life goal, huh?
Okay, it's like it to me it just negates your claim for a higher entity.
I don't feel like they're human. Like, I don't see why Muhammad would have felt like.
I'm not talking about Muhammad. Like, again, you respond with the human. I'm talking about your God. And Christians do the same thing. When we're talking about the God, they talk about the human. I'm not talking about the human. Your God the claim is that your God is this higher intelligence.
Right.
And that the human is engaging with this higher intelligence, yet the human does not act from a place of higher intelligence.
Okay. Just pulling this around full circle, taking it back to about can this be a moral thing that your God is implementing? And I think that you would agree that unaliving people is not the most moral thing to do in this circumstance and a lot of other ones. So, and you quite know that, once you unalive someone, there's going to be revenge, there's going to be vengeance. And as you can see, even today, some of those fights are still continuing, even back then. So how can you consider this to be something moral if it has caused continuous strife and division and unalivement?
Like, even look at the comments, right? like, because I don't agree with you and because I don't believe in a God and because I'm asking questions, those that do share a belief in a God with you, look at their comments about me. Look at their comments about the people in this on the panel. Just because we don't believe in your God, because we don't think that the way Muhammad handled this, right, was a moral thing. Like the hatred for people who don't believe. It is still prevalent. It is still prevalent in society today.
I don't know you guys that hate you guys, and these are just random people on the internet, of course.
But what I'm talking about, how they're acting or responding from a place of she doesn't believe in my God, right? And the things that they allow themselves to say, right? The things that we see believers do in society against people who do not believe in their God or a God, right?
Right.
What the decision that Muhammad made here and others alike in antiquity, we still see prevalent today in society. And a random believer on a given day may not be out here killing physically, but they will kill with their freaking mouths all goddamn day.
No, that's true. That's very true. That's very true. And that's not right. That's wrong.
Thinker M's is in the box. I'm going to go ahead and remove myself from him.
Thank you.
No, but that's very true what you just said. They kill people with their mouths. That is a very good point. Muhammad, peace be upon him, he actually gave a lecture on that, a sermon on that. And he said that the tongue is going to be one of the main reasons that people enter the hellfire, the things they say. He said to guard the tongue. Be careful, choose your words wisely, what you say.
Where is M's? I don't see him. Unless it's his. Does he have my name, Eunice, in the belly? Is that? I don't see him in the box. Oh, there you go. Okay.
I just invited him up.
Okay.
Hey, I do have a genuine question really quick, though. I don't want to take too much of you guys' time. I know we've kind of been on the same point. But I am curious, even Gaslight, to what he has to say. Like, I understand that you guys, the frame of mind that you guys are operating from, it seems like Muhammad wanted to kill people because they didn't believe in his religion. And that's what it says in the scripture. It says that kill the people who don't believe. Yes, that's what it says. But the part that we keep leaving out is that this is only referring to a people in a specific place at a specific time who violated a specific treaty.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
So this is all non-believers in the whole planet.
We have a verse called the verse of the sword. It is chapter 9, verse 5. That verse is specifically for all idolaters in Arabia. It is impermissible in Islam for any Christians or Jews or polytheists to live within Arabia. You either die, you leave Arabia, or you join Islam.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that verse. I've never heard anything like that. And I'm Muslim, I never heard anything like that. But
it is, you know, the Aslim Tuslam. Have you heard of that phrase before?
What is it? I'm sorry.
Aslim Tuslam.
No, what does that phrase mean? Please enlighten me.
It is the phrase that the Prophet used to tell the rulers of different tribes. It is join Islam and we will leave you alone.
I haven't heard that, but I'll be curious to look more into that. What I wanted
Hold on, I can pull it up. Ems, what is it? You want me to put it on the screen for you?
It is, if you could put the chapter 9, verse 5 and open up the tafsir of it.
Right, but even Muslims couldn't do whatever they wanted to do.
Yes.
You do know we have Sharia law, right? Muslims cannot do whatever they want. But I don't really want to harp on this too much because we're just beating the dead. What they say, beating the dead.
Scroll down. Not here. Scroll down. Or pick number 5 at the top.
Right.
You have the... No.
Is that it?
Let me see. Could you scroll up?
Oh, scroll up.
No, could you, at the top you can see the Tawbah.
Oh, okay.
Right next to it, there's a number.
Okay.
Number 5.
All right.
There we go.
Okay.
Hey, Em.
Hello.
You've been ghosting.
No, hello. So yeah. This says that the idolaters have 4 months to leave Arabia, because the prophet said, "Oh, thank you for that." And the prophet said that he was ordered to fight the people until they bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and that he is the prophet, and he is Allah's prophet. And then he said that, "I swear by Allah, I'm going to expel the Jews and the Christians from Arabia and leave no one in Arabia but Muslim." And this is why we have the ruling that polytheists and Christians and Jews are not allowed to live in Arabia, which is being like violated by Saudi Arabia and UAE.
Wow. So today, no one but Muslims can live in Arabia.
Allowed to live in Arabia. You know the jizya. It is true. It is true, and that is the fatwa of Sheikh al-Islam.
I know people that live in Saudi that's not Muslim, so that's.
I'm telling you that they're violating it.
Oh, they're violating that which is in place.
Yes, they're violating the fatwa in Islam. With you know the jizya, which is the humiliation tax.
It's not a humiliation tax.
It's literally called that in the Quran. It's called the humiliation tax within the scripture.
I read up on this, and that's true.
It's literally called what, so they can pay it while they're humiliated within the scripture. The humiliation tax. It is not allowed to be taken in Arabia. So when, like for example, when they invaded Levant and Egypt, they told them either pay the jizya to rejoin Islam or die. But in Arabia, it's either join Islam, leave Arabia, or die. There is no jizya, there is no tax. You're not allowed to pay the tax.
Yeah, I don't see anything about humiliation, but I'm sure if we look for anything, we can justify what we want to believe, right? So if that's what you want to believe, I'm sure you can find somebody that spreads that type of rhetoric online, but that's not how we understand jizya. That's not the Islamic.
You say you know people there? You say you know people there?
Yeah, I know Hindus that live in Saudi. They work there.
Can you contact? Are they on a contract or something? Are they citizens?
No, they're not citizens. I think Saudi is just now opening up their country for people who are not from there to live there.
So they're just on their own like a limited visa, right? They're not citizens, right?
Right.
Okay, so they don't live there.
I mean, if they're there 12 months out of the year working there, I don't know what else to call it.
I'm telling you, it is violated in the same way that it violates, for example, that abortion now is allowed in UAE. Is that Islamic? No, it is not. And thinker, it is At-Tawbah 29, the same chapter 29.
Chapter 29.
Yeah, but this is misinformation, though, about jizya. It's not a humiliation tax. It's a tax.
This is the verse.
If it says it in the text, then...
Could you bring it up in English? Like, try to close up.
Yeah, jizya is actually a tax paid by...
You talking about this side right here? This right here?
If you could close the explanation, bring up the actual verse.
Oh, okay. How do
it is the same.
It's right there. Just scroll down on Thinker. It's right there.
29.
29?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what is this again? I'm sorry.
Tawbah.
Tawbah.
Yes.
The belief in one God. Or repentance, I'm sorry. Repentance. Tawbah. Yeah, what's wrong with Tawbah again? I'm sorry. I didn't understand you when you first said it.
Let me just, and this is the
fight those people of the book, this right here, believe in God in the last day. Is that what you're talking about?
At the end it says, while they're humiliated. This translation says, agree to submit.
Oh, there it is. I see it. Okay. Fight those of the people of the book who do not truly believe in God and the last day, who do not forbid what God and his messenger have forbidden, who do not obey the rule of justice until they pay the tax and agree to submit. Is that what you're talking about, Em?
In which verse is this? I'm sorry.
Yes,
29.
All right. Let me go there. You believe in the oneness and barely emotional patience.
Says the Jews said Ezra is the son of God, and the Christians said the Messiah is the son of God. They said this with their own mouths, repeating what earlier disbelievers had said. May God confound them, how far astray they have been led.
Could explain me.
Huh? Oh, yeah. There we go.
This is a better translation. It is also watered down, fully humbled.
Oh, that's cool.
This is very interesting though, because I can't address all of these points, right? I'm no expert in Islam. I really shouldn't be talking about these things if I don't.
Em, can you put your screen back up for me so I can read what you have?
But I honestly believe you guys wouldn't be defending these people that they're talking about if you knew.
This is talking about everyone. This is literally talking about everyone, not just a specific type of people. A tawbah was sent down upon the polytheists, the Christians and the Jews, of all of Arabia, not just a specific tribe.
So this is talking about everyone or just people in Arabia?
It is literally everyone. You can go into the tafsir of the verse. It's going to tell you that everyone, those who broke the treaties, those who had treaties, those who didn't break their treaties, those who didn't have treaties at all. It is everyone who lives in Arabia who is not a Muslim was supposed to leave.
It's so crazy that in Islam, like you're saying the same thing that Christians will be saying about the Canaanites.
What's that?
That these people deserved it. Like if you Christians believe that the Canaanites deserved,
oh yeah, I think I've heard you have a conversation with somebody like that before.
Yeah, and like you're saying the same thing about these people, and you're saying like it's the justification of the act of killing for the sake of a belief, and you're saying that it's justifiable because these people were savages, or
that reminds me. That's what I wanted to go back to before M's joined. So
God in a different name.
Right. So when we were talking about the treaty earlier, and I was basically explaining, and we all read it. A treaty was broken. People were killed. That's what broke the treaty. And there was a response, which the response said to kill all of the people there that didn't believe.
Oh, you're talking about Banu Qurayza.
Right. But I want to get this point out.
That is just incorrect.
Right. I want to ask this question. All right. Like, it sounds like, well, I don't want to assume. What do you guys believe should be a response when somebody, commits a violent act against you? Their belief?
That is the problem. They didn't. And I
just told you that. I told him that already. He don't listen. I already explained that to him.
I'm asking. I really want to know what.
I'm telling you, Bama.
I remember you guys said that it should be some sort of diplomatic.
They didn't violently go against the Prophet.
Bama, my view on this is that we should have never gotten here. The only reason why we've gotten here is probably because that there is a God that said, hey, you this is your land. Hey, this is yours. You're better than them. I think that's how we got here. And so we should have never gotten here, right? So the treaty should have never existed because people would not have had that mindset.
Got you. So all of you guys are basically, you don't believe in God at all. Right?
I want to make sure you saw what Ems had up just a minute ago about where he said, I will expel all the... Yeah, did you see that, Bema? It says, I will expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave any but Muslim. Did you see that?
That's a Sahih Muslim. Yeah, I see. I'm reading it now.
Okay.
And also, I wanted to explain the context of what he said. Banu Qurayza did not violently go against the Prophet. What happened was they had an agreement to go together and fight Quraysh. But Banu Qurayza were being threatened by Quraysh that after they're done with the Muslims, they're going to come and unalive all of Banu Qurayza. So Banu Qurayza stayed in their castle and sieged down. And they didn't go with the Prophet. And we have a hadith of the Prophet finishing the battle with Quraysh and then going home. And then Gabriel coming to the Prophet and telling him, your work isn't done. And then pointing to Banu Qurayza so he can go and deal with them. And then he goes to Banu Qurayza and he sieges them down, the siege of Banu Qurayza. And then they ask the Banu Qurayza start negotiating with the Prophet to be released or to have any punishment that is less than the capital punishment. And then the Prophet tells them, I'm going to bring one of you who joined Islam and have him give the judgment against you. And then this guy comes and he says that all of the men are going to be unalived. The children and women are going to be enslaved. And then he says to him, you have judged with the justice of God.
Hey, where can I find this information?
This is the entire riwayah, the siege of Banu Qurayza.
Oh, I'm sorry, which one? What now?
The siege of Banu Qurayza.
The siege. And who is this written by? Just random person?
Literally every single seerah says the same thing. Sirat Ibn Ishaq, any of them, it says the same thing.
So this is Muslim teaching? Or like Islamic teaching?
Yes.
Okay. I've never heard that before. So I'll look into that.
Bam, I have an observation and a question. You are Muslim, right?
Alhamdulillah. Yes.
And you also said in the same setting here is that you don't know a lot about the faith.
No, I don't know about this topic, this specific war. So I don't feel like it's my place to be, speaking as an expert on this specific battle and war and whatnot, the treaties that were broken.
Right. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was a Christian for a while, but I can firmly say that I knew a lot about it, and that's kind of what pushed me away from it once I started to learn more about it. So as you're learning more about it, are you being drawn closer, or just let me know what's in your mind?
No, I appreciate that. The more I learn, like right now I'm learning, I'm going to go and research this. And my faith tells me that when I research this and look up what he's actually saying, that I'll become stronger in faith. Because I honestly doubt what he's saying, but I'm going to approach it with an open mind and see.
I can show you the hadith one by one.
Right. I want to look into that. But no, I do feel like I'm getting closer.
Read what I have on the screen, though.
Right, but to answer Gaslight question, I do feel like...
So that means that if they had reached a certain age, like maybe 12, they killed them?
So they unalived every single person who had grown pubic hair.
Wow.
This is
Sunan ibn Majah 2541. He says, it was narrated that Abdullah ibn Malik ibn Omar said, I heard whatever Al-Qurayzi said. We were presented to the Messenger of Allah on the day of Banu Qurayza. Those with pubic hair, those whose pubic hair had grown, were unalived, and those whose pubic hair had not yet grown were let go. I was one of those whose pubic hair had not yet grown, so I was let go.
Wow.
Wow.
Imagine that inspection.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
So what Gaslight was asking me, do I feel like I increase in faith, or does it bring me closer or further away the more that I learn?
Well, I'm just telling you the experience that I had, and I've come to the conclusion that, I mean, and this is me with the God of the Bible.
Right.
I come to the conclusion that he's trying to communicate that he's a ruthless bad dude. And the people keep saying that he's great, he's wonderful, yet the scriptures don't bear that out. And he keeps telling people that he's not good, right? But the people keep saying that he's good. I mean, just like exactly. I mean, this is what Allah keeps portraying in what he would do. But people keep saying all praise to him, and you do your thing when you say his name. I just think that's kind of like trying to, and I'm just using words that I know, but that's like trying to put the lipstick on the pig, make him as pretty as we can get him, so that he'll be appealing to people. Where it's just a pig. I mean, this is absolutely in no. I'm not denigrating your God.
No,
I'm just using this as an example.
Right.
I'm not insulting you right now. I'm just using it as an example, right?
Of course.
But that's what I believe. What happens when when people try to latch onto these gods, they say that he's beautiful, he's wonderful, he's all beneficent, he's the bee's knees, he's everything great, he's all that in the bag of chips, but he's not portraying that in the word. I mean, Jesus even said, why do you call me good? Don't call him good, don't call me good,
The Father.
Right. So I and that's when I started to learn more about him. But as you start to learn more about your God, I don't know what it's going to do for you, but what it did for me, it pushed me away from my God.
Do you feel like this is? I'm curious because all of you guys sound like good people, right? And most atheists, I actually don't know what belief you guys hold. But most people that I meet, maybe that don't believe in God, is usually for.
I love to tell people what I believe in. I love to tell people what I believe in. I believe in Idgafanots, Idgafanots, which means I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Well, I'm going to focus on what's in front of me. I'm going to love the people in front of me. I'm going to focus on the issues that are in front of me. I'm not going to look to the hills from which supposedly should come my help. I'm going to use my hands to do what I need to do in this world. And when I close my eyes, I pass that torch on to someone else. That's it.
For sure. Now, I personally wouldn't promote that, but definitely a lot of people I meet that go away from God is usually for reasons like this. Like, why do innocent people die? If there's a real God, why are babies suffering, or why are people starving? Those type of things. And it's usually good. It sounds like these people have a heart, right? That's what led them to that point, because they have a heart. But for me, like most of the things that invoke that version of God that you guys see as like this big bad man are things that I don't even believe you guys would want to partake in anyway. Right? Like negative things. Negative things is usually what invoke that side of God. Not doing good, not giving in charity and being good to it.
Bama, let me ask you a question. You said negative things, and we wouldn't partake in them. Do you believe I should be beheaded?
I do believe a rapist should be beheaded. Yes, I believe.
I said I may. Do you think I should be beheaded?
I'm not.
I don't know you. I'm
an apostate.
No, I don't. It depends on where you live and whatnot. As far as
I live in a Muslim country.
You live in a Muslim country?
Should I be beheaded?
Well, it depends. It depends.
What?
According to Sharia,
What?
All right, so the brother said that he doesn't know much, so I think you
Hold
guys
on. Who are you? Who are you? Wait. Who are you?
I'm trying to help the brother.
No. Wait. Yeah, we got to know who you are before you.
Yeah, I'm Muslim.
Hey, do you hear me talking?
Yes, go ahead. Wolves.
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you. Before you can just jump in, right? We need to know who you are, and then you have to wait, right, until somebody's finished talking, and then come in. Like, don't interrupt anybody on the stage. The only people that can interrupt already know who they are, and then I'm giving him permission to come in whenever he needs to. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you,
I would
host.
like to respond to it if I can get a chance.
All right. So now can I?
Hold on. Go ahead,
now
Bama. Wait,
Okay.
Bama.
All right.
Bama, respond, and then you can come in.
Can I say?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Public. You haven't been able to say.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Public, Bama, and then Eunice, and then
Before you
M.
guys jump,
1 second, y'all. Let me talk.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Public, Bama, then Eunice. M. Feel free to come in whenever you need to. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was responding to Bama. Bama is saying a rapist should be beheaded. But
Right.
did he know that the God of the Bible is the greatest rapist ever?
No, I didn't know that. No.
He took how many women and children, order it against their will? Is he not?
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
So he should be beheaded a million times over.
Hey, possibly. I mean, if that's what you believe, I would.
That's not a belief, Bama. That is what is written. That is not a belief.
So I'm sorry, you said he raped the God of the Bible, raped, meaning
Raped Mary. He took a lot of kids against their will, handing over them to warmongers. Harden it, harder it, many times over. How can I go with that monster? Never. I'm done here.
No, I appreciate the input. No, in terms of Sharia, the guy Ems, he asked if I believe he should be beheaded. I mean, Em, you sound like a good person. You know, I don't know much about what you believe or what you've done in your life, but if you want to go in, as far as Sharia is concerned, in a Muslim country, there's a specific process on how.
I know the process, and I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna be given 3 days to repent. If I do not repent, I'm gonna be beheaded. Do you agree with it?
No, I don't agree. No.
You don't agree with what the Prophet has said?
No, I don't agree with what you just said.
Then what do you agree with? Did the Prophet say, or did he not say, whoever changes his religion, unalive him?
Can I see that?
Yes.
I'm just going to, it does say that, Bama. It does say that.
No, I definitely believe in Sharia law, and I believe there's a punishment for apostates, but I don't think it's like that cut and dry the way that he's explaining it. So I'm curious to see how he would demonstrate it. I'm definitely not the person to talk on these things, though. He asking me about like Islamic law and jurisprudence and whatnot. I'm not really the person to speak on that. I can speak on why I believe what I believe and whatnot.
I'm sure
whosoever changes his religion, kill him. Then next verse.
This is not a verse. This is hadith.
Hadith. Oh, okay.
Obama, your whole life rests on this book. Why don't you do a deep dive and know everything about it?
Well, I do. I actually learn a lot about it every day. So I've only been Muslim for a few years, alhamdulillah. And every day I'm learning new things. But of course, religion in general, like Thinker, I think that's her name, the host. I've heard her say one time that she does this every day. All she does is study and whatnot and talk to these Christians and believers. So, of course, it's not just something that you will learn in maybe the span of 1 year or 1 month. Like, it's always something new to learn about it. But
after I've shown you the hadith, do you agree with it?
If it's sahih, if it's something if it's something that
it's many different dimensions.
Yeah.
Then again,
of course, I agree with what he said, but context and whatnot, I think is very.
This is the context. We have the context from the jurisprudence. All the four madhahib agree that whoever changes his religion is to be unalived.
Well, I believe that
unanimous consensus.
Yeah, I don't want to speak on that. Actually, I don't want to speak. It's not my place to speak on that.
Can I ask a question to him?
Yes.
So were there Muslims that were not unalived after leaving their religion?
Again,
in the time of the Prophet?
Maybe they hid it, maybe they ran, any plethora of things.
Okay, so you do agree that there were some that left their religion and they were not unalived, right?
Sure, in the same way that I can leave my religion and I haven't been unalived because I didn't go publicly with it, and in the same way that I could leave my religion, go publicly with it, and escape.
All right, so can I ask Bama to give this space out for Aki X to get up? And then I also wanted to ask M, please tell the people the truth, bro. Were the Bani Qurayza just sitting at home doing nothing for them to get unalived by side?
No, we discussed it.
We've already discussed that. We've already discussed that.
Think for a second, host. I wanted to address that because he misinformed the people, and that's what I wanted to address. Because misinformation, if we allow it to be out there, all of you guys believe now that
I did
they were
my
just
own
sitting at home
research.
chilling.
He didn't say
And we
that.
went,
He didn't say that, and I did my own
and
research.
unalived them.
I did my own research.
What did they do?
He didn't say that.
Please tell me, Thinker, what did they do? What did they do?
When they attacked
specifically? Because
nobody said that they were sitting at home. No, he didn't say it. I didn't say it, and Rhea didn't say it. Like you're up here to defend something that no one said. No one said that.
The thing is, Thinker. If they were battling and they did something violent, please read what I have on the screen.
Yeah, they believe
When the prophet returned from Al Kandat and laid down his arms and took a bath, Gabriel came and said,
He was taking a bath, even though Bani Qurayza were violent and attacking them, huh? Continue.
Gabriel came and said to the prophet, "You have laid down your arms. By Allah, we angels have not laid them down yet. So set out for them." The prophet said, "Where to go?" Gabriel said, "Towards this side," pointing towards Banu Kariba. So the prophet went out towards them.
So he's
my point.
This is the second Eunice. He laid down his arms. He took a bath. Gabriel came down to him and told him, "It is not time to lay down your arms yet." And the prophet is confused. Who should I go to? And then he points to Banu Qurayza. So this is obviously people on the battlefield attacking him. Very obvious.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, M. Thank you, Thinker. But I'm asking a question. So is he now saying that they didn't do anything and the prophet just decided to go in and unalive them? That's what I'm asking.
They lied.
Is he saying that?
They had a treaty.
So they did nothing. They did nothing wrong.
Could you let me answer? They had a treaty with the prophet that they're going to help him in Al-Khandaq, but they didn't. They left the prophet.
Okay, so if I show you evidence that they did something wrong and that's why they weren't alive, what would you do
Who the fuck said they didn't do anything? But this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, who said that there was no attack?
So if they did something, then
what does that have to do with killing somebody because they don't believe in your God?
Because that's not
what the surah says. The surah says if they believe, right, don't kill them.
Is the surah talking about this event?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
See,
that's the literal one that we pulled up. It is talking about it.
She's talking about the hadith.
Real quick, can you reset
is the surah talking about this?
Eunice, I was in the middle of a sentence.
All right, go ahead.
Can you please reset your... Bruh, can you please reset your...
I think he needs to remember where the fuck he's at. I don't care what God you serve. This is my motherfucking house. Okay?
I'm not disrespecting
you are
the
being
host.
very
All I'm
disrespectful.
saying-
She's talking and you keep talking while she's talking.
Go ahead, host.
I don't need you to tell me to go ahead. I'm going to do what I want to do. You the one who need permission to talk here.
I'm going to give my space out for...
Why they come up here like crash test dummies, man? Why do they do that?
I don't know.
Thinker, can you reset your gift goals so we can rain down love on you?
Yeah.
Those people are crash dummies.
No, I definitely understand what Eunice was trying to say, though. Like, if you're coming from a Muslim perspective, based on what you guys were saying and the way you understand the text.
No, he's literally saying that you were the one spreading misinformation. What do you mean? I was defending you.
Right, you were. No, I appreciate that. No, it sounded like, I don't know if he was talking specifically about me or M's when he said
He said you. He said you need to tell the people the truth, and that yes, he was talking about you.
No, I was being. He came ready to debate. I was being a little bit more respectful, but it's a lot that could be said. But I'm not really the person with the knowledge to speak on that. He will probably be better. But it do seem like a misrepresentation. I know the way that it was interpreted, that's not necessarily the way we believe. We don't believe we should go out and just kill people and whatnot.
But the scriptures are not bearing that out, what you just said. They're not, the scriptures are not saying that.
So how do we understand the scriptures as Muslims? How do we understand it?
You read from, I guess you guys read from left to right. I mean, you guys read from right to left.
Right.
But we read from left to right. You just read the words that are on the page.
Well, when we try to understand the scripture, like kind of like what Enz was doing, he was pulling up the hadiths. We usually resort to what the scripture itself says. And then if we need to look further, because we need to dive deeper into it, we go to what the prophet, how he understood it. Peace be upon him. So we're not just interpreting it on our own, but we usually try to stick with how the prophet, and not only the prophet, but the people that came after him understood it.
But Bama, I'm taking it you are from the South, I guess.
I'm from Bama.
you from Alabama. Look how many points of separation you have from Islam. I mean, you're in the States. You are in a Christian country. I'm just trying to just think off the top of my head here. You got to go through a barrier of language, a barrier of culture, all these different, all of the different books that you need to read, and you need to know what all of the prophets say about all of these different books. I mean, this is just an honest question. Do you think you will ever know about the faith that you have signed up for?
I don't think anybody knows everything about it. So
okay, so how can you base your whole life off of something that you know probably 10% about?
Look, these conversations aren't necessarily what our faith is based upon. Our faith is based upon a belief in that a creator exists, that the creator is one.
No, y'all believe in the prophet. You believe the words of this prophet.
Yeah, we believe in all of the prophets. Yeah, that's a part of our faith.
So it is based on that and the conversations around it. Like how much evidence is it for this attack? And you believe what's written in the Quran, right?
I do.
And so it is the conversations in there. Even but as the religion grew over time, the theology behind the religion grew, it was conversations like this. So you do.
Yeah, I just don't rely on my own interpretation, though. That's the thing. I don't rely on my own interpretation because I know I could, obviously we could have a good conversation and we could take all of these different things away from it. But I think it's better to look at how the person we believe to be the messenger of God understood it.
I think M was pulling up something.
It was just a random hadith if you wanted to read it.
Okay.
It's interesting.
I saw Abu Sa'id and asked him about coitus interruptus. Is that sex? Coitus interruptus?
The pulling out method.
The what of it?
The pulling out method.
The pulling of it?
The pulling out.
Oh, the pulling out. Oh, okay. Coitus interruptus. Abu Sa'id said, we went with Allah's apostle and the Gaza, Bani al-Mustalik, and we captured some of the Arabs as captives, and the long separation from our wives was pressing us hard, and we wanted to practice coitus interruptus. We asked Allah's messenger whether it was permissible. He said, it is better for you not to do so. No soul that which Allah has destined to exist up to the day of resurrection, but will definitely come into existence. So he told them not to pull out.
The pull out game. Wow.
Oh my gosh. They even went to the prophet to ask if they can pull out. That's crazy.
And this is regarding the captives, not their wives.
What?
Yes. It says, we captured some of the Arabs as captives, and the long separation from our wives were pressing us hard, and we wanted to practice coitus interruptus with the captives.
Oh my gosh. Wow. You see what I'm saying? And then you're to say that Muhammad was getting information from an all-knowing deity, and he's like, oh no, have sex with them and get them pregnant. Any life that's supposed to come into existence is going to come into existence. Instead of saying, no, don't violate those women's bodies.
And then we have another one where the friends of the prophet during the battles, they didn't want to sleep with some of the captives because they were married. They didn't feel right about it, so they went to ask the prophet, and this is when the chapter 4 verse 24 came down, if you want to read that.
I definitely advise most people to look at the Muslim understanding of these hadiths, because
Like I said,
Like, did you think? Like, do you think it's gonna
Bama,
like
what's your
our
understanding of it?
understanding is not like me reading words, right, and comprehending those words? Do you think like some new interpretation or some commentary is gonna make me agree that men who had sex with women who they took captive because they were horny I'm gonna be like, oh, that's okay.
And also this is the Muslim interpretation. This is Ibn Kathir.
Yeah.
This is Ibn Kathir.
I think the understanding of it will slightly change.
What do you think? What do you think that what makes you think? What in the world would make you think that I would be okay with men having sex with women that they took captive because they're horny and away from their wives?
I'm just speaking about the hadith in particular, not necessarily like that.
I'm talking about that.
Yeah, that's your understanding of it currently. So
yeah, what's gonna change? Like when the Muslim interpretation of it, what's gonna change and make me go, oh?
The same, by the way. The Muslim interpretation is the same.
Hey,
it's actually not. It's actually not.
Give me your best try right now. Tell me how this is okay. Give me your best shot right now.
That's not my position to do that. I'm not.
I'm just saying you, just a regular person. It could be totally wrong. It could be totally wrong. It could be totally different than what it should be. Give me your best shot to make this okay.
No, I appreciate that, like the opportunity, but it would probably do more harm than it would do good. When we speak about that.
We're just people on this little enclosed TikTok. Okay, this is not going to cause any world wars right now. What you're about to do. Okay, it's not going to make somebody unalive or hurt themselves. What you're about to do is for instructional purposes only. Go for it.
Thinker, you forgot your gift gold. I know we got.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah.
And also we have this on the screen. Yeah, this is the interpretation of Ibn Kathir for Surah 4, verse 24. It says, except those who your right hand possesses, except those whom you acquire through war. For you are allowed such women after making sure that they're not pregnant. Imam Ahmad quoted that Abu Sa'ad al-Khurdi said, we captured some women from the area of Autos who were already married, and we disliked having sexual relations with them because they already had husbands. So we asked the Prophet about this matter, and this ayah was revealed. And it says, also forbidden are women who are already married, except those in your right hand possession. Consequently, we had sexual relations with them.
So, like, with you living in a Muslim country, when you go ask, like, the sheikh or somebody about that particular hadith, what do they usually say?
They're literally unapologetic.
They just say, oh, yeah, that's what it means.
That's literally what it means, because this is what we have a consensus upon in Islam. Like, the difference between Islam and Christianity is Muslims are unapologetic. They're not going to change their religion to make it seem better for you.
You're not supposed to do anything, but there's more context. There's more context.
Okay, tell me the context.
I'm not really the one to speak on it. I can understand, like, if it's that's kind of a misrepresentation.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Do you know who Ibn Kathir is?
Yeah, Ibn Kathir, he wrote some tough shit. Yeah.
Public Enemy, I'm gonna take you down. I need to bring up one of the hosts, okay? And then just request again, Public Enemy, okay?
Yeah, he wrote tough shit.
That's all right. That's okay.
This is the tafsir of Ibn Kathir.
No, I definitely believe that that's actually written there, but I'm just saying the way that Muslims understand that it's not the way that you're.
Actually, how they understand it. This is what we have jurisprudence upon. Again, jurisprudence agrees with this. You're allowed to have sex slaves. You're allowed to, even if they're married, you're allowed to sleep with them. And also, we have not interpretations. The majority of the scholars say that the ex-slave, what she has to cover. You know how a Muslim woman covers her entire body. The ex-slave covers from her belly button to the knees, so she can pray with her tits out.
I got you.
I have a question. If that is not the way that Muslims understand it, can you tell us the way they understand it? Because you keep talking about in a Muslim country, you from Alabama. I don't know why you keep saying that. But have you been to a Muslim country? Have you lived in a Muslim country? Bama?
No, I didn't keep mentioning a Muslim country.
Sir. You keep saying in Muslim countries.
Man.
You say that multiple. No, you say that multiple times. What I'm asking you is, have you ever lived in a Muslim country for any extended period of time?
Oh my
No,
God!
I
Look what's
haven't.
on the screen. Lawrence, read that. Look what's on the screen.
He would place his hand on her buttocks and between her thighs, and he sometimes probed her legs, probably without saying, touch your neighbor and asking permission, right? But I'm asking, have you ever visited a Muslim country?
No, I just said no, but I never said that either.
Okay.
So I don't get the
No,
point.
sir, you just said it just a little while ago.
No, I said M's lived there.
But anyway, what I'm asking is you've never visited a Muslim country. You've never lived in a predominantly Muslim country, but you said that is not how Muslims understand it. Can you tell us how they understand it? And one,
Well,
how do you know that's not how they understand it? And can you tell us how they understand it?
well, look, ask me, do I speak to people who live in Muslim countries?
No,
That's not relevant to you. That's
that's
not
not what I'm at. No, but you can't tell us how they understand something.
because
Can you?
can I tell you the reason why though?
No, but can you
No,
tell us
I
how they
can.
understand it?
I'm
I'm
not in a
just
position. No, I'm not
no.
in a position
Wait
to
a
do
minute,
that
Bama. Okay, so then how do you know that that's not the way they understand it?
because I've heard it explained before.
Okay, so then explain it to us. That's all Gaslight was asking you. Explain it to us. We're just asking.
Like if M can put back up what he just had about the slave girl. One thing that I hear Muslims say a lot is that Muhammad did not agree with slavery, right? The last two passages that M put up had to deal with an enslaved girl. Can you explain that from what you keep saying, like in a Muslim country? Here's like, don't understand it with your Western mind or your Christian mind. How are we to understand the passages that M just had up?
Yeah, when I mentioned, just for clarity, when I mentioned Muslim country, I was referring to M because he said he lives currently in a Muslim country. So I asked him, how do the people that he speaks to understand that? That's what I asked him. But I wasn't really, I don't know, I wasn't referring to Muslim countries like that.
No, but the reason I asked is because you said that we're missing context.
Right.
So I would think that if someone says we're missing context, that they will be able to tell us the context that we are missing.
You know something? I've never presented these arguments. So why is it on me to provide you
No,
guys
because
for
you
these
know why?
arguments?
Because you're the one that said that we're missing the context. That you said it,
Well,
right?
if you're
So
telling me something that I know isn't true, why would I not? Why would I not?
no. So I'm asking you, what context are we missing?
The understanding of the way that the prophet implemented these things, the things that were in place during that time, the context of what was going on during the time of these hadiths, when they were said. I think all of this is missing. That's what I believe.
Oh, you believe that it's missing. You don't know.
Look, we're just getting into semantics, but obviously this
No,
isn't.
no, it's not. No, well, no, it's not because I just want to know, right? Because you're a Muslim. I just
Right.
want to know what context, because you said it. So I just want to know, what context do you think that we are missing about these things that would make us say, you know what? I kind of see how. What context do you think that we're missing? I mean, you said we're missing it, so you must know what the real context should be. You should be able to tell us, right?
I just know. Look, I just know enough to know that that's not how we understand it. That's all I know. I'm not saying that I know everything about it. I just know enough to know that's
You
not
know
how we
enough to
understand it.
know that that's not how they understand it, but you can't tell us how they understand it.
That's correct. I'm not in a position to
Oh,
do
okay.
that. I'm not in a position to do that.
But Bama, you asked M, and M told you, when he go ask the people in the country. I just for your remembrance, he said these people are totally unapologetic.
Right. That's
to
what he
it
said.
says. So they're admitting that the words on the page are actual words on the page, and they mean what they mean, and they are totally unapologetic about it. That was his answer.
Right, right.
Eunice, if your ass hadn't been rude, then you would have been able to stay on stage. Y'all, the last two spots that are on the stage are for believers. I see friendlies in the
He sounded like
I'm sorry. Hello, am I talking?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I see friendlies in the request, but the boxes that are open are for believers either of the Christian God or Islam God. Okay.
Yeah, Eunice definitely sounded like he knew.
Yeah, Eunice ain't coming up here. He got a smart ass mouth. He's like,
Yeah,
I don't. Yeah,
he came ready
fucked
for
that
everything.
up. Yeah, he fucked that up.
No, I mean the thing is he didn't come ready for anything, right? He's kind of just like you. He doesn't have the information, so he goes off. Like you can't tell us the context in which we don't understand this, but you're sure that there is another context in which we should be understanding it, but you can't tell it to us.
I didn't
Right?
present these arguments though.
No,
So
it
it's like a
doesn't
straw
matter.
man.
No, you didn't present the arguments, but you said that we are missing the context for them. So how can that be? If now you're trying to pretend like, oh, I don't present the arguments, so I don't really know nothing about them. So how can you say that there is context missing? You don't know anything about them.
No, I told you how I could say that.
But what is the context?
That's what you want to know, the context. I'm saying I don't have the context.
So how do you know it's missing? That's what I'm asking. How do you know it's missing? You don't know. How do
These
you know
things,
it's
like all
missing?
of these things are common, actually. Like that
No,
objection.
how do you know it's missing if you don't even know that there is context?
Do you want me to explain it or what? Do you want to answer or you just want
No, because what I want to answer to is how, if you didn't present these arguments, you probably hadn't even heard this before M said anything about it. How do you know that context is missing?
to? I've
You
heard
probably hadn't
that.
even
No,
heard of
I've heard
these,
that. I've
hadn't
heard that
heard of
before.
this.
I've heard that. This is common. What he presented, especially the last one
Well, if it's
about taking.
common, then you should know the context. Give it to them.
Look, I mean, this is very disingenuous. I mean, you guys
No,
aren't really listening to
it's
what I'm saying.
disingenuous. It's not. Stop saying disingenuous. I
Disingenuous.
hate that. It's disingenuous. And I'm
Disingenuous.
not. You made it seem like we are missing some type of understanding. So I want you to tell us what the understanding is that we are missing.
Okay, give me a hadith. I'm not gonna speak for me, but I'm gonna just look it up and see what. Because this stuff is
No,
easy
sir.
to.
I want you to speak. You're a Muslim, right? You should be able to speak for yourself, just for yourself. What
Well, pull up,
context
pull
do you
up the
think we're
hadith
missing?
again, Ems. Pull up the hadith, please.
Also, I just want to point out that Alonzo is in the comments capping for you, and he said that you already gave Lords the context, but Lords doesn't want to accept the context that you are. No, I know he did it. He's saying that you gave Lords the context, and that Lords doesn't want to accept the context that you gave Lords, but you are saying that you don't know the context. Am I understanding that correctly? Just a yes or no. Am I understanding that you're saying you don't know the context and that you in fact did not give Lords any context? Is that correct, Bama?
Yeah, I definitely didn't give her any context.
Okay, thank you. Because the capping for a God or the capping for Allah or Christ that we see from believers just who want to just demonize us for not being believers and just want to have y'all's back, like it's at an all-time high. Like it's fucking ridiculous. And so a lot, right? No, it's not disingenuous, it's just fucking straight out lying, right? Because you said you don't know the context, and Alfonso is in the comments just wants to demonize Lords for pointing out that you're stating that there is context but you don't know it, and he's saying that you gave Lords the context while you're saying you don't know what the context is. It's just straight out lying.
Right. Like it's all right. And hopefully you guys can understand me on this. I'm not in a position to explain these things in detail, what they mean, because I don't fully understand it.
Okay, well then that also means that you can't fully know if there is a context that is missing, correct?
No, I have heard these arguments presented.
You said that you can't if you don't fully understand, right?
Right.
You said you didn't make this argument. You can't fully understand then that means that you can't even say fully that there is context missing, correct?
No, I know enough to say that there's
Okay,
context
well,
missing.
okay, so what you're
But I'm not
saying
saying that
is,
I know the context though, to tell
okay,
you.
so how do you know that there is context missing? That's what
Can
I'm
I
asking.
explain that, or will you just cut me off and go on your your thing about how I don't know anything?
No, I didn't say you didn't know anything. See how you lying? I never said that.
I was exaggerating, but
So why would you exaggerate? I never say. Why would you lie to me? I never said that you didn't know anything. Did I say that? Did I tell you you didn't know anything? See, that's the lies y'all tell.
And Thinker,
I'm just waiting on the context.
Thinker, do you see somebody in the?
I want to see the
Hold
hadith.
on, y'all. Emma's talking.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Do you see somebody in the request box named Lone Rider?
Let me see.
Can we get the hadith, Ems? I want to pull that hadith up, please. The one about taking captive the women because they were away from their wives for some time.
Yeah, let me show you. 1 sec. It is there we are.
No, what did you say his name was? M?
Lone Rider.
Lone Rider.
Which hadith is that?
Or on the screen it is in Tafsir ibn Kathir.
That's Tafsir. Okay. Tafsir ibn Kathir.
Is this who you talking about, M? This person?
Yes.
Okay.
Tafsir. All right. Issues raised. Hey, how often do you guys talk about this specifically?
Hardly ever. We don't talk about Islam.
Okay. Now I wanted to go back and actually look at what they say about
but
this.
But if M came in here more often, we would. Ria doesn't necessarily like doing it. I've been waiting on M to grace my stage. If he would come in here more often, we would take more. Okay.
I've definitely heard this one explained. I don't have the knowledge to.
It is explained on the screen. It is explained on the screen.
Right, that's the Tafsir, yes. But
with least explanation. Verbatim.
Let me see. Except those who you require through war, for you are allowed such women after making sure they are not pregnant. Imam Ahmad recorded that Abu Sa'id said, we captured some women from the area of us who were already married, and we disliked having sexual relations with them because they already had husbands. So we asked the Prophet about this matter, and this ayah was revealed. Also forbidden are women already married except those whom your right hand possesses. Consequently, we had sexual relations with these women. This is the wording collected by At-Tirmidhi and Nasai ibn Jarrah. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have comments on these, but I could go back and learn more.
I just made up a song about context. How can you know that's context if you don't know those context? That's my context song. Yeah, I just made up a song while you was typing and reading and googling.
Yeah. No, this stuff is really in depth though, and I can't really respond to these things.
Yeah, because you don't know. So you probably shouldn't go around telling people that they're missing context.
No, it's true.
Listen, you probably shouldn't go around telling people that they're missing context if you're not ready to give the context.
I can give you a source.
I don't care. I'm not going, look, I want you to tell me because you're the one that said we're missing something. So you should be able to fill in the blank, right? You should, if I come to you and you're, let's say you're building a chair, right?
Right.
And I tell you, hey, don't do that. You're building it wrong. And you tell me, okay, well, how should I be doing it?
Right.
And then I tell you, oh, I don't know. These people say you're building it wrong. That's how you sound.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Well, look, I'd rather just not speak about that one. And I won't say y'all missing context. I'd rather just not speak about that one. It is fair for me to say I've heard it explained differently, though, right?
It is fair, but if I stop you, I shouldn't stop you from building the chair just because I heard somebody say you're building the chair wrong. If I don't know anything about building chairs, right? I shouldn't come to you and say, you know what? Put everything down. You're doing that wrong, right? And then when you ask me, okay, well, can you show me how to do it? and I tell you, I just heard from the guy down the street that you're
No,
doing it
no,
wrong.
no. Actually, look, you should stop me if that chair was going to cause somebody to get hurt.
I know, but what is stopping you gonna do if neither one of us knows how to build a chair? Well, I don't know how to build it. I
Well,
just heard that man say you was building it wrong.
let me go back and ask that man how he's supposed to build it. That's what I'm
Yeah,
trying to do
no.
right now. That's
Okay,
what I
well,
want to do.
go find, go get the context, and then come back and give it to us.
Definitely, definitely. No, I appreciate y'all. I got to get going, but hopefully the next conversation will be more productive for sure. I'll go back and learn more.
Bama, before you go, you got a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You say you've been in this for about 3 years, just a few years, right?
Yes, sir.
So most people are born into this, and that they from a child they grow up, and it just becomes it's just their regular life. But you made a decision to choose this faith, right? So, I mean, and in a very unique area where it's so far away from the culture and all of the language of Islam and the Muslim faith. I ask, what is your threshold for belief? And I kind of liken this to, like if you have an app or some operating system, and they have like a ton of information that you need to read through, and down at the bottom and say, do you accept all of these policies or whatever? Do you? And what all of us do, we just scroll down to the bottom and say I accept, so that we can use this.
Right.
Is that what you have done? I mean, that's what it sounds like you have done when you accepted this faith.
No, of course.
You just scroll to the bottom and then say I accept.
That's exactly. But prior to doing that, I already made the decision that this is what I wanted. Now, I didn't look at all the small print. Of course, I didn't read that hadith when I first, or that tafsir. I didn't read any of that stuff when I first accepted it. But I at least knew that this is the truth. That's what I at least knew. So now I'm in the investigating phase. I am looking into these different hadiths, asking questions and wanting to know, like, why is it this way? When to me, the idea of God doesn't seem to be that way. How can you guys make sense of this? Those are the type of questions I ask. And if it gets to the point to where it doesn't make sense and that I believe it ought to be, not true, then I'll definitely step away from it. But as of right now, it's true.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
I don't honestly think that you will step away, because you've been trying to justify murder on the basis of like they deserved it because of the treaty. Like, I think you'll try to find something to justify the things that you don't agree with.
Well, I wouldn't, but I would definitely go to the people that know more and ask for context, just so I know that whatever decision I make is based on
right. But
right
that's what I'm saying. Even you're gonna, when I say try to find things, right? You're gonna go until you find someone who gives you a suitable justification for it, something that you can live with. Like, I don't think that you will step away from it.
Well, I mean, I can't argue with you on that. That's fair for you to say. But I believe I'm real enough to say that, because I didn't always believe this. And it was conditional. The only reason that I believe it is because I believed it to be true. So if I found it not to be true, then I wouldn't want to believe it.
Found what not to be true? Like the God?
Yeah, like the idea that we have a creator. A creator does exist. The creator is one.
How are you going to verify that? Like, everything that you are using to validate that is from the place of a human, right? Like, it's humans justifying the belief in the God and the actions of the so-called chosen prophets of that God. Like, that's why I said the fact that you are justifying the murder of these people for not believing, right? Or who did not
No,
believe.
I just for clarity, I justified it because they broke the treaty.
But you also, right, overlooked the fact that the only ones who were killed were the ones who did not convert. Out of the ones that broke the treaty.
Or didn't leave. They didn't leave. They wanted to stay.
And if they stayed and they converted, they did not get killed. If they stayed and they did not convert, they got killed. You overlook that, and you justify it, right, while saying that it was an okay thing to do, and then the history of the attack, right? There is no consistent records of this attack. No one can say definitely what happened. One side says that the attack was unprovoked, right? So we're still dealing with a one-sided perspective, and you're willing to take the words of what's in this book, right, and what its followers or leaders say to justify, right? So I'm saying that because I don't think that you actually would step away just because of the responses that you've given today on some of the most immoral acts or behaviors that we know today, right? Like even down to the girl that was called a slave girl, and the text that M pulled up, right? You told me that I need to understand it from a Muslim's perspective, right? As if I would be okay with what the text
We're the ones
said.
that hold in this belief.
Huh?
Like we're the ones who actually believe in this. So I think it's
right.
important.
And so that because you're telling me that I need to believe in your God to be okay with raping women, like I don't, or using women's body to get a nut off while you're away from your wife. Like you're telling me that I need to become a believer or go to a believer who can explain to me why that was an okay thing to do. Like, so the very fact that you're justifying in your mind or trying to tell me that I need to justify it, I don't think that you would walk away. I think that you would continue searching until you find a suitable explanation for the things that you naturally find immoral.
You can believe that.
I'm about to leave thinking, but when Gaslight talked about the contract, I thought of the first Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And if you ever seen that one with Gene Wilder, before he allows the children in, they're standing in a hallway, and on this wall is a big contract. And the only words that you can read on the contract are contract. The rest is just little bitty letters. Shut up. Little bitty letters. And all of the children, because they want the candy so bad, they don't care what happens to them. They just sign their name. They even override their parents. One of the parents is like, hey, I'd like to look at this contract. And the little girl is like, get out, daddy. And they just sign their names on this contract. They don't know what it says. They don't know what's going to happen to them. They just want it. And Gaslight, when he talked about that, it just, I don't know, it just reminded me of that, of the depravity of wanting and needing something so badly that you would just sign your life away, not reading the contract, not reading the small print. You just need something so bad that you don't even care what it says. You just believe it. And I'll talk to y'all later.
May I contribute, host, and give the context to things that are taken out of context?
Who are you? I don't know. Are you a believer or a non-believer?
I'm Bama's brother. I'm his Muslim brother. I'm ready to help him out.
Bama, know him?
Yeah, it's Aki X. Yeah, it's my brother. Can I help him out?
You said it like I'm supposed to know who he was. This is your actual brother, Bami?
No, like brother in faith, not like brother in faith.
Oh, okay.
So I have some things I would like to put up, if that's okay with you.
No, I don't give my big screen to everybody. No. You can read what you're putting in.
Tell me what the source is. I'm gonna read.
Hey, I'll listen, but I have to get going. I really appreciate you guys, and hopefully I'll come back with some better information next time.
All right, have a
Rafi, what
good
is
have a
this?
good
I'm
day,
gonna bring
Bama.
it up.
Yeah, give
All right,
it
yo.
to M. Tell M, and let M pull it up.
Could you give me the source?
Yeah. So host, you're saying basically you trust M was not
I
an
don't
atheist
I
like
don't
you,
know
and
you. I don't know you. You're
okay.
not getting my screen. Give it to tell M,
Yeah.
and M will pull it up. That's just the rules. Okay. Welcome to the nerds. Danielle,
Oh,
welcome to the nerds. Thank you so much, Danielle. Subscribe for a year, y'all. W Danielle in the chat.
FEX is that from the Bible?
Like, how
Is
do
that
you
from the
come in
Bible?
here and I've never met you,
This is not
and
from
you
the
be like,
Bible.
you trust such? I don't know you, homie. Like, why would I trust you? I don't know you.
Could you tell us what it says at least?
Can you pull up Sahih Muslim 17? You ready? Sahih
Yes.
Muslim 1766.
Okay, one second.
It should begin with the Jews of Bani Nadir. Let me know if you have that. It's gonna be take some time to bring up all our references. We can do
Yeah, there we go.
this, no problem. Make sure it's the one. Okay, good. Go ahead.
It
I don't have the
says
best
in
connection right now.
Ibn Umar that the Jews of Banu Nadir and Banu Qurayza fought against the Messenger of Allah, who expelled Banu Nadir and allowed Banu Qurayza to stay on, and gathered favor upon them until they too fought against him. Then he unalived them and distributed their women, children, and property among the Muslims. Except the some that had joined the Messenger of Allah, who granted him security, they embraced Islam. The Messenger of Allah turned out all of the Jews of Medina, Banu Qurayza, the tribe of Abdullah ibn Salim, and the Jews of Banu
They're
al-Harith.
saying you're reading too fast. Can you read a little slower?
Okay, from the beginning?
A little fast.
It was narrated on the authority of Ibn Umar that the Jews of Banu Nadir and Banu Qurayza fought against the Messenger of Allah, who expelled Banu Nadir and allowed Banu Qurayza to stay on, and granted favor to them until they too fought against him. Then he killed their men and distributed their women and children and property among the Muslims, except the some of them that had joined the Messenger of Allah, who granted them security. They embraced Islam. The Messenger of Allah turned out all the Jews of Medina, Banu Qurayza, the tribe of Abdullah ibn Salim, and the Jews of Banu al-Harith, and the other Jews that were in Medina.
Could you also put up Sunan an-Nasa'i?
Could we first
Sunan an-Nasa'i?
Could we first address this?
Yeah. Okay. You want me to address it? It says the Jews of Bani Nadir and Banu Qurayza, they fought against the messenger. There you go. They fought against the messenger.
And then when they fought him again,
the sister in humanity. Can I? The sister in humanity,
Hold
the
on.
thinker.
Also,
She said,
hey, like, let him finish, and then you can come in. Okay. Go ahead, M.
I'm asking you,
Go
how did
ahead.
they fight him? Could you tell me the instance where they fought him?
I don't understand him. I'm begging
He said,
you, like,
"Can you
somebody,
tell
like,
him the
be a-
instance where they
there's a
fought
language
him?
barrier.
Can you tell him the instance where they fought
okay.
him?"
Okay, so notice, can I respond? Notice when he quotes narrations, he's quoting from the same references I'm quoting from, right? So he's not going to outside sources. We're going to Arab history. The Arabs recorded the fights that they had. Right?
I'm asking
He's quoting. Can I land? Can I land? Can I land? Can I land?
No,
Just let me land. Let me land. I'm in the same book season.
Let him
me
finish.
land.
Let him
me land.
finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, M.
Thank you so.
Go ahead, M.
What? I literally was.
No, I'm just correcting you. I'm just saying that I do not want a outside source. I want from Islamic sources. Give me the instance where they fought them.
Okay, so notice I was speaking and you did cut
Okay,
me
he
off.
wants the outside. He does not
Okay,
want the outside sources, is what he's
I
saying.
wasn't-
Give him the sources where they fought him.
Okay. Notice I'm getting muted. I'm being calm.
You need to learn where you are. You need to learn where you are.
how it works.
Okay. The
okay.
host is asking you
so he gets to
questions.
speak,
Yes,
but then
he
when I
does.
speak and
Yes, and stop crying about it for real.
Okay, here's the answer.
And listen,
Here's the answer.
if you
Here's
want
the
people
answer.
to hear what you have to say, like if you finna say some smart ass shit, I'm about to take you down. I could give less than 2 fucks if you get to talk about your Islam. Like, you're gonna obey the rules, right? M is the host. M is questioning you. He's directing the conversation. Respect that if you want to have a conversation. Okay?
Here we go. Ready? Okay, beautiful.
Y'all gotta learn where y'all at. You're either going to respect the life, you're going to respect the rules. If you want anybody to learn anything about your religion, you're going to respect the rules and watch your mouth. Nobody in here has to listen to shit you have to say.
Hey, Thinker.
And I don't give a fuck what you think about me.
Do you remember the commercials with the crash test dummies?
Yeah.
I mean, they know that they have to respect your page, right? They know what you allow and what you don't allow, but they come up here and they do the thing that's going to get them booted. I mean, it's just like willing crash test dummies that know that they're getting ready to get into a big wreck and get thrown through the windshield.
Yeah, I apologize for cutting you off, but I just wanted to put this on the screen. The explanation of the hadith that you brought up. Lone Rider, could you read that?
Absolutely. So it says ثم حاربت النضير وقريظة أي نقضوا العهود فأجلى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بني النضير وأخرجهم من المدينة وأقر قريظة في أماكنهم ومنع إليهم ولم يأخذ منهم شيئا ولم يخرجهم أول مرة. وأما يهود بني النضير فكانت منازلهم في قربان جنوبي المدينة وهي في موضع الحدائق المعروفة اليوم بأم عشر وأم أربعة.
To the beginning, how did it define fighting them?
Okay.
How did it define fighting them, the Muslims? It defined fighting.
They have to fight, actually. They have to raise a sword.
Don't worry. In the beginning, it said that حاربت النضير والقريظة. أي what?
Yeah, they broke up the treaty.
So the definition of fighting the Muslims in this context is breaking a treaty, and the treaty was that they're going to help them in Khandaq. It doesn't say that they literally fought them.
Yeah, actually, that's what happened with Bani Qurayza and Bani Nadir, both of them.
It quite literally says that the meaning of that they fought them is that they broke the treaties.
They're reading it in Arabic and then translating it. Someone that we trust. And as Lortz pointed out, not somebody from Alabama. And I think it's funny that y'all are saying now read it in English as if it should say something different. And then to the homie that was on the stage just a minute ago, you can keep requesting all you want. Don't forget that I'm the one that has to hit accept. You can pray as much as you want. I'm the one that has to hit accept. Your disrespect got you kicked off the stage. The fact that you're asking who was y'all, you know that I'm responding to your comment. If you the three boxes that are open on the stage, if you are a Christian or a Muslim, comment and let me know. And not the guy, I don't know your name, the one that I kicked off the stage, not you. Hi, are you a believer?
Hello.
Yes, are you a believer? Okay. We're gonna move on. I don't know what was going on with that. Man, I just ate and I'm hungry, like my stomach is touching my back. That's weird. Dr. Cook, are you a believer?
Yes. Are you?
Are you Muslim or Christian?
Are you a believer?
I'm asking you a question. Are you a Muslim or a Christian?
I'm a Muslim. Calm down, bro. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Oh my God. See,
Calm
now
the fuck
y'all
down.
not gonna ever be able to talk in this live. You're never gonna be able to come up here and talk about Allah. You're gonna learn real quickly where the fuck you at. You wanna come up here, you wanna talk about Allah, you gonna respect me. You gonna respect everybody in this room. on this stage. You ain't gonna be able to say shit.
And that's just how it's gonna look if you're gonna platform Muslims. Yeah, that's gonna be.
They won't ever get platformed. They won't ever get platformed. We won't, like, they come up here acting like that. We won't ever have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
I don't have to answer his fucking question like that. I don't care if he asks me a question. I don't owe him that. If he want to be on my stage, he gonna let me know whether he's Christian or Muslim, and then he can join the conversation. But I don't owe him shit.
Trina, you can go to.
Rhea, is it some medical procedure that they go through that? I mean, some.
I don't know. That's just how they are. Like, literally, I lose my page every single time I platform a Muslim. If you go into lives where M is at, or you go into lives where, like, M, I wish you could tell me that day. Like, I wish I saw your message a lot sooner. But, like, if you go into lives where lone riders and just any Muslim life where they're actually trying to have a conversation, that's what you will witness every single time. They can't help it.
They are too passionate.
I'm just thinking they give them like a butt plug or something. What's going on? Why are they so uptight?
Mm-hmm. The minute they hear that you're questioning anything about their God, it's over.
Plus, the misogyny thing is really, 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 really deep.
They ain't gonna make it in here because I don't give a damn to even hear it. Kevin, did you go do some research and come back?
I guess yes, I think yes.
Okay, what you got?
I think we had left off at, I think, talking about the attitude toward unbelievers, something like that.
No, we left off talking about whether love thy neighbor as yourself was to everybody or to just the Israelites. That's where we left off when you said you was gonna go and study that.
Yeah. I think here it only talked about the Israelites here in Leviticus.
Okay, and you came back up. Did you want to talk about that or something else?
Yeah, we could switch topics. I think probably I could ask a question.
But I'm asking, like, what made you request again for a second time today? If it's not about the same thing.
I think I think I had misunderstood. I thought we were to talk back about the attitudes toward unbelievers, but it seems that was not where we left off. I did think that's where we left off.
No, I think you might have heard me say that, but go ahead. You want to talk about the attitude of unbelievers?
No, the attitude toward unbelievers. I think that's where we.
I wasn't talking about
initially. That's where I thought we had that.
Nope. I didn't have. That's what I said to Bama. But you and I were talking about whether the stories in these religious books teach equality of humans.
Yeah, they do. Oh, Islam is the truth.
I'm sorry. I don't. Who's talking right now? I don't know who you are. Right? Like,
I'm a Muslim.
But I don't know who you are. Like, you just come up in here and just start talking. Wait until someone introduces you, right, to the conversation.
I don't got time though.
Okay, then you're gonna have to go and do what you got to do, and then come back when you have time. The fuck?
I told you.
Come on. What is wrong with y'all?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, is that what you want to talk about? The attitude towards unbelievers?
Yeah, we could talk. We could switch and talk about that.
What do you want to say about that?
I think I was looking at that. initially we had said that Leviticus wasn't for like a general ruling toward everyone, even non-believers. It was specifically for
You stink
Jews,
asshole, little bitty
the
bitch.
Israelites.
Stink asshole, you ugly as hell, you damn sand nigga bitch. Y'all
Okay.
shut your stink
Right.
asshole up, bitch.
Mr. Syphilis.
Ain't this crazy how Jesus's followers or Allah's followers act? Like, you came up and you want to talk about the attitude towards unbelievers. Like, do you see how believers in a God act versus how unbelievers act? Like, y'all, like, literally unbelievers, like, we get smart, we curse, we do all that stuff, and then so do believers. Like, y'all believing in a God don't make you any more moral or any better than those of us that don't. Like, you have nothing. It's absolutely nothing. I actually think it makes people more immoral.
I wouldn't agree with that, but is that what we're going to talk about?
I mean, you don't see how believers have come up here and act like literally somebody I don't know, have never done anything to. I just called a bitch in the name of a God. I just got called a stank ass hoe in the name of a God by somebody that I've never spoken to.
I'd say that people who claim to believe have done very, very evil things. It doesn't make Jesus bad or something like that.
No, what I'm saying is these people that the belief in a God don't make you better, right? Like, belief in a God or loyalty to a God does not make you a better person. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make you moral. There is no extra power that comes with this belief in a deity. And I think even just what we see today is proof of that.
Yeah, I think I can say some people behave badly. I think I can agree with you there.
It's not about some people behaving badly. I'm saying for the belief in this deity, right? One thing that the people that we're talking about have in common is that they believe in a God. You believe in a God, right? Even before you got off stage, you said some smart ass shit. Even while I was being nice to you, like for out of nowhere, for no reason at all. Do you remember that?
Oh, I think I apologized for that.
Even if you apologize, you just did it out of left field for no reason. Do you remember that? We were all confused because I was nice to you, I was respectful to you, and out of nowhere, you said some rude shit.
I said it in like a just attitude. I thought it was just like in a light note. I didn't intend it to be rude at that. I was just.
You think saying that you feel sorry for me because I don't believe in a God was a light attitude? You don't even know me to joke with me that way.
The mood has shifted.
What do you mean the mood has shifted? This is the topic you wanted to talk about, remember? Is this not what you said you wanted to talk about?
We are on the topic. Oh, okay.
Huh?
The attitude. Yeah, it actually is.
Yeah, like what do you mean the mood has shifted? I think y'all think that I host these lives because I'm bored or some shit. Like I tell y'all all the time, I don't talk to people just to be fucking talking to people. I don't even like human beings like that. Right? The lives are intentional. The topics are intentional. Right? And you say you want to talk about the treatment towards unbelievers, and then when I talk about the treatment towards unbelievers, I bring up examples just from today's live. And you're like, the mood has shifted. Like, did you want to address the treatment towards unbelievers or not?
I did.
Okay.
Okay, so I was thinking, since in John 3:16, we see Jesus say, for God so loved the whole world that he gave like Jesus to die for all men. Then since we are supposed to like pursue God, and this is how he behaves, then we should also love all people, even including non-believers.
Are you back on the love the neighbor as yourself thing?
See, I think it addresses the topic of.
I'm not turning. Hold on, give me just a second, Blake. I'm not turning no other cheek. Your Jesus told you to get fucked twice. I'm not. I'm not turning another cheek. I never told you that I was.
Yeah. I didn't intend for you to.
No, I'm talking to Blake. I'm talking to Blake.
Oh, okay.
He said, see, atheists can't turn the other cheek. You're the one who believes that if somebody fucks you over, let them fuck you over from the front. I don't.
Ain't turning no cheeks here, buddy. You getting your back dirty.
But are you back to the love your neighbor thing again?
No. Yes, it was from love your neighbor, and then we were looking in the Levitical context, and then we said that was specifically for the Israelites, and then what about the non-believer? And then I think this addresses the non-believer, that even though he is not a believer, they are still to be loved.
Where does it say that?
So that's why I brought up the John 3:16.
So are you saying for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son? That means that even though they are a non-believer in the God, that means that they're supposed to be loved.
Yes, since
what does your book say about non-believers? What does your book say about non-believers?
In terms of what, like marrying them, like in terms of what?
No, just what does it say about non-believers?
Like how we should treat them. What specifically?
Just like, anything. What does it say about? You said John. You said John 3:16 means love non-believers and treat them equally, right? That's your.
Yes, since
okay, so what else does your book say about non-believers?
Could you like to direct that question more?
I don't know how else to say. What does the Bible say about? What else does the Bible say about non-believers? I don't know any other way to say that.
You could say you could say, for example, what does the Bible say about marrying non-believers, or
whatever you want to tell me. What else the Bible says about non-believers? The very fact that you're telling me, right, other ways that I can say it tells me you understand the question that I'm asking.
Oh, okay. It talks about not marrying non-believers. So I think you can have that.
What else?
That they are also created by God. Okay. What else?
That they're what? That they're what?
Also created by God, since God created all men.
What else about them?
Yeah, that what? That God has a purpose for them.
What's the purpose of the unbelievers? Which scripture talks about the unbelievers' purpose?
I think the first chapter of Jeremiah.
What does it say?
It talks about while Jeremiah was in his mother's womb, God knew him and had.
Wait, that's about non-believers?
That's about Jeremiah.
Why are you telling me something about a believer when I'm asking you about a non-believer?
Since Jeremiah was in his mother's stomach, he was neither a believer nor an unbeliever. He was not yet born, but God still had a plan for him. So God has a plan for everyone.
So you are straw man in that? When your God is literally saying he chose Jeremiah, your God, like literally the scripture means that your God chose him from the beginning, right? Like that's what that scripture means. But since you don't quite know what the book says about non-believers that they call darkness, right? And that it says that those that do not believe are already condemned, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it says that they are already condemned. It says that they are people of cowardly faith, right? Murderers, right? Fornicators, right? Sorcerers, idolaters, liars, right? That's what it says about non-believers, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Except the ones that have been justifying murder on this stage have been believers, has it not?
The ones that have?
Yeah, the ones on the stage tonight that have been justifying murder, they've been believers, right?
No, those are believers of Islam.
It don't matter. Are they believers? Are they believers of a God?
Not in Christ.
Are they believers of a God, Kevin?
Isn't that a straw man? Yes, that.
It's not a straw man, Kevin. But it's not a straw man, Kevin. You know why? You know why? Because you know why? Who brought up the Canaanites and said that they were savages and deserved to die? Who brought up the Canaanites tonight and said that because they offered up their children, or they believe or have been told that they offered up their children for child sacrifices, and they deserved to die, and that we as non-believers have no right to be mad because your God called down a curse. Elijah called down a curse using your God's power to kill kids for calling him bald. Was that a believer of Islam?
He was a Christian.
Right. So who has been on my stage tonight justifying murder? Believers or non-believers?
Yeah, believers.
Believers, right. I don't know how many times you've seen this live or like how often you've watched it, but if I were to bring up Genesis 20 and read the story where Abraham lied to the Philistine king and said that Sarah was his sister and did not tell the Philistine king that Sarah was his wife, and your God threatened to kill the Abimelech and then made all the women in Gerar barren because of the lie that Abraham told, right? And how your God blessed Abraham through deceit, through that lie, right? How your God blessed Jacob while Jacob was being a deceiver, and in fact chose a lying ass man to be the father of the Israelites. Like you would try to justify it, right? You would find some spiritual reason behind your God blessing through a lie.
The phrasing just vilifies me automatically. There's no way out of this. The phrasing of the whole statement is just terrible.
Say it again.
You have to just say you are evil already.
No, what?
The phrasing, how you phrased it, it's just like a build up to say you are evil. I haven't.
Wait, did I recall the story incorrectly?
You've pulled out like what believers have
No,
said.
no, no.
Doesn't
Listen,
mean
I'm
agree with
talking
them.
about what the Bible calls non-believers, and pointing out that believers, right, actually did the things that the Bible says non-believers do, and then you all justify it. Did I recall the story with Abraham and Abimelech incorrectly?
You don't have to shout.
I do if I have to repeat myself, which I fucking hate. Okay, did I recall it incorrectly?
Recall what incorrectly?
The story with Abraham and Abimelech, and like, so there are believers, right, in the comments. Like, I love this because your book says that non-believers are liars, but watch how believers lie really quickly. So we're gonna go to Genesis 20, and I'm gonna read it word for fucking word for these capping ass Christians in the comments. Okay. And I'm going to point out everything that I just said to you, who said that I recited it incorrectly. Okay? From there, Abraham journeyed toward the region of the Negev and settled between Kadesh and Shur. While residing in Gerar as an alien, Abraham said of his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." And King Abimelech of Gerar sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, "You are about to die because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a married woman." Point 1 that I did not recite incorrectly. Now, Abimelech had not approached her. So he said, "Lord, will you destroy an innocent people? Did he not himself say to me, 'She is my sister'? And she herself said, 'He is my brother'? I did this in the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands." Then God said to him in a dream, "Yeah, I know you did this in the integrity of your heart. Furthermore, it was I who kept you from sinning against me. Therefore, I did not let you touch her. Now then, return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours." Now tell me, why would Abimelech deserve to die for some shit Abraham did? And yes, I am going to continue reading. Why would Abimelech deserve to die when he didn't do anything wrong? Who put Abimelech in this situation? Who lied? Who told the lie here?
Abraham lied.
Abraham lied. Yet your God didn't go to Abraham. Hold on, I just asked you a question. Abraham lied. Yet your God did not go to Abraham and say, "Abraham, I'm going to kill you because you lied." Because remember, your God despised lying lips, except unless it's on the prophet of on the lips of an Israelite, right? He didn't go to Abraham and say, "Hey, I'm going to kill you, Abraham, because you lied. You said Sarah was just your sister." You did not tell Abimelech that Sarah was your wife. You sent your wife into the Abimelech's palace, right? So that the Abimelech would commit adultery with your wife. You withheld the truth that she is your wife. Your God didn't go to Abraham and threaten to kill Abraham. Your God went to Abimelech and threatened to kill Abimelech for Abraham lying.
So nobody has died so far.
No. Your God protected a liar and threatened to kill an innocent man who acted out of integrity.
If you say, I think you're saying God did not punish Abraham for lying. That is what you're saying.
No, I mean, unless you can show me where he did. Where did he punish him for that?
I've said that is true. He did not punish Abraham for lying, and he hasn't punished a lot of people for their evil. Instead, he punished it on Jesus.
But okay, but hold on, stop. Wait, Kevin. I'm just gonna show you how believers don't give a damn about lying, right? It's not non-believers who lie; it's believers, right? It's believers who lie. It's believers who protect liars. It's believers who justify liars. Right, so your God, Kevin, your God, right, was going to kill or threatened to kill an innocent man. You see that?
He kept from sinning just below.
But did he threaten to kill an innocent man for something that he didn't do?
He threatened to kill him
for something that he didn't do, right? For something he didn't do, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So your God threatened to kill an innocent man, a man acting in integrity, and protected the deceiver, protected the man that was acting out of dishonesty, right? Okay. Now let's keep reading. So Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all his servants and told them all these things, and the men were very much afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said to him, "What have you done to us? How have I sinned against you that you have brought such great guilt on me and my kingdom? You have done these things to me that ought not to be done." And Abimelech said to Abraham, "What were you thinking that you did this thing?" Abraham said, "I did it because I thought, surely there's no fear of God in this place. Like, I lied because surely you don't fear God, right? And they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she is indeed my sister, the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And when God caused me to wander from my father's house," now look at the here comes the coercion that he did to Sarah. Abraham was just an immoral ass person. "I said to her, 'This is the kindness you must do me. At every place to which we come, say of me, he is my brother.'" So he tells Sarah, "You owe me this. You owe me this. Every place that we come, tell them that you're my brother. Don't tell them that you're my wife. You got to be a part of the scam." Then Abimelech took sheep and oxen and male and female slaves and gave them to Abraham and restored his wife Sarah to him. So this is the second time he's done this, right? He gets his wife, his sister wife back, and more riches, more wealth. This is how Abraham got wealthy, pimping out his sister wife. Abimelech said, "My land is before you. Settle where it pleases you." To Sarah he said, "Look, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. It is your exoneration before all." So like only Sarah needed to be exonerated, right? Only, like, y'all need to understand the difference between me adding my commentary and reading the fucking text. Only Sarah is exonerated, right? But not Abraham didn't need to be exonerated. Abraham is the one that lied, but Sarah had to be exonerated before all who were with you, and you are completely vindicated. Then Abraham prayed to God, the deceiver, the same lying lips that lied to Abimelech, that put Abimelech in this shit, is the same lips that prayed to the God that protected the deceiver, that was willing to kill the innocent man of integrity, and asked that God to heal Abimelech and heal his wife and all the female slaves so that they bore children. The wife didn't have shit to do with what Abraham did. The wife didn't have a damn thing to do with what was going on between Abimelech and Abraham, but yet she became barren because your God struck her womb when Abraham was the one who lied. Your God was mad that Sarah was sent into the Abimelech's house as Abraham's wife when Abraham sent her there with his lying ass lips. And then Abimelech's wife had to pay the price. All the female slaves and Gerar had to pay the price for Abraham's lie. And then they had to be so-called saved or vindicated by the same lying ass lips and the same lying ass God.
Yeah, okay. I have seen it. What Abraham did was terrible. There's no going behind that. But the thing is, I think the thing is still, if God were to count the sins of every man against them, then no one would stand. So God does have to show grace, so that in time Jesus could take up the punishment for all men. So yes, Abraham did do evil things. We nobody rejects that. So did all the prophets.
But so who are liars though? Who are liars?
Both the believers and the unbelievers. All men are liars. You lie, I lie, everyone lies. I mean,
but your book says that non-believers are liars. Your book says non-believers are liars. Like every believer that gets on this stage, every believer that gets on this stage will justify the lie. Every believer that gets on the stage will justify the lies in this book. They will demoralize. No, the difference here, right, is demoralizing yourself and justifying, right, a lie. You guys will demoralize yourself and
who justified a lie? I said it was a lie. It's evil.
Like I said, you justified it with everybody is a sinner. Like, and completely just said fuck the fact. And literally, Kevin, you literally ignored the fact that your God protected a deceiver and was going to kill an innocent man. Your God punished people, right, who had nothing to do with Abraham's lie, but did not say anything or punish Abraham for telling the lie. And this was the second time Abraham did it. And then Isaac when it did the same shit. And your God protected Isaac when he did it too. You ignore that.
Deny that. I haven't. I'm not ignoring anything. I'm saying all men sin.
And then I love the fact that I just read. I love the fact that I just read the whole text. Look at your Christian friends in the comments. Like, I just literally read it word for word. And Brandon Jennings says that I'm lying. And I read it word for word. This is what I'm talking about. It's not the non-believers. It's your book saying that non-believers are liars. Believers lie. Believers lie for the sake of their God. Believers justify murder for the sake of their God.
When you say believers lie, who has denied that? I agree, believers lie. I lie and I'm a believer. I mean, you lie, you're a non-believer. I'm saying everybody lies. I'm not. I said for the sake.
I said you justify. You lie. You justify. I said you justify it for the sake of your God.
Everybody lying.
You're the one who said everybody lie. I said you justify the behavior for the sake of your God. You justify your God protecting lies and blessing through lies and using lies to further his agenda, while at the same time saying that we're so holy because we believe in a God. Non-believers are immoral. Non-believers are murderers. Okay. Non-believers are fornicators, are idolaters. Like the things that y'all believe about people who don't believe in a God, it literally is y'all.
I feel surprised that you're saying something that is true and then saying it as if it's a lie. I mean, non-believers, there are non-believers that murder.
I'm talking about your God. I'm talking about your God. Yeah. You have still yet to address the fact that your God protected a deceiver and was willing to kill an innocent man.
Think I got a question
yes, he
for
did
him.
protect a deceiver. I haven't rejected that. The issue is, I'll listen to you, Gaslight. Let me just address this. I haven't said that he didn't
you didn't say he did either. You didn't address it either. You ignored it, and that's why I kept bringing it up.
Let me address it now. Let me address it now. It is true that he did defend a deceiver. The problem is, all men are deceivers, so God does not have a
so why was he going to kill Abimelech then? Why didn't he give Abimelech the same grace that you are saying that you're... Oh, no. Why didn't your God give the innocent man the grace that you are saying deceivers deserve? Explain that.
Did the middle of my sentence interrupt?
I don't care, and I will do it again. Why didn't your God give the innocent man who acted out of integrity the grace, the same grace that you're saying the deceivers deserve?
Did you steal that from Dr. Bowen?
What?
I did.
He tried to repeat what Dr. Bowen said. Like, that's not how that works here. You don't know where you are. Her sentence is gonna start whenever she wants it to start.
Oh, he tried to Dr. Bowen me?
Of course.
I didn't even pay him no motherfucking attention. I just want to know why the grace, right? Why didn't the innocent man deserve that same grace that you're about to justify this action with?
The point is, it's grace. Nobody really deserves it. It's just God giving it as He chooses.
Oh, so He just chose not to give grace to the innocent man?
That's just it. Yeah, He chooses. What
it's just that, ain't it? It's just that. It's not that everybody deserves grace, like you just said. Like, you started your sentence off with everybody lies. You started your sentence off with everybody lies and everybody deserves grace. Now you're saying, right? Now you're saying because your God didn't give that grace.
Everybody deserves
grace.
What
did you say about the liars? What did you say? What did you say? What did you say about the liars? Everybody lies and what?
Everybody. I said nobody does deserve grace. It's just God gives it out as according to His will.
I'm sorry, that's not what you said. But yeah, you're deceiving God. Mm-hmm. Your deceiving God gives grace to deceivers. And threatens to kill and threatens to kill innocent people with integrity.
I think Dr. Bowen has a message for you in the chat.
In the chat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Roll up a little bit.
Tell him miss me with that shit for real. Yeah, he can definitely miss me with that shit. Like, you're just basically saying exactly what I'm saying. Like, your God gives grace and protects deceivers.
I haven't denied that.
So there's nothing to justify here then?
It's true. It's true. Abraham did deceive. There's no way around that. He did lie. What can I say? It's there. It's plain. He lied. The thing is, it's part of a bigger story. That
what's the other? Go ahead. Say the part of the bigger story. What's the part of the bigger story? What is what?
See, I think you already know it.
Say it.
It's about God. It's about God wanting to save the whole world, having to pick a person who he uses to save the whole world.
Why
he picks Abraham? I don't know why he picks Abraham.
He picked a deceiver.
I can't tell you that.
Because your God is the great deceiver. So, you realize that Jacob. Hold on. You realize that Jacob. Right, so you got Isaac was a deceiver as well, right? So Abraham, deceiver, Isaac, deceiver, Jacob, a deceiver, and literally Jacob deceived his deceiving father in order to get the blessing of this God, right? And that was what your God wanted to happen, right? So through deception, Jacob received the blessings from Isaac. And then your God shows up to Jacob and says, I'm your daddy's God, right? And I'm going to be with you wherever you go, right? And I'm going to bless you, while he was a deceiver. Your God is the great deceiver.
You can say. I mean, I can't shut your mouth from saying that. You can.
I mean, you can try to prove me wrong. Did he not? Was Abraham not a deceiver? Did he not bless Abraham in his deception?
I mean, I haven't said he didn't.
Okay, did he not bless Isaac? Did he not bless Abraham? Hold on. Did he not bless Isaac in his deception?
He blessed Isaac.
In his deception?
Yeah, he did bless Isaac.
In his deception?
Oh, you want me to agree with the in his deception?
That's the topic.
Part?
That's the topic. Did he bless Isaac in his deception?
Yeah. You can't say that.
Not I can't say that. Does the text say that he blessed Isaac while Isaac was being deceptive?
Are we talking about Isaac or Jacob?
Isaac. When Isaac pimped out Rebecca to the Abimelech, did he bless Isaac while Isaac was being deceptive?
I think we were talking about Abraham.
Well, Isaac and Rebecca. You don't know the story where Isaac did what his daddy did, that he carried on the family business?
I didn't see that. I haven't seen that.
Okay, hold on. I think it's 24. Maybe it's 25.
Thinker, quick question. So, Abimelech, this is like a king, right?
Yeah, he's a. That's just the name of a. That's just what they call their kings.
Like a ruler. Okay.
Yeah. The other thing that is deceptive about it is more historical, like actual historical inaccuracy. But we'll get to it in just a second. I'll tell you about that. So Isaac and Abimelech. Isaac did the same thing his daddy did. Now there was a famine in the land, besides the former famine that had occurred in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went to Gerar, to King Abimelech of the Philistines. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Settle in the land that I shall show you. Reside in this land as an alien, and I will be with you and will bless you. For to you and to your descendants I will give all these lands, and I will fulfill the oath that I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your offspring as numerous as the stars of heaven, and will give to your offspring all these lands, and all the nations of the earth shall gain blessing for themselves through your offspring, because Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws." Just fuck the fact that Abraham was a whole ass deceiver, right? Like, he was righteous in this God's eyes. That's funny. So Isaac settled in Gerar. When the men of the place asked him about his wife, he said, what did he say? What did Isaac say?
I'm following. I'm trying to. She is my sister.
For he was afraid to say my wife, thinking, or else the men of the place might kill me for the sake of Rebekah, because she is attractive in appearance. When Isaac had been there a long time, right? So Isaac had been there a long time. Rebekah is in the harem of the Abimelech. King Abimelech of the Philistines looked out of the window and saw Isaac fondling Rebekah. So Abimelech called for Isaac and said, "So she is your wife? Why then did you say she is my sister?" Isaac said to him, "Because I thought I might die because of her." Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the people might easily have lain with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." So Abimelech warned all the people, saying, "Whoever touches this man or his wife shall be put to death." Isaac sowed seed in that land, and in the same year reaped 100-fold. The Lord blessed him, and the man became rich. He prospered more and more until he became very wealthy. He had possessions of flocks and herds and a great household, so that the Philistines envied him. Like he done lied to them, right? Now your God is like blessing him and their house and their face, and to the point now they jealous of Isaac, the deceiver. Now the Philistines had stopped up and filled with earth all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the days of his father Abraham. And Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go away from us. You have become too powerful for us." So did your God bless Isaac in his deception?
Yeah, he did.
And did your God bless Jacob in his deception?
Yeah, he did.
So the God of the deceiver Abraham, the deceiver Isaac, and the deceiver Jacob. Your God is the great deceiver.
I mean, you've said the God of the deceiver Isaac, and then the three men. How does that God make God a deceiver? I mean, he's not the one who's lying.
Did your God bless these three men through their deception?
Through the deception or while in deception, I'd say.
Did your God bless these three men through their deception?
Through, I don't think through. I think while in that deception.
You think what?
He blessed them while they were deceiving people. Yeah, true.
That's through their deception. Like, what do you mean?
Let me look at the word. Maybe they mean the same thing.
Thinker.
Huh?
What did Abimelech do wrong?
Nothing. That's the point. And like the Philistines, according to these stories here, were very hospitable to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They were very to Abraham and Isaac. They were hospitable. They opened their home to them, their land to them. And then even while they were in the land, they were digging wells, right? Marking their territory.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just want to be sure because I'm like, I've read this so many times and he did nothing wrong. The man saw a pretty lady. I don't know how she was gorgeous in her 90s, but
and pregnant. She was 90 and pregnant, and they were scared that the Abimelech was going to take her. Yep, the Philistines let David stay in there. Here is another crazy thing, Justin. Literally, David was scared to house the Ark of the Covenant because Uzzah had reached out to save it, and the God killed Uzzah for trying to protect the Ark. David was like, that shit ain't coming in my house, and he sent it to the Philistines. He sent it to Gath, to the Gittites. Like literally, the Philistines housed the Ark of the Covenant for David because David was too scared to take it to his home after he killed Uzzah.
That was wild. I wonder what would happen if it had fallen. I think all of it would have been wiped out.
And here's the crazy thing too, like there are stories I think in like Samuel 5 and 4 where the Ark of the Covenant was in the land of the Philistines and it destroyed them. Like it caused them all kind of plagues, right? Because of course you can't have the presence of God. Like they had stolen it, right? And the Israelites were without the divine favor of God, and while it was with the Philistines, it was like causing them all kind of hell, mayhem. And so when they get it back, they get the divine favor back. But then David voluntarily sends it to the Philistines, and while they have it for David, they get blessed. Ain't that crazy? Like the Philistines, like honestly, they were nice to the Israelites, but the Israelites kept fucking they kept creating peace treaties with them and breaking them bitches. The Israelites kept breaking them, like with their deceit. I mean, they were like the Philistines, like they were friends with the Israelites, but they shouldn't have been. Like, even your God goes and sells the Israelites to the Philistines as a punishment, and then tells the Israelites to kill the Philistines. Like, he goes and he creates a fucking assassin named Samson to kill the Philistines after your God sells them to them. Like,
Justice
just
for my
dirty.
girl, Delilah.
Huh?
I said justice for my girl Delilah.
Exactly. Delilah. Yeah, Delilah was a hero. Like, that shit's crazy, man. It's insane. Like, it's crazy what you recognize if you sit down and read the damn story.
Well, what can I say? I should probably leave now. I don't think I'm I'm good enough to defend this. Yes, thank you. Have a good day. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good day. The crazy thing is, what he was defending was whether what the Bible said about non-believers was true, and he couldn't defend it because his God was immoral. That's the crazy thing. No, if you're in the comments, if you're in the request box, comment and let me know what your if you are a believer or not.
Oh no.
Hey, Dr. Kip.
Hey, Dr. Kip.
Morning, y'all.
Go ahead, Dr. Kip.
No, I was going to say I actually put a request in because I wanted to say something about the book of Jeremiah that you were talking about like 25 minutes ago. But that's like that was a long time ago. So anyhow.
Blake, are you there?
It's black on my end.
I don't know if it's like if the internet is going. I guess its internet is slow. Blake.
I'm gonna be AFK for 2 minutes. So be right back.
Okay. Balake. Okay, can we take him down?
All right.
I don't know if the people in the guest box are friendlies or not. Can you comment and let me know if you're in the guest request box if you are friendly? I don't think this one is. Hi, what's your name? See, is that black?
It's black on this one.
Okay, they're not there, so I think they are all going. I think that last one kind of fucked them up and ran them away.
Yeah.
I don't know. No more believers.
Yeah, Christopher, you're gonna have to chill out. Nobody wants to tell you their cat's name. Stop spamming in the comments.
Like, what the heck?
Oh, Thinker, I'm gonna just leave for like 2 minutes. Someone is summoning me. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any believers of Christianity, Islam? You have to be a believer. I don't know. Your name is Don't Follow Isaac. Are you a believer or a non-believer? Y'all, today we can stay on a little later since it's Friday. So let me know. You're a Christian? I'm not mad at God. I don't believe in your God heart for heaven. I'm mad at the humans that believe in gods because of how y'all think. I'm not mad at your God. I don't think your God exists.
That's fine.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Heart for Heaven on YouTube. I wasn't talking to you. What topic did you want to discuss?
I mean, what do you believe in?
I don't believe in your God.
What God do you believe in?
All you need to know is I don't believe in your God. Why do y'all ask that all the time?
No, so I want to know where to start the conversation from.
To start the conversation from the place of you knowing that I don't believe in your God.
All right. Well, I'm Christian. I believe in God.
I know you already told me that. That's all I need to know, right? You already told me that, right? What topic do you want to discuss?
Let's talk about morality.
The first topic, if the stories of the Christian God did not exist, would there be morals in the world?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think that if there was no God, morality would be relative. So humans wouldn't have a moral code.
I think there's too many words on that question. I think that's why they automatically go to the God, because they just don't see the part where it says the stories of the God. There's probably too many words.
I do believe that God himself they don't have to be stories of the Christian God for us to have a moral code. But just the mere existence of God without the stories. So if the stories of the Christian God did not exist, would there be morals in this world? I would say yes. Because I believe that there is a God. So he doesn't have to be Christian. But then that would imply that there is a moral code.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking with Rhea. I'm trying to open the guest box so I can let up Mac and Dr. B. Can you say that again? Or Rhea, did you hear him? You want to respond?
Well, I think he just said, I don't know, like he doesn't agree with it. I don't know.
Y'all heard me?
I didn't hear you. Can you say it again?
Okay, I said that to answer the question straightforward, if the stories of the Christian God did not exist, would there be morals in this world? Well, since the question is specific on stories of the Christian God, I do think there would still be morals. I do think there will still be morals, because the Christian God, not everyone serves the Christian God. Not everyone who believes in God, not all monotheists believe in the Christian God, but have a belief in God. So I think that's what gives humanity our moral code. And it's not limited to the doctrine of Christianity.
I think what is confusing me is that you're saying that that a God is what gives people morals.
Yes.
How would a God do that without stories written down for people to read about the God? Like, are you saying that a God is talking to every human without these stories from like the Bible or the Quran?
Yes, I am saying that. I believe that we are created in the image of God. Well, that's a Christian belief, but either way, I think that God inscribes morality in our conscience. So we have an intrinsic nature of understanding right from wrong. And I think
so when slavery existed in the world, right? Just in the world from the ancient times, right, to today, are you saying that humans intrinsically knew or know now that owning other humans as property was wrong?
I do think so. I do think so. But I also want to put in the aspect of a lot of times we go against our moral code. So we go against the things that we know is right or wrong.
Do you think
And
a
sometimes
belief in a God can make you go against your internal moral code?
I do think so, but it depends the God. So
It depends
for
on the
example,
God?
yeah, it depends on the doctrine of the belief. So for example, in Roman paganism, they believed in worshiping different idols, and that could construe into human sacrifice. So
How did you
what?
make that leap? How did you do that jump that you just did? How does
What?
paganism translate to human sacrifice? How?
No, I didn't say paganism. I said in ancient Roman
Ancient,
paganism.
whenever, yeah. How does their paganism translate to human sacrifice? How?
There are factions of ancient Roman paganism that believed in human sacrifice to their gods. So
I'm
the point
fairly
I'm
sure
trying
that's not
You
true.
Where do you
literally
find that
are just
about ancient
making.
Hebrews?
what?
The Romans were actually quite disgusted by other ancient Near Eastern cultures and their practice of human sacrifice.
From what I know, there are in particular religions that either condone or encourage human sacrifice. I know that
Yeah, but they're not. Sorry.
in ancient Hebrew literature, I've read about a lot of people worshiping Baal and conducting child sacrifice. So I said that to say that there are times when your belief in a God can construe your own moral code.
So that would also work for the Israel. Apart from the fact that you have nothing to prove the claim that you just made, that would also work for the Israelites, right? The fact that
It would.
right, because they were sacrificing human beings to Yahweh, right? In that book, it tells you human sacrifice is okay with Yahweh. So
Where does it say that?
would that be part of that? Leviticus 27. It tells you
That's
all the
deja
way
vu
from
all over again.
babies. It tells you all the way from babies. Right? So if it's in your Bible, how is yours any better?
Can we go to the verse?
Yeah, go ahead. It's the whole chapter. Read the whole thing from the beginning.
Do you want a specific verse?
No, she said Leviticus 27. Am I correct?
Yeah, read the whole thing. I suggest reading the whole thing.
No, I have read the whole thing.
Because it starts off by telling you, even all the way from the newborns, it gives you how much you can pay as ransom for them, all the way to and it differentiates from male and female. You know, women are costing less. It's all the way to babies. Read the whole thing.
And that these are particularly humans of non-Israelites, of their, like, if a nation has been placed under a ban or devoted to destruction, these humans cannot be redeemed. Yeah, they have to be put to death.
Yep.
Right. Well, I don't see what's wrong here. Are you saying that this is...
You just condemned other people's practices for human sacrifice.
Right.
My question is, what makes yours any different?
Well, this is... I'm not saying the killing of human beings or eradication of human beings is bad. I never made that claim. I'm just... We were playing on a point of whether or not...
No, you're talking
whether
about
or not
sacrifice.
people's belief in a God can construe their moral code. But here, this is This is
My point is, you didn't use you didn't use your religion to make that example. You went to paganism. That is my point, right? If you were to make an example to say, "Oh yeah, sometimes someone's belief might, mess up with their morals. They might go against their morals a little bit." You should have started with your belief instead of going all the way and starting to demonize paganism.
But I don't believe that Christianity messes up anyone's moral code.
The reason why you said people's moral codes would be messed up or interfered with was because you said these religions have human sacrifice in them. That was your example of going against a moral code. But now when I bring it to your religion, you come on now.
No. If we're going to talk about this verse, we can talk about this verse.
You said other religions employed human sacrifice and therefore are less moral. Rhea showed you where the Hebrews did the same thing, and now all of a sudden there's a lack of context.
This is not human sacrifice.
Then what is it?
Can I?
This is death. Would you consider in the justice system?
So what were those people doing to their human sacrifice? They would just tell them to go back in the house after the ritual was over? What were the people you just gave an example of, right? What was the sacrifice they were making? Were they not killing those people?
They were.
Okay, so what the fuck is the difference here?
So are you saying that all death is human sacrifice?
This says to devote it to your Yahweh, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And something, sorry, if I can interject here, something important should be said about the language there in Leviticus. The term used in that text is rather specific to the offering of human beings, dead human beings, to Yahweh as a devotion to Him.
It says no human beings. What?
Well, it says votive offerings, right? That's the header. I know that's not part of the text itself, but
I didn't hear you. What did you say? Hello?
Dr. Q, can you repeat what you said?
Yeah.
So what I was saying is that the term used in Leviticus to describe this offering, I mean, this is what it is, right? It's a devotion to death of not just enemy combatants, but all the people in a given place. And there's a cultic aspect of this terminology, which indicates that this is like a sacred offering for Yahweh. It's a devotion. It's a sacrifice.
Like Jericho was a good example of that, right?
Yeah. Yep. Most English translations they'll translate the verb as something like offer to me, and the noun, the nominal form, they'll talk about it as the devoted thing, or the forbidden thing, or the ban, and these are just English conventions to indicate that anything that's under the what's called the cherem, which is the word that's used, anything that's under the cherem is specially set aside and devoted to Yahweh. It's His, belongs to Him. And when it comes to anything, like it's not just human beings and animals that can be under the cherem. It can also be for any other forms of plunder, wealth, goods. But when it comes to like living things, humans and animals, the instructions are always quite specific that they need to be killed. And this makes sense within an ancient Near Eastern economy of sacrifice where it was believed from like the most, as far back as we know, that people were making sacrifices and talking about it. We can see that there was this common idea among ancient people that by killing or destroying something, this is how you were able to transfer it from like the natural realm into the divine realm.
Right. In this context, the verse says, "No human beings who have been devoted to destruction can be ransomed; they shall be put to death."
Correct.
And I think
correct. Do you know what that means when it says they can't be ransomed?
They can't be rescued. There's no mercy, no grace for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't pay money in their place. Like you can't.
Correct.
There's other types of sacrifices where there's permission. There's a permission in place where you can pay money or you can substitute with something else. But anything under the cherem, there's no redemption. You can't do that for them. They have to be killed.
Right. I think that understanding the context of Leviticus is important to
absolutely agree.
And Leviticus talks about the law that God and his children should abide by. So obviously in a justice system, there are crimes that are unforgivable. So for example, if I'm speeding on the highway, I get a ticket and I pay a fine.
Where does it say these are people that have committed a crime? Where does it say that? Where does it say these are criminals?
Nothing that
Where does it say they disobeyed any law?
And at the beginning it says, no humans who have been devoted to destruction.
Okay, what does that have to do with criminals?
So that means they've been devoted to destruction.
What does that have to do with criminals?
Devoted to destruction means that they were set aside for the sacrifice. It
Right.
mean that they've led a destructive life.
That is the harem that he's telling you about. That is what that is. Once it's devoted to God, it has to die.
I think he's trying to say that devoted to destruction means like that was their purpose in life.
Like what?
I don't understand.
Just to interject again here, we literally have a gentleman on stage who is writing a commentary on the book of Leviticus. Maybe you should run some of your ideas about this text past him.
Okay. Is that?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything here in Leviticus 27 that's engaging with like punishment, right? The use of this root haram can show up in warfare contexts, but it can show up and probably had its origin in cultic contexts. So to dedicate something to haram, it just means that I'm setting this aside for Yahweh. So it's not always, in fact, probably in its original context, wasn't seen as a bad thing. You can see property being set aside throughout the chapter, goods being set aside throughout the chapter. Here, it's just saying, if you want to dedicate, using another term, you want to sanctify, set aside a particular set of produce or a field or a house or a person, someone from humanity, and you want to dedicate them in this way. Here's what you can pay to ransom them, right? The idea here is that you're gonna give money, their value. And when you do, you have to add a fifth to that value that the priest is, if you're going to ransom them. But that's why the text comes in and says, however, anything that has been dedicated in this way with haram, or to harem, these are things that you cannot ransom. In other words, they're dedicated and done. And the text specifically says, Madam, sort of like from humanity. So I don't see anything in here that would indicate that these are people that are like being punished for some reason.
So you're saying that this verse on its own just talks about individuals who have been cursed to a fate that they do not deserve?
No, I don't think it would have been seen in that way. Right? It's this is a positive thing.
Nothing about cursing in here.
I'm actually going to have to drop off here. I'm so sorry to do that right in the middle of this. I've got something I've got to do, but sorry. You
sure
have at it, man. Sorry.
All right. So, what context are you? Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, there's nothing about cursing in this text.
So, what context are you reading this in?
It's historical context,
right?
And it's literary context,
right? So, I'm sorry, I'm not getting. What does this verse show?
So, this entire text in Leviticus chapter 27 is providing instructions on what you the procedures you are to take with regards to these specific offerings, which the text calls them cherem offerings. And cherem offerings are those things which have been set aside or devoted to Yahweh. Now, as Josh pointed out, a cherem offering could be anything. It could be a plot of land, a field. It could be garments. It could be produce that you've harvested. It could be animals, or it could be human beings. Now, what this text says is that any of these items that is set aside as a cherem offering to Yahweh, unlike other types of sacrifices, there's different types of sacrifices. I hope you understand that.
Yeah.
This is just one type. Unlike other types of sacrifices for which there are provisions for redemption, meaning that you can either substitute something else in place of whatever it is you're offering as a sacrifice, or you could pay money instead. Unlike that, all of these cherem offerings cannot be redeemed. There is no provision for redemption for them. So anything that is designated as a cherem offering, depending on what it is, you have to follow through in the procedures for giving it to Yahweh. When it comes to animals or to human beings that are designated as cherem offerings to Yahweh, they must be killed. That's what this text is saying.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm confused. I can say,
so
can
we
you
can
hear
just
me,
read
but
this
then
right
don't
here,
talk.
right? A firstling of animals. I'm actually reading from the Jewish Publication Society, so it'll sound a little bit different. The firstling of animals, however, which is a firstling is the Lord's, is Yahweh's, cannot be consecrated by anyone, whether ox or sheep, it is Yahweh's. But if it is of unclean animals, it may be ransomed as its assessment, blah, 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 1/5. If it is not redeemed, so is an assessment. But of all that anyone owns, be it man or beast, or land of his holding, nothing that he has prescribed for Yahweh may be sold or redeemed. Every proscribed thing, so where it says proscribed or proscribed thing, That's the word cherem in the text, designating the specific offering. Everything is totally consecrated to Yahweh. No human being who has been proscribed can be ransomed. He shall be put to death.
Wow. I don't know what to say.
It's hard, right? Like, it's really hard. There are lots of places in this text that are just really terrible.
It is hard.
And I just really wish people would stop inventing apologies for the terrible things that the text says and just accept that there are many things that the text says that are terrible.
I think I'll be honest, I don't have enough knowledge on translation and history, the history of translation. But I
agreed.
Yeah. But the context here you seem to be saying refers to human sacrifice.
Yes.
Right.
And it's not the only one. I mean, there's other texts as well, which indicate pretty clearly that Yahweh wants human sacrifices.
Let me ask a question. Why do you need context on, like you didn't need, I understand why you need it, I agree. But why didn't you need that for other nations? Like when you said that other nations did human sacrifice, like their historical text, like their historical text would have been written in their original language, like Akkadian or Egyptian or whatever. It would have been written in Greek, right? You didn't need to understand the context behind their text before you started regurgitating the statement that they participated in human sacrifice and regurgitating it as a fact. Why do you need to do that with this? Is it because you're biased towards the belief?
Yes. I'm human. I have bias.
Mm-hmm.
So yes.
And do you think that you can fairly rationalize your morality? Like you believe that a God gives you your moral standards. Like,
yeah.
Do you think that you can fairly reason or rationalize in order to arrive at a good moral standard when you have that type of bias?
I think so. I think one, being willing to admit that bias and being open to discussion is a good thing. So not on the extremist side of being indoctrinated so deep that you don't think to question. I think that's the bad thing. But when it comes to determining morality, I think human beings live their lives on the moral code that was given by God.
But wouldn't you say that it wasn't your God that helped you arrive at this questioning, that it was humans?
Definitely, for questioning what I believe in, yes, humans.
So then your morality, then if there is a moral shift in your thought, right, then that wouldn't have come from the God. That would have come from humans engaging with other humans, not from the God.
Well, no, it wouldn't have. But I think that nature can be changed. So because you start out some way doesn't mean you end that way. And I think that's what happens through humanity.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like I do agree. Like humanity helps, humanity become more moral the more that we engage with each other and reason together, right? I don't see a need for a God to do that, as you are saying that a God is inherent, right? And that the gods moral standard is inherent in humans, because I think that we arrive right at a common moral standard as we learn and grow and engage with each other as humans and reason together, right? I don't think that it's a God doing that.
Well, I came across a study like a couple days ago on something just like this, and it was the psychological effects that doing certain actions in front of babies had on the babies. And this study concluded that babies do have an intrinsic understanding of a right from wrong, but then it begins to be reformed and reshaped by the society they live in, culture, tradition, and so forth and so on and so forth. Because believing that God is the ultimate judge, then our actions have consequences.
I think everybody agrees that our actions have consequences, whether we believe in a God or not.
Yeah, but I don't think babies inherently know that. I think they learn that.
Yeah, there's definitely. I mean, I could get on board with the knowing right from wrong, but it's at such a simplistic level as to be kind of indistinguishable from any other instinct.
What do you mean by that?
Like, they don't have a complex morality.
You mean babies?
Yeah.
I mean, because it hasn't developed.
Right, just like everything else. Their motor skills haven't developed either.
Right, but I wouldn't say it's not there. But it hasn't been reshaped.
I said I could be on board with it being there, but it's so
indistinguishable.
Simplistic. It's so simplistic that it's not really something you would recognize as morality.
Well, I would argue that that's the point of it.
Let me ask a quick question. Right. Okay. So when we talk about babies, no morality. So there's a kid on TikTok who looks like he's about 1, right? Mm-hmm. The mom is videotaping him, and she says, "Are you reincarnated? If you are, lean your head to the right." And the kid leans his head to the right, and then she says, "Are you gamma?" Like saying grandma. If you are, lean your head to the right, and the kid leans his head to the right. So then she says, "Are you grandpa?" And he shakes his head no. And then she says, "Are you joking with me?" And then he starts laughing. And then she says, "If you're not joking with me, lean your head to the right." And then he leans his head to the right. Do you think the kid knows whether or not he's telling the truth on if he's reincarnated?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't know.
You said it's inherent, right?
Yeah, I do. I do think it is inherent.
So then the kid either knows that he's lying or doesn't know he's lying, is what you're saying?
Well, he should have, according to what I believe, he should be able to distinguish.
At like 1 or 2 years old, this kid is in a high chair. Keep in mind, he's in a high chair, right? And this is how he communicates, right?
All right. Well, I don't know the kid. I don't know the kid. I can't say that I can't argue.
But didn't you say that it's inherent?
Yeah, I did. But I at the same time saying that I would then say that maybe he could maybe he's telling the truth. I would believe he's telling the truth. But then if I did believe he was lying, that would mean I also believe that in just 1 year of being alive, his moral compass could have shifted to that extent.
This wasn't even about
What?
morals. It had nothing
Yeah,
to do with morals.
when it comes to belief, you can believe anything. You can just believe that a 1-year-old, a 1-year-old, you can believe anything when it comes to belief.
Like, he was most likely just mirroring. I haven't seen this video, but it's probably just mirroring somebody who's behind the camera.
Yeah, because you can see the edits. Like, you can tell that she had to ask him this question multiple times for her to even get. Like, you can see she cut and edit it, right? Like, but to think that a baby, a 1-year-old, right, knows whether it's lying or not, like, I think that's a stretch.
Like it doesn't even have to make sense. Just because I believe it. Yep. Like no thought behind it. A 1-year-old. I mean, I'm gonna just say, okay, maybe you just never been around children, because some people think like 2-year-olds even know what the hell is going on. Even 5-year-olds. Human beings are unable to reason until they turn 7. At 7 years old, like that's the average. Unable to reason. Like, just. I mean.
I think too that the belief in a God would make you entertain that type of thought, right? That a 1-year-old could know whether or has morals and knows whether or not it's lying. There was a guy on stage, I will never get over this, who said that your God could make a 1-year-old a father. Right?
Oh, wow.
Still done with that one.
Well, I mean, in one of the apocryphal books, he was preaching at birth, right?
Who?
Jesus.
Yeah, even in Islam, he was talking as a baby. Jesus talked.
And so I think like a belief in a God and like would make you kind of like have unrealistic expectations of humanity, don't you think? Are you there?
I don't know.
Are you there? Dang, even when we're talking soft,
Babies break them.
Like, I mean, we're talking soft. Like, did we do it? Did we run another one off?
No, he's still here, right?
Yeah.
He's here, but he's not saying anything.
But still muted.
You're on mute if you're talking, or like I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened though. I guess we'll move on. If he was off the app, it would have shown a teacup. Yeah.
It's wow. It's kind of crazy to me. I was on for a few minutes when you started last night, and came back this morning, and it's crazy to me that in those two spaces, it's Christians on stage who bring up this issue of child sacrifice as the most reprehensible evil they can think of, which requires the intervention of the Christian God. It's such an incredibly powerful form of projection. I think it's very interesting.
Deeply ironic
to me. Yeah.
Hey, what do you make of like Exodus 34:19 about all the first out of the womb is mine?
Yeah. So No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because it does mention like your firstborn son should be redeemed.
Yeah.
I'm curious about that.
So this is a really complex issue, right? Like, if you read, and this is something everybody agrees on, if you read a lot of texts in the Bible, you'll see right away that there seems to be a preoccupation throughout the entire text with child sacrifice, with human sacrifice. And it seems obvious on the face of it most of the time that the writers of the text are totally against it. They condemn it over and over again. However, there are like a few of these places, right, within the text: Exodus chapter 22, Leviticus chapter 27, Ezekiel chapter 20, where there seem to be these echoes of provision, where Yahweh at a minimum accommodated the offering of human sacrifice. Micah chapter, it's either chapter 5 or chapter 6. We actually sang this as a song when I attended like Bible camp. He has shown me, oh man, what is good and what the Lord requires of you. That's a human sacrifice text. So you're pointing out now a couple of places: Exodus chapter 34, Exodus chapter 13, where there are instructions on how to redeem your firstborn son from being sacrificed. There's provisions also in Numbers. There's provisions in Leviticus too. I'm not sure where offhand, for like a firstborn sacrifice, which is different from what we were talking about in Leviticus 27, which is a Chedim offering. So what we're dealing with is, because the text is compiled of a whole bunch of different texts from different writers over a longer period of time. And what we're dealing with, what we see, are these individual writers grappling with this very ancient tradition that was once, at least accommodated by Yahweh, if not commanded. And they are now in the process of, what do we do with these commandments, these instructions, now that we no longer agree with them. So you're observing different strategies throughout different texts by different writers on how to avoid child sacrifice, which was once commanded by Yahweh.
Okay, so that's what the redemption is their attempt to kind of
something that we used to do that we don't do anymore. Well, here's the compensation for that, and then they'll build a rationale around it too, right? Like that's Exodus 13. The rationale is all couched in the Passover. You redeem your firstborn sons, because Yahweh passed over, saved your children when he killed all the Egyptian children, right? So, and it's interesting. One of the reasons why scholars tend to look at these texts and go, "Wow, this is something that the people were really struggling with, like just knowing what to do with human sacrifices. Now that they're convinced Yahweh doesn't want them." They just, all you have to do is look at like the different contradictory ways within the text that different writers say you can redeem your firstborn. Exodus 13 says, offer a lamb instead of your child. In the book of Numbers, it's, oh no, the Levites will serve as the substitute for the sacrifice. I think it's in Leviticus, it says, oh no, you can pay money, to redeemed. So, like, these differences pretty clearly indicate that it's something that writers were struggling with, I guess, and sorting out, figuring out, how do we avoid doing this? How do we fix this, right?
So is there, I mean, is it clear that it's, like, where is it most clear that it was being commanded? Like, was that a cultural thing, and they're kind of, when it gets down to, like, being written, they're already in, like, the revisionism of it, or?
Yeah. I think that's exactly what we're looking at, is that when the texts were actually being written, it's at this later point in time when the condemnation of the practices is more enforced, but there are some echoes, and I think the strongest, clearest text, which still survives, about the offering of the firstborn is in Exodus chapter 22, verses 29 and 30 in the English, verses 28, 29 in the Hebrew. And we looked at this last night when this live started. But there, basically, I don't have it in front of me, but it says, basically, it starts, your fullness, or your harvest, and your juice, probably your wine, or your, I guess, juice from produce, do not withhold those from me. Then it says, give me your firstborn son. Then it says, do the same with your ox and your flock, or your sheep. And then it says, 7 days it shall remain with it. 7 days he shall remain with his mother. On the 8th day, give him to me. So, just looking at the logical progression of what's being instructed in this series, this short series of commands, it certainly appears that your firstborn son, the firstborn male of your cattle and your sheep, you are to sacrifice to Yahweh in the space of 8 days.
So oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll just say too. No, don't worry about it. I should just say too, like the language in there, like even in the Hebrew, it's really dense. It's a difficult text in just how it's formulated, and I think this gives people a lot of trouble. And it's also, I think this is probably also one of the reasons why this is a text that survived. Just a lot of the redaction, editing work of later writers and editors in trying to scrub the text, basically, of these human sacrifice instructions. And I'll say, let me say one more thing too. So there's lots of places. There's places in the book of Leviticus which condemn these particular sacrifices known as mulk sacrifices, MLK. For a long time, it was assumed that this was actually a Canaanite deity, the god Molech.
Right.
Most scholars now agree that that's not the case. These are types of sacrifices, or mulk offerings. And the instructions in the book of Leviticus are that you're not to make these types of sacrifices, these mulk offerings,
and that's
to
the
Yahweh.
That's the ones we've been talking about would be the mulk.
Actually, no. These are another category altogether. So, like, here's the complication, right? Like, we don't just have human sacrifice. In fact, when I talked to Dr. Heath Durrell about this, he wrote the book. He wrote his whole dissertation on this topic, and it's published. It's called Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel. But he said, it's a mistake even to talk about child sacrifice in the same way that it's a mistake to talk about sheep sacrifice. Like, we should just be talking about sacrifices, because there's different types of sacrifices.
Hey, I'm back.
And then there's like elements is what I would call them. So elements are whatever it is you're offering, but what you're offering can be offered in different types of sacrifices which perform different functions. So all of these, the sacrifice of the firstborn, which is what I think is spoken of in Exodus chapter 13, 22, and 34. That's a type of sacrifice, but it's different than the milk sacrifice, which also involves sacrificing your firstborn, but in a different type of ritual to affect a different result. And these are also different from these are also different now from the cherem offerings, which can include anything, right? Land, produce, riches, humans, animals. So it's a very, very complex picture. And sorry, does that make sense? Are you following that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of it kind of sounds like there's a lot of like interweaving like conditions and like just practices that are trying to be reconciled. Would you say that like that's a lot of Ezekiel is just kind of like trying to rein in some of the more wild stuff from the earlier texts? Because like this is the second time I've heard Ezekiel. Like I know Ezekiel like 20 and 25 is like I did this to horrify you, right?
Yeah. So this is interesting, right? Because Ezekiel and Jeremiah are writing it around the same time, right around the Babylonian conquest and then the exile, and they're looking. Jeremiah is also really repulsed by human sacrifices. But if you look at what Jeremiah says next to what Ezekiel says, they deal with it differently, right? This is what Ezekiel does. He says, well, these laws, I gave these to you for this reason, right? To horrify you, to basically make you guilty. Jeremiah just is in flat out denial. He's like, no. In fact, in chapter 7 and then in 19, I think it's one other place, either chapter 25 or 27, he repeats this, right? He says, speaking on behalf of Yahweh, he says, no, I never gave you these commands. This never entered my mind. I didn't even think about this. And some scholars are saying Jeremiah might actually be looking at Ezekiel in these texts and countering that, where Ezekiel's going, I gave these commands. Deal with it. And Jeremiah's going, no, exactly. And then the other thing that Jeremiah does is everything that he doesn't like, he just says it's Baal worship. So he adds that, right? The child sacrifices are all to the Baals.
Cool. Thanks. That was really informative.
Hey, I got a quick question real quick. It's not about child sacrifice, but I was looking up the book by Heath Durrell, and it recommended another book because I'm like filling up my cart. I wish I could read like multiple books at a time. Like I'm over here geeking out right now. But okay, so a book that it recommended is The Dragon, the Mountain, and the Nations, an Old Testament myth.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, it's by Robert D. Miller, the one that also did the book on the New Testament, the pre-Nicene the pre-Nicene text. Like he also did that book, but I'm trying to figure out like what the myth of the dragon and